Lin Rui, who was languishing like a salted fish back in his hometown, unexpectedly found himself traversing into a tumultuous era rife with strife among feudal lords, invasions by foreign tribes, a feeble emperor, and a populace displaced from their homes. With foreign cavalry poised to invade the capital, the emperor and his ministers had long since fled. Unfortunately, he transmigrated into the body of a destitute commoner, possessing only a meager handful of resources. However, fortune smiled upon him as a grand mansion accompanied his arrival. Albeit its utility was questionable, it did provide a semblance of safety. To evade slaughter and enslavement at the hands of the foreign invaders, Lin Rui resolved to lead his family on a decisive escape into the mountains, embarking on a journey of survival in the wilderness. They faced relentless storms, sweltering heat, and biting cold, with hunger and frostbite becoming their constant companions. Sustenance was gleaned from the river's fish and shrimp, as well as the rabbits, snakes, and insects that inhabited the land. Upon finally emerging from the mountains, he sought refuge with a local lord, leveraging his modern knowledge to benefit the populace, supplying gold, silver, and provisions for military campaigns, and carving out a path to nobility for himself and his family, aspiring to amass great wealth and honor for his kin. Chapter 1. What a hellish beginning. Shopkeeper, this exquisite glass tea set has been sourced from a foreign land, a unique treasure in the world, one that even the imperial palace lacks. Surely, asking for 1,000 taels of silver is not too much. Lin Rui proclaimed with fervor, gesturing emphatically towards the glass tea set displayed on the counter. In the modern age, glass might be deemed commonplace, but in ancient times, its emergence caused quite a stir. The shopkeeper, under the influence of Lin Rui's fervent tone, gazed in astonishment, delicately handling the set. "Young master, is this truly from a foreign land?" he inquired. Lin Rui nodded. "Is there any doubt? Have you ever encountered a second set like this in the Great Lin dynasty?" Even the well-versed shopkeeper shook his head, unlike others who, upon seeing valuable items, would casually remark, "I've seen many fine treasures." After all, this young man was presenting a tea set unlike any other, entirely transparent and devoid of the impurities found in other foreign glass. It felt as smooth as jade, reminiscent of celestial artifacts. Suddenly, the shopkeeper noticed 4 small characters etched near the base of the teapot and pointed, asking, "What does this signify?" Lin Rui's lips twitched as he beheld the words China Telecom. This set had been acquired through mobile points at a service center, making the inscription entirely reasonable. Yet, he needed to spin a tale. This is the mark of the only workshop in the foreign land capable of crafting such glass tea sets. It took years of refinement to assemble this complete set. It may be a lifetime before another appears. Since they were both engaged in the art of embellishment to command a higher price, Lin Rui was determined to inflate the value, knowing that this transaction was a one-time opportunity. He had traveled a great distance to engage in this trade. Had not the pawnbroker in Longting County initially offered him a mere 200 taels of silver, he would not have needed to accompany the convoy on this arduous journey to the capital. The pawnbroker in the capital, however, was rather forthright, promptly instructing an apprentice to retrieve the silver notes for immediate payment. Alas, Lin Rui realized he had undervalued the item. Seeing the shopkeeper's generous demeanor, he understood that had he requested 5,000 taels, a final agreement of 2 or 3,000 would have been likely. Dear shopkeeper, please provide me with 900 taels in notes and 100 taels in silver coins." Lin Rui quickly amended. In antiquity, 1,000 taels of silver weighed over 70 pounds. The government had melted it into an oval shape for ease of transport, colloquially referred to as silver winter melon. He still needed to return to Longting County, and carrying such a sum could lead to being robbed before even exiting the city gates. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Rui and hailed from Longting County, not far from the capital. As the youngest son and the sole male heir, he had been indulged and corrupted, falling prey to vices and squandering the family's savings under the pretense of business. While he indulged in lavish lifestyles in town, Lin Rui had transmigrated while this young man was heavily intoxicated, awakening in a quaint, antiquated setting, perplexed as to why he had transitioned from a peaceful slumber at home to this drastically different world. In order to avoid raising suspicion, he rented a modest dwelling in town with the few coins he had left and spent several days locked inside, attempting to regain his composure. After much contemplation, he painfully realized that this was not merely a literary traversal, but a genuine journey through time and literary transpositions. One would typically encounter a protagonist blessed with fortune, able to navigate dangers due to foreknowledge of the plot. However, This was a true reincarnation into a historical era that had never been recorded. A fictionalized epic known as the Great Lin Dynasty. Is this reasonable? Not in the slightest. In a peaceful era, one might find solace. But the current state of affairs was disconcerting, with the Great Lin Dynasty weakened, surrounded by wolves, teetering on the brink of chaos. The emperor, lost in indulgence, seemed oblivious to the dire circumstances, which was why the pawnbroker was willing to pay handsomely for rare items like Lin Rui's tea set, aiming to present them to the emperor. Through his observations in town, Lin Rui pieced together the current plight of the Great Lin Dynasty, which could easily be described as a state of national disgrace. The historical trajectory of the Great Lin Dynasty closely mirrored that of the Song Dynasty. However, the opulent era of Bianjing had long since faded. Presently, their situation was akin to the Jingkong humiliation, with treacherous ministers betraying loyal officials, eliminating the very pillars of the court, leaving behind only sycophants like Qin Hui and Tongguan. With such treacherous figures perpetuating the decline of the Great Lin Dynasty, there seemed to be no justice in the world. The state was in a position of ceding land, paying reparations, and suffering indignities, with the emperor's spine remaining perpetually weak. General Foam, who had previously won a significant victory, returned only to face condemnation from the treacherous faction and was ultimately executed in a cruel manner, forced to pay reparations to the defeated enemy, leaving the soldiers disheartened. Currently, aside from the area surrounding the imperial city, other regions were either under the control of rebellious factions or dominated by feudal lords, embroiled in constant conflict. According to the latest developments, the coalition from the grasslands sought to invade the central plains, demanding the Great Lin court provide provisions for their sustenance. They had truly invaded their homeland, trampling upon the faces of their hosts. The court was embroiled in heated debates, with many voices dissenting. Externally, the narrative was one of maintaining the dignity of the royal family, declaring that even at the cost of royal lives, they would not allow barbarians to besiege the imperial city. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui could only scoff. He had little faith that the emperor's cowardice could be rectified overnight. Perhaps they were merely throwing up a smokescreen. The martial training grounds in the imperial city were bustling daily, with soldiers practicing vigorously, and the minister's reassurances led the naive populace to believe that the barbarians would never dare to invade the capital. However, Lin Rui, fully aware of the imminent danger, felt a surge of urgency. Escape was imperative. The emperor's cowardice might already be leading to a tactical retreat. Should the barbarian forces occupy the Great Lin Dynasty, the citizens of the capital would inevitably descend into slavery, subject to slaughter. What a hellish beginning! Lin Rui inwardly cursed the heavens. Moreover, his so-called golden finger was rather paltry. Could it truly suffice? While others possessed systems for leveling up or personal spaces, his boon was merely the 200-square-meter mansion that had inexplicably accompanied him. If only he could remain in the mansion indefinitely. Yet, the will of fate dictated that he must endure the trials of this chaotic era. His stay in the mansion could not exceed half an hour, after which he would be forcibly ejected. It is no easy feat to toil diligently as a corporate drone in the bustling metropolis until the age of 30, only to rise in indignation, selling the shares bestowed by the company, along with the real estate acquired in the city, thereby liquidating over 6 million to return to a humble hometown and embrace a life of leisure. Is it a simple task to engage in a battle of wits with renovation workers and suppliers of building materials while transforming a residence? And how challenging it is to finally move in and fill a sprawling 200-square-meter mansion with an array of travel essentials, security provisions, and provisions. Chapter 2. The Feudal Golden Finger. Well, it seems that a mere journey through time can transform one from the middle class to destitution. You, my friend, are indeed deserving. Accompanying him to this chaotic world, the dwelling possesses its own peculiarities. On one fateful day, he consumed a bag of potato chips, only to find it mysteriously reappearing on the coffee table the following day. After cooking a bowl of rice, he devoured a dish prepared from the meat and vegetables in the refrigerator, yet the next day, both the fridge and the rice container retained their original quantities. However, due to the heat and incessant mosquito bites, he exhausted a bottle of floral water and a bottle of essential oil, which did not reappear immediately. The essential oil resurfaced after 2 days, while the floral water took 3 days. The glass teaware he had pawned from the room's cupboard has yet to return. He vaguely grasped the nuances of utilizing the house. It seemed to determine the reappearance of items based on the frequency of the owner's consumption. Potato chips, rice, and meat were staples he partook of daily, hence they returned to their original quantities every 4 hours, essentially aligning with the intervals between breakfast and lunch and dinner. During summer, he stockpiled boxes of essential oil, as it proved remarkably effective against mosquitoes and itching. The floral water, on the other hand, served as a home fragrance. Simply by uncapping the bottle and inserting a fragrant stick, he created a delightful, non-toxic aroma. Therefore, the accumulated floral water and essential oil posed no concern of depletion, as each usage would result in their timely reappearance, though the only drawback was the lengthy interval of 3 to 5 days. The glassware remained absent due to its infrequent usage, or perhaps because it had never been utilized at all. Lin Rui had never once employed it since redeeming it from the activity at the hall. It might never return. He lamented the state of his finances, as he needed to support his parents in their old age. How could he manage this? The despair was palpable. Heavenly deities, do you truly detest an unambitious soul so? Wait a moment. Lin Rui suddenly realized that the clock in the living room had been frozen at the time of his awakening, 2:30 in the morning, and so too were the times displayed on the devices within the house. Could it be that time in this realm flowed normally, while time in his original world had come to a standstill? Enough pondering, his head was buzzing with thoughts. The only advantage of this house was a mere half-hour of safety. What would happen after that? Where could he hide? A day comprises 12 hours, 24 in total. What could half an hour possibly accomplish? He must devise a strategy to survive in this tumultuous era, especially now, when the imperial capital was under threat from barbaric tribes. And with a feeble emperor at the helm, the fall of the capital was merely a matter of time. Preparations were imperative. Flee. He resolved to escape at once. A living person could not be allowed to perish from the constraints of survival. One must always seek a path to existence. Yet, in this chaotic world, human lives seemed to hold little value, as evidenced by the emaciated beggars at the foot of the imperial city. A morsel of food could compel them to sign a contract of servitude, their lives and deaths subject to the whims of their masters, devoid of dignity or freedom. Living in such turbulent times, mere survival was paramount. Dignity and freedom appeared laughable. Better to be a dog in peace than a man in chaos. Escaping famine was no simple endeavor. Wandering alone in the streets without a safe haven could lead to being captured by famished individuals, who might resort to desperate measures for survival. It was no exaggeration. During his time in the imperial city and Longting town, Lin Rui had heard numerous accounts of such atrocities. Initially, the common folk expressed shock, but soon, they became numb to the grim reality. This was why Lin Rui sought a security escort from the escort agency for the short distance between Longting and the imperial city. The world was perilously dangerous. Even with an escort, he had been robbed 2 or 3 times by starving beggars desperate for food along the way. Thankfully, the guards accompanying the escort agency possessed formidable combat skills, coupled with robust physiques from their ample provisions. Their fierce retaliation instilled fear in the desperate mob. Oh, heaven! Do not contemplate the consequences of your actions, forcing an individual raised under the red flag, nurtured in the gentle spring breeze, molded by 9 years of compulsory education, and unwavering in their support for materialism to struggle for survival in such a chaotic world? Is this just? The original owner had once been surrounded by loving family, but he was not bound by the same fate. Furthermore, the probability of surviving on his own was minuscule. Bringing his entire family along would provide mutual support, serving as a means to repay the kindness and love he had received from the original owner. Having made his decision, he knew he must act swiftly. Currently residing in the imperial city, where prices were exorbitant, a pound of coarse rice that sold for 200 won in Longting town was priced at 500 won here. With limited availability, Lin Rui resolved to procure rice from Longting town, but first, he needed to find a reliable escort agency for safe passage. He possessed a substantial fortune of 1,000 taels of silver. Emerging from the pawnshop, Lin Rui hastily made his way toward the escort agency. The narrow alley leading there was a hub for desperate souls, many of whom had fled their homes in search of survival, often selling themselves due to the harsh realities of this chaotic era. Lin Rui, struggling to secure his own existence, had no time or energy to sympathize with others. He pushed through the throngs of people toward the agency, where the clientele primarily comprised stewards from affluent families. In the bitter cold, with dwindling food supplies and continuous warfare, the common folk struggled to fill their bellies, while the wealthy remained largely unaffected, continuing their lavish lifestyles. The expense of a single meal for them could feed dozens of impoverished souls from the alley. Suddenly, a man with a mole at the corner of his mouth seized Lin Rui's arm. "Young master, come and see the fine goods I have." Unlike others who languish in despair, waiting for their masters to pass, mine are lively and vibrant. He gestured toward a group of gaunt, lifeless slaves. Let go of me. Lin Rui protested, struggling against the man's surprisingly strong grip. Seeing Lin Rui's resistance, the man chuckled, young master, since you're here in the slave market, why not choose one to take home? It would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Lin Rui's mouth twitched in irritation. You think this is a tourist attraction? I can barely support myself, let alone another mouth to feed. He waved his hand in refusal. Release me, or I shall not hesitate to act. The man seemed undeterred by Lin Rui's threats. In this bustling alley, there were many others engaged in similar dealings, each with more connections than he. Desperate to sell the slaves he had transported to the imperial city, he was determined to make a sale today, whether by persuasion or deception. Young master. Look at this girl. She's sturdy and capable of bearing children. You could take her as a concubine or a maid. You wouldn't regret it. The man energetically promoted his wares. Lin Rui glanced at the frail, emaciated girl with thinning hair, turning back to the mole-faced man. Are you serious? It was hard to blame the salesman for exaggerating. If Lin Rui's eyes were not still keen, he might have been deceived. At that moment, a half-grown boy among the slaves suddenly collided with a burly guard, stumbling 2 meters backward before rushing to kneel before Lin Rui. Young master, please buy me. I can work, just give me something to eat. Chapter 3, let us name him Sanliang. Lin Rui stared wide-eyed at the boy bowing before him, incredulous. Was he imagining things? Did this boy possess divine strength? The burly guard, clutching his stomach, stood up and raged, brandishing a wooden stick to strike the boy. The salesman immediately shot him a warning glance, indicating the boy to Lin Rui. Young master, look at this child, he's strong for his age. He could guard your household. All he needs is a meal in exchange for his service. He would be more useful than a dog. Listen to yourself. How can you compare a living human to a dog? Having dealt with these cunning merchants before, Lin Rui regarded the half-grown youth with disdain, shifting his body aside. Oh, I don't want it, I don't want it. The stronger the labor, the more they consume. In these times, who has any surplus grain at home? Better than a dog? You dare to say that? A dog might not eat as much as he does. Lin Rui furrowed his brow in diligent disapproval. As the only child in his family, with 2 elder sisters and aging parents, he was certainly the first target during a famine. Finding a strong adult man to accompany him posed the risk of being turned against. Previously, he had focused solely on the escape from famine, neglecting this vital detail. And now, upon reflection, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Even if he managed to escape with his whole family, they would predominantly consist of women and children, lacking any real combat capability. The prospect of having a robust yet half-grown boy as labor, who would obediently follow if well-fed, stirred Lin Rui's heart deeply. The boy felt a tremor within at Lin Rui's words. He had practically been half-sold, half-given by his parents, who lamented their inability to feed so many children. They believed that selling him would at least secure one mouthful of food for him. He had thought he was making a profit, only to find himself burdened with this glutton. After several attempts to sell him, he had been returned by various families, and if he couldn't find a buyer soon, he would be cast to the outskirts to beg alongside the other impoverished children. He had seen those waifs by the city walls, each one as thin as a reed, with sallow faces, devoid of vitality. Though he himself was also thin, he could still manage to eat half full with the merchant, if forced to beg outside. The food he would receive would scarcely suffice to fill him at all. Ignoring the boy's disingenuous protest, Lin Rui stepped into the dumpling shop first. Calling back to the youth, come here. Once seated, Lin Rui ordered 5 large pancakes and 2 bowls of soup from the shopkeeper. He wasn't particularly hungry, as the provisions at home were ample for his needs. The pancakes were made from coarsely processed corn and millet flour, and upon taking a bite, Lin Rui found himself chewing laboriously, needing to moisten the dry pancake thoroughly with saliva before swallowing. As he struggled to swallow, he resembled a turtle stretching its neck. Quite the comical sight. After such a difficult mouthful, he immediately washed it down with soup. No wonder this establishment was called a dumpling shop. Without the soup, the pancakes would be nearly impossible to consume. Conversely, the boy consumed pancake after pancake with remarkable speed, hardly requiring any soup to aid his swallowing. Lin Rui propped his chin in his hand and inquired, "What is your name?" The boy paused for a moment, swallowed his mouthful, and shook his head. My parents said once I am sold, I need not return home, and my previous name cannot be used anymore. Remembering his sorrowful past, a shadow of sadness crossed the boy's face. Before Lin Rui could offer any words of comfort, the boy looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Master, you are a kind person. No one has ever allowed me to eat such good pancakes. The merchant said I should follow you from now on to protect you. Please give me a name. Recalling the 3 dogs he had raised back in his hometown, whimsically named Big Fur, Second Fur, and Third Fur, Lin Rui realized he was rather inept at naming. However, seeing the boy's eager expression, he pondered and finally suggested, how about calling you Sanliang? I bought you for 3 taels of silver, and if you ever come up with a name you prefer, just let me know and we can change it. The boy beamed and shook his head excitedly. Master, Sanliang is a lovely name. I really like it. Lin Rui smiled, satisfied that he had pleased him. After consuming 5 pancakes and 5 bowls of soup, Sanliang bashfully informed Lin Rui that he was full. Lin Rui pressed on, asking, Are you truly full? Yes, I am, Sanliang affirmed. Lin Rui spoke earnestly. Sanliang, from now on, I am your master. You must speak to me honestly and transparently, without any deception. I, in turn, should have a general understanding of your appetite. Today marks the first day of our official master-servant relationship. Let us consider it a celebration. For such days will be rare. Sanliang lowered his head and murmured, I could eat a little more. Lin Rui chuckled at the boy's modesty. It was clear he hadn't had enough. Ultimately, Sanliang managed to consume 12 pancakes and 10 bowls of soup before contentedly burping. Lin Rui finally understood why his return rate was so high. He could eat an extraordinary amount. While such an appetite might not be a problem in a wealthy household, it would spell disaster in a commoner's home. Now, with his belly full, Sanliang perked up like a cabbage after a good watering, wiping his mouth and asking, Master, where shall we go now? To the escort agency. The journey from Linjing to Longting Town was relatively short, and escort agencies typically did not take on such business. Last time, Lin Rui had been fortunate enough to encounter a convoy transporting goods to the Linjing escort agency. In ancient times, escort agencies served as the forerunners of modern logistics, but they also provided protection for valuables and personal safety. 1,000 taels of silver notes was a substantial sum for Lin Rui, yet it was merely a pittance in the eyes of seasoned escorts. Disappointingly, there were no short-distance escorts available, and the opportunity was slipping away. Unless he hired the escorts at his own expense, which would mean paying the price for personal protection. Chapter 4. Being targeted. The business of ancient escort agencies was divided into 6 categories: letter escorts, ticket escorts, grain escorts, silver escorts, cargo escorts, and personal escorts. By their very names, one could discern their purposes: conveying letters, facilitating transfers of silver notes for financial institutions, transporting grain, guarding gold and silver, securing clothing and jewelry, and ensuring personal safety. Lin Rui intended to select personal escort services to safeguard both himself and Sanliang. The prices for such bodyguards were determined by the distance and level of danger involved. Presently, the Great Lin dynasty was riddled with afflictions. Wherever there were hills, bandits might lurk. Smaller groups would be cautious and avoid confronting capable escorts directly, but larger factions could force even the most seasoned bodyguards to seek alternative routes. Even for a journey from Linjing to Linjia village in Longting Town, if an escort was required, a team of 6 to 8 bodyguards would typically be assigned, with a round-trip fee of 50 taels. Hiss, that's exorbitant, Lin Rui thought, as he possessed only 1,000 taels from selling teapots, and would also need funds in Longting Town to purchase provisions and supplies for their departure. 50 taels, how much grain and oil could that buy? The decision lay before him: choose money or choose life, or perhaps gamble on luck and hope there were no malevolent bandits on the road. Master, don't spend that silver. I can protect you, Sanliang exclaimed, eyes wide at the thought of Lin Rui spending 50 taels on escorts to ensure their safe return to Longting Town. 50 taels will buy how many pancakes? Spending it just like that on the road is such a loss. Lin Rui patted his shoulder. You are merely 12 years old. What can you possibly contribute? No matter how strong you are still just a child. Those starving individuals are not ones to engage with us in a fair fight. They will swarm over us, and our flesh and blood will be devoured until nothing but bones remain. Sanliang fell silent, likely recalling the many famished wanderers he had encountered on the journey to Linjing, who would kill and eat to survive. The bodyguards would escort them back to Longting Town the following morning, which meant they had to linger in Linjing for one more day. Lin Rui contemplated whether to find an inn for San Liang, considering whether to liquidate some of the glass teacups from his modern home, as the necessities for fleeing were plentiful. "Master, those people behind us seem to be following," San Liang whispered into Lin Rui's ear. Startled, Lin Rui halted, suppressing the urge to turn around. "Are you certain?" San Liang nodded. "They were watching when you purchased me. I thought they were merely curious. But they've been tailing us ever since." Furrowing his brow, Lin Rui wondered when he had become a target. He had concealed the banknotes securely after leaving the pawnshop and had even heard rumors of the shop's intention to cheat him. "San Liang, we must leave quickly and find a place to hide." Lin Rui was hardly a warrior. The original body's constitution was even weaker. After all, what could be expected from a man who spent his days drowning in alcohol? They made their way to a crowded area, causing the pursuers to panic and hastily pursue them, shoving through the throngs of people. As they turned into a narrow alley, Lin Rui and San Liang concealed themselves around a corner, holding their breath as they heard the faint patter of footsteps approaching. "Where did they go?" "I saw them heading this way." "Have they spotted us?" "Impossible. If they had, they wouldn't have kept moving forward." "Damn it, we finally found our target. I saw the pawnshop owner give him several banknotes. Let us keep searching, don't lose them." After a while, when San Liang did not hear any noise, he attempted to step out, only to be restrained by Lin Rui, who shook his head, signaling for him to remain still. Indeed, the alley was filled with whispers. "Let us go, boss. If there's been no movement for so long, they must not be hiding here." "Damn it, we let that fat pig escape." Lin Rui inwardly cursed the cunning thieves. Had he not been vigilant, San Liang would have been apprehended the moment he stepped out. San Liang's eyes widened in fear, reflecting his anxiety. They waited a little longer, confirming the alley was devoid of life before peeking out, finding it eerily quiet, save for the bustling vendors at the alley's entrance. Leaning against the wall, Lin Rui sighed. "This is too exhilarating. Coming from a country with a sound legal system, this is the first time I've witnessed such brazen robbery." "Master, are you all right?" San Liang squatted down, ready to assist him. Lin Rui shook his head, patting San Liang's shoulder. "I owe you for this one." He had just contemplated whether to pawn more items from his modern house as curiosities, but now, he nearly lost his life instead. These individuals were the local ruffians lurking around the pawnshop, waiting for someone to exchange valuable items for silver, then stealthily following to rob them. This incident served as a warning for Lin Rui. Everything has its limits. This time it was local thugs. But as he accumulated more modern items, even the forces behind the pawnshop might take an interest in him. His possessions could attract scrutiny. If he slipped up, there would be no future for him. He initially intended to take San Liang to an inn for a shared bed, but, fearing a chance encounter with those ruffians, they returned to the escort agency. The staff at the agency looked at him in surprise. "Young Master Lin." Lin Rui forced a smile. "The world is chaotic. I just stepped out and lost over 10 taels. If I wake up in the common room tomorrow, I might not even have silver for the escort fees." The staff pondered. "There's a storeroom in the back, previously used by transient guests, if you don't mind." "Of course not, please take us there." "I'm truly grateful, young brother." The storeroom was indeed shabby, with numerous cracks in the walls and cobwebs adorning the ceiling. A bed made of bricks against one wall was covered in dust. Lin Rui didn't mind. At this point, preserving his life was paramount. San Liang, being resourceful, requested water and a cloth from the staff, diligently cleaning the bed Lin Rui would sleep on. Had Lin Rui not stopped him, he would have even cleaned the cobwebs from the ceiling. What is the point? We'll be leaving early tomorrow. Let us just rest. It was already dark, and Lin Rui estimated it to be around 7 o'clock, with most citizens opting to sleep early to conserve lamp oil. "San Liang, why are you lying on the ground?" Lin Rui noticed San Liang sprawled on the floor, palms up acting as a pillow. San Liang turned his head, his gaunt face making his eyes appear larger. "Master, didn't you say we should rest?" "We should rest, but that doesn't mean you should sleep on the ground. Come up here." Lin Rui felt a pang of guilt for allowing a boy barely in his teens to sleep on the ground. "I've gotten used to sleeping in the hands of others. You needn't worry about me, master." San Liang smiled reassuringly. Lin Rui frowned. "Hurry up. If you fall ill, buying medicine will be another expense, and our funds are limited." Upon hearing Lin Rui's concern, San Liang quickly complied, carefully lying on the other side of the bed. He had been sold multiple times, having encountered masters who treated him like livestock, feeding him spoiled food. Some even giving him slop. Beatings were a commonplace occurrence, yet this master treated him like a human being, ensuring he was fed when hungry and provided medicine when unwell. Chapter 5. Selling Sons and Daughters. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, a young servant from the escort agency knocked on the wooden door of the storeroom. Young Master Lin, young Master Lin? Lin Rui abruptly opened his eyes, rubbing them. Last night, he had briefly returned to his home, and as he had anticipated, the snacks and grains he had consumed yesterday reappeared in their original places. Thus, even in this ancient world ravaged by war, where fields lay fallow and the populace suffered from hunger, he would not starve due to the provisions from his modern abode. The house also contained a well-stocked medicine cabinet, filled with common household remedies for colds, fevers, inflammation, and pain relief, significantly increasing his chances of survival in these tumultuous times compared to the locals. Looking at it from another perspective, fate had indeed favored him. "I'm here," Lin Rui replied softly, and at that moment, San Liang also immediately opened his eyes, rolling out of bed to open the wooden door. The servant respectfully bowed. "Young Master Lin, the bodyguards are waiting for you outside." Lin Rui sprang up. "All right. I'll be right there." He and San Liang hastily washed their faces at the well in the backyard before entering the front courtyard. The fee of 50 taels for their short journey was quite appealing. Longting Town was the closest route to Linjing. Despite the abundance of refugees, the proximity to the capital, where the emperor resided, held a significant deterrent effect on them, making it far safer than longer routes. 8 robust bodyguards had already saddled their horses, standing by the entrance of the escort agency, and greeted Lin Rui politely upon his arrival. "Young Master Lin." Lin Rui returned the gesture. "I will rely on you all for the journey ahead." The escort was known for their straightforwardness, laughing heartily. "Young Master Lin, rest assured. Our escort agency has always walked the martial world with integrity. Should any bandits attempt to rob us, they would have to step over our corpses." Lin Rui waved his hand dismissively. "That won't be necessary. I simply wish to return home swiftly to look after my family." The route from Lingjing to Longting Town was far more perilous than that from Longting Town to Linjiakan. Many refugees fleeing from the fiefs of the feudal lords had surged into the nearby cities, resulting in an influx of beggars and incidents of theft and robbery, prompting officials to order the city gates closed to newcomers. "All right then, we are prepared. Shall we depart?" Let us go, let us go." Lin Rui nodded vigorously. But he felt somewhat troubled by the robust horses towering over him. He did not know how to ride. Fortunately, the escorts had planned ahead and arranged for a simple cart, which could comfortably accommodate him and a few others. With the protection of 8 escort members, they exited the city with their travel documents. Currently, the scrutiny for entering and exiting Lingjing was exceedingly strict. While it was easy to leave, re-entry posed a considerable challenge. Through the cart, Lin Rui observed the refugees unable to enter the city due to their lack of documentation. They were ragged and disheveled. Their days of fleeing had left them utterly exhausted. Having arrived at the capital of the Ling dynasty, only to be turned away at the gates, their hopes for survival lay shattered, leaving them as despondent as rotting wood. Bye-bye. A girl for a dough of grain, a woman for 2 dough. A man dressed like a peasant, accompanied by retainers, exited the city, opening the bags of rice and flour on the cart, revealing the yellowed, moldy rice within. Yet, despite this, the refugees' yearning for food remained insatiable. They flocked to it as if parched wanderers in the desert encountering rain. "I'll sell my wife to you." "I'll sell my wife." A gaunt man, grimy and frail, hurriedly pushed his emaciated wife forward. She remained silent, her body reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, devoid of any resistance towards her husband's decision, her entire being enveloped in numbness. Perhaps to her, following her husband would lead to starvation, and it was better to be sold to a peasant. Although she would lose her freedom, at least she might find a means of survival in Lingjing, a chance to grasp onto life. The peasant approached the woman, grasping her ashen face and scrutinizing her teeth as if she were livestock. After a moment, he shook his head. "No, she won't do. She'll be hard to keep and won't live long. She won't fetch a good price." As he spoke, he walked away. For it was now a buyer's market, with impoverished families eager to sell their children. Men whose wives and daughters had perished on the road resorted to selling themselves, all in a desperate bid for survival. With hunger looming, who cared whether they signed a contract of servitude or one of sale? The man grasped the peasant's arm, pleading, "Have mercy, just buy my wife. I don't need 2 dough, just 1 will suffice." Lin Rui watched as the nearly skeletal man managed to convince the peasant to part with half a dough of rice for his lifeless wife. Among those returning to the city were a string of young girls and women, the last batch being laborers selling themselves. One cannot be crushed by desperation. Dignity means little when faced with the threat of starvation. Having come from a time of peace, Lin Rui had never witnessed such harrowing scenes. Yet, being caught in this historical maelstrom, he felt powerless, akin to a minuscule ant swept along in the current. All he could do was ensure the survival of himself and his family amidst the chaos. He was no savior, incapable of rescuing the multitude from their plight. The cart was no match for a modern vehicle, and once they left Lingjing, the ancient roads were far from paved with concrete or asphalt. The jolting motion of the cart made him feel nauseous. Sanliang looked at Lin Rui with concern. "Master, are you all right?" Lin Rui waved his hand, indicating he was fine. The Emperor of Lingjing might one day be unable to withstand the pressure from foreign invaders and flee, at which point Lingjing and the surrounding towns would become slaughterhouses for outsiders. Those not of our kin will surely harbor ill intent. A weakened nation will force its citizens into slavery. Young Master Lin, do you think we are traveling too quickly? Should we slow down? The escort leader, Gao Shu, inquired upon noticing Lin Rui's discomfort. Lin Rui shook his head. "I'm fine. Under a collapsing nest, there are no perfect eggs." The more he learned about the history of the Ling dynasty, the more he felt its striking resemblance to the Song dynasty of his own time. Zhao Go, once an emperor, had been humiliated by the Jin people, with his mother, sister, and daughter subjected to disgrace in their camp. Let alone the common folk he regarded as mere ants. Thus, the sooner they left Lingjing and Longting town, the better. "Master Gao, I can endure. Please hasten our pace," he urged, his anxiety mounting. Gao Shu understood and nodded, urging his horse to quicken its pace. The group traveled for 2 consecutive hours until they found a shaded area to rest, providing the horses with fodder and water. The number of refugees was increasing. Indeed, the world is growing ever more chaotic. Who knows when Lingjing will, the escorts murmured amongst themselves, discussing the Ling dynasty's recent military defeats, which had thoroughly frightened the court and nobility, leaving them with no option but to seek peace. Even if it meant conceding territory, they would do so without hesitation. Chapter 6. Compassion in a Turbulent World. Lin Rui felt the weight of despair settle upon him. Lingjing was akin to a balloon precariously perched over a fire, liable to burst at any moment. A dough, according to the Ling dynasty's measurements, could be exchanged for approximately 10 jin of rice. In these tumultuous times, human life was worth little. Even if a peasant offered a dough of rice, the price would ultimately be negotiated based on the purchased being's condition, with most lives exchanged for merely half a dough of rice, 1 slave. Along the journey, there were fewer refugees than at the city's edge. Yet the sight of these gaunt, starving figures was relentless. Lin Rui sensed a foreboding, as the refugees saw no hope of entering Lingjing. They would surely seek an alternative route to survive, which led toward Longting County. Prices there would likely soar soon. "Sir, good sir, I beg you, spare a morsel of food." A woman, her head wrapped in tattered cloth, her sunken eyes hollow, approached, cradling a similarly emaciated infant, blocking Gao Shu's horse. As Lin Rui leaned out to observe, Gao Shu swiftly drew his sword from his waist, swinging it without hesitation toward the woman holding the child. "Get lost." The woman fell to the ground in fright, letting out a short, sharp scream. "Ah." Gao Shu and the other 7 escorts glared menacingly, weapons in hand, positioning themselves protectively around Lin Rui, ready for action. The woman trembled in fear, ultimately being pulled away by another ragged man. The refugees dared not encircle Lin Rui and his companions any longer, scattering like birds startled from their roosts. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through. "Do you possess no conscience? Can you not see the child in her arms is starving? Heaven shows mercy to the living, to you. Providing but a morsel of food is not impossible. Yet, you stand by coldly, watching as this poor mother and child verge on death." Lin Rui was taken aback, wondering who this saintly figure was. Gao Shu and the others offered no response to the girl's words, quietly resting in place as they awaited their horses to regain strength for the journey ahead. Lin Rui remained silent, wishing to avoid complicating matters further. However, he could not help but notice the speaker, a girl who appeared to be no older than 14 or 15, dressed in fine silks and satin, her delicate features glowing with a rosy hue, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy household, well cared for even amidst these chaotic times. At this moment, she was seated in the carriage, lifting the curtain and casting a furious glare at Lin Rui and his companions. When Lin Rui's gaze met hers, her ire only intensified. "What are you staring at?" "I'm talking about you." Lin Rui, disinclined to engage with this girl who, in modern terms, would barely have completed middle school, simply cautioned, "The world is in turmoil, with too many refugees. Wealth should remain concealed. To live well, you must exercise caution." "What do you mean by that? Who are you to advise me to be cautious?" The young lady deemed Lin Rui presumptuous for daring to lecture her and immediately summoned her guards, demanding, "You there, seize him and give him a good beating." Surrounded by over a dozen guards, a matron and a maid, the majority of her protectors shielded her, while 4 others were tasked with escorting supplies in the rear carriage. Faced with her command, they nervously approached their mistress, apologizing, "Miss, in these perilous times, it is best to avoid attracting trouble." Another guard added with a respectful bow, "Those men accompanying the young master appear to be seasoned fighters. We still need to escort you back to Longting County. The authorities have warned that the area near the capital is unsafe. Miss, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict." Lin Rui felt as though he had wasted his goodwill, as the spoiled girl interpreted his well-meaning advice as a provocation. "Useless wretches." The young lady, infuriated, slapped one of her guards across the face. The guard merely turned slightly, remaining stoic and apologetic. "Matron, provide some provisions for this unfortunate family." The young lady taunted Lin Rui. "Yes, miss," the matron replied, dismounting the carriage and fetching some pastries from the second carriage to offer the destitute family of 3. For these sheltered young ladies, the worst food they had ever tasted was merely some pastries. It was unrealistic to expect them to consume hard, rock-like flatbreads. The woman, cradling her child, and her husband knelt before the young lady, bowing repeatedly, "Thank you, living bodhisattva. Thank you, living bodhisattva." The young lady seemed to relish their gratitude, finally lowering the curtain. Indeed, she was a wealthy young miss, entirely oblivious to the struggles of the common people. With so many refugees in the world, could she truly save them all? A few bodyguards quietly murmured among themselves as Lin Rui observed the family devouring the pastries. They remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The limited provisions offered by the young lady would hardly suffice for the famished refugees, whose greedy gazes once again fixated on the carriage. He noticed the couple whispering to each other before hastily fleeing into the mountains. What could possibly lie within those mountains that would assist them in procuring food or finding help? Lin Rui realized they could not linger any longer. For the sake of safety, he promptly stood and instructed Gao Shu to ready the saddle, urging immediate departure. Gao Shu furrowed his brow. "Young Master Lin, we have only just." Lin Rui nodded, "I understand, but we must leave and find a more secluded spot to rest." Recognizing Lin Rui's resolve, Gao Shu quickly rallied everyone to pack up. Before departing, Gao Shu kindly warned the young lady's guards, only to be met with disdainful glares. He remained unfazed. Understanding they were not of his ilk, he had done his duty and saw no need to engage further. They soon located a concealed area to rest, roughly halfway up the mountain, amidst a dense thicket. After a brief effort, they cleared a space for Lin Rui to sit comfortably. However, Gao Shu and his men were not as considerate. Accustomed to the rough life of bodyguards, they plopped down onto the grass, only to be pricked by thorns. After a chaotic commotion, they finally settled. Lin Rui hastily consumed some of the flatbreads prepared earlier, though he was not particularly hungry, having snacked on various treats during the journey. He discarded the vacuum-sealed packages of garlic scallops, salt-baked chicken legs, and marinated duck feet into a trash bin, knowing they would reappear the next time he entered the house. "Help! Hurry, escort the young lady away." A sudden, chilling sound pierced the air, the sound of blades piercing flesh. At the foot of the mountain, chaos erupted, with countless disheveled and emaciated refugees resembling famished wolves, fixated on the departing carriage. The cart contained provisions. Their brothers could not die in vain. "Charge!" As the tumultuous cries erupted, Gao Shu signaled for silence, positioning several guards firmly around Lin Rui, one of whom picked up a large knife from a fallen comrade. "Help! You ungrateful beasts! Our young lady saved you out of kindness. Enough of your nonsense. A whole cart of grain and you only give us 2 pastries? It's hardly enough to fill our bellies." Screams filled the air as the ground below was soon stained with blood. The young lady's retinue, once numbering over a dozen, was now reduced to 6 or 7, desperately fighting back. Unlike mere household servants, these guards were trained fighters, capable of matching 10 refugees each. Yet, as the number of refugees surged, the dark mass before them swelled to no fewer than 500. The young lady's guards, barely a dozen, could only contend with a fraction of that number. Lin Rui witnessed the brutality of ancient combat firsthand. The guards wielded steel blades while the refugees brandished sharpened wooden sticks. The guards' weapons, combined with their strength, could easily sever the frail limbs of the refugees, yet those wooden sticks could just as easily pierce through the guards' bodies. As the guards fell in rapid succession, the last lifeless body was left riddled with wooden spikes. Pursue. Starved and desperate, the refugees, once on the brink of death, now surged forward with the fervor of wolves. Their eyes locked onto the fleeing carriage. Gao Shu assessed the frenzied mob of refugees. We shall wait a while longer before departing. After a tense hour of silence, they finally resumed their journey. Upon descending the mountain, the blood-soaked soil bore testament to the carnage, strewn with limbs and remnants of the fallen. The stench of death thickened the air. Lin Rui, having never witnessed such a horrific scene, felt nausea rise within him, collapsing against a rock to retch violently. San Liang anxiously followed with a water pouch, and as Lin Rui finally straightened, he hurriedly offered it for rinsing. "Young master, are you all right?" San Liang asked. Concern etched on his face as he observed Lin Rui's pallid complexion. Having been bought by a group of bandits and brought to the capital, he had grown accustomed to such sights along the way. The dead lay piled high, while crows perched on the branches of old trees feasted without fear upon the corpses. Once Lin Rui had finished, he felt somewhat better and waved his hand to indicate he was fine. "Let us move on," Gao Shu said calmly, leading the way on horseback. San Liang assisted Lin Rui, whose legs still wavered, into the makeshift carriage, and they set off once more. As evening approached, they encountered an overturned carriage by the roadside, its horses missing, and the exterior smeared with large splatters of blood. Inside, the contents had been ransacked, revealing the body of a guard, half of which had been brutally slashed, exposing his entrails, a clear sign of a vicious retaliatory attack. Lin Rui recognized these guards. They had been with the spoiled young lady they had encountered earlier on their journey, and now they lay dead in such a gruesome manner. It was evident that the young lady's circumstances could not be favorable either. "Young master, look!" San Liang exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror as he pointed ahead. As he followed the direction indicated by San Liang, he beheld 2 lifeless female corpses, starkly pale and rigid, their bodies not yet decomposed. It was evident they had endured unspeakable torment before their demise, their skin marred with a tapestry of bruises and contusions. Gao Shu's keen eyes immediately discerned the identities of the deceased. It was her. Lin Rui's heart sank with the realization. These 2 bodies belonged to the young lady and her maid. As he approached, he discovered they were entirely unclothed, their bodies sullied by the aftermath of violation. Their eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly into eternity. The old matron beside them had also met a gruesome fate, her throat slit, blood staining her garments. This band of marauders were seasoned criminals. Another bodyguard pointed towards a nearby pit, filled with scattered human bones and discarded belongings. How audacious they were! Even beneath the emperor's gaze. One of the bodyguards, whether out of anger or fear, flushed red, his expression a mask of indignation. What is there to fear? When one is famished, any malevolent spirit may arise, he declared. "Ping Huai Su, let us give these 2 young ladies a proper burial." They quickly dug a grave, laying the 2 women to rest, sparing them the indignity of their exposed corpses left to the wilderness. "Young master, they are hiding in the woods," San Liang suddenly cried, pointing vehemently at a thicket. Lin Rui glanced over but saw nothing amiss, only the lush greenery. "San Liang, are you certain?" San Liang nodded frantically. "Yes, young master. There are many hiding there. We must depart swiftly." Lin Rui scanned the area again, yet saw nothing but verdant trees. However, lingering in this spot was undeniably perilous, prompting him to instruct Gao Shu to lead them on their way. Gao Shu complied, escorting him back, and could not help but exclaim, "Young Master Lin, how fortunate it is that you travel without baggage, otherwise, we might have drawn their attention. Perhaps they had already been targeted." Yet the sheer number of assailants deterred them from acting, especially after their recent confrontation with the young ladies' guards, which had left them severely weakened. Had Lin Rui's party been similarly laden with carts brimming with provisions and treasures, these desperate rogues would undoubtedly have risked everything to seize a piece. Lin Rui felt immense relief. He had initially planned to procure supplies in Longting County due to the exorbitant prices in the capital, never anticipating that such misfortune would be averted. By the following afternoon, Lin Rui finally arrived in Longting County, though it lay not far from the capital. The number of refugees diminished as he traveled further, the few who remained posing no threat. They were clad in tattered garments, emaciated and mechanically trudging forward. The county town remained bustling as long as the flames of war did not encroach upon their homeland. They would continue to delude themselves into believing in a semblance of peace. Upon reaching the town, Lin Rui swiftly entered a frenzied shopping spree. Prices in the grain store had risen yet again. Fine flour was now 500 won per pound, coarse grain 300, a tenfold increase from previous rates. Nonetheless, it remained significantly cheaper than in the capital. With over 900 taels of silver still in hand, he aimed to convert all into essential supplies. In these chaotic times, gold and silver retain their value but cannot satiate hunger. Ample food and medicinal provisions are paramount for survival amid calamity. Though grain prices soared, supplies remained limited. As shopkeepers watched the market closely, ready to close up and retreat with their provisions at the first sign of trouble, Lin Rui, alongside San Liang and Gao Shu, scoured the streets from end to end, acquiring barely 500 pounds of provisions, which included 100 pounds of fine flour and rice, with the remainder consisting of a mix of sorghum and legumes. Chapter 8. Returning home to see my parents. Lin Rui had perused many novels about apocalyptic scenarios, where modern methods for survival were far more varied than those in ancient times. From compressed biscuits and sausages to instant noodles, chocolates, glucose tablets, and an array of outdoor survival tools, the options were plentiful. If one had the wealth, they could even purchase an RV to evade danger. Yet in ancient times, sufficient food was monopolized by the nobility, with common folk possessing scarcely a tenth of what they required. The exploitation of the populace by the feudal dynasty was egregious. Encapsulated by the phrase, "no idle land in the four seas," yet farmers still starve. The ruling dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, yet before its total disintegration. The household registration system remained in place. Any migration from one residence to another required official consent, and fleeing without permission would result in losing one's identity, akin to the destitute refugees. In the current climate, the government would never consent to the common folk leaving their domains. Who else would toil for them and generate tax revenue? From the outset of his decision to flee, Lin Rui had contemplated the composition of his group. The more members, the better. To survive in tumultuous times, numbers were paramount. However, those within the group must be trustworthy. Otherwise, internal strife would lead to certain doom. The quantity of grain he managed to purchase was half of his expectations. With the remaining silver, he procured 2 ox carts. Prices for all commodities were surging. The seller of the oxen initially quoted 150 taels for both ox and horse. Ultimately, Lin Rui employed his bargaining skills honed from his previous ventures in the construction market, spending 220 taels for the 2 oxen. He had considered acquiring a horse-drawn cart, but their prices far exceeded those of ox carts, and horses, unlike oxen, were not as easily maintained, making them a luxury reserved for the wealthy. For farmers, oxen were far more practical. Salt, an indispensable seasoning, was plentifully purchased, as well as various cold remedies wrapped in yellow paper from the apothecary. Although he possessed a family medicine cabinet, it contained only a single box of cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs, insufficient in the event of a widespread outbreak. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance. In addition to cold remedies, he acquired numerous summer relief pills. The traditional Chinese medicine shops offered ready-made options, with summer relief pills among them. More expensive were the nourishing and beauty pills, which fell into the category of health supplements, unnecessary for him. After an exhaustive day of shopping, Gao Shu, the bodyguards, and San Liang were laden with supplies, while Lin Rui, unencumbered, pressed onward. In the end, only a few dozen taels remained. After settling the final payments with the bodyguards, Lin Rui did not hesitate to purchase rolls of cotton fabric from the tailor's shop. He still retained several camping supplies from prior preparations, such as waterproof tarps, thermal blankets, tents, and modern water bottles. The reflective color of the thermal blankets would surely dazzle onlookers, necessitating a layer of cotton fabric to disguise them. By the time evening fell, Lin Rui had exhausted all his silver, with both ox carts brimming with goods. "Young Master Lin, what are you up to?" Gao Shu, who had accompanied Lin Rui throughout the day, questioned. Curiosity piqued as he witnessed the young man's extravagant spending. He had truly misjudged. Gao Shu never imagined this seemingly impoverished and somewhat ragged youth possessed such wealth. Upon reaching the entrance of Lin family village, Gao Shu and the other bodyguards bid farewell to Lin Rui, their transport duties complete. Lin Rui clasped his hands, mimicking the ancient form of speech. "Thank you for your efforts." He then settled the final payments for their journey and, after parting ways, drove the ox cart back to the Lin family home. It was already late at night. The weary villagers had retired for the evening, and as the ox cart passed a household with dogs, their fierce barking erupted in the stillness. Lin Rui, guided by the remnants of the original owner's memory, navigated the cart towards the village's end, albeit somewhat clumsily alongside San Liang. Suddenly, Feng Jinni awoke from her slumber, shaking her husband awake. "Is there a thief in the village? Why are the dogs barking so fiercely?" Lin Changxi, irritated, turned over. Displeased at being roused from his peaceful dream, what can a thief steal in the village? The rice is still in the fields, not yet harvested. In the realm of thievery, one should resort to pilfering from the fields. Our household has been reduced to tears by the intrusion of rodents. Once awakened, Feng Jinyang found herself unable to return to slumber, her weary eyes fixated upon the darkened ceiling, her aged visage lost in thought. Lin Changxi sensed his wife's restlessness and turned towards her, inquiring, "What occupies your mind?" "It is still early, you ought to rest. For tomorrow brings a multitude of tasks in the fields." "I miss our son," she lamented. "Our eldest has been conscripted, and his fate remains uncertain. Ruer claims to have gone to the town to engage in trade, yet we remain oblivious to his circumstances." A sigh escaped from Feng Jinyang's lips. Lin Changxi snorted derisively. A doting mother often leads her children astray. What great prospects can Ruer, frail and feeble, hope to achieve? You are so willing to squander our hard-earned money on him. Ruer was a delicate infant, born prematurely and frail. I nurtured him with the utmost care, as if he were a precious gem. I have witnessed every step of his growth, from his first unsteady steps to his coming of age. I know he may not possess great potential, but he is still our beloved child. As Lin Changxi prepared to respond, a sudden noise caught his attention. "Thieves have entered our home." Without hesitation, he leapt from the bed, retrieving a hoe from the main room, and cautiously approached the door. "Father, mother?" A familiar voice called from outside, causing Lin Changxi to halt in disbelief, glancing at Feng Jinyang. Could it be Ruer? Joy illuminated Feng Jinyang's face as she donned her coarse garment, exclaiming, "You heard correctly, it is indeed Ruer's voice. He has returned." The couple hurriedly dressed and opened the door to find their son, weary yet triumphant. "Ruer, you have returned. But what is this?" Feng Jinyang's gaze fell upon a youth trailing behind her son, curiosity etched upon her brow. "Mother, this is San Liang, whom I purchased from the slave market. He will be living with us from now on," Lin Rui explained succinctly. Feng Jinyang desired to voice her concerns about their already strained resources, yet Lin Changxi's voice trembled with disbelief. "Ruer, what is this?" Chapter 9. Revelation and Escape. Lin Rui noticed his father's unwavering gaze fixed upon the large ox behind them, snorting through its nostrils. "Father, please let me return home first. We can discuss everything there. The goods I possess are too conspicuous. It is safer to retreat for now." Lin Changxi swiftly ushered his son into the house, while Feng Jinyang watched in astonishment as San Liang maneuvered two heavily laden carts resembling small mountains into their yard, her hand pressed against her chest in disbelief. Once San Liang entered, Feng Jinyang immediately poked her head out to ensure their yard was free from prying eyes, securing the gate once satisfied. "Ruer, this cart?" Lin Changxi marveled. Having never encountered such an extravagant item, only the village head and his family possessed a similar ox. The villagers often gazed enviously at their wealth, yet they lacked the means to procure such an animal. Yet here was his son, returning with 2 oxen and a cart, surpassing even the village head's affluence. Lin Rui, aware of his father's astonishment, nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, father, all of this was purchased with the profits from my trade in the town." Feng Jinyang stood at the entrance, her eyes gleaming with delight, unable to tear her gaze from the magnificent oxen. Hearing the commotion, Lu Sufin, Lin Rui's sister-in-law, emerged from the house. Since her brother-in-law had been conscripted, she had remained with the Lin family, caring for the children. The sight of the two carts and their contents left her momentarily speechless. Before she hurriedly asked her mother-in-law, "Mother, what is this ox? It certainly wasn't he here before I fell asleep." Feng Jinyang shot her a sharp look, signaling her to lower her voice. "Hush! Such commotion for nothing." The ox and the cart were both purchased by her younger brother. Lu Sufin was taken aback, disbelief coloring her tone. "All of this belongs to Lin Rui? I thought he would squander the money on drink in the town, claiming to trade. I never believed a word of it." Lin Rui observed the complex expressions on his parents' faces, realizing that they bore an uncanny resemblance to his own modern parents, albeit appearing more aged from their laborious lives in this ancient world. He too bore a striking likeness to the original owner of this body, leading him to ponder whether this was indeed a reincarnation or merely a parallel existence. Lin Changxi, overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the two oxen, contemplated using them for plowing after the rice harvest, eager to demonstrate his son's worth to the villagers. However, the first words out of Lin Rui's mouth upon his return shattered that moment of bliss. "Father, we must flee. The Emperor of Linjing has been driven from the palace by the barbarian hordes, and their cavalry is set to trample our city." Lin Changxi's elation evaporated, doused by cold reality. "Ruer, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I am fully aware, father. My dealings were with merchants from Linjing, which is how I gleaned this information. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. The danger extends beyond the barbarians. Refugees have begun to kill and consume one another. Our area remains relatively calm. Yet outside, the dead lie in heaps." His mind raced back to the story of a kind-hearted young woman who, after offering food to the starving refugees, met a gruesome fate, her body left to rot in the wilderness. He recalled the desperation of the starving masses, their transformation into ruthless marauders. The calamities of nature and foreign invasions were spreading throughout Linjing, leaving even the imperial capital vulnerable. In such tumultuous times, an act of kindness could easily turn into a death sentence. Witnessing the fate of the young woman made the reality of their situation painfully clear. "But if we leave, we become no different from the refugees. Linjia village is our ancestral home. I possess several acres of fertile land. Even if I sold it to the gentry, I could fetch a handsome sum. To abandon it all now would be a grave loss." Lin Rui, equally agitated, retorted, "Father, is land more valuable than human life?" Lin Changxi was left speechless, sitting on a stool in the main room, grappling with his thoughts. Feng Jinyang and Lu Sufin exchanged anxious glances, and Feng Jinyang, with determination, urged, "We must go." Lin Changxi looked at her, his eyes reddened. "You womenfolk, what do you understand?" Feng Jinyang glared back, "You are the man here. Yet you lack even half of Rui's sensibility. The trees may be moved, but life must be preserved. Look at the wealth on those carts. It is clear that Rui has conducted substantial business. Now he is prepared to abandon everything with us in search of survival, and you still hesitate? Are you truly a man?" Lin Changxi, stung by his wife's words, felt his face flush with shame, muttering, "I never said I wouldn't go." Lin Rui furrowed his brow, racing against time as the rout of the refugees was swiftly approaching Longting County. The thought of the ruthless mob, skilled in murder and robbery, loomed ominously. They might one day evolve into a warlord faction, wreaking havoc upon the countryside. It was imperative to leave at the earliest opportunity. "Mother, you and sister-in-law should tidy up the household items. There's still rice and coarse grains I purchased in the county on the ox cart. Let's make them into cakes to take with us for the journey. Father and I will go to inform the village head about this matter. The sooner we act, the greater our chances of survival," Lin Rui urged. Feng Jinyang repeatedly nodded in agreement. Yes, we will get to it right away." She turned to her daughter-in-law, Sufin. "We should not delay our preparations any longer." Lu Sufin nodded. "I will follow your lead, mother." On the way, Lin Changxi looked at his son in confusion. "Ruer, can't our family just leave without notifying the village head? What if he does not believe us?" Lin Rui pressed forward. "We must at least try, father. The journey of fleeing famine is fraught with dangers beyond our imagination. If one becomes isolated, losing money and provisions is the least of their worries. Their very body may turn into sustenance for other refugees. The instances of selling women and cannibalism are rampant. Only by banding together can our survival rate increase." Having grown up in Linjia village, Lin Changxi had endured hunger but had never witnessed the harrowing plight of refugees. Hearing his son speak thus stirred a deep sense of unease within him. The yard of the village head was significantly larger than Lin Changxi's, with a cowshed beneath the elm tree in front, where a large black bull lay sleeping. Knock, knock, knock. The quiet night was shattered by the sound of knocking, rousing Lin Pingmao, the village head. Who is it at this hour, disturbing my slumber? His eldest daughter-in-law, Qinji, clad in an outer garment, grumbled as she opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Changxi, she frowned. Changxi, why are you here at this time? Oh, Rui has returned. The familial ties in Linjia village were close-knit, almost within 5 degrees of separation. Lin Changxi's father, Lin Ping'an, was the brother of the village head, Lin Pingmao, who was 2 years his senior, but Lin Ping'an had passed away first. Lin Changxi referred to Lin Pingmao as uncle, while Lin Rui called him great-uncle. Aunt. Lin Rui greeted her as a form of respect. Qinji nodded reluctantly. She had never liked this nephew, whose ambition soared high, yet whose eyes looked down upon others. He had squandered the family fortune on drinking and gambling, leaving their household in disarray. She had the audacity to ask Jinyang for money to pursue some dubious business venture, oblivious to the fact that he was ill-suited for such endeavors. Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late. We have come to see uncle for urgent matters. Lin Changxi implored, his face a mask of anxiety. Even in this moment of crisis, he found himself unable to make a decisive choice, only wishing to hear his uncle's counsel. Qinji, sensing the urgency in Lin Changxi's demeanor, questioned, is it truly serious? Lin Changxi nodded vigorously. Concerned, Qinji pressed. It's not about borrowing money, is it? Lin Rui awkwardly rubbed his nose, aware that his father had previously sought loans from Uncle Lin Pingmao due to his own irresponsible son, earning disdain from this aunt. Lin Changxi hurriedly shook his head. No. No. At last, Qinji knocked on her father-in-law's door. Father, Changxi and Rui are here to see you. I'll be right there, came the frail voice, followed by the flickering of candlelight. You may speak. I shall return to my room. I need to rise early to work in the fields tomorrow. Qinji grumbled as she made her way inside. After some time, Lin Changxi finally met with Lin Pingmao, akin to finding a savior. He urged Lin Rui to recount their experiences on the road to the village head. Initially, Lin Pingmao did not take it seriously, but as he continued to listen, his expression grew increasingly grave. Rui, are you certain of what you say? Lin Rui nodded. Great uncle, the rice and flour in Longting town are already in limited supply. If there is any deviation, the merchants will immediately hoard the grain, leaving the townsfolk to starve. When hunger strikes, people become capable of anything. This trend has already begun. And we must prepare ourselves. The chaos outside is beyond control. We may not even be able to protect ourselves near the capital. Lin Changxi concurred. Indeed, uncle. To convey this information, my son Rui abandoned his business in town and hastily returned. Lin Pingmao cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Rui. Business? Ox cart? Lin Changxi beamed with pride regarding his son. Yes, Rui managed to earn some silver this time, and he specifically exchanged it for an ox cart, intending to take us away from Linjia village. At this moment, Lin Pingmao truly began to regard Lin Rui with seriousness. While Lin Changxi may have been oblivious to his son's activities in town, Lin Pingmao was well aware of the vices that accompanied such pursuits: drinking, gambling, and debauchery. How could he not believe that a turn for the better was possible? Lin Pingmao pondered aloud. Let me think this over. Lin Changxi was about to speak again when Lin Rui tugged at his sleeve. Father, uncle must consider the welfare of so many villagers. He needs to contemplate thoroughly. The original character was inherently unreliable. Gaining the trust of others would be no easy feat, while he had hoped that by banding together with their fellow villagers, their safety during travel would be significantly enhanced. The original character's unreliability meant that if pressed too hard, this route might become unattainable. Father, you go to the hillside to find eldest sister, and I will head to Shifu village to locate second sister. We must ensure we gather at home before dawn. The original character's eldest sister was married to an outsider hunter and had no land in Linjia village, relying solely on hunting for sustenance, making life quite arduous. The second sister was wed to a family in Shifu village, adjacent to Linjia village, with a straight-line distance of less than 800 meters. Lin Rui hurriedly ran and, in just 3 to 5 minutes, arrived at his second sister's in-laws' home. Following the original character's memories, he approached his second sister's courtyard, only to find it brightly lit in the middle of the night, with many people gathered outside, and the sounds of a woman's cries emanating from within. Jiang Qingkai, you and your cousin have long had an illicit affair. You are eager to send me back home, simply to secure a place for her. How could you be so heartless after all these years of marital affection? Enough, Lin Zizao. You dare to blame my son? Have you considered how many years we've been married? You only just now became pregnant, and the unfortunate truth is that it's a girl. For all the years I've provided for you in the Jiang family, I have yet to settle the score. The shrewish woman with slanted eyes, sharp-tongued and cunning, relentlessly shoved the heavily pregnant Lin Zizao, intent on causing her to fall and miscarry, thereby sparing her son and niece from inconvenience. Lin Zizao stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground, but was caught by a pair of strong hands. Jiang Qinsai's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Lin Rui, but he quickly resumed his self-righteous demeanor. Lin Rui, you arrived just in time. Quickly take your sister back. Our Jiang family cannot tolerate such a jealous woman. Lin Zizao turned to see her brother had come to her aid, and her heart sank, suspecting he was merely there to ask her for money to buy alcohol, not truly to support her. Sister, are you all right? Lin Rui studied Lin Zizao, then turned to Jiang Qingkai. What makes you think my sister is jealous? She can't even tolerate one of my concubines. How is that not jealousy? Jiang Qingkai had initially considered granting his cousin a status akin to a legitimate wife after years of marriage, but his mother insisted that since his cousin was pregnant with what was likely a son, that it would be inappropriate for a concubine's child to inherit. This led Jiang Qingkai to contemplate demoting his wife to concubine status. Lin Rui clenched his fists and struck Jiang Qingkai squarely on the left cheek, causing him to howl in pain, followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. If you cannot control the source of your troubles, I will simply incapacitate you. Dare you bully my sister? Do you truly believe that the Lin family is without support? You dare to strike my son, and I shall end your life. Upon witnessing her son trembling in pain, Jiang Posi's heart ached beyond measure. At that moment, her cousin emerged from the room. Cousin, how are you faring? Lin Rui had already approached Lin Zizao, supporting her with care. A fortunate woman does not enter an unfortunate household. One who is ugly cannot expect beauty, yet still desires the blessings of unity, without reflecting on her own virtue. Sister, let us depart. With her pregnant belly held high, Lin Zizao walked along the path, the moonlight revealing the village's visage, her heart fluttering anxiously as she glanced at Lin Rui, who supported her. Ruier, upon my return, will I bring shame to our parents? In ancient times, the constraints upon a woman's loyalty were exceedingly stringent. Upon marriage, she belonged to her husband, and upon his death, to his son. From birth, she was marked with a price, and marriage rendered her a legitimate possession of a man. A woman driven back in such a manner would be regarded as a disgrace by her natal family, leading many to prefer death at the hands of their husbands rather than returning home, where they would find no acceptance and nowhere to belong. No, Lin Rui asserted with conviction, gazing at Lin Zizao. Elder sister, you still have me. From now on, I shall be your and your child's pillar of support. Were it not for the constraints of time, he would not let this matter rest until Jiang Qingkai faced dire consequences. He would not be called Lin Rui otherwise. Nonetheless, the kick he had delivered was enough to leave Jiang Qingkai in dire straits. Chapter 11. The outside world had indeed descended into chaos. The brother she encountered appeared reborn, and when he spoke, Lin Zizao believed him without reservation. Lin Rui harbored disdain for the original owner's lack of integrity. His second sister, Lin Zizao, had a far better match, a scholarly gentleman who was equally enamored, and they had discussed marriage. Yet the original owner had been coerced into a marriage due to gambling debts, selling all the grain and borrowing money from relatives, accruing a debt of 30 taels. If not repaid within a day, interest would accumulate endlessly. A few days' worth of principal would transform into interest, as usury had existed since antiquity. Failure to repay would result in the loss of a finger for every day beyond 3 days until all 10 fingers were severed. Lin Changxi and Feng Jinyang, left with no other options, manipulated their daughter's marriage prospects, with their eldest son gone. Lin Zizao and Lin Susu sought to protect their only brother under the influence of patriarchal ideals. Thus, elder sister Lin Susu married a hunter who had spent all his wealth to win her, while second sister Lin Zizao wed Jiang Qingkai, who was 8 years her senior. Strictly speaking, the original owner was the architect of her elder sister's tragic fate. Upon returning home, their father had summoned Lin Susu and Zhao Qing back, accompanied by their 3-year-old daughter, Nyonyo. Upon seeing her emaciated daughter, Feng Jinyang wept profusely, while Lin Susu embraced her sister with reddened eyes. Yet it was Lin Rui who offered comfort. Elder sister shall not return, she will stay with us. Once our niece is born, she will carry the Lin surname. A child of the Lin family. Indeed, she would bear the Lin name, with no ties to the Jiang family whatsoever. We have no time for such discussions, mother. Have the provisions been prepared? Lin Rui hastily inquired. Feng Jinyang nodded vigorously. Yes, everything has been loaded onto the cart. Lin Rui turned to see that the ox nearly collapsed under the load. How could they have even brought the 8 immortals table? Mother, we are fleeing from disaster. Not embarking on a journey for leisure. We must part with what we can. Feng Jinyang was quite displeased. How can we abandon these? Each item was purchased with hard-earned copper coins. Not to mention, this 8 immortals table must come along. It was part of my dowry from your maternal family. We must take this iron pot too. Otherwise, what shall we cook with on the journey? We cannot subsist on raw food, can we? Her words served as a way-up call for Lin Rui. They were indeed fleeing a calamity, facing countless dangers along the way. And they could not afford to waste precious time merely cooking. The most practical solution would be to prepare all the flour into pancakes to carry along, so they could eat a piece whenever hunger struck, saving time on cooking. Mother, as you speak, elder sister Lin Susu anxiously grasped her daughter Nyonyo's hand. Looking towards Lin Rui, Ruier, what is happening? What is the matter? Brother-in-law Zhao Qing was still clad in hunting gear, with a blood-stained rabbit in hand, appearing to have just returned from the hunt when he was summoned by his father-in-law Lin Changxi. Lin Rui wasted no time. Elder sister, brother-in-law. The emperor has ordered the capital to be given to foreign tribes. Soon, there will be despair both within and outside the city. We must make plans and leave early. Zhao Qing's face paled in shock, gazing at his erratic brother-in-law, Lin Rui. One may eat erratically, but one must not speak recklessly. He had once fled from disaster himself, having painstakingly established a home in Linjia village through his hunting skills, gaining a wife and children. To leave now would mean returning to the status of a refugee. Feng Jinyang was displeased with her son-in-law's words regarding her son, pointing to the 2 ox carts laden with goods. All of this was earned by your brother's business dealings in town, all for the sake of ensuring that we, his family, fare better on this journey. If he were heartless, he could have easily abandoned us and fled alone. Lin Rui began unloading the overstuffed ox cart, intending to reorganize the chaotic arrangement, as such disarray wasted precious space. Brother-in-law, I have conveyed the message and done what can be done. I can only grant you one day to sort your belongings. Zhao Qing and Lin Susu exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to decide. Lin Changxi, after delivering his eldest daughter and her husband home, hurried off to the homes of his other 2 brothers, Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe, urgently conveying the situation to them, urging early preparations and suggesting they leave together for mutual support. Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe were incredulous, believing Lin Changxi had lost his senses. How could he take the words of his notoriously irresponsible son as an edict? How could they simply depart when the crops were nearly ready for harvest? Such a departure would only benefit others, for crops were the lifeblood of the farmer. Just then, Lin Changhe's eldest son, Lin Ziying, and his younger brother, Lin Zicheng, returned from the fields with hoes in hand. Upon hearing their father and mother jesting about the second family's recklessness and talk of fleeing, Lin Ziying came to a halt. Father, what is this talk of fleeing? What has transpired? Lin Changhe laughed, treating the matter as a jest to share with his sons, while the younger son Lin Zicheng scoffed at the absurdity. However, Lin Ziying's expression shifted drastically. Did he truly say such a thing? Lin Changhe regarded his eldest son as serious demeanor, stammering, yes. Lin Ziying dropped his hoe. I must find Lin Rui. Lin Zicheng, seeing his brother's urgency, quickly followed suit. Father, I will keep an eye on my elder brother. Lin family village comprised only a few dozen households, a small settlement where each home was not far apart. The 2 brothers quickly located their second uncle's residence. Upon entering, they found Lin Rui busily unloading items from the ox cart with a half-grown youth, revealing a trove of grain bags beneath, gleaming white rice that captivated their attention. Lin Rui, what is all this? Lin Rui turned, recalling the memories of the original owner, recognizing the 2 as his cousins from his 3rd uncle's family. Cousin, you. Lin Ziying steadied himself. Lin Rui, I wish to speak with you. May I have a moment? Lin Rui surveyed the chaotic scene at home. Their parents were preoccupied with cooking pancakes, while his heavily pregnant second sister hid in the room, sewing insulation blankets and tents from the cotton fabric he had procured. When family members inquired about these items, he merely claimed to have traded with foreign merchants. His parents and sister, being farmers who had never ventured beyond Longting County, were none the wiser, allowing Lin Rui to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, sometimes one lie necessitated another to maintain its facade, and the more lies spun, the more loopholes emerged. Lin Rui was acutely aware of Lin Xiang's unspoken inquiries. Upon entering the inner room, he candidly revealed to the two brothers, indeed, chaos reigns outside. Lin Xiang's lips quivered, as I suspected. This statement bore an additional layer of meaning, prompting Lin Rui to scrutinize him. Are you privy to some information? Chapter 12. Preparing Provisions. Lin Xiang had, in fact, heard whispers of the turmoil, secrets shared by his wife when she returned, still shaken, from her visit home. His wife hailed from Nyosho village, while his mother-in-law's family resided in Tingshu village, separated by 2 mountain ranges. During her last visit, she was horrified to find her childhood village transformed into a desolate wasteland. Once familiar faces reduced to charred remnants, and homes collapsed into ruin. In a frenzy, his mother-in-law rushed to her brother's house, only to discover the decayed corpses of her brother and nephew, infested with dark flies and writhing maggots, a hard layer of maggot shells beneath them. Her sister-in-law and niece lay naked on the bed, equally covered in flies, flitting about. After searching the house in vain for her brother's grandson, she was struck with a sudden thought of the kitchen. Upon lifting the lid of the large pot, she was horrified to uncover the leftover limbs of a human body, the size and shape unmistakably that of a child. Unable to contain her revulsion, she fled without glancing back at the corpse-laden village, returning home only to fall ill for 3 days. Concerned, her brothers sent word for her to return and check on the family. Thus, his wife learned of the grim reality and returned with a sense of trepidation, asking him whether they should flee from this place. He offered no response. Having lived in Lingjia village for generations, where could they possibly go? Once they left their registered residence, they would be but refugees. This burden weighed heavily on his heart, unspoken until today when he heard his father mention that their second uncle was urging them to abandon Lingjia village, illuminating his thoughts. Lin Zicheng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Eldest brother, this matter is of utmost importance. How could you keep it so tightly guarded? Lin Xiang mirrored his concern. What good would it do to tell you? Would that mean we would leave? We would be no different from the refugees outside, without fields, crops, or food, living off alms. Or worse, selling our children into servitude or worse. Besides, separated by 2 mountain ranges, perhaps they want to even find us. Lin Rui had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, turning to Lin Xiang. So, will you leave? Lin Xiang, transformed and resolute, inspired a newfound determination in Lin Rui, who nodded fervently. Yes, cousin, I will go with you. Lin Rui affirmed, very well, my 2 cousins. If we are to depart, you should return and prepare at once. We will set out by tomorrow at the latest. It is crucial to inform Uncle Li Jing so he can make arrangements. Lin Xiang and Li Zicheng nodded eagerly, understood. Once they departed, Lin Rui rolled up his sleeves to assist. Although he was inexperienced in kitchen matters, he could contribute in other ways. The journey to flee would undoubtedly confront them with adverse weather, particularly torrential rain. Without a canopy over their ox cart, how would they fare? They would be drenched through and through, and in ancient times, fevers could indeed be fatal. Lin Rui and a few others dismantled the wooden boards from their home to repurpose them, constructing a carriage akin to a cart. Lin Changxi, who had some woodworking skills, had tools handy, and Lin Rui, having dabbled in home renovations, was no stranger to the task after a previous debacle with a custom home that the contractor refused to acknowledge. Now, they merely needed to assemble a simple carriage, and as long as it sheltered them from the elements, it would suffice. As for the storage for their provisions, he was not overly concerned. They still had camping gear, thermal blankets, and waterproof fabric that his sister was sewing into disguises. Feng Jinyang and his wife, L.V. Sher, were tirelessly occupied in the kitchen, rolling out dough to create thin pancakes, which were then placed atop the pot lid to cool. They loaded cured meats and pickled vegetables onto the ox cart, while cooked rice could not be stored for long in the sweltering heat, quickly going bad. They could only tightly bag it and cook it again when they found a place to rest. Cooking requires a pot, doesn't it? I'll also bring this pancake pan along, Lin Rui mused. Ironware was strictly regulated, and aside from a few essential items like pots, knives, and farming tools, ordinary households had no surplus. Beyond silver, pots and farming implements were invaluable to the common folk. His sister produced the already sewn waterproof fabric, thermal blankets, and tents, layering them with cotton fabric so that no trace of modernity remained. Mother, remember to boil water. Do not drink untreated water, Lin Rui reiterated, emphasizing that while ancient river water was often cleaner than modern sources, it could harbor eggs of parasites, leading to severe illness. Feng Jinyang sighed, turning to her daughter-in-law with a hint of exasperation. What's the fuss? Every farmer's child grew up drinking raw water, and I see nothing wrong with it. Elvisher smiled. Mother, listen to Ruer. He only wants what's best for us. Boiled water and cooked pancakes rested nearby to cool. Despite the incessant activity of Feng Jinyang and Elvisher, Lin Rui still had a significant quantity of flour left. They worked tirelessly, and Lin Rui even reminded them to add a bit of salt to the pancakes for vital nutrients. September's heat remained oppressive, with no relief in sight as Lin Rui and his companions worked up a sweat, panting heavily. With the sun's emergence, mosquitoes also made their presence known. This sparked a reminder for Lin Rui. Mother, do we have any dried mugwort? Mugwort was essential in ancient times for repelling mosquitoes. Lighting it in the evening ensured a peaceful night's sleep. Otherwise, after a long day of travel, being tormented by giant mosquitoes would be unbearable. Yes. There are 2 large bundles in the woodshed. Take them if you need. Lin Rui rummaged through the woodshed and indeed found 2 large bundles of dried mugwort. Its brittle branches devoid of moisture, perfect for burning to ward off insects. Lin Changxi, meanwhile, was busy packing clothes and bedding onto the ox cart, aware that despite the current heat, the onset of early autumn rains would soon bring a chill, necessitating warmer attire. Grandfather, uncle, what are you doing? At that moment, Lin Rui's nephew, Elvisher's son, Xiaomutu, sleepily emerged from the house. Lin Changxi gathered him into his arms and hurried him inside to change clothes quickly. Change your clothes and help your uncle. We must leave immediately. The Lin family was bustling with activity, while the Lin Changhe household began dismantling doors and boards as well, prompting Lin Changdai and Lin Changshou, who had been sent by Lin Pingao to assess the situation, to stir restlessly. Eldest brother, it seems this is truly happening. Let us return and speak with father. Chapter 13, Selling the Fields, a Swift Escape. The sound of drums heralded a village meeting, indicating that the Lijing was convening with the townsfolk to discuss the impending crisis. Despite Lin Rui's previous misdeeds, the gravity of the forthcoming events concerned the lives of their children and grandchildren, leaving no room for carelessness. However, due to Lin Rui's tarnished reputation, as soon as Lijing Lin Pingmao broached the subject, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Aunt Li was the first to voice her dissent. Uncle, does Lin Rui ever speak a single honest word? With a single utterance, we are compelled to shoulder our burdens and forsake our homeland, leaving our ancestral grounds behind. We become akin to those refugees, relinquishing our fields and crops. Are we to subsist on the cold winds of the northwest? The other villagers echoed their grievances. Indeed, Li Zhang. I refuse to believe this. I shall not depart. What do refugees have to fear? Here, we are under the auspices of the government. We are, in essence, beneath the emperor's feet. They have lost their lives. The villagers of Linjia village were abuzz with discussion, and Lin Pingmao struck his cane upon the ground with a resounding thud. Silence. The village head and Li Zhang, Lin Pingmao, commanded respect, causing the clamor to swiftly dissipate. Clearing his throat, Lin Pingmao recounted the tragic fate of Lin Zicheng and the Yu family, vividly painting the horrific scene, successfully swaying the minds of the gathered crowd. Eyes darted between one another, revealing a hesitance over whether to depart or not. Yet, those wishing to remain always had myriad justifications. Uncle, that village lies beyond 2 mountain ridges. They may not find us here, and the government cannot allow refugees to roam unchecked. Village head. Do not be deceived by Lin Rui. Even if the sky were to fall today, I would not trust a single word from him. Lin Pingmao intended to say more, but was halted by his son Lin Changtai, who shook his head with a serious expression, signaling not to waste any more time. Lin Changtai proclaimed, fellow villagers, our family has resolved to depart. We have 20 acres of prime rice paddy and cultivated wasteland that we wish to sell at a discounted price. We will accept rice, flour, coarse grains, and beans in exchange, the rice paddy at 5 taels per acre and the wasteland at 2 taels per acre. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The ensuing discussions were even more fervent than when Lin Pingmao had first sought to rally them to leave. Since time immemorial, land has been the very root of the common people, and the yield of a single harvest directly determines their quality of life. The rice paddies belonging to the Li Zhang's family would fetch at least a dozen taels of silver in the market. Now, they were being sold at less than half that price, with no restrictions on whether payment could be made in kind or silver. Village head, is this truly the case? All eyes turned towards Lin Pingmao, the final arbiter of this decision. Lin Pingmao nodded. Yes, our family intends to leave. And we plan to part with both the rice paddy and the wasteland. Fellow villagers, should you require any, please discuss it with us. What of the rice in the paddy? They queried. It belongs to you, although this season's rice has yet to fully mature. However, should the village head insist on taking it, there could be several tens of pounds to be had. Though they were tempted by the prospect of unharvested grain, the quality of the land and rice awaited the village head's decision. Having resolved to depart, Lin Pingmao chose to act decisively. Seeking to exchange the properties they could not take with them for sustenance and supplies for the journey ahead. It belongs to you, Lin Pingmao confirmed. All right, village head. I would like an acre of rice paddy, the one by the clear river. Village head, I want 2 acres. I will exchange food for it. After concluding the matter, Lin Pingmao and his 2 sons returned to begin packing their possessions. Their family possessed only a single ox cart, yet the items they could not bear to part with exceeded those of Lin Rui's family. Ultimately, Lin Chengshou and Lin Chongtai managed to trade for 2 unicycles from villagers seeking rice paddies. The 2 daughters-in-law wore grim expressions, thoroughly incensed by the absurd decision made by their father-in-law and husbands. Their family had once been among the wealthiest in Linjia village, but now they were abandoning their substantial estate to flee in hardship. It was unfathomable what their men were thinking. Anger aside, they worked swiftly. The sisters-in-law collaborating to prepare all the rice and flour into cooked provisions, while the chickens and ducks in the yard were slaughtered and preserved for the journey. The 2 sons assisted their grandfather and father in sorting the rice and flour brought in exchange for the paddy. Though 5 taels may not seem substantial, it could be exchanged for quite a bit of grain within the village, and soon, a small mountain of provisions was amassed. Chen Mei ground her teeth in frustration. This Lin Rui is truly a scourge. Her sister-in-law, Chen Ji, did not cease her work. Who does not say so? Yet it seems only our family has fallen victim to this deceit. Meanwhile, Lin Rui and his 2 cousins welcomed fellow villagers, discussing matters of the fields. Upon initially broaching the subject, Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback, but then it struck him, how could a farmer be without land? However, the crops were not yet fully ripe. If the chaos continued for another half-month, there would be ample time to harvest and transport this batch of grain. But time was of the essence. So he decided to follow the village head's lead and sell the land for 2 taels of silver, but he would only accept food in exchange. Lin Rui's family had no rice paddy, only the hard-won wasteland, as the previous rice fields had been sold off to cover the exorbitant gambling debts of the former owner. Even the wasteland had yielded a considerable amount of sweet potatoes and millet. The half a slab of pork they brought back was transformed by Feng Jinyang into jars of preserved meat, facilitating food storage and providing nourishment for the journey. Eggs and duck eggs were preserved properly to maintain their freshness for an extended period. Sister-in-law Elle sourced small wooden boxes, wrapping them in leftover cloth to prevent breakage. The chickens, ducks, and fish were all salted, while sweet potatoes and soybeans were packed into burlap sacks and loaded onto the ox cart. Though the 2 ox carts appeared spacious, even with Lin Rui's meticulous packing, they were filled to the brim. In an era of scarce resources, one could only imagine the necessity of larger vehicles in modern times. No wonder protagonists in both contemporary and ancient novels often possessed a magical space to accommodate their needs. Otherwise, there would be little reward in the narrative, much like Lin Rui's current plight. Had he been the protagonist of a story with a limited time, limited quantity space that could be accessed, but not expanded, readers would likely have lost interest long ago. It was a bitter reality. Father, mother, his elder sister and Zhao Qing pushed a cart and carried a basket, one containing their daughter, Nyonyo. This brought to Lin Rui's mind a saying, bearing the burden while holding a child, the land beneath our feet is China. As Zhao Qing was a hunter, their household boasted an abundance of furs and cured meats, yet there was scant grain. The already meager supplies had been further diminished by Lin Susu's sacrifices, filling an entire unicycle. In truth, without Lin Rui, the Lin family would not have endured long during the flight. Their financial situation was dire, and even in peaceful times, they had to tighten their belts, what more during a time of crisis. Upon returning home, Lin Rui found his family gaunt and pale, their figures emaciated. A clear sign of malnutrition, a scene rarely witnessed in modern society, yet prevalent in ancient times. Chapter 14. South to North, North to South, the journey is circular. That night, in Lin Pingmao's home, as well as in Lin Changshi's and his two brothers' residences, the lights burned brightly until the late hours, barely allowing them to rest before waking with a start, recalling that they still had needles and threads to pack. Lin Rui felt that he might never return to the small mountain village of Linjia, yet his father, two uncles, and granduncle had not completed the sale of their fields, and their homesteads remained here. He surmised they were likely waiting for the outside world to stabilize before returning, leaving themselves an avenue of retreat. Such is the nature of humanity. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Rui, still in a haze of sleep, heard commotion in the courtyard. Three tails, three tails. Sir, I am here. Come, come. Quickly move this jar of pickled vegetables. All right. Zhenyang, is this water? Rui said, we are traveling from Lianshan. Do you fear there is no water in the mountains? Who does not think this way? Rui insists on bringing this boiled and cooled water for the wood and for the journey. With one child and one pregnant, should anything spoil, we will have no means to seek medical help. Oh, and do not forget to pack scissors, bowls, and fire-starting materials. I see that Zhao Zhao's belly can hardly wait, and we will need hot water for cleaning and scissors for cutting the umbilical cord. Feng Zhenyang busily attended to her tasks, her gaze fixed on the two heavily laden ox carts, searching for any additional space to accommodate more. Lin Changshi observed his second daughter, round with child, bustling about in the main room, and inwardly murmured, approaching Feng Zhenyang, is Arya truly coming with us? She is a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. What if she goes into labor on the journey? That would mean yet another mouth to feed. Lin Changshi was not a bad man. Yet like many men of ancient times, he harbored the notion that a married daughter was akin to spilled water. Arya carried the seed of the Jiang family in her womb, not that of the Lin family. Why should they bear the responsibility of raising a child for another family? Feng Zhenyang's temper flared, and she splashed a ladle of water over Lin Changshi's face and body. Glaring fiercely, Arya is indeed a Jiang family daughter-in-law, but she is also our daughter. Look at you, living your life with less clarity than Ruer. Ruer has declared that regardless of the child's gender, it shall bear the Lin surname, for it is a child of the Lin family. I shall protect it. Let anyone who dares to bully it face my wrath. Lin Changshi's face turned sheepish. I only meant to say. You ought not to have said anything at all. Enraged, Feng Zhenyang turned on her heel and left, while Lin Changshi, feeling awkward, resumed his own tasks. Lin Rui noticed the clutter of belongings belonging to his elder sister's family and frowned. Brother-in-law, have you packed everything? Zhao Qing, a straightforward man, grasped his brother-in-law's concern. There are still some furs left. I fear they will take up too much space. Bring everything. We cannot predict how long our journey will be. And with winter approaching in a month or two, we cannot face the cold without proper coverings. When one is outside, clothing is paramount. I shall return to fetch them. Zhao Qing, a skilled hunter, immediately dashed back home. I'll help you gather a few, Lin Susu said, turning to her husband. Nyo nyo. Wait for your parents at your grandmother's house. With that, Lin Susu briskly followed her husband. Little Nyo-Nyo, understanding and obedient, a bit intimidated by her uncle Lin Rui, scampered to Feng Zhenyang's side, assisting her in carrying a bundle of clothes with earnest diligence. Uncle Lin Changfa and third Uncle Lin Changhe sent their son to inquire, Lin Rui, are we all set? When shall we depart? Lin Rui glanced at his mother, and Feng Zhenyang surveyed the two fully laden ox carts. We shall leave once your elder brother-in-law arrives. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. As Zhao Qing and Lin Susu arrived, breathless, carrying a basket of furs on their backs, as there was no more room on the carts. In Linjia village, comprised of several dozen households, only a few families chose to flee with Lin Rui, including the village head Lin Pingmao and his two sons and daughters-in-law. Along with two grandsons, Lin Changshi and Feng Zhenyang, Lin Rui and his pregnant second sister Lin Zizao, and the family of Lin Susu. Along with Lin Changshi's two brothers' children and grandchildren. Lin Rui calculated, excluding the unborn child in his second sister's womb, they numbered over 30 souls. all either blood relatives or kin not yet out of the 3-year mourning period. Yet, some words needed to be spoken before their departure, in these chaotic times. With hearts turned wicked, we must remain vigilant. Should we encounter refugees begging for food, we must firmly refuse them. The provisions we have prepared can sustain only us, not the countless others. It is not a matter of scarcity, but of fairness. If one is given, the second, third, and fourth will come demanding as well. And should you deny them, they may harbor hatred against you. We can only be responsible for our own family. Each morsel given away places our loved ones in peril. A moment's inattention can lead to dire consequences. Uncle Lin Zijuan and Lin Zijing promptly voiced their agreement. Do not worry, Lin Rui. I will keep a close watch over everyone. If anyone dares to err, I will immediately expel them from our ranks. Lin Zicheng concurred. Indeed, I agree. He had heard the grim tales from his wife regarding the atrocities committed by bandits, knowing well how mercilessly they slaughtered, even devouring infants. Moreover, it was crucial that if anyone attempted to seize our provisions or harm our family, we must stand united, armed with hoes and sticks, ready to confront them. The impoverished fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Outside, we must not allow others to view us as benevolent souls. In chaotic times, good-hearted individuals perish the quickest. When they fall, their wives and children endure untold suffering. We must act as the wicked. If no one wrongs us, we shall not wrong them, but if they provoke us, let them face the wrath of hell. His words served as a warning to all, and if they could heed it, so much the better. In these troubled times, compassion would only drag everyone into the depths of despair. Lin Rui, where shall we go? Lin Zikuan asked, anxiety gnawing at them without a destination. This truly left Lin Rui at a loss. The realm of Lin was in disarray, with factions battling one another, and bandits clashing with the authorities. Amidst the chaos, the common folk fled from south to north and back again, often aimlessly wandering, seeking merely a place to settle and survive. Yet, under a collapsed nest, how could any egg remain whole? Bloodshed and carnage lay everywhere, corpses piled high. The realm had become a trap for its people, leading them in circles, with each destination resembling their starting point, a source of despair. Northward, he declared decisively. The northern region near Huangma Pass was the only relatively safe haven left in the Lin realm, guarded by General Xing's troops. He had heard during his time at the tea house about the dire straits of the Xing family army. Once, Huangma Pass, Ishu Pass, and Shiding Pass had been well defended, but rampant corruption had rendered food supplies to the northern borders almost non-existent. How could soldiers fight against powerful enemies on empty stomachs? Ultimately, they were forced to retreat to Huangma Pass. Let us set forth, Lin Rui commanded, urgency in his voice. They could delay no longer, for time was of the essence. Chapter 15. Knowing full well the tiger lurks, yet still heading towards the tiger's den. The villagers of Linjia village watched as the Lin family, a formidable group of dozens with their families in tow, departed the village. Shaking their heads in disbelief, who knows what the village head was thinking to heed Lin Rui's nonsense? If we do not leave, how could we ever lay claim to such fertile fields? It is better to go indeed. Our grain is insufficient. We have merely exchanged some of our cultivated land for a patch of wasteland, which will only suffice our family for half a year. Lin Rui's family carriage led the way. In truth, their party comprised only 4 households, the 3 brothers of Lin Changxi and Lin Ping Mao, the village head. The union of families resembled a tree sprouting from its trunk, branching out and flourishing, with descendants thriving. Even if only 4 households, the procession swelled to over 30 people, young and old alike. Especially with strong and robust farmers like Lin Changxi, Lin Changhe, and Lin Changtai, the meager bandits would dare not approach them. Their current trajectory followed the Lian mountain range. While not as imposing as the 10,000 Great Mountains, the rolling hills would easily conceal their considerable number. Once they entered the forest, they would vanish like a cow sinking into the sea. As they departed Linjia village, the women accompanying the men grumbled in discontent, lamenting their abandonment of a stable life to endure this arduous journey with Lin Rui, the troublesome lad. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui, wives of Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe respectively, began their journey with lingering energy, whispering complaints to one another. Have you spoken to your family about our departure? Yulanhua inquired while pushing a wheelbarrow, piled high with belongings, obscuring her figure as she turned her head to survey the roadside. Zhang Dakui tugged at the corner of her mouth, dismissively remarking, "If Changhe can't discern the situation, how could I allow my maternal brothers to suffer?" The affairs concerning Tan Ying's family are separated from us by 2 mountain ranges. We are nearly in the midst of a desolate wilderness. I refuse to believe that bandits and horse thieves would traverse the mountains to trouble us. Do they think the men of Lingjia village are all dead? Whoever dares to come will be sent back to their lair. Speaking of which, Orchid, has your family sent any news? Yulanhua nodded. Yes, they have. It's such a significant matter, but I feel my parents are likely skeptical. With so many villages around, I doubt they could locate our little corner. What about your wife? She has received word as well. The Tan family has suffered a disaster, and their courage has been shattered. Upon hearing this, Zicheng immediately returned to pack, looking as if he could hardly wait to flee. Such a coward. Short-sighted and heedless. He doesn't consider what will happen if we leave Lingjia village. How will we feed and care for so many mouths? As the sun ascended, casting warm rays upon them, fatigue began to set in after they had walked several miles, and the women fell silent, focusing on the path ahead. After just a short distance, Lin Rui felt his legs grow heavy, barely able to lift them. The original owner's physique was utterly inadequate, and engaging in such high-intensity exertion was nothing short of miraculous. He trudged along, carrying only a bundle of clothing, which made him the lightest among the crowd of refugees. Gazing at the winding mountain path ahead, anxiety bubbled within him. There was no end in sight. He longed for the modern convenience of a car. How delightful it would be to drive with the air conditioning on in this sweltering heat. Lost in his thoughts, he stumbled forward, nearly tumbling down. Master, San Liang, burdened with luggage, promptly discarded his load and grasped Lin Rui's belt, halting his forward momentum as if he had suddenly hit the brakes in a car, the seatbelt securing him in place. Well done, San Liang. Lin Zikuan, trailing behind, exclaimed excitedly. Gently, San Liang pulled Lin Rui upright. Master, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Lin Rui gasped, his legs indeed feeling weak as he sank to the roadside, panting heavily. Feng Jinni rushed over, her face etched with concern. Ruier, are you all right? Once he regained his breath, Lin Rui waved his hand. I'm fine. Help me up. I can still walk. The unfortunate original owner had depleted his health through indulgence, leaving him in such a frail state. San Liang wrapped the luggage around his neck, cramming it against his chest and squatting before Lin Rui. Master, climb on my back. I'll carry you. Looking at San Liang's frail form, Lin Rui hesitated. Can you manage? I can. San Liang nodded with determination. Reluctant to delay their journey and feeling utterly drained, Lin Rui accepted, though it weighed heavily on his conscience to have this half-grown boy carry him, a full-grown man. Yet he had no strength left. It wasn't that he didn't wish to ride in the ox cart, but it was crammed to the brim with belongings. Even the children were awkwardly perched atop. Feng Jinni and Yulanhua walked beside the cart, their hands hovering protectively, anxious that the children might fall. Lin Zijing and Lin Zikuan called out, San Liang. If you can't manage, just say so, and I'll switch with Big Brother. Lin Rui waved his hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. Let me rest a moment. We must hurry. Hesitation invites danger. The caravan resumed its march toward the towering mountains, crossing the undulating peaks, traversing 2 counties, and enduring several dozen kilometers of dirt roads would lead them to the domain of Huangmagu. The route, so lightly mentioned among the populace, could take 1 or 2 months or even more in this era of underdeveloped transportation. Guangzi stood at the village's edge, watching the figures of the village head and others gradually vanish from sight. He surmised they had already entered the deep woods, where bears, wolves, and monstrous creatures lurked. Even the most skilled hunters would think twice before venturing into those depths, fearing for their lives. In his youth, Zhuangzi had attended a few years of private school, and the most vivid memory was his teacher's words, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet heading toward them. Wasn't the village head and the others now heading into the tiger's den? A wave of unease washed over him. If they were so determined to press on without looking back, how terrifying must the world beyond be? He shuddered and hurried home. Zhu Shi joyfully reviewed her family's fields. We traded 2 acres of rice paddy with the village head's family and 3 acres of barren land with Lin Zhonghe's family. Seeing Zhuangzi, Zhu Shi widened her eyes. Why are you back so soon? I saved you some food. Go eat. Zhuangzi hesitated, looking at his mother. Mother, perhaps we should flee as well. I feel something is amiss in the world outside. Clutching the land deed to her chest, Zhu Shi stood up, scolding. I think you've eaten too much and are spouting nonsense. The village head and the others are foolish enough to believe Lin Rui's tall tales. Look at our village. Everyone is living peacefully. If you want to leave, go ahead. After receiving such a scolding from his mother, Zhuangzi could only retreat, disgruntled. Chapter 16. Arson, Murder, and Pillage. Life as Mere Grass, 1. In Longting County, flames illuminated the night, and cries of despair echoed. The government buildings and the homes of the common folk were ablaze, tongues of fire licking the sky. Men, women, the elderly, and children fled in panic, pursued by vicious vagrants. These ragged souls, once reduced to mere survival in the corners, had now succumbed to malevolence, spurred on by the mob. Armed with sharpened wooden poles, they surged into the city, piercing the bodies of the soldiers defending it. Each man struck resembling a hedgehog, blood gushing forth like a spring. The once tranquil county was now a cacophony of screams, and wherever the mob tread, nothing remained unscathed. Any woman with even a hint of beauty was subjected to unspeakable indignities, while the cries of children were silenced under brutal blows. The granary, meant to store provisions, was stormed by the mob's leader, only to reveal an empty interior, not even a rat in sight. Huang Cheng, consumed by rage and humiliation, felt his teeth nearly shatter. The motley crew following him grew restless. Boss Huang, this isn't what you promised. How can the granary be empty? Huang Feng raised his hand to silence his men, sneering. Brothers, haven't we seen this scene elsewhere? It's clear these county officials are corrupt, hoarding all the grain for themselves. If we can't find the grain, we'll find them. The county magistrate, attempting to flee with his family, was seized by the vagrants and brought before Huang Feng, who had taken up residence in the magistrate's manor, sipping wine while surrounded by the county's courtesans, living a life of unbridled indulgence. Now he ruled over a territory, a self-styled king among the commoners, relishing the power once reserved for the elite. The once feared magistrate now knelt before him, disheveled and begging for mercy. A man of over 40, his face was a mask of terror. Boss Huang, I beg you, spare my children. I'll give you all our wealth and provisions. Huang Feng, with wine stains adorning his beard, turned to look at the magistrate's children, who were restrained by his men with wooden poles. One of his men kicked the magistrate's son, spitting at him. Boss Huang, this kid's quite the slippery one. He nearly outsmarted us. Oh? What happened? Huang Feng inquired, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes glinted with malice. He despised those who could not be manipulated. When we captured him, he threw all his family's money on the road, inciting the brothers to fight over it, nearly ruining the boss's plans. Huang the boss sneered coldly, quite clever, lad. How about joining our ranks? Puh, you wretched rebels. Sooner or later, the imperial troops will slaughter every last one of you. Fueled by youthful indignation and the memory of his mother slain by these very rebels, hatred burned fiercely within him. Huang shoved aside the courtesan in his embrace and strode toward the youth. The county magistrate, terrified out of his wits, clung desperately to Huang's leg, pleading. Huang the boss, I beg you, spare my son's life. With a brutal kick, Huang sent the magistrate sprawling and approached the young man. In one swift motion, he drew his dagger and slit the boy's throat. Blood gushed from the youth's neck as he frantically tried to stem the flow, but his efforts were in vain. Gasping for air, his windpipe clogged with blood, he choked helplessly. Yenner! Yenner! The magistrate, in his 40s, wailed in despair and lunged toward his son, only to embrace a lifeless body growing cold. I'll fight you to the death. The magistrate gritted his teeth and charged at Huang. But how could a middle-aged man, accustomed to a life of comfort in the magistrate's hall, stand a chance against a ruthless bandit like Huang? Before Huang even needed to act, his subordinate impaled the magistrate with a sharpened wooden stake, piercing clean through his chest. The magistrate's eyes remained wide with unblinking fury even in death. Huang snatched his dagger and gouged out the dead man's eyes. Damn it. I wasn't he afraid of you alive, you think I fear your ghost? Father. Father. The magistrate's daughter, the sole survivor, wept bitterly as she shook her father's body. Despite the profound grief etched on her face, her striking beauty was impossible to overlook. Huang, who had never before laid eyes on such an exquisite noblewoman, felt the courtesan from the brothel paled in comparison. He seized the young woman's wrist. Serve me well, and I might just let you live. Puh, you vile scum. Huang's hand clamped around her throat as he sneered viciously. Vile? Today, I'll show you what true vileness means. Turning to the courtesan, he barked, you. Go to the brothel and fetch me a potent aphrodisiac. his face contorted with murderous intent, frightening the courtesan into nodding frantically before she and others from the brothel hurried to comply. Preferring death to dishonor. The young woman attempted to bite her tongue, but Huang forced his thumb between her teeth, rendering her powerless. Thinking of dying? It's not that simple. Soon. The drug arrived. Huang ordered it mixed with water and forced down her throat, though she struggled to spit it out. Her strength was no match for two burly men in their prime. Before long, heat surged through her body, clouding her mind with delirium. Huang laughed heartily, shattering the bowl, then hoisted her over his shoulder into a nearby room. The bed creaked loudly under their weight. After what felt like the duration of a cup of tea, Huang emerged disheveled and satiated. Spotting his leering subordinate, he clapped him on the shoulder. A noble woman like this doesn't come around often. Go on. Call the brothers, let them have a taste too. Right away. Thank you, Boss Huang. The subordinate grinned eagerly and scurried off. Once Huang's trusted men had each taken their turn, they gathered in another room to discuss plans. Boss, today was a triumph. We routed the Imperial soldiers, seized plenty of weapons, and gathered enough grain to fill our bellies. Huang pondered briefly before asking, what about the townsfolk? Have they all been dealt with? The subordinate shook his head. Not that quickly. Some died, others fled. We didn't hold back. Our blades are chipped from all the killing. Speed it up. We can't let them regroup and strike back, Huang commanded. Impossible. I reckon they're too terrified to even try, the subordinate retorted, recalling the defenseless civilians he had slain and dismissing Huang's concern as needless worry. Wasn't that how we started? Huang's remark hushed the room. The subordinate straightened up. Boss, don't worry. I'll eliminate any lingering threats. Good. Huang nodded in approval. Another man chimed in, Boss, strike while the iron's hot. We've only taken Longting County. There are still 6 more towns like Huijiu and Ziyuan nearby. Conquer them, and we could crown ourselves kings. Huang laughed heartily. Ambitious. Aren't you? We barely have over 1,000 men, and we haven't even tallied our casualties from attacking Longting. Let us assess our losses first. For now, we'll raid the surrounding villages. Remember how looting that last village fed us for half a month? Don't underestimate their stockpiles. Chapter 17, Pillage, Slaughter. And Human Lives as Mere Weeds, Part 2. From now on, Longting County is our base. Lao San. Spread the word far and wide, recruit outlaws and refugees to strengthen our ranks. I've realized, in these times, begging for survival is nothing compared to forcing the rich to hand over their wealth and grain at sword point. Boss Huang. What if the authorities really send troops to crush us? One cautious man voiced his doubts. Huang scoffed disdainfully. Do you still think the court is what it used to be? The capital has no emperor left. Why would they care about Longting County? The nobles and ministers have all fled. With foreign cavalry breaching the borders, who's left to bother with us commoners? If not for that, we wouldn't be here today. Think of our parents, wives, and daughters who starved to death during our flight. Then look at those corrupt officials living in luxury. Why should they live in comfort while we obedient commoners suffer under their tyranny? If anyone denies us a way to live, we'll send them to their graves. Enraged, Huang stood and smashed his wine bowl. His followers echoed his gesture, rising and shattering their bowls in solidarity, resolved to follow him down this dark path. Lao San. Tomorrow take some men and clear out the nearby villages. Spare those who submit. Slaughter the families of those who resist. Huang ordered. Yes, Boss Huang. As the meeting adjourned and the crowd dispersed, a subordinate asked Lao San, Third brother, what exactly counts as submission? How do we define it? Lao San laughed heartily and patted his comrade's shoulder. Simple. If they're willing to give us grain, wives, and daughters, they submitted. If not, they're resisting, kill them all and be done with it. Oh, I see. Pity those wealthy families slipped away. We could extorted more from them. TSK, what a shame. We'll just have to make up for it by plundering the surrounding villages. Gather the men, we set out now. Agreed. Ever since the village chief and Lin Rui's family departed, Xuanzi had been restless. Tossing and turning in bed, he couldn't sleep, frequently rising to check outside for any sign of rebel attacks on Lin village. Sleeplessness brought frequent trips to relieve himself. Their outhouse stood not in the courtyard, but in a small shed at the southeastern corner of the field behind the house. Though the night was pitch black, the faint moonlight outlined the outhouse's silhouette. Xuanzi stumbled his way inside and unfastened his belt. Help! Bandits are here! A piercing scream shattered the village's tranquil night. triggering a chain reaction of cries that jolted many from their slumber. Xuanzi rushed out, hastily fastening his belt as he ran. The village, now illuminated by torches as bright as day, revealed a horrifying scene. Fellow villagers, who had been chatting amiably just hours before, were being mercilessly cut down by blade-wielding bandits. Even young children were not spared. The newlywed wife of Heihu was being violated by the brutes on the ground, while Heihu's body, hacked into a bloody mess, lay nearby. In that fleeting moment, Xuanzi thought his eyes were deceiving him, or perhaps he was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Desperately rubbing his eyes did nothing to dissipate the horror unfolding before him. He stumbled homeward, but before he could even reach his doorstep, he saw 3 or 4 brigands brandishing swords, pursuing a villager in his direction. He found himself in an open field, utterly exposed, and as they drew nearer, panic gripped him. Glancing around in desperation, he gritted his teeth and decided to lie down beneath the uneven ridge of the field to shield his body. Please, don't kill me. Spare me. Spare you? First, tell me why your village has the least grain. The village chief and the others had fled early that morning, taking with them all the rice fields and barren land, exchanging nearly half of their family's grain stores for provisions. Brave men, we truly have no grain left. Have mercy, let us go. Flee? Where did they go? Only know they headed into the deep mountains. Lin Rui from the village said that soon the capital will be overrun by foreign invaders, and they will not spare our nearby villages. Surely rivers of blood will flow. It is best to escape sooner rather than later, but alas, I did not heed the warnings. Now, no amount of regret could change the past. Those beasts had entered the village, burning, killing, and pillaging. His parents, wife, and children had all perished at their hands, and now, not only revenge, but even his own survival seemed a distant hope. Had he heeded the village chief and Lin Rui, fleeing with them earlier, his family might still be safe. But now it was too late, far too late. Just a moment ago, he had a complete family. Now he was utterly alone. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he cried out, "I will fight you." Yet, a single individual stood no chance against 4 or 5 brigands as soon as he made a move. He was swiftly dealt with. Xuanzi lay breathless in the tilled earth, daring not to stir. And only after those villains had long departed did he cautiously approach the spot where the villager had been slain. Uncle, wake up. The warmth still lingered. He was irrevocably dead. Father, mother. Desperation clawed at Xuanzi's heart as he looked up to see his home engulfed in flames, the fierce orange blaze consuming the familiar earth dwelling. Tears streamed down his face, and heedless of the danger of being discovered, he stumbled towards his home, crying out, "Father! Mother!" Xuanzi futilely beat at the roaring flames with his clothes, but even as they caught fire, the blaze showed no sign of abating. In a panic, he tore off his burning outer garment, tossed it aside, extinguished it with his foot, and hastily donned it again. He intended to run to the village for help, only to remember that their entire village had already been set ablaze by those wretched bandits. As he walked down the familiar village paths, he found corpses strewn everywhere, the ground soaked in blood. Familiar faces lay lifeless, young and old alike. The entirety of Linjia village had been utterly decimated. Every household was aflame, and amidst this inferno, he stood there, lost in despair. All the villagers had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Had he not gone to the latrine, he too would have become merely another corpse, consumed by the flames. "Father, mother!" Xuanzi called out, but all that answered him were the crackling sounds of the burning village. He slapped himself heavily, overwhelmed by his powerlessness. He could not even gather his parents' remains. Wandering aimlessly on the road outside the village, he bowed his head 3 times in deep reverence towards the inferno that had engulfed his home, then turned away without looking back, sprinting toward the path where Lin Rui and the others had vanished. Chapter 18. A feast for the journey ahead. Night had fully descended when Lin Rui and his group finally discovered a flat clearing deep in the mountains, surrounded by a thicket of brambles. Lin Rui directed his brother-in-law and cousins, Lin Zicheng and Lin Zijuan, to cut a passage wide enough for both people and ox carts. Why not clear the entire area? That would be foolish. Ancient forests remained untouched and wild, home to black bears, wolves, leopards, and snakes. The woods at night were fraught with peril, and the bramble thicket provided a temporary shelter for them. Nearby, a slender mountain spring flowed, allowing the ox to rest, which would enable them to travel faster the next day. After a long day of travel, everyone was weary, their legs trembling with fatigue. Even the children riding in the cart hung their heads, lacking spirit. Upon entering the clearing, each family began to gather nearby firewood to kindle torches, creating a series of bonfires to serve as a second line of defense against wild beasts who feared fire and light. Yulanhua plopped down onto the ground, rubbing her waist while swatting away the mosquitoes buzzing around her. Niochin, Niochin. Mother, I'm right here. What is it? Quick, gather some mugwort. Oh dear. The mosquitoes are going to drain my blood dry. All right. Her words alerted everyone, prompting them to light some mugwort nearby to repel the insects. Lighting mugwort outdoors works similarly to lighting mosquito coils. It cannot eradicate them completely, but can significantly reduce their numbers. Sister, can you hold on? Lin Rui asked, observing his heavily pregnant sister cautiously leaning against a tree, exhausted. As a man, he felt ashamed. He had been carrying the burden of 2 or 3 others while she had silently endured the day's journey. Lin Zhaozhao wiped the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, shaking her head at her brother's worried gaze. I'm fine, country women aren't so weak. Even while pregnant, we still work in the fields. A bit of mountain road is nothing to worry about. Just take care of yourself. Suddenly, Lin Zhaozhao felt a surge of clarity. Without her husband by her side, she could now rely on her brother. After her brother had improved, he seemed like a different person, earning the family's trust, and as his sister, she felt more secure with him around. Lin Susu and Zhao Qing worked together to wedge their cart into the brambles for stability, taking out a dry biscuit to feed to Lin Susu's daughter. Lin Rui's family was eating meat. How could he allow his sisters to have only thin gruel? He insisted they join him for a meal, and after some persuasion, Lin Susu and Zhao Qing reluctantly complied. They helped Feng Zhenyi prepare the meal, tossing some freshly cured meat into an iron pot to cook alongside corn, adding a sprinkle of pickled vegetables on top. This was a feast that even the new year might not afford them. Originally, Feng Zhenyi had intended to prepare a hearty bowl of rice only for her beloved youngest son, Lin Rui, while everyone else would have to settle for thin porridge. Even her grandson, little Musi. However, upon discovering this, Lin Rui immediately intervened. Mother, I prepared this much rice and flour precisely so we can eat well on the road. A good meal gives us strength for our journey and helps us avoid illness. We must spend wisely. Feng Zhenyi frowned, displeased. You're being reckless. What if we run out of rice and flour? Won't we go hungry? Lin Rui sighed. Mother, we never know what dangers we might face on the road. If we are pursued by wolves, disturbed by bears, attacked by giant insects, or targeted by bands of refugees, we won't be able to protect so much food. It's better to eat well from the start than to have our food snatched away by others while we are still alive. Why do we gather so many supplies when leaving home, if not to ensure we eat and drink well during our escape? Hoarding food while starving is hardly better than being refugees ourselves. We've been exhausted all day. Can't we at least enjoy a decent meal? Lin Ping Mao, upon hearing Lin Rui's words, wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, Rui is right. Meiwa, tonight we'll also feast on dry food, slice 2 pieces of cured meat to savor. Chenmei sighed and murmured to her sister-in-law Chenji, who was tidying up her luggage, look at how capable he is. Chenji understood that her sister-in-law was referring to Lin Rui, and throughout the journey, it was Chenmei who expressed the most dissatisfaction with him. Littlewood and San Liang were of similar ages, yet San Liang towered over Littlewood. Lin Rui did not treat San Liang as a servant, and gradually, San Liang began to exhibit his youthful nature, playing joyfully with Littlewood. Nyo, cradled in Lin Susu's arms, gazed intently at the steaming rice that Grandma was cooking in the pot, the mingling aroma of meat wafting through the air, causing relatives nearby to swallow hard in anticipation. Feng Zhenyi had no intention of sharing with them. Although they were connected by blood, there were still distinctions of closeness. Rui, Zhaozhao, Susu, and Littlewood Lin Changxi were her direct descendants, and if anything were to befall her on the journey, there would be no one to care for her. As for Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe's families, they had lent assistance when Ruier had incurred gambling debts, and she was willing to help within her means. But it was not yet time for that. She would not be overly generous. Each family should prioritize its own well-being. The thought of using oil-cured meat to cook rice already pained Feng Zhenyi, and then Lin Rui, that stubborn child, added, Mother, boil 4 more eggs for Nyo. Littlewood, San Liang, and my second sister for some nourishment. Initially, Lin Rui intended to suggest boiling an egg for everyone, but upon recalling his mother's pained expression, he decided against it, opting instead to supplement the younger ones and the pregnant woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaozhao, Lin Susu, San Liang, and little Wood all looked eagerly at Feng Jinyang, who was left speechless. And what about you? To her, it was inconsequential if others did not eat. Her cherished youngest son must be well provided for. Lin Rui waved his hand dismissively. Mother, I do not require it. I still have half an hour before I return to my mansion, and in that time, I can certainly find something to satisfy my hunger. Feng Jinyang continued cooking in silence, following his request and boiling 4 eggs, but then she added one more, for while others might not care for her son, she cared deeply. By this time, the rice was fully cooked, and the enticing aroma filled the air, making the weary travelers' stomachs grumble. Fortunately, everyone had brought some pots and bowls. There was at least a bowl to serve the rice, or else they would have to resort to eating with their hands. The flatbreads that Feng Jinyang had made were as hard as stones, but they could be stored for months, and consuming the grains from the ox cart would allow for a place to sit. The eldest sister was nearing her time to give birth, and walking day after day would soon become unbearable. Chapter 19. The Marvelous Use of Medicinal Oil. The meal at Lin Rui's family was ready, and Feng Jinyang silently served everyone, ensuring fairness by mashing the tender oil-cured meat into a paste and mixing it with the rice, allowing everyone to enjoy a taste of meat. Each bowl of Lin Zhaozhao and the 3 children contained an egg, and the delighted children began to eat heartily. As Lin Rui finished his meal, he discovered an egg at the bottom of his bowl and looked at Feng Jinyang in surprise. She felt uneasy under his gaze. What are you staring at? Eat your food. Lin Rui grinned. Thank you, Mother, for preparing this meal after a long day of travel. After the meal, everyone placed the unicycle outside, and each family took turns keeping watch by the firelight, with San Liang, Zhao Qing, Lin Zijuan, Lin Zicheng, and Lin Ziming taking shifts. Each would guard for 1 watch, and by the time their turn ended, dawn would be approaching. The woods at night were fraught with danger, and without a watch, one could easily fall prey to lurking wolves or leopards. Life in the wild was far more perilous than in the village. If it weren't for the chaos of war and calamity, who would willingly leave their home? After a long day, everyone spread out their bedding and placed the children in the middle, covering them with clothing to sleep. Zhao Qing was part of the second watch, holding his wife and daughter close while Nyo, well-fed, had already drifted off to sleep. The couple whispered softly to one another. Lin Susu had taken their rice sack to her mother-in-law's, stating that they would dine together from now on. Zhao Qing recalled his brother-in-law's cheerful demeanor and felt a swell of gratitude. Lin Susu was well aware of the reasons behind this arrangement. Her husband was a hunter, and their food supplies were already scant, with only some dried venison and rabbit meat slightly more than others. If they were to eat freely, in less than a month, they would have nothing left, and the journey ahead was uncertain, with endless mountains that seemed never-ending. Lin Rui taking their rice sack was merely a gesture of dignity for the couple. He had left the dried meat untouched. Ruier has grown up and become sensible, Lin Susu remarked with a sense of pride. After a brief nap, Lin Rui awoke to find that the watchman had changed to Lin Zicheng, who was now tending to the fire, adding firewood to keep the flames alive. Seeing that his parents were asleep, Lin Rui carefully got up and was noticed by Lin Zicheng, who quietly asked, Lin Rui, what's the matter? Naturally, Lin Rui couldn't reveal he was heading back to the house. I just need to relieve myself. Be cautious and don't wander too far. If you encounter danger, shout and I'll come, Lin Zicheng warned him. Lin Rui nodded, understood, cousin. He then cautiously made his way past the sleeping Lin clan members to the outer circle, seeking a slightly more secluded thicket to hide his body and momentarily return to his modern home. The luxurious decor of his house was a delight to Lin Rui, and he threw himself onto the soft sofa, rolling around comfortably before opening the fridge to indulge in 2 ice creams and a bag of chips, reveling in the treat, knowing he would revert to the earlier reality upon his return. Remembering the mosquito bites that had troubled him throughout the night, he opened the storage cabinet and retrieved a dozen bottles of medicinal oil, which were in small glass containers that were not easy to explain in public. Thus, he rummaged through the house until he found an antique gourd container, pouring the oil into it. Before heading out, he applied the pungent oil to all exposed skin to fend off the mosquitoes, knowing full well the swelling and tightness from the bites on his ankles and neck, which were both painful and itchy. Life in exile was truly unbearable. Now that there was food and drink on the road, The urgency of transporting supplies from the house was not so pressing. The best opportunity would be to gradually move them during his next watch. Perfect. Timing it just right. He stepped out of the house and, after a few steps, encountered Lin Zicheng approaching him. Lin Zicheng sighed in relief upon seeing him. Where have you been? I called for you nearby, but didn't he see you? I was worried. Lin Rui chuckled. My apologies. I have a peculiar habit. I can't relieve myself in crowds. So I went a bit further. Lin Zicheng frowned. You need to change that habit. In these deep woods, you never know when a wild beast might spring out. You want to have time to escape. Lin Rui nodded, taking the advice to heart. I understand, cousin. Let us head back. Lin Zicheng looked somewhat embarrassed. Lin Rui. Could you watch for me for a bit? Lin Rui halted and asked, What's wrong? I need to relieve myself too. Nature calls. Lin Rui understood and nodded. All right. Cousin, you go ahead. After a moment, Lin Zicheng returned, pain etched across his face. Lin Rui looked at him, puzzled. Cousin, what happened to you? Lin Zicheng desperately endured the discomfort radiating from his rear, shaking his head. It's nothing. Thank you for keeping watch. I'll return when it's your turn to stand guard. Lin Rui waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so formal. Lin Zicheng nodded and cautiously sat on the ground. As he did so, his body trembled, and he stifled a cry of pain that threatened to escape. Lin Rui observed with curiosity. Cousin, are you truly all right? Lin Zicheng gritted his teeth in response. Rest assured, Lin Rui, I am genuinely fine. Then, as if catching a whiff of something peculiar, he inquired, Do you smell something unusual? What kind of smell? It's rather refreshing yet pungent, not entirely unpleasant. This description immediately brought to Lin Rui's mind the mosquito repellent oil he had applied to himself. He confessed without hesitation, That's the mosquito repellent I bought from the apothecary. It's quite effective. Would you like some, cousin? Generally, prepared medicines from the apothecary tend to be quite expensive, and ordinary farmers often resort to foraging for herbs to remedy minor ailments. Lin Zicheng felt too embarrassed to accept Lin Rui's offer, realizing that it was merely a polite gesture, requesting it would be somewhat ungracious. He quickly waved his hand. No need, you should return to rest. As soon as the words left his mouth, perhaps due to the movement aggravating his injury, Lin Zicheng inhaled sharply, his entire body quaking. Observing Lin Zicheng's steadfastness, Lin Rui had no choice but to return to his previous spot and try to sleep again, now that his belly was pleasantly full. Oh, how itchy! Little Musi was awakened in the middle of the night by mosquito bites, his head and face covered in welts, a pitiful sight indeed. Elsher, feeling helpless, could only sigh. Out in the wilderness, even the smoke from mugwort could not deter the mosquitoes, and this was a perfectly normal occurrence. She could only gently scratch the welts on her child's skin. Musi, bear with it a little longer. Look, everyone else has endured it too. Lin Rui handed the gourd of mosquito-repellent oil to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if you apply this to Musi, the mosquitoes won't bite anymore? Elsher accepted the small gourd, opened the lid, and was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming scent that brought tears to her eyes. If it affected her so, one could only imagine how the mosquitoes would react. She poured a little onto her hand and applied it to Musi, speaking softly. Ruer, where did you get this? Lin Rui repeated his earlier explanation. I bought it from the apothecary, fearing we might encounter such situations on the road. See, it has proven useful, hasn't it? From the apothecary? Elsher gasped. The prepared medicine must be quite expensive then? Lin Rui vaguely replied. It's not too bad, not overly expensive. He had brought the repellent for family use, as misjudging the price would lead to reluctance in using it, which would be counterproductive. Despite his reassurances, Elsher remained hesitant to use it generously. After applying it to little Musi's bitten skin and observing that he was no longer complaining of itching, she became increasingly convinced of the repellent's high cost, for such effectiveness seemed unlikely without a hefty price tag. She even applied the remaining bit to any exposed skin, unwilling to waste a single drop. Chapter 20. The award for best realization belongs to him alone. On the first night outdoors, Lin Rui, exhausted, managed to fall asleep. As dawn broke, the sounds of commotion stirred him from his slumber. What has happened? Is he bitten by something? This child, enduring until now. Had it not been for seeing him in such pain this morning, I would have been oblivious. We have no doctor here. Should we try applying some lard as a remedy? Would that even work? We wouldn't want to worsen the irritation, just look at how swollen it is. A cacophony of voices invaded Lin Rui's ears, banishing any remnants of sleep. He quickly rose, gathering his belongings while keeping an eye on Lin Zicheng. "Master, you're awake," Sonli exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him stir. Lin Rui nodded, rubbing his eyes as he glanced over. "What is going on?" Zhao Qing approached, loading luggage onto the wheelbarrow, and replied, "Zicheng's behind seems to have been bitten by some creature. It's swollen to the size of a steamed bun, and he's lying there, crying out in pain. Unable to get up. Is it that serious?" Lin Rui could no longer sit idle and quickly went to check on him. Lin Zicheng had exhibited some odd behavior the previous night, but he had insisted on remaining silent, attributing it to an issue he thought was merely hemorrhoids. He had no idea the situation had escalated so dramatically. In grand families, decorum regarding gender is strictly upheld, but in ordinary farming households, such matters are not as significant. The Lin family is flourishing, with most offspring being male, and those males marry young. Thus, the individuals surrounding Lin Zicheng's swollen rear were either his cousins' wives or younger brothers' wives. And the married women were far more formidable than the unmarried maidens, all peering intently at Lin Zicheng's injury. Lin Zicheng's face flushed. Whether from pain or embarrassment was uncertain. His wife, Tan Ying, wished to cover him with a garment to spare him from humiliation. But the moment the fabric touched his rear, he cried out in agony, a sight both pitiable and comical. Lin Rui, peering through the crowd, confirmed that Lin Zicheng's rear was indeed grotesquely swollen, with some areas developing blisters and rashes, the once smooth skin now marred by lumps and shiny, swollen blisters, likely to become inflamed if punctured. In ancient times, there were no tetanus vaccines, and considering they were currently fleeing from disaster, there was little hope for medical assistance. Lin Changxi and Lin Changhe, one uncle and one father, stood helplessly beside Lin Zicheng. "Changhe, why don't you try using lard? There's no medicine to apply here." Lin Changxi, at a loss for ideas, suggested this. Lin Changhe, seeing his son drenched in sweat from the pain, reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let us give it a try." In rural areas, lard is considered a treasure, used for everything from mosquito bites to burns. There is also a remedy known as mouse oil. Made by soaking newborn mice in a jar of oil, over time, it proves effective for treating frostbite and insect bites. However, both lard and rapeseed oil are luxuries for the impoverished, who might use a mere dab of oil for an entire meal. Hardly anyone would dare waste a jar of oil infused with tiny mice. Lin Changhe reached into the oil jar for a bit of lard to apply. But Lin Rui could no longer watch. "Uncle, wait. What is it, Ruier?" Lin Changhe asked, puzzled. Whether it was lard or rapeseed oil. The skin tends to attract dust and dirt easily. Lin Zicheng's rear had swelled to the point where even a layer of clothing would cause unbearable pain. But walking through the woods without clothes would expose him to leeches and other soft-bodied creatures seeking to drain him dry. "I have some medicinal powder. You can use it on cousin first." The family medicine cabinet contained 3 packets of anti-inflammatory powder, which he had been reluctant to use unless absolutely necessary. Thus, it was actually a stash of prickly heat powder he had bought for storage at home. Applying a bit of prickly heat powder would reduce friction between Lin Zicheng's skin and clothing, providing him with some relief. Lin Changhe's wife, Zhang Dakui, was so overwhelmed with gratitude that tears streamed down her cheeks. "Ruier, thank you so much. You've saved Zicheng's life." Lin Rui waved his hand. "It's not that serious." After a pause, he added, "Uncle, wait here. I'll go fetch it." All right. Lin Changhe nodded fervently. Lin Rui turned back toward his family's ox cart, recalling that he had previously stored the prickly heat powder and the herbal medicines in the same location, and to avoid confusion, he had even marked them with numbers using charcoal. Feng Jinni, with a rather grim expression, approached Lin Changxi, wearing an expression of exasperation. "I must say, you child, how can you just give away such precious medicinal powder? What if our family needs it later?" Lin Changxi, displeased, retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? No matter what. Zicheng is my own nephew. What's wrong with Ruier lending a hand?" Feng Jinyang shot him a glance and retorted, "How can it be the same? You claim that Zicheng is your nephew, yet Ruier Susu is my own flesh and blood. Why are you so quick to turn your elbow outward?" Lin Rui interjected to comfort the two. "Mother, fret not. I am fully aware of everything. I have prepared all the medicinal supplies for the family." He had taken out all the medicines from the household medicine cabinet, meticulously packaged items like cold capsules and cowhide paper that he had previously procured from traditional Chinese medicine. While these capsules were originally sealed in aluminum foil for safety, keeping them in the house was the most prudent choice, as they would not expire, become waterlogged, or suffer damage. However, given the house's peculiarities, if one did not diligently retrieve the medications, they could remain unchanged for a year or two, reflecting the previous usage frequency. Noticing that Feng Jinyang was still deeply pained, Lin Rui had no choice but to advocate from his own self-interest. Mother, there's no need to feel so distressed. We are all kin on this journey. We may have broken bones, but the sinews still connect. If you choose to ignore someone in need today, what will happen tomorrow when we encounter other refugees who may threaten our unity? Our family, father, myself, Sanliang, and my brother-in-law, amounts to merely 3.5 laborers. Yet, look at uncles, family, and granduncles. Their children and grandchildren together number over 10, all robust and capable, with each one able to perform the work of two. This journey of fleeing has only just begun. How do you know there will be no need for assistance later? Mother, we must strive for mutual benefit. The loss of any member of our Lin clan would be a tremendous blow. A voice of approval broke the tension from behind, startling both Lin Changxi and Feng Jinyang. They turned to see Lin Pingmao, the village elder. The journey had made Lin Pingmao appear even more weathered, his face etched with deep lines resembling tree bark. Yet his gaze towards Lin Rui sparkled with clarity. He expressed disappointment towards Feng Jinyang. Jinyang, you do not yet comprehend half of Rui's understanding. A single chopstick can easily break, but a bundle of 10 pairs is resilient. As long as our Lin clan remains united, no adversity can withstand us. Lin Rui felt he deserved the award for the best realization and respectfully nodded towards him. Great uncle. Lin Pingmao's expression softened. Good child, go on with your tasks. Chapter 21. The Fiery Flower. Lin Rui handed the packaged prickly heat powder to Lin Changhe. Third uncle, quickly apply this to cousin. All right. Lin Changhe squatted down, ready to begin, but Lin Zicheng called out to the crowd, Yang, quickly find a cloth to cover. Zhang Dakui, noticing her son's embarrassment, immediately adopted a stern demeanor. Hands on her hips and addressed everyone, all right, enough of this. Hurry back and pack your belongings, we must set off again soon. I don't want any commotion that might catch my eye. As Lin Rui turned to leave, he reflected on how this third aunt had treated him since embarking on their escape. She had hardly acknowledged him, perhaps harboring resentment for urging his cousins to abandon their prosperous home for this arduous life. Unlike their family, which had fallen into dire straits due to the original owner's gambling debts, leaving only a few acres of barren land to scrape by. The third uncle's family thrived with 2 industrious sons, not only cultivating their rice fields better than others, but also making the most of their reclaimed land. The hard-earned estate had been sold at a pittance, igniting a fierce anger within the third aunt. Ruier, come take a look if I'm using this powder correctly. Lin Changhe exclaimed, holding the prickly heat powder in his palm, nervously switching its position lest his perspiration dampen it and render it ineffective. Third uncle. It doesn't need to be so meticulous, just apply it all over, Lin Rui advised. However, Lin Changhe insisted on carefully applying the powder under Lin Rui's watchful gaze. Lin Rui could not help but glimpse his cousin's more private areas, and it truly seemed unfortunate. Compared to the fiery flower, the condition of his buttocks appeared to be the least severe. Have you ever seen a bright red flower? Today, Lin Zicheng opened his eyes to the sight. Not only was the flower swollen, but every delicate fold was stretched flat, and further down, even the pouch was involved in the swelling, drooping heavily. Lin Rui felt a pang of pain just from looking, let alone what Lin Zicheng must be enduring. How much courage and resilience must one possess to not break down in tears from such agony? He was intensely curious about what kind of insect could inflict such suffering on Lin Zicheng. Achoo! Lin Changhe cautiously opened the cowhide paper containing the prickly heat powder. A fine dust floating into the air, prompting a series of sneezes. In the midst of sneezing, he remembered to extend his hand far away, fearful that a sudden movement would cause the powder to scatter. Zhang Dakui and Tanning were both in a flurry. Father, be careful with the powder. This powder was a luxury in ordinary farming households, and on the road to escape, it was a treasure beyond gold and silver. Had they not noticed how Feng Jinyang's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Rui mention the powder? A mix of pity and regret. If they had such medicine, it would surely be hoarded. Zhang Dakui felt that Lin Rui's decisive willingness to share the powder with his cousin justified the money her family had lent to Lin Changxi's family. Lin Changhe stifled the itch in his nose, carefully and sparingly applying the powder to Lin Zicheng's rear. Lin Rui had provided a single-use amount, but his uncle meticulously managed to stretch it into 2 applications, using only half for such a large area, while the other half was cautiously rewrapped in the cowhide paper and tucked away. Qingzi, how do you feel now? Tan Ing inquired carefully. Lin Zicheng, astonished, felt that after his father applied the powder, the fiery sensation subsided significantly, replaced by a slight cooling sensation in the oppressive heat of the day. It feels a bit cool, quite pleasant, he replied. Cool? Lin Changhua was puzzled. Lin Rui realized that the prickly heat powder he had purchased contained mint essence, which explained the refreshing feeling upon application, inadvertently alleviating Lin Zicheng's discomfort. At least, with the powder applied, Lin Zicheng could manage to wear his trousers, avoiding any embarrassing exposure on their flight and encouraging development. Cousin, did you fall into an insect nest last night? What could have bitten you so severely? Do you know what insect it was? Lin Rui asked, intrigued by Lin Zicheng's pained expression. Lin Zicheng shook his head. I just finished my business last night. After that, I casually picked a leaf to wipe myself. After that, my rear began to feel off, becoming painfully sore. When I saw you, I could still bear it. But by midnight, it became unbearable, painful and hot, swollen beyond measure. The sensation was excruciating. This was a common plight in ancient times, while paper had developed. Toilet paper had not yet made an appearance. Regardless of status, whether highborn or peasant, bamboo slips were used for such purposes, with the wealthy having servants to clean and maintain them daily. Now, as they fled, there was no bamboo slip to be found, so they had to resort to whatever was available. Leaves were the most accessible option. Using leaves? What kind of leaves could cause such pain after wiping? Didn't you notice anything unusual while using them? Lin Zicheng's older brother, Lin Ziang, arrived with a loaded wheelbarrow, curious about the situation. Lin Zicheng reflected carefully. It was too dark. I just grabbed any leaf. But when I used it, it felt different, not as smooth as ordinary leaves, a bit fuzzy. Fuzzy? Oh? Lin Rui felt goosebumps rise on his skin. What kind of leaf would be fuzzy? Fuzzy. Lin Ziang exclaimed loudly. What kind of tree leaves are fuzzy? We don't have such species around here. They were still traversing the outskirts of the Lian Mountains, having yet to encounter the true depths of the forest. Since childhood, their parents had brought them to the periphery for a stroll, hoping to catch a glimpse of wild pheasants or rabbits to satisfy their appetites. While they might not possess a complete understanding of the terrain and flora, they were indeed quite familiar with it, having never laid eyes on such fluffy foliage before. Lin Cheng shook his head, feeling a sense of frustration. It was just as he felt. The darkness was overwhelming, and he couldn't see clearly. Father, please inform Grandfather Li Zheng about this matter so that others do not fall victim as I have. All right, Lin Changhua nodded. Lin Rui returned to his family S group to continue their journey, while San Liang effortlessly pushed a wheelbarrow laden with over 200 pounds of rice and flour meant for their meals. They reattached the 2 newly purchased oxen to the cart and set off once more. The envy of the group was undoubtedly directed towards Grandfather Li Zheng's family. His 2 sons, Lin Changtai and Lin Changshou, drove the ox cart, while Lin Pingmao sat atop it. The 2 daughters-in-law pushed a cart, and the 2 grandsons, both around 17 or 18 and of marriageable age, each pushed a wheelbarrow. This family was almost entirely composed of laborers, carrying the most food and supplies. San Liang, can you still manage? Lin Rui inquired, surprised by San Liang's determination and strength. While others collapsed in exhaustion at the first resting spot, needing a long break before unloading their cargo, San Liang appeared unfazed, working tirelessly despite the sweat pouring from him. Chapter 22. The Fiery Red Caterpillars. Last night, the meal prepared by Feng Jinyang did not fully satiate San Liang, but for him, it was a significant improvement. At least he could eat to a point of satisfaction. In contrast, in previous households, even a half-full stomach was a luxury, often having to resort to scraps or competing with dogs for food. There was no alternative. The sensation of hunger was indeed unbearable, for only a full stomach allowed the mind to think clearly. San Liang, if you're tired, just say so. Don't push yourself, Lin Rui remarked, observing that, despite San Liang's youthful appearance, he was shouldering more labor than many adults. San Liang wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm not tired, master, don't worry about me, I'm doing just fine. Suddenly, a pang of guilt struck him. San Liang's strength was among the greatest in the family, second only to the 2 oxen, almost akin to being treated like a mule. He approached San Liang and discreetly handed him an egg that his mother had secretly given him that morning. Master, Sanliang's hand brushed against the smooth, oval object, and he immediately reacted, his eyes widening in delight as he looked at Lin Rui. Master. Lin Rui hushed him. Eat quickly. He glanced back at his elder sister, whose pronounced belly filled him with concern, and promptly cleared a spot in the corner of the ox cart for her to sit. Lin Zizao had been apprehensive about her pregnancy slowing down the group, pushing herself to keep going, though her legs had swollen from a day's journey. Now, being helped onto the cart by her younger brother, she was anxious and repeatedly declined. Ruer, it's fine. I truly don't need it. But she had to consider the child within her. She could not allow her niece to suffer. He insisted on seating Lin Zizao in the cart. And seeing that their parents and older sisters showed no signs of trouble, she finally relaxed into her seat. Lin Susu called over Nyonyo, coaxing, Nyonyo. Let us give the ox cart to your aunt. Will you sit on the wheelbarrow your father is pushing? The ox cart was quite cramped, making it uncomfortable for Lin Zizao, who was with child. Nyonyo, understanding and obedient, was lifted onto the wheelbarrow by Zhao Qing, surrounded by a circle of items to prevent her from falling. As they ascended the Lian Mountains, the path grew steeper, and everyone exerted their utmost effort. With no trees to provide shade, the sun beat down relentlessly, and the 3 oxen, growing weary and irritable, refused to budge. Lin Pingmao, feeling sympathetic, urged them to take a break, fearing for the old ox's health. Lin Rui, however, was unyielding. The ox cart was meant to serve humans, and they could not indulge its whims. Having only traveled less than 1,000 meters that morning, it was intolerable for the ox to throw a tantrum. He fetched a thin branch and struck the ox firmly. Move along. Lin Changxi, equally distressed, quickly snatched the branch away. Ruer, what are you doing? To Lin Changxi. These 2 oxen were akin to freshly acquired luxury vehicles. He felt a pang of heartache at the thought of them getting hurt. The ox, having received a swift reprimand, complied and resumed its path up the mountain. Ahead, Lin Ziang, Lin Zikuan, and Lin Zicheng, 3 cousins, began their labor, cutting a path deeper into the mountains, where human presence was scarce. The untrodden paths were overgrown with weeds, some taller than a person, concealing potential dangers like snakes and insects. Without vigilance, one could easily be bitten. Having witnessed Lin Zicheng's earlier misfortune, the 3 brothers worked with heightened diligence. Upon seeing Lin Changxi's ox cart move forward, Lin Changai followed suit, striking his own ox with a thin branch, which promptly behaved as well. In the mountains, the most fearsome adversaries were not tigers, leopards, or wolves, but rather the relentless swarm of mosquitoes. The oxen attracted flies, and soon the area was teeming with them. Lin Rui hastily called out, "Quickly, everyone. Cover your heads and faces with cloth. There are more mosquitoes than ever. Make sure you're well covered." Mosquitoes are notorious carriers of disease, and although there were no historical accounts of ancient mosquitoes causing death, modern news was rife with reports of mosquito-borne fatalities. Any opportunity to avoid a bite was worth taking. As the group halted, each household busied themselves, with the women efficiently locating fabrics among their mountain of belongings, cutting them with knives. They first covered the children and the elderly, then attended to themselves and their husbands. Lin Susu, Lin Zizao, El Shur, and Feng Jinyang were all skilled seamstresses, and within a short time, they had crafted rudimentary mosquito nets. The heat was stifling, but it was far preferable to the sensation of mosquitoes colliding with one's face, eyes, and nostrils. Indeed, the sheer number of mosquitoes was such that it would not be an exaggeration to say that one could easily ingest several dozen if they opened their mouths. The sun blazed unforgivingly, with not a whisper of wind to relieve the sweltering air, which seemed distorted by the heat. Were it not for their traveling group, the entire forest would resemble a static tableau. That day, it felt as though a torrential downpour was imminent. Come on, let it rain already. I'm nearly melting. It ought to rain. Our water supply is running low. Didn't you fill up at the mountain spring last night? I did, but only a few water bags. With so many mouths to feed at home, just 1 sip per person would deplete it by morning, and I've been carefully rationing. Midway through clearing the path, Lin Ziang and the others suddenly paused, cautiously retreating to a safe distance before exhaling in relief. What the? Lin Rui, noticing their furtive movements, intended to inquire, but was taken aback by a sight that made his heart race, a tree ablaze with fiery red. The small trees were only as tall as a person's waist, yet their branches and leaves were entirely covered with red caterpillars, which writhed in response to the disturbance, many dropping to the ground. Why are there so many caterpillars? Goodness! They're everywhere, even more than on our fruit trees. The tree trunks and leaves were infested with the pests, their fuzzy appearance repugnant to behold. These caterpillars, adorned in striking bands of red, black, and green, with the red being the most conspicuous, were covered in white fluff, their writhing bodies sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Xiang and Lin Rui simultaneously recalled Lin Zichang's earlier description of their texture. Picking a leaf, they had unwittingly wiped themselves with a leaf infested with red caterpillars. It seems that being stung in such a manner is not entirely unwarranted. At a mere glance, one could observe dozens of red caterpillars densely clustered on a single leaf. Imagine the intimate encounter one might have with them should they all descend upon one's posterior. Just above, a red caterpillar fell, landing squarely on his hand. Raising his gaze, it became evident that this area was akin to a den of caterpillars, with these furry creatures crawling everywhere. Is the mosquito net in place? Lin Rui understood the urgency of their situation and shouted. Everyone was prepared, ready. They swiftly made their way, eager to exit the forest. With the prior experience of the caterpillars fresh in their minds, no one dared underestimate the stinging power of these red pests. Even mosquitoes had been relegated to second place. The Lin men, their muscles taut, swiftly pushed the wheelbarrow and cart. Chapter 23. Zhang Dakui's Complaints. Lin Zijing and the others, bundled up tightly, selected a thicket with fewer caterpillars and swiftly felled branches with their machetes, soon clearing a path wide enough for an ox cart. Let's move. Quickly. Lin Rui and Lin Zijing stood at either side of the path, guiding everyone along, lending a hand to those who lagged behind. Once they confirmed that everyone had departed, they hurriedly took their place at the end of the line. Fortunately, having passed through the caterpillar-infested area, they now entered the depths of the mountains. Towering trees provided shade, offering respite to those scorched by the sun. The temperature difference between the forest and the outside world was nearly 10 degrees, and upon entering the woods, everyone felt a refreshing chill in their breaths. The mosquito nets tied to their faces were no longer stifling, allowing them to breathe more easily. Their physical comfort significantly increased. Lin Pingmao accepted the water pouch handed to him by his son, gulping down several mouthfuls before finally catching his breath. His exhausted legs trembled. Approaching 60 years of age, he was considered an elder in ancient times. The parents of Lin Chongxi's 3 brothers were even younger than Lin Pingmao, yet they had not lived as long. Both had passed away just as they reached the age of destiny. This could be attributed to the arduous life of yore, where peasant families labored daily in the fields, struggling for sustenance. With inadequate nourishment and clothing, and 3 sons to raise, they had to save for the bride price from the moment the boys were born. They refrained from spending on themselves, often leading to early departures from life in the agrarian setting. Lin Rui's legs ached terribly, though he felt slightly better than the previous day and had covered more ground. He took out his water pouch and sipped a few times. Everyone was both weary and hungry. Lin Chongxi's stomach had long begun to rumble. Zhenyang, please hand out some dry rations to tide us over. Feng Zhenyang was adept at managing provisions, treating them with the utmost care, her regard for food second only to her children. She would not part with even a single grain. Those who had known hunger understood the value of sustenance better than anyone. Feng Zhenyang resolutely refused to eat until she felt faint with hunger, and even then, only allowing herself to eat half, saving the rest for later. She was generous towards her husband and children, distributing pieces of bread made from a mixture of white and whole grain flour, also handing out some pickled vegetables from a jar. Seeing that Feng Zhenyang had given 3 liang of bread, Lin Rui could not help but speak up, "Mother, men have hearty appetites. They cannot be left hungry. Give them 3 to 5 pieces so they can have the strength to work. Brother-in-law and father should have 3 pieces each. I'll take 2, and Mu Tutu as well. You and my 2 sisters can have 1.5 each. And Nyo 1. Let us stick to this distribution moving forward." He knew his mother's frugality well. She had been distressed by the last meal of dry rice. If he did not voice his needs, she might further tighten her grip on the rations. After a long morning of travel, how could they endure without some meat? Feng Zhenyang felt a pang in her heart. Although her son had explained the reasons, she could not help but feel as if her heart were bleeding at such a frugal approach. Lin Chongxi added, "Zhenyang, think about it. It's all the same. Only when we are well-fed can we travel with vigor. If we only eat half, we'll surely slow down. Would you prefer to arrive at Huangma Pass quickly and endure less suffering, or drag it out for 3 to 5 years, freezing and starving, before reaching our destination, having consumed all our provisions by then?" Ultimately, Feng Jinyang acquiesced to the wisdom of both the young and the old. She took the bread and began to devour it ravenously, while Zhao Qing and Mu Tu did the same, laboring and sweating along the way, their garments soaked through. The rice and meat from yesterday had long since been digested. Now their stomachs growled with hunger, and even Lin Rui found the hard bread as delightful as a feast. When one is hungry, any food can taste like a banquet. After the entire Lin family finished drinking water, they contentedly munched on their bread. Though they had ample reserves, they were not as extravagant as Lin Chongxi's family. The men had a piece and a half each, while women and children shared a smaller portion, barely enough to fill their bellies. The families of Lin Chongfa and Lin Chonghe were in similar circumstances. The four families, totaling over 30 individuals, had managed to acquire a fair amount of grain through the sale of land and trades with neighbors, but they were wary of how long the journey would be, fearing they might run out of supplies before reaching their destination. Zhang Dakui, begrudgingly extracting a piece of bread from the grain sack, began to grumble softly. "Look at you boys, leaving the peaceful Lin family village behind and foolishly following that Lin Changxi." After saying this, she, meeting the eager gazes of her husband, son, and daughter-in-law, handed 2 pickled salted eggs to her grandson Xiaozhan and granddaughter Xiangxiang, lamenting, "Look at how exhausted my grandchildren are." For the children, exhaustion was hardly a concern. Migrating alongside the adults, with food and drink along the way, was a source of joy for them, as they were too young to understand the weight of worry. "Thank you, Grandma." The grandchildren had been well taught by their 2 daughters-in-law, and upon hearing their sweet voices, Zhang Dakui felt a surge of affection. The more she loved them, the more her ire grew towards her husband and 2 absurd sons. Tan Ying, however, did not share such sentiments. Ever since they had left Lin family village and hidden in the mountains, she had not experienced a nightmare in quite some time. In the days following their return from her maternal home, she had been plagued by dreadful dreams, where Lin family village was engulfed in flames, and her husband, in-laws, elder brother, and sister-in-law perished at the hands of bandits, with the small bodies of Xiaozhan and Xiangxiang floating in a deep well, the flames lighting up half the sky. Such visions haunted her, leaving her paralyzed, akin to being pressed down by a ghost. Ever since her husband and father-in-law decided to leave Lin family village, the heavy stone that had weighed upon her heart had finally shifted. "Mother, please do not say that. Uncle did not force us to leave, it was our choice. I was injured, and Lin Rui provided medicine. These are acts of kindness that cannot be repaid, so do not speak ill." Lin Zicheng, lying atop the cart's clothing, spoke up. Lin Xiang added, "Mother, Chengzi is right. Do not complain. You have seen Lin Rui's ox cart and the supplies he brought, which are more complete than even the village heads. If he had not made money through trade, how could he afford such a fine cart? He even gave up his business to escape with his parents and siblings. Doesn't that indicate the dire situation in the capital?" Zhang Dakui continued to grumble. Who knows where his money came from? It might not have been acquired honestly. Perhaps he fled with ill-gotten gains. Lin Chonghe exchanged glances with his 2 sons, both shaking their heads. Their mother was stubbornly stuck in her narrow viewpoint, unwilling to believe Lin Rui's words. They had to acknowledge the situation of Qingzi's in-laws, considering the tragedy that had occurred merely 2 hills away from Lin family village. Did they really want to gamble with their lives on such a slim chance? Chapter 24. The weather like a furnace. After a brief respite and a meal of bread, they were compelled to resume their journey. They had already traveled for a day, and due to the mountainous terrain and dense foliage, the total distance was only a little over 10 kilometers, barely enough to constitute crossing a single mountain. The forest is lush with greenery, and since entering the mountains, the shadow of Lingjia village has vanished entirely. Women are instinctively nesters, filled with a profound longing for home. Lin Rui has witnessed his mother weeping towards the direction of Lingjia village more than once. Even the boisterous aunts, Zhang Dakui and Yulan Hua, were expressions of sorrow. Lin Rui's feet throb with pain, surely blistered from the arduous journey. His brother-in-law, Zhao Qing, along with San Liang, steadily pushes the unicycle, while his elder sister carries supplies and bears a bundle on her back, her face and neck tightly wrapped in a headscarf. The Wooden and San Liang play together cheerfully, inseparable throughout the trek. His sister-in-law, Elvisher, trails behind the ox cart, balancing a basket filled with cumbersome pots and wooden basins. Not particularly heavy, but taking up space nonetheless. Suddenly, a tiger's roar resonates through the dense thicket, sending a flock of wild chickens soaring past their group, while a deer, half the height of a person, hastily flees. Zhao Qing wipes the sweat from his brow and laughs heartily, declaring, as long as we are in the mountains, we shall never go hungry. The deep forest is often associated with peril, yet it is equally a treasure trove. In ancient times, there were no wildlife protection laws. Anything that could be hunted was a testament to one's skill. Of course, one must be cautious not to become prey to the fierce tigers or leopards, lest they be devoured without a trace. Lin Zi and Lin Xiang, observing the swift wild fowl, feel the stirrings of ambition. If only they could catch one, their home would be graced with the taste of meat. The chickens and ducks raised by their parents have already been salted for the journey, likely reserved until they reach the brink of starvation. To indulge in some meat, they must rely on their rudimentary hunting skills. Among all, none possess the hunting prowess of Lin Rui's brother-in-law, Zhao Qing, but if they could follow in his wake to snag a chicken or two, it would be a boon. Such aspirations are delightful, yet the expedition shall not pause for the sighting of wildfowl, else they would never depart the mountains. Only during collective rests can they set traps and await their quarry. The temperature varies across the forest, and in the previous area, Lin Rui estimates it was a comfortable 26 or 27 degrees Celsius, ideal for the human body. Upon exiting that zone, the vegetation diminishes markedly and the temperature surges abruptly. Within minutes, they find themselves in a sweltering environment exceeding 40 degrees. Sweat cascades from their bodies, and having once watched survival shows, Lin Rui recalls that such temperatures could lead to a loss of at least 3 liters of sweat per hour. Failure to replenish water could spell dehydration. Their supply from the last small stream is nearly depleted, and under such oppressive heat, the demand for water far exceeds that for food. A person can only survive a few days without water, but with ample supplies, one could endure over 20 days, illustrating the critical importance of water resources. Zhao Qing, an experienced hunter, takes the lead, determined to locate a water source before sunset. He too is parched, longing for the cool refreshment of cola, Fanta, milk, or iced tea from the refrigerator back home. He chastises himself to cease such thoughts, for the more he envisions it, the more intense his thirst becomes. He merely wishes to find a secluded spot to temporarily vanish and quench his thirst. As the sun sets, the group has yet to uncover any sign of water. Anxiety grips them as they increasingly feel the pangs of thirst, perpetuating a vicious cycle of drinking what little water remains. Mother, is there any water left in the jar? Just a bit. Let's hold on a while longer. If we can't find more, we can drink it then. Grandma, I'm thirsty. Though the children do not have to walk, the prolonged heat and loss of sweat still leave them parched. The adults resolve to endure their own discomfort rather than let the children suffer. In times of famine, it is easy to believe that food is paramount. People can perish from hunger, yet the fear of dying from thirst is often overshadowed. It is only when one is truly desperate for water that they realize its value. Even when Lin Rui and his companions left home with ample food, they merely filled their water bags and jars. This experience has taught them the preciousness of water resources. Fortunately, fate seems to favor them, as darkness descends. Zhao Qing finally discovers a deep waterhole nestled among the rocks. The pool spans roughly 7 or 8 square meters and is over a meter deep. But due to the lack of rain and evaporation from the heat, it is now only half full, reaching just to their calves. The water is stagnant, covered with a layer of decaying leaves, and surrounded by numerous animal tracks, indicating it is the only water source in the vicinity. Water, water. Lin Zijuan, desperate with thirst, rushes forward to scoop some water into his hands. Wait, don't drink that. Lin Rui shouts urgently. The unfiltered water is rife with potential contaminants, including animal waste and hair, an unavoidable consequence of the wilderness. The most effective means of purification is boiling. We should boil it before drinking, otherwise we'll end up with stomach troubles. Lin Zijuan, feeling as though he might perish from thirst, hastily takes a couple of sips before Lin Ziming, closest to him, pulls him back. Cousin, we've held out all afternoon. We can wait a little longer. Having temporarily quenched his thirst, Lin Zijuan no longer dwells on the matter, retrieving a gourd from the ox cart to fetch water from the pool. His mother, Yulanhua, and his wife, Niu Qian, have already begun to kindle a fire to boil the water. The other 3 families also busy themselves. Lin Susu manages to bring the water to a boil, its hue still tinged with the green of algae. At this moment, Lin Rui longs to return to the house and retrieve a case of mineral water. If he were to suddenly vanish, they would surely think him a ghost. With some water still left in his water bag, he portions it out to the pregnant Lin Zizao and the 3 children. At any time, pregnant women and children must be prioritized. Especially since they are kin to the original family, he feels a profound obligation to care for them. The sweat on his body is yet to dry when the boiling murky water is poured into bamboo cups for everyone. His parents drink the impure water without hesitation. Having worked in the wilderness before, they're accustomed to scooping muddy water from any nearby puddle when their water bags run dry, never having suffered ill effects. Sister-in-law Elvisher and Lin Susu, along with Zhao Qing, sip cautiously from their bamboo cups, appearing unfazed. Lin Rui sighs inwardly, feeling out of place, sometimes. Knowing too much creates psychological barriers. If he were truly the original owner of this body, he would have gulped down the water without a second thought. Due to the lack of clean water, they forego cooking that night. Dinner consists once again of dry, hard cakes that could choke a person. One cannot use the greenish, contaminated water for cooking, and Lin Rui finds himself grappling with the mental fortitude required to consume even a single cup. Chapter 25, Lin Zijuan's Upset Stomach. After a long day of travel, everyone is utterly exhausted and too weary to utter a word. As the sun sets, the temperature in the woods drops significantly, and each family retrieves their warm clothing for the night, surrounding themselves with campfires to ward off wild beasts. This time, Lin Rui has learned his lesson. To avoid unnecessary trips back and forth to explain himself to the night watchman, he takes several warm garments from the ox cart. Once everyone is fast asleep, he stealthily arranges the clothes to create a rough human outline, draping a thick garment over the top for concealment, strategically choosing a corner position. Once he is assured that no one has noticed, he returns to the house. The house remains unchanged, and he doesn't feel the overwhelming joy he experienced during previous visits. He rushes to the storeroom, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and drinking it greedily. I'm dying of thirst. I'm dying of thirst. That almost nauseatingly green water had been a trial to endure, and now he wishes he could cleanse his stomach. The temperature within one's own abode is undeniably pleasant, in stark contrast to the vast woodlands where the diurnal temperature fluctuations are extreme. The scorching heat by day can feel suffocating, while the frigid nights can be utterly chilling. Moreover, one must remain vigilant for the presence of wild beasts. What grievance could warrant such a hellish commencement of a journey through turbulent times? Would it not be preferable to traverse into an era of peace and prosperity, assuming the role of a wealthy gentleman? Having quenched his thirst, he retrieved several ice creams from the refrigerator, and I must say, the light milk flavor of the ice cream produced by Zhang Mo Gao is indeed delectable. He pondered how he might persuade the manager to take some out for his nephew and niece. Otherwise, indulging alone would leave him with a sense of guilt. Were he not utterly exhausted, he would have relished the idea of preparing a stir-fried noodle dish accompanied by succulent seafood and a chilled cola. Such would encapsulate the joys of summer. Regardless of the circumstances, he found himself considerably more comfortable than others. After all, even a mediocre golden finger is still a golden finger. With its presence, amidst the chaos, one need not fear starvation, dehydration, or exhaustion. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he returned to the camp, adjusted the garments draped over him, and prepared to enjoy a restful sleep. However, Lin Zijuan, his neighbor, abruptly stirred beneath the covers. Lin Zijuan, what are you doing? Lin Rui inquired, noticing his hurried demeanor. Lin Zijuan clutched his abdomen, racked with pain. I suspect I've upset my stomach. This is already my third bout. Lin Rui frowned at this revelation and waved him off. Go, go. In the span of an hour, Lin Zijuan traversed back and forth at least 5 or 6 times, making sleep impossible for anyone nearby. Even Lin Zijing and Lin Zikuan were roused by his incessant movements, their annoyance palpable. Lin Zijuan, what are you fussing about in the dead of night? We have a journey to undertake tomorrow. Lin Rui, closest to Lin Zijuan, could not ignore the foul stench emanating from his repeatedly unsettled state. As Lin Zijuan attempted to speak, his complexion turned pale, and he abruptly vomited, expelling the remnants of the flatbreads consumed earlier, the thick, acidic contents splattering onto the clothing of his wife, who lay beside him. Niu Qian, awakened by the commotion, glanced at his ashen face illuminated by the firelight, panic seizing her heart. Husband, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me. Her cry disrupted the camp's tranquility, prompting Lin Changfa and Yulanhua to rush over, their concern for their son evident. Upon seeing Lin Zijuan drenched in sweat, his legs weak from the relentless diarrhea, he staggered towards the trees, clutching a trunk for support. Lin Changfa, unable to quell his worry, called for his second son, Lin Zijing, and his third, Lin Zikuan, to follow him. Lin Changxi and Feng Jinyang were likewise awakened, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. What is happening? It was Qinji, the daughter-in-law from the Lin Pingao family, who surmised, it appears he has an upset stomach. He is likely experiencing both vomiting and diarrhea. How could this happen? Wasn't he at the same food we all consumed? Questioned Lin Rui, her concern mounting. What did you have for dinner? Lin Rui and Niu Qian exchanged anxious glances, responding, we had the same as you, a simple millet flatbread. Lin Rui recalled the one distinct difference. His cousin had drunk from the stagnant water in a puddle. Lin Rui's eyes widened in realization, nodding vigorously, yes, indeed. He was parched and drank a few mouthfuls to soothe his throat. How could it have led to this? Why wouldn't he it? And that water is stagnant, teeming with parasites and animal waste. Urine and even corpses may be present. I emphasized repeatedly the necessity of boiling it, otherwise, one could end up like Lin Zijuan. As they spoke, Lin Zijuan was helped back in by his father and two brothers, utterly spent, devoid of any strength. Lying on the ground, Lin Zicheng, still recovering from his own discomfort, felt a pang of empathy for Lin Zijuan's plight. He glanced at the cart he had been pushed in earlier, realizing it would likely be borrowed by his uncle to transport Lin Zijuan the following day. His family's medicine cabinet was stocked only with remedies for colds and fevers, lacking any treatment for diarrhea. Otherwise, a dose of laxative or montmorillonite would have worked wonders on a body unaccustomed to such ailments. For now, Lin Zijuan would have to endure it. This incessant vomiting and diarrhea could not continue. Changfa, you must devise a solution. Lin Rui implored, her voice laced with sorrow. Niu Qian, tearfully dabbing Lin Zijuan's face with a damp cloth, chimed in. Lin Changfa, overwhelmed by the duo's weeping and his concern for his son, felt his patience wearing thin. Enough with the tears. Do you think crying will cure him? Lin Rui, with reddened eyes, retorted, what are you capable of? Can you heal our son? I am no physician. You are not allowed to stop me from crying if you cannot help the child. Finally, in desperation, Lin Changfa turned to Lin Rui. You conduct business in Longting County and Linjing. You have seen more than us. Think of a way to save your cousin. Having once witnessed a survival show where individuals suffered from stomach ailments in the wilderness without access to medicinal remedies, he recalled that consuming activated charcoal could help absorb toxins and moisture in the intestines, thus providing a physical remedy for diarrhea. Upon relaying this suggestion, Lin Changfa smacked his forehead in realization. Isn't what you speak of Baijiao Frost? Baijiao Frost? What is that? Observing Lin Rui's confused expression, Lin Changfa explained. Baijiao Frost is the residue that accumulates at the bottom of the pot after cooking. When we were children and faced with diarrhea, our parents would mix it with water for us to drink. Before departing from Linjia village, the women had thoroughly cleaned the pot, leaving no trace of residue, let alone Baijiao Frost at the bottom. Chapter 26, Roasting Wild Chickens and Foraging for Wild Vegetables. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The worst-case scenario could not be worse than this. Lin Changfa extracted a piece of charcoal the size of a fingernail from the flames, allowing it to cool before urging Lin Zijuan to consume it. By sheer serendipity, Lin Zijuan ceased his vomiting and diarrhea, collapsing onto the ground, eyes shut in sleep. The others, who had been compelled to stay awake all night, finally found the opportunity for a peaceful slumber. The night in the woods was alive with activity. The flickering light of the fire attracted a multitude of mosquitoes and beetles, while the outskirts of the thicket echoed with the stealthy footfalls of wild beasts. The night watchmen, armed with firebrands, cautiously drove the creatures away from the sounds. There are advantages to having many people gathered. Even wild beasts hesitated to approach such a large assembly. After circling the thicket a few times, they eventually retreated into the darkness. As morning broke in the woodland, the mist lingered and Lin Rui, still in a haze, was shaken vigorously. Uncle, wake up. My father has caught something, cried the 6-year-old Nyo, shaking Lin Rui from his slumber. Awakened from his deep sleep, Lin Rui noticed that the fire had long since extinguished, leaving behind only wisps of white smoke. Zhao Qin, Lin Zikuan, and others returned, chatting and laughing, their quarry in hand, gleaming wild chickens and plump gray rabbits, all struck through the heart, lifeless and hanging limply from their grasp. Lin Zijing's pockets contained several sparrows that had fallen into traps. Though small, meat is meat, and it would suffice for a delicious meal. Every household participated in constructing traps for hunting, thus the spoils of the hunt were divided according to individual contributions. On the previous day, only Lin Rui's family, along with Zhao Qing, had the energy to set traps for hunting, resulting in their claim to a wild chicken. Fortunately, Zhao Qing, being an experienced hunter, had exceptional aim. As they passed through the thicket, he spotted the startled wild chicken and shot it down in one swift motion, returning with 2 wild chickens in tow. Following Feng Jinyang's suggestion to salt and preserve the wild chicken for leisurely consumption on the road, Zhao Qing felt an urge to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words as his wife, Lin Susu, tugged at his sleeve. In this family, apart from Lin Rui, the others bore expressions of pallor. Lin Rui managed to maintain his composure solely due to the resources stocked in their home, while the others were pitifully deprived of nourishing fats and oils. "Mother, we haven't touched any of the chickens, ducks, or fish at home. Let's do this fresh wild chicken to nourish everyone. After all, sister-in-law is nearing her delivery, and she needs to eat well to have the strength for childbirth. If something were to go awry in this desolate wilderness." Lin Rui's words trailed off, conveying the seriousness of the situation to his mother. If his sister-in-law Feng Jinyang were to express discontent, it would be understandable. After all, every woman has been a daughter-in-law at some point. When she was pregnant with her eldest son, her mother-in-law had forced her to weed in the fields on the very day of her labor. Yet she still managed to deliver a healthy child. Why should this situation be treated with such delicacy? However, Lin Zhao was a daughter born from her own womb. Had it not been for the need to save Ruier, she would not have been torn from her beloved partner and subjected to humiliation by Jiang Chengkai and his family. "Eat, eat, eat. I shall not concern myself with you all," Feng Jinyang exclaimed, tossing the wild chicken onto the ground before walking to the back of the ox cart. Lin Zhao anxiously glanced in the direction Feng Jinyang had departed. "Ruier, perhaps we should not eat after all." "I'm fine, really. I'm not hungry." Lin Rui picked up the wild chicken. "Elder sister, could you please start a fire? Are we really going to eat?" Lin Susu cast a wary glance towards her mother, fearing her wrath. Lin Rui boldly turned to Zhao Qing. "Brother-in-law, do you wish to partake?" Zhao Qing swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. "Yes. If we desire. Then let us eat. These 2 wild chickens were hunted by my brother-in-law. Let us follow his lead and enjoy." After speaking, Lin Rui rummaged through the smoldering embers, searching for a piece of charcoal that had yet to extinguish, setting dry pine needles alight. In no time, the fire blazed anew. "Mother, look. Uncle's family is already roasting chicken. We should join in." Lin Zicheng had been on the road for 2 days, subsisting on nothing but stale pancakes and pickled vegetables, which had left him longing for meat. The prospect of salting it seemed bleak, for he knew not when they would next have the chance to dine on such fare. Compared to the meat of wild chickens, Zheng Dakui was more concerned for her 2 sons and her grandchildren. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to cook the chicken. After all, they were not the type to mistreat their daughter-in-law, and they had relied on each other throughout the journey. "Let us eat. This is a delightful surprise. Since the trap proved effective today, it may do so again tomorrow." Each family set about starting a fire, intending to fill their bellies before continuing on their way. Lin Zijuan, having slept through the night, appeared slightly better, no longer suffering from the relentless vomiting and diarrhea, though he sat there looking weak and listless. The women began to prepare the wild chickens. Without hot water to scald off the feathers, they had to pluck them by hand. Fortunately, they had already slit the chickens' throats earlier, allowing the blood to drip into a bowl with a pinch of salt, resulting in a bowl of edible chicken blood. Such robust wild chickens were ideal for making soup, yet the memory of Lin Zijuan's bout with the foul water from the puddle had left everyone apprehensive. Until they found a clean water source, they would avoid drinking water altogether, let alone using it to make chicken soup. Who would dare consume such broth? Thus, the consensus was to roast the chicken, hollowing out the bird's cavities and placing them on the grill, blood and all. In short, they aimed to avoid using water as much as possible, for the chicken's blood would at least not upset their stomachs, unlike the foul water from the puddle. Zhao Qing and Lin Susu busily prepared the wild chickens while Feng Jinyang collected wild vegetables nearby with Xiaomuti and Nyonyo. Lin Changxi tended to the ox, feeding it some fodder while also checking the contents of the ox cart. Lin Zhao had not assigned her any tasks, allowing her to rest due to her considerable pregnancy. If she had nothing else to do, she could sew some small garments for the impending arrival, using the cotton fabric Lin Rui had originally purchased for waterproofing tents, which had yet to be exhausted. Lin Rui, too, was occupied, using a sturdy stick to test the path ahead. They were deep within a rarely traveled forest, wary of branches falling or venomous snakes lurking in the underbrush. The dangers of the woods were numerous, yet the riches they offered were equally abundant. In a short while, Feng Jinyang had gathered a substantial amount of wild greens, clover, shepherd's purse, and mugwort were thriving, and the pockets of muti and nyonyo were filled to the brim. Vitamins. These are all vitamins. Fresh vegetables could provide essential trace elements for their bodies, suitable for stir-frying or boiling. Returning to the fire, the wild chickens and several sparrows were already sizzling on the grill. While Lin Changshi poured the water, he had been reluctant to drink from his water pouch into an iron pot, combining it with the coagulated chicken blood, pickled vegetables, and the wild greens gathered by Feng Jinyang and the children for cooking. Chapter 27. The Pungent Stench. The roasted chicken and sparrows skewered on bamboo sticks emitted an enticing aroma as they cooked over the flames, and a sprinkle of salt turned them into an exquisite delicacy. Zhao Qing, suppressing his saliva, diligently turned them over. The children, who had been frolicking at the campsite, suddenly halted, each eagerly hovering around their family, yearning for a taste of the feast. Though there were 4 or 5 households, they remained unseparated, and each household boasted no fewer than 10 mouths to feed. The meager portions of sparrows and roast chicken barely sufficed, just enough to fool their bodies into thinking they had consumed meat. The iron cauldron, heated by the fierce flames, bubbled and steamed, while the womenfolk from Lin Rui's clan followed Feng Jinyang's lead, using the last of their clean water to cook the chicken blood and wild greens. Although the quantities of wild chickens and sparrows were scant, wild mushrooms and greens abounded in the mountains, available for anyone willing to forage until full. Some of the aunts sent their grandchildren to wait for the meal while they continued to harvest, planning to dry their bounty along the way for additional sustenance. Lin Rui thought this was a brilliant strategy. They were in a treasure trove deep in the mountains, uniquely positioned to gather food and resources. He estimated that crossing over the mountain ranges and passing through 2 towns would take at least 2 months in the best-case scenario. However, if they lost their way or encountered unforeseen obstacles, the time required could multiply significantly. He was acutely aware of the food he had procured. Calculating based on a daily consumption of 1 pound of grain per person, 500 pounds of rice would last a maximum of 2 months. Coupled with the grains exchanged with villagers for barren land, pickled vegetables, cured meats, and salted goods, they could barely scrape by for just over 2 months. But others were not as well prepared. His uncles and aunts had far less stored food, and their households consisted of strong laborers who consumed more than his family. Even the somewhat affluent village elder could not match the amount of grain Lin Rui had managed to secure through his sacrifice of over 900 taels of silver. When it came to kinship, there was no reason to watch each other starve. He was aware that they were not the only ones in peril. The principle of lips and teeth depend on each other was not lost on him. Since fleeing the famine, Lin Rui had been sneaking extra meals into his room every night, yet his stomach felt like a bottomless pit, constantly depleting his energy and making him think of food at every moment. A pot of stew made with water, wild vegetables, chicken blood, and entrails was devoured with great relish. Sam Liang, too, ate with abandon, his youthful appetite thriving as he relished every bite. Although Muti was of a similar age, he could not match San Liang's capacity or strength. He finished his portion and eagerly poured the leftover scraps and broth from Muti's bowl into his own, gulping them down. With his tongue lapping up the last drop of meat broth from the bowl, he contentedly patted his belly and let out a resounding belch. Ever since he began following Lin Rui, Sam Liang had hardly felt hunger pangs. "Uncle, let us spare some time to gather some wild vegetables before we leave. This place is teeming with dandelions and gray vegetables. If we don't pick them, it would be a waste. At the very least, we could manage a few meals." Yulanhua called out loudly to Lin Pingmao, for even after leaving Linjia village, it was customary for everyone to heed the village chief's counsel in times of need. The season for wild vegetables was an indispensable event for rural women, as they scoured the mountains and fields not merely to diversify their diets or emphasize dietary fiber intake, but because the meager grains left after paying various exorbitant taxes were woefully insufficient to feed a large family. What could one do when faced with hunger? They had to find alternative means. Anything that flew, swam, or grew from the earth could be sought after to fill their bellies. Wild vegetables were an annual boon, a staple for every household. Lin Pingmao, well aware of the value of grain, nodded in agreement and urged, "Let us work quickly. We cannot delay our journey." Lin Rui, Not particularly skilled in hunting, swiftly adapted to gathering wild vegetables, crouching down to harvest without lifting his head, for this patch of woodland was abundant with greens. Lin Zhaozhao, having rested enough, wished to lend a hand, but was promptly shooed away by Feng Jinyang, who scolded, "Can you even squat with that belly of yours? Don't make things harder, just rest." Lin Susu wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve and scooped water from a puddle with a gourd ladle to extinguish the charcoal on the ground, preventing any potential fire from sparking. She nodded in agreement. "Indeed, little sister, you are with child now. If anything were to happen out here in the wilderness, we wouldn't be able to find a doctor." Yet Lin Zhaozhao felt a pang of shame. She longed to assert that she was not so fragile. Back at the Jiang family, even with a growing belly, she had never shied away from her duties. Neither her mother-in-law nor the men had ever uttered a word of pity for her. As her mother-in-law often stated, pregnancy was nothing extraordinary. She had given birth to Jiang Chengkai while toiling in the fields, hardly a delicate situation. Her husband had also advised her to show respect to her mother-in-law and serve her husband, asserting that pregnancy was her own affair and should not interfere with household chores or income. However, after being brought back to her maternal home by Rui, he had tried his utmost to care for her during their flight from disaster. Aside from the first day when she insisted on walking, he had arranged for her to sit on a bullock cart the following day, cushioning her beneath several thick quilts to shield her from the jolts of the ride. Growing up, she and her elder sister had often been taught to support their brothers, as they would rely on them when married to stand tall in their maternal families. She had not understood this before, but now she truly saw how Rui's slender shoulders bore the weight of the world for her and their unborn child. Observing her youngest daughter's palpable anxiety, Feng Jinyang simply placed a needle, thread, and some cotton fabric into her hands, saying, "If you're truly at a loss for what to do, why not help your father and brother-in-law sew a pair of gloves?" The family had 2 bullock carts, one driven by Lin Changxi and the other by Zhao Qing, both filled to the brim, with every nook and cranny stuffed full. The lead ropes held tightly in the hands of the drivers. The dense vegetation of the mountains made it difficult for the large blue bull to move without stopping to graze, requiring the combined efforts of Lin Changxi and Zhao Qing to steer it back onto the right path, their hands blistered from the strain. Last night, Lin Changxi had noticed the pain in Feng Jinyang's side while sleeping beside her, prompting him to plan for gloves today. Now, seeing the wild vegetable patch, he was eager to gather more for the family. Sensing her second daughter's sensitivity, he entrusted the task of sewing gloves to her while he turned to harvest wild vegetables. Sewing and mending were Lin Zhaozhao's forte, and as she eagerly accepted the needle, thread, and fabric, she nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, mother, leave it to me." After handing the items to her youngest daughter, Feng Jinyang joined the others in the wild vegetable patch. The forest was indeed overflowing with wild greens, and in no time, Lin Rui had filled a bundle to the brim. Just as he was about to head back for a new container, he was suddenly struck by a foul, rancid wind blowing in his direction. What in the world? He quickly turned to face the source of the hot breeze and found himself staring directly into the eyes of a massive black wild boar, its formidable tusks gleaming ominously. Damn it, this is intolerable. A scream erupted from his throat, startlingly loud amidst the serene woodland and sending flocks of birds fluttering into the air. San Liang immediately dropped the bag he was holding and sprinted toward the source of the commotion. The other members of the Lin family, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly armed themselves and rushed over. Lin Rui scrambled away, covering a considerable distance, but the dark boar began to stomp the ground, preparing to charge. Before he could regain his footing, it charged towards him, tusks aimed directly at his abdomen. Goodness, if it lands a blow, he would be skewered. With all his might, he sought refuge behind the nearest large tree, its trunk wide enough to offer some semblance of protection. Bang! Lin Rui felt the impact reverberate through his body as the boar slammed its tusks against the tree, splinters flying in all directions. Just as the wild boar's tusks became lodged in the trunk, he scrambled up the tree. Grateful for his rural upbringing that had instilled in him the skills of climbing trees and wading through rivers, otherwise, he would be facing dire consequences today. Once perched atop the tree, he observed the boar's impressive size. Its glossy black coat shimmered in the sunlight, a testament to its bountiful diet in the wild. He couldn't help but gasp. This beast must weigh over 300 pounds, resembling a small mountain, its belly nearly grazing the ground. Wild boars are omnivorous creatures. Far from the docile domestic pigs, They consume nearly anything. If he managed to kill it, it would be a prize. If not, he would become its meal. It could truly eat a person. His forehead glistened with sweat, and the freshly gathered wild vegetables lay scattered on the ground. Yet neither he nor the boar had the time to be concerned about them. "Brother-in-law, father, help!" he cried out, hoping they could hear his desperate pleas. "Brother-in-law, father." Just as his calls faded, Lin Rui felt the tree beneath him beginning to tilt ominously. Looking down, his blood ran cold. The boar's tusks had shattered the sturdy trunk. Was it truly this ferocious? Fortunately, the tree had not completely toppled, as the boar had not bitten through the trunk entirely, leaving him with about half a meter of space above ground, sparing him from severe injury. Though he did sustain several painful scratches from the branches, the wild boar charged toward him, grunting and snorting. As its tusks drew nearer, he resolved to return to the safety of his home, disregarding any concerns about revealing his bizarre predicament when one's life is at stake. All other considerations must take a back seat. Just then, he spotted a lithe figure darting toward him, crashing into the boar's ample belly with a powerful force. The boar let out a piercing scream before immediately retaliating against San Liang, who reacted with remarkable speed, gripping the boar's tusks tightly to prevent any piercing danger to his body. At that moment, beads of sweat dripped from San Liang's brow. Yet he still managed to shout toward Lin Rui, "Master, are you all right?" Lin Rui immediately crawled out from the dense branches of the trees, exclaiming, "I'm fine. Be careful." Upon hearing Lin Rui's reassuring voice, the tension in San Liang's heart eased somewhat. He contemplated counterattacking the wild boar before him, which was notoriously fierce and difficult to train. The boar, sensing the threat, shook its head violently, attempting to break free from San Liang's grasp, but to no avail. Drawing a short knife from his waist, a weapon he had purchased for self-defense, Lin Rui seized the opportunity while the boar was distracted by San Liang. He plunged the blade fiercely into the creature's abdomen, leveraging his momentum. The knife slipped slightly as it first made contact with the boar's tough hide, but he persevered, driving the blade deep into the flesh. The boar let out a pained roar, summoning all its strength to escape San Liang's hold. In its agony, it spun around, glaring at Lin Rui with malevolence, charging straight towards him. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking the boar squarely in the eye. "Got it!" Lin Chongtai exclaimed. Filled with elation, he had not expected his trusty bow to still possess such remarkable accuracy. Another 2 arrows, shot by Zhao Qing, followed suit, one embedding itself in the boar's left eye, while the other pierced the wound Lin Rui had inflicted, delivering a second blow. The boar was losing blood rapidly, and as the commotion attracted more men for support, the women held their children close, watching from a distance. Outnumbered, the boar hesitated to continue its assault and began to turn to flee. This colossal beast, having been wounded to such an extent, seemed on the brink of death. How could they allow it to escape? Lin Zikuan, Lin Ziming, and Lin Xiang, armed with hoes and rakes, pressed forward without hesitation, striking at the boar relentlessly, causing it to retreat further. Zhao Qing and Lin Chongtai abandoned their bows for close combat, but lacking appropriate weapons rendered their efforts futile. Lin Rui shouted, "Brother-in-law, catch!" as he tossed the bloodied short knife to Zhao Qing. Grasping the slippery handle, Zhao Qing wiped the blood off on his clothing, exchanging a determined glance with Lin Chongtai. Together, one wielding a hoe and the other a short knife, they charged at the boar once more. Trapped among the crowd, the boar became disoriented, dazed from the stones and tools that struck it. Just as it found a potential escape route, San Liang seized its short tail, yanking it back into the throng. After much exertion, the boar, like a small mountain, finally collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. It's a wild boar. We can finally eat meat." The excitement among the crowd was akin to a festive celebration, as they had previously subsisted on meager portions of wild vegetables, with only occasional tastings of game birds. Wild vegetables, devoid of fat and rich only in dietary fiber, could not adequately nourish the weary travelers. The rich meat was precisely what they needed. "Look! There's a nest of piglets." It seemed the boar had charged at Lin Rui in defense of its young. Their misfortune had turned into a blessing. Chapter 29. Distributing the meat. "Wow, this boar has given birth to quite a few. I counted 12. The piglets, munching on the grass and roots beneath the nearby trees, displayed a chestnut-brown color adorned with stripes. The campsite was alive with festivity, as those who had intended to continue their journey paused to skin and butcher the boar, which had been so thoroughly ravaged by tools and arrows. The blood was collected in basins, sprinkled with a bit of salt, to be used for soup once it coagulated, reminiscent of the chicken blood they had previously consumed. "Does anyone have water?" Lin Pingmao called out. "We can salt the pork, and with the blood and offal, we can make a hearty soup to replenish our strength for the journey." The offal would not suffice for roasting given the number of people present. Only soup could nourish both adults and children. "I have some." "So do I." "I have some too." The villagers pooled their scant water supplies into the large iron pot provided by Lin Pingmao, accumulating enough to prepare a meat broth. The men skillfully sliced the pork, knowing that every household had contributed to the hunt, ensuring that each family would receive a share. The joy was palpable, reminiscent of a grand festival. Dividing the roughly 300 pounds of pork, each person received about 10 pounds, accounting for the children, which favored those with larger families. However, the difference was marginal, as they were all kin and did not quibble over small amounts. Lin Pingmao's two daughters-in-law, Qinji and Qinmei, busily prepared the pot, which was heated over a makeshift stove, bringing the mixture of blood and cleaned intestines to a boil. An unpleasant odor soon wafted through the air, mingling with the faint scent of meat. Lin Rui, who had never suffered for food during his travels, nearly retched at the smell, almost vomiting the wild chicken soup he had just consumed. What is that foul stench? He knew he would have to endure it, but consuming unblanched pork in such a manner was daunting. He could see the bubbling blood in the pot, while Aunt Qinji skimmed the frothy scum from the surface, seemingly undeterred by the foul odor. The children were ecstatic at the prospect of a second meal, exuberantly exclaiming that they had never had so much meat in a year. While their parents often expressed concern over the scarcity of food, the children felt far happier than they ever had in Linjia village. Sam Liang's impressive performance had astonished the villagers. They had never expected such a young boy to possess such strength, nearly matching the wild boar's hefty weight. Given time, he would surely become even more formidable. Initially, Feng Jinni had criticized San Liang for his voracious appetite, but upon learning that he had saved her son, her opinions swiftly changed. What does it matter if he eats a lot? Eating is a blessing. If he had the strength to contend with the boar, Rui's life would have been in grave danger. Did they not struggle for quite some time before finally bringing it down? Lin Rui approached San Liang, relieved to find that he had only suffered minor scrapes and bruises. Zhao Qing, an experienced hunter, recognized which herbs were effective for staunching blood and gathered some, mashing them with a stone to apply to San Liang's wounds. San Liang, seemingly unfazed, cheerfully resumed foraging for wild vegetables with Xiao Mudu nearby. Feng Jinni and Lin Susu salted their 10 pounds of meat, understanding that ample provisions were essential for safety while traveling. After a short while, the meat in the iron pot was finally ready. Aside from the offal, the internal organs and meat from the boar's head had all been added. Though the aroma was far from pleasant, it was undeniably substantial. Qinji tapped the makeshift stove with her spatula, calling out, "Everyone, the meat is ready. Quickly bring your bowls and chopsticks to serve." At her words, the eager crowd rushed forth, containers in hand, ready to savor the much-anticipated feast. Though the taste of offal is undeniably pungent and unpleasant, it nevertheless serves as a source of nourishing fat. The unpalatability is inconsequential when one can ensure adequate nutritional intake. Adhering to the principle of not letting food go to waste, he fetched a bowl for himself. However, as his family merrily consumed the meat and slurped the broth, he found it impossible to partake, his palate having been spoiled by modern comforts. Observing this, Lin Changxi remarked, "What are you staring at? Do you expect it to bloom just because you're fixated on it?" With great reluctance, Lin Rui awkwardly used his makeshift chopsticks fashioned from twigs to lift a piece of meat to his mouth. To his dismay, the acrid stench assaulted his senses, and the broth appeared murky, laden with grease and almost bitter in taste. He felt an overwhelming urge to force it down, but his nerves betrayed him, resulting in a retching that nearly expelled the chicken blood and wild vegetable soup he had consumed earlier. "Oh dear, Ruier, you are truly suffering," Lin Changxi lamented, watching the piece of meat that Lin Rui had expelled. Unable to stomach any more, Lin Rui emptied his bowl into the basin designated for San Liang. "San Liang, you eat it," he offered. "Master, aren't you hungry?" San Liang inquired, eyeing the full bowl of meat with concern. "Not hungry." Lin Rui shook his head, reassured by his golden finger, which, though somewhat lackluster, would ensure he would not go hungry. Day after day, he found himself amidst trivial matters, with such fine meat available. He thought it best to let himself go hungry, especially since they were not as sensible as Muzi and Nyonyo. Feng Zhenyi cast a disdainful glance at her son, who was oblivious to his good fortune. On the road to escape famine, having meat to eat was a blessing, yet he complained about its taste. The meals in the taverns were indeed palatable, but one needed silver to afford them. She glanced again at Muzi and Nyonyo, who were quietly savoring their bowls without a hint of disdain. In the entirety of Linjia village, one could scarcely find another like Lin Rui, who was so disdainful of pig offal, it was enough to infuriate anyone. Once the meal was finished, everyone quickly cleared away. With ample provisions and the piglets being too small to yield much meat, they tethered the little pigs by their necks, the other end of the rope held by adults or children. As they walked, they led the piglets to forage on wild greens and roots, planning to slaughter them for meat once they exited the dense mountains. Chapter 30. The storm approaches. The morning woods bore a chill and dampness. Yet the moment the sun rose, the temperature soared. The weather had been unusually erratic lately. One would expect the deep mountains, shrouded in towering trees, to be cooler. Instead, the reality was quite the opposite, with the air thick and humid, making even breathing seem laborious. Since yesterday, one could sense rain was imminent. Yet today the sun rose punctually, showing no signs of precipitation. Their late departure, coupled with the replenished food and nutrition for both people and livestock, quickened their pace considerably. They pressed on without a break at noon. The children initially found the journey exhilarating, but soon fatigue set in, leaving them either sitting on the ox cart or perched upon the handcarts and unicycles. It is worth noting that Lin Zicheng's condition had improved. After applying the prickly heat powder Lin Rui provided, his swelling had subsided rapidly. Though he walked with a slight awkwardness, he no longer occupied space on the cart and could manage to carry his belongings. Lin Zicheng and Tan Ying's daughter, Xiang, sat on the cart, looking up eagerly. "Father, I am so thirsty." With the sun high in the sky, they were all sweating profusely. Even the adults were parched. Lin Zicheng himself was no exception. His throat nearly dry, yet he comforted his daughter, Xiang, "Just a little longer. Your uncle will find water soon." Tan Ying glanced at her husband. "Are you so certain?" For Lin Zicheng, his trust in Lin Rui far exceeded that in Lin Pingmao, especially since their uncle had chosen to leave Linjia village based on Lin Rui's words. "Lin Rui will surely come through," he affirmed. Ever since Lin Rui's medicinal powder had alleviated his discomfort, Lin Zicheng's faith in him had grown tremendously. Meanwhile, Lin Rui, panting heavily, was pushed along in a unicycle by Sanliang, who looked at him with concern. "Master, are you all right?" Sanliang felt that while everything about his master was commendable, his constitution seemed woefully inadequate, as he struggled after just a few steps. How could this continue? If they remained in their village, he might never secure a wife. Lin Rui waved his hand, too exhausted to utter a word. Heat breeds irritability. Zhang Dakui, drenched in sweat, lamented the abundance of spider webs in the woods that clung uncomfortably to her skin. As she walked, she scolded, "Lin Changhe, you are utterly inept. Believing every word you hear, allowing us to suffer like this." Lin Zicheng could no longer tolerate it. "Mother, please say less. We all share responsibility for this choice." "Yes. Life is tough at the moment, but our family is intact, and that counts for a great deal." "Sungzi, what do you mean by we all share responsibility? Did you give us any choice when you persuaded father?" "Yangzi and I had no desire to leave. Did father agree to it? He would rather sell off all our rice paddies than leave us with even 2 mu of land. Our father dotes on you. He will live with you in the future." In other families, the eldest son inherits the most, but in ours, the youngest is indulged, leaving us, as siblings, utterly humiliated. Who would not mock us for this? The speaker was Lu Hua, the wife of Lin Ziang, who, apart from Zhang Dakui, had the most at stake in leaving Linjia village. Their farmland had been meticulously tended to, with not a single weed in sight, and the crops were on the verge of harvest. Yet it had all been sold off at a pittance. The sweat and toil she had invested in the fields had seemingly vanished. At that moment, Lu Hua spoke with a biting tone, her eyes blazing with ire. Lin Ziang tugged at his wife's sleeve. "Enough, you should hold your tongue. Have you not learned from the situation of your sister-in-law? Our Linjia village is not half as large as others. If bandits or marauders were to invade, we would be powerless to defend ourselves." Lu Hua, incensed, pinched her husband's arm harshly. Lin Ziang winced, glaring at her. "Lu Hua, behave yourself. What have I said that is so wrong?" Why must we endure this suffering when we could have lived well? If you do not care for yourself, at least think of your children. Lin Xiang retorted, I am insisting on leaving for the sake of the children. You were unwilling before. Yet I offered to give you some silver for a divorce, so you could return to your family and remarry. You refused, choosing to accompany us instead. Now that we are on the road, do not speak such disheartening words. If we are in trouble, so is our uncle. Everyone is suffering. So do not add to the chaos. Lin Xiang's outburst not only silenced his mother and wife, but also quieted the other complaining women in the group, allowing them to proceed in an orderly fashion. Lin Rui felt as though his legs were moving mechanically, yet he had managed to endure longer today than yesterday. In the past 2 or 3 days, they had traversed nearly 20 kilometers without pause. While not an extensive distance, the rugged terrain of the mountains made it challenging. Fortunately, with experienced hunters like Zhao Qing in their midst, they had managed to navigate through the woods without losing their way, leading the group from the front. Seated atop the ox cart, Lin Pingmao glanced up at the sky. It looks like rain is coming. We must prepare ourselves. Following closely behind, Lin Changshu cast a glance at his father and remarked, Father, I believe we cannot proceed. Yesterday was far more sultry than today. And not a single drop of rain fell. Lin Pingmao swallowed hard to soothe his parched throat, his withered fingers gesturing towards the heavens. It is different this time, observe. The dark clouds are rolling in. How can there be no breeze in the mountains? This area feels as if it is trapped in stillness. Rain is undoubtedly on the way, and it will be substantial. Lin Rui, feeling the oppressive heat, looked skyward to behold the ominous black clouds, which swiftly obscured the daylight, casting a pall over the landscape. At that moment, the winds in the mountains began to stir, their intensity almost overwhelming, making it feel as though one might be lifted off the ground. The fierce gusts whipped up dry twigs and decayed leaves, striking the faces of those present. Children like No Nio and Yaya were nearly swept off their feet, prompting their parents to swiftly gather them close. Lin Pingmao intended for everyone to seek shelter from the impending rain, yet Zhao Qing interjected, Uncle, our current location is not ideal. We are in a low-lying area. If it rains heavily and for long, water will easily accumulate. We should move forward a bit to find a more suitable spot. Very well. Let us hasten our pace and endeavor to find refuge before the rain begins, he urged. The cold wind swept across their bodies, instantly lowering their temperature and imparting the sensation of an abrupt onset of winter. Without needing Lin Pingmao's command, everyone summoned their final reserves of strength, leading the oxen and pushing the cart forward in silence. Their ox cart lacked the waterproof coverings that Lin Rui's family possessed. Should it become soaked by the rain, the food would spoil, rendering it inedible. Chapter 31. Constructing a rain shelter. 1. Ao Qing identified a higher, relatively flat area surrounded by towering trees. The robust branches and leaves provided partial shade overhead, offering some protection should it rain. In truth, a denser grove would shield them from more rainfall, yet the ominous sky, laden with dark clouds, and the distant rumble of thunder signified that danger was imminent. During a thunderstorm, sheltering beneath trees is perilous. One cannot gamble with their life on such a chance. The dim atmosphere, coupled with the gusts of wind stirring leaves, made it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. The ox, burdened with the cart, grew restless, refusing to budge despite the urging of its handlers. We must erect a shelter. It appears the rain is about to fall, Lin Rui exclaimed, urging a few to retrieve the oilskin from the cart for his sister and Nyo to wear. Lin Changxi and Zhao Qing secured the ox's tether to the ground to prevent its escape. However, Lin Rui did not anticipate that this task of erecting a shelter would lead to discord. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui, hands on their hips, began to argue with Lin Pingmao. Uncle, let each family construct their own shelter. It will save time and effort. If we try to build a communal shelter for over 30 people, we will never finish in time. Getting our clothes wet and catching a chill is trivial. If our food gets soaked and spoils, we will have no sustenance left, and there will be no place to lament our fate. And while a larger shelter has its advantages, such as easier night watch and communication in case of emergencies, spreading out increases the risks. In a torrential downpour, the noise and presence of snakes, insects, and rodents may prevent urgent matters from being communicated, Lin Rui countered. Traveling alone is most perilous. In this forest, snakes and rodents thrive in rainy weather. A careless encounter could lead to a venomous bite, causing severe harm. In the woods surrounding Linjia village, Not only are there edible snakes, such as the cauliflower snake and the yellow and black snakes, but also more dangerous varieties like the five-step snake and the viper. The pain from their bites is excruciating, and in comparison, Lin Zicheng's previous encounter with a caterpillar sting pales in significance. What should we fear from snakes and insects? Linjia village has seen its share. A fire will scare away all pests. Uncle, it is said that boys and girls should not share the same sleeping space. It is inappropriate for men and women to sleep together. Lin Rui almost chuckled. Now they are concerned with propriety, when Lin Zicheng was afflicted by the caterpillar. They seem to revel in the spectacle. And men can sleep on one side, women on another. It is not a matter of concern. With so many eyes watching, we are out in the open now. Some customs can be set aside. Lin Rui urged, we do not know how long the rain will last. And any rainy weather is unsuitable for travel. Thus, we must remain here a little longer. If our rain shelter is not constructed securely, the winds and rains may collapse it, leading to greater trouble. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui harbored their own calculations. Their households were primarily composed of able-bodied individuals, including themselves, their husbands and 2 sons and daughters-in-law, all in their prime. They could surely build a shelter quickly and efficiently. In contrast, Uncle's household consisted of elders who could do little more than command from a position of authority in Linjia village. As for Lin Rui's family, they had little manpower. Lin Pingmao and his brother-in-law were not particularly capable, and if a shelter were to be built, the main laborers would be Changxi and Zhaoqing, with San Liang and the young ones merely assisting. Niu was too young and pregnant to contribute to heavy tasks, leaving the more capable members of their family to shoulder the burden. Moreover, after traveling so far, everyone was exhausted. Who would have the patience to labor over a cumbersome shelter? Their ox cart was not grand enough to warrant building a shelter for the ox as well. Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe wished to speak up, but were met with a withering glance from Zhang Dakui and Yulanhua. If we delay any longer, do you think we will be pleased if our food gets soaked by the rain? I must remind you, our livelihood rests in your hands. Reluctantly, the two exchanged apologetic glances with Lin Pingmao. Uncle, shall we then build separately? Lin Pingmao remained silent, instead turning to Lin Rui. Ruier, what do you think? Lin Rui nodded. A forced arrangement seldom yields sweet fruit. Some individuals are simply not fond of communal living. And if what is intended for the greater good is met with resistance, it would be counterproductive. Very well, uncle and third uncle. If you decide to build your own shelters, please ensure they are sturdy. It is better to drive in more stakes and use additional materials. The winds had lessened considerably. Yet the sky remained ominously dark, and the air was thick with the scent of impending rain. Agreed, Lin Changfa and Lin Changxi responded. Seeing their men finally abandoning the idea of laboring excessively with their children, Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui happily returned to their tasks. Lin Pingmao turned to Lin Rui. Ruier, let us build together to avoid wasting time. Lin Rui nodded. I propose we construct 2 smaller shelters, one for the oxen and wild boars, and the other for storing our food, to prevent it from getting wet before our rain shelter is fully erected, thus providing temporary refuge. Agreed, Lin Pingmao acknowledged. Gathering the family for a brief division of labor, Lin Zizao and the children began weaving vines to bind the tree trunks, while Lin Rui and the young lad carefully wrapped their bodies and limbs in cloth to guard against any snakes that might drop from the trees. They were currently chopping large leaves for cover and cutting vines to make long ropes for the others. San Liang, Zhaoqing, and Lin Changsho were using hatchets to fell surrounding saplings. It was unnecessary to waste time on thicker trees. Lin Ziming and Lin Ziren, the 2 brothers, utilized the only 2 shovels to begin clearing the designated area Lin Rui had marked. The soil, enriched by decomposed leaves, was quite loose, making it easy to excavate. And soon a relatively smooth patch of ground was cleared. The dried leaves were piled together to be used as fuel for the fire later, while sister-in-law Elle and Lin Susu carefully gathered twigs nearby, repeatedly returning to accumulate enough kindling. If they did not collect sufficient dry wood before the rain, they would face a long period without hot meals. Lin Rui's outdoor survival knowledge was primarily acquired in modern times, particularly when he decided to enhance his skills for camping. Despite its limitations, he resolved to construct an A-frame shelter. For a single occupant, a tripod would suffice. However, with a larger group, 2 tripods were necessary. The horizontal beam was fashioned from the longest branches that his brother-in-law could fell. The 2 tripods were secured through a simple mortise and tenon structure crafted by Lin Changxi. And to ensure absolute stability, they were additionally reinforced with vines woven by his second sister. Chapter 32, Constructing a Rain Shelter, 2. Success was determined by the stability of the structure. The horizontal beam was further supported by 3 additional wooden pieces and vines for reinforcement. The safety of the skeletal framework was beyond reproach, and a wooden support was placed at the center of the horizontal beam for added strength. The wooden tripods were embedded in the earthen holes dug for this purpose and packed with soil for stability. Once the horizontal beam and supporting framework were in place, the outline of the A-shaped shelter began to take form. With the basic structure established, Lin Ziming and Lin Ziren joined the tree-felling efforts, and before long, the 2 families had completed the outline. The dense surrounding trees already shielded them from 40% of the rain, ensuring that even ferocious beasts like tigers, leopards, and black bears would not easily dismantle the shelter, allowing its occupants to remain vigilant. The coarse ropes and bundled leaves prepared by his second sister, Mother, and 2 ants came into play, intricately woven into the gaps between the trees. To counter the anticipated drop in temperature following rain, Lin Rui and Mu Tu dug up a considerable amount of moss. Moss, a valuable resource in the wild, serves to insulate against wind and cold, and when applied to the gaps, it effectively prevents drafts from infiltrating the shelter. After completing these tasks, Lin Rui retrieved 2 pieces of waterproof fabric from the ox cart. The waterproof fabric, measuring 7 by 12 meters, was placed atop the shelter to completely eliminate any risk of leakage. Upon witnessing this, Qinshi couldn't help but express concern to Feng Jinyang. "Jinyang, isn't that cotton fabric? Such an expensive material, how can you use it like this? Besides, it won't keep out the rain." Feng Jinyang responded with pride, "It's not cotton. This is a specially designed waterproof fabric that merely resembles cotton." The peculiar waterproof material had been sewn in by her and her daughter-in-law. Lin Changshu, upon seeing the fabric, stiffened. "Nephew, that is cotton fabric." Lin Rui found himself needing to clarify, "Uncle, it merely looks like cotton. Feel the texture inside. It is certainly not as thin as cotton fabric." Lin Changshu touched it and indeed found it thicker, confirming it was not the typical weight of cotton. He decided not to press further. If Lin Rui wanted him to lay it out, he would do so without fuss. Once the waterproof fabric was laid down and secured with several wooden pieces, the shelter was finally complete. Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa had already constructed their own makeshift shelters. Observing Lin Changxi and Lin Pingmao's families busily erecting an impressive structure, Yulanhua couldn't help but remark with a hint of jealousy, "What's the use of building it so well? Once the rain passes and the skies clear, we'll have to continue our journey. Will this shelter even be of any use?" Lying within the shelter, Lin Changfa grew irritated and retorted, "Can you keep your mouth shut for once? We've already managed on our own. Don't be envious of others' accomplishments." Yulanhua, feeling embarrassed, snapped back, "What envy? Who am I jealous of?" Lin Changfa, not wanting to argue, silently turned away. Niuqin exchanged glances with her sister-in-law, and they began mending the clothes they wore. Their family-esque garments, made of cotton and linen, had been worn for so long that they had faded, and any brush against sharp stones or branches would leave gaping tears, necessitating constant repairs. As the sky darkened and thunder rumbled ominously, flashes of lightning tore through the somber night. In an instant, a deafening clap of thunder erupted overhead, and large raindrops began to fall. Fortunately, Lin Rui had also completed the task, using the same A-frame method to construct 2 smaller rain shelters, one for luggage and the other for livestock. Once it rained, insects would become even more rampant in the forest, particularly attracted to cattle and pigs. If they shared the same space with humans, they would be drained of blood, and even burning mugwort would have little effect. The shelter that Lin Rui and his companions built was spacious, but with both families inside, it inevitably felt cramped. Nevertheless, it provided the best conditions available outdoors. Lin Susu helped her heavily pregnant sister sit on a raised wooden platform, which Lin Rui had elevated by 20 centimeters to prevent water accumulation or dampness from making sleep impossible. It was a minor inconvenience, but better to address it now than face complications later. "Mother, please burn some mugwort to fumigate the area," Lin Rui suggested while organizing their belongings. The wood they gathered might harbor small insects, and the smoke would help drive them away. "All right," Feng Jinyang hurriedly replied, setting down her bundle to fetch mugwort from the ox cart. Jinmei and Qinji, the 2 sisters-in-law, wished they had 8 hands to carry everything. Their bundles contained the family-esque bread and pickled vegetables, among other cooked foods. Lin Rui had also covered the waterproof shelter designated for food storage, as safeguarding their provisions was of paramount importance during the long journey. As the rain intensified, it pounded against the roof of the shelter with a crackling sound. Thunder roared, and the previously calmed winds returned with a vengeance. Lin Rui and his companions were fortunate. Their well-constructed shelter, with tightly packed materials and securely weighted waterproof fabric, withstood the gusts without incurring damage, save for startling the blue ox and the young wild boar. However, the families of Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui, residing in their rudimentary huts, were enduring great discomfort. Their already cramped space now housed not only the belongings from the unicycle, but also a young wild boar. This boar, capable of eating and relieving itself, had already made 2 messes and urinated twice, with some urine inadvertently splashing onto the thick clothing they had laid out for the night, making for a most unpleasant situation. The fierce winds had blown away much of the dry grass and branches that provided cover for their shelter, leaving only a thin layer precariously hanging above, barely shielding them from the rain. With no other option, Lin Changfa reluctantly opened up the large oil paper umbrella to provide some meager protection against the leaks. The sloped surface of the umbrella, while preventing direct rain on them, allowed water to trickle down the ribs and onto the ground, dampening their clothes and food. Niuqin and Yulanhua, witnessing the situation, scrambled to salvage their belongings. But with too much to manage, they could only protect one side while neglecting the other, resulting in utter chaos. "Oh no, the rain is coming in again," Yulanhua exclaimed, desperately trying to block one leaking area while watching another drip within the shelter. Lin Zijing and Lin Zikuan couldn't help but complain, "Mother, if only we had built the shelter with Uncle Lijun and Lin Rui, we wouldn't be suffering like this." Chapter 33. Torrential Rain. Yulanhua, aware of her fault, attempted to maintain her composure. All right, it's too late to say anything now. Perhaps the rain will stop tomorrow. Your father and brother are outside building a food shelter. You should go help them instead of blaming me here." The situation at Zhang Daku's home was equally dire. Initially, they had believed that the rain shelter constructed after the storm would suffice as long as it could shield them from the rain. Little did they know that the fierce winds would return with a vengeance, howling through the forest and sending the leaves and branches that once provided cover soaring into oblivion. Fortunately, Lin Changhe had reinforced the roof and the shelter itself, or else their plight would have been scarcely better than that of Lin Changfa's family. Lin Xiang and Lin Zicheng, along with their father Lin Changhe, braved the downpour to gather branches and stones to weigh down the roof. The torrential rain quickly soaked their garments, and the biting cold wind made them shiver almost uncontrollably. Tanding wished to assist them, but Lin Zicheng stopped her. "What are you doing out here? Just stay inside and take care of Xiangxiang and Xiaozhan. Please weave some ropes to help reinforce the shelter." Tanning nodded repeatedly. "All right, but be careful." I know. You go inside and avoid the rain." At that moment, Lu Hua was covering her head and face with rags, using a shovel to clear away the little wild boar's excrement. The wild boar was quite a glutton, and the odor from its droppings filled the shelter where they resided, making it unbearable. Unlike Lin Rui and the elder uncle's family, who had a bullock cart, they had to construct a shelter for the boar, forcing it to share living space with humans. This arrangement stirred a veritable hornet's nest, as the droppings attracted mosquitoes that relentlessly buzzed around their faces and bodies. Lin Xiang and Lin Zicheng were drenched, their clothes and hair dripping as they tied bundles of wood while casting envious glances at the sturdy rain shelter built in partnership by their uncle and elder uncle. A soft yellow glow emanated from within, probably from someone roasting a fire or baking pancakes. A far cry from their own predicament of being soaked and chilled to the bone. Lin Rui was not oblivious to the commotion outside. He lay comfortably on his wooden bed, turning over leisurely. His earlier proposal for cooperation had been rebuffed by both aunts, so why should he chase after them? Even if the elder uncle did not collaborate with them in building the shelter, he and his father and brother would ensure that their rain shelter was secure. Relying on divine intervention and prayers was no different than placing hope in the heavens. If it rained tomorrow, they would still have to brave the elements to make repairs. The sensation of rainwater soaking into one's skin was far from pleasant, especially with the fierce winds. Those with weaker constitutions were at risk of catching colds or fevers. Although he had taken out the medicine from his house, he had to conserve it as the next batch had not yet appeared. Hiss! Lin Zizao clutched her stomach, drawing in a sharp breath. Alarmed, Lin Rui sat upright beside her. "Second sister, are you about to give birth?" He could not help but feel a twinge of fear each day as he observed his sister's belly swelling. In ancient times, childbirth was a perilous journey, and a breech presentation could be fatal. Modern medicine offered cesarean sections, but in ancient times, it was a matter of life and death. Mother, come quickly and check on second sister. He called out to Feng Jinyang, who was mending clothes nearby. Feng Jinyang hurried over, for a farmer's wife, especially one who had given birth to 4 children, was well-versed in the matters of childbirth. Upon arriving, she felt Lin Zizou's belly and called for her daughter-in-law Lu Shi and Lin Susu to join them, instructing one to hold up a curtain and the other to light a candle, creating a small, intimate space to assess the situation. After a lengthy examination, she extinguished the candle and shook her head. There are signs of labor. I estimate it will be within the next couple of days. Lin Zizou, being inexperienced and giving birth for the first time in such an unstable environment, could not help but feel fear. She clutched Feng Jinyang's sleeve, saying, "Mother." Feng Jinyang comforted her. "Do not be afraid, your mother and brothers are here with you. What is there to fear? Second sister, just give birth. The little girl in your belly will carry the Lin surname just like me, making her akin to my child. With me as her uncle, she will never suffer." Lin Rui declared passionately, his words stemming from the depths of his heart. As an only child, this was his first experience of the intricate bonds within a clan after traversing into the original owner's life. Lin Susu and Lin Zizou could also be seen as supporting the family, sacrificing their youth to deal with the mess left behind by the original owner, discreetly providing assistance after marriage. Were such behavior to occur in the case of another man, Lin Rui would surely scorn him for being feckless and living off others. However, in the context of the original owner, there was little blame to be cast. The deceased's debts vanished with them, and the one inhabiting the original body was now himself. If the original owner had forsaken responsibilities, he must shoulder them. "Jinyang, I am not well-versed in childbirth matters. If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Chenmei, also under the same rain shelter, offered. Being from the same family and having close ties, they were willing to lend a hand in this perilous time of childbirth. "Thank you, both of you aunts, on behalf of Zizou," Feng Jinyang said with a smile. Outside, the rain continued to pour heavily. Lin Rui reminded everyone to take containers outside to collect water, but insisted that a layer of water-permeable cloth be tied over the tops. Feng Jinyang found it cumbersome. "What is the fuss? We are merely collecting some water." "It is essential," Lin Rui insisted. Addressing the brother-in-law and the Lin Ziming and Lin Ziren who were about to go out with buckets, animal feces can harbor disease-causing toxins. If anyone drinks water contaminated with feces, it could lead to severe vomiting and diarrhea, or worse, death. Lin Zijuan's earlier reaction was mild in comparison. With Lin Zijuan's prior experience as a cautionary tale, they recalled his pale, exhausted face from vomiting and diarrhea, and quietly rummaged through the shelter where the bullock cart was stored, finally finding the cloth used for steaming buns and pancakes to use as a filter. Lin Rui was not exaggerating. Especially in the forest, squirrel droppings could contain parasites, rabies, and plague bacteria. And there was always the risk of venomous insects or snakes accidentally falling into their rainwater collection barrels and other containers. What he could do was mitigate the risks as much as possible. Fortunately, after some persuasion, they all tied the filtering cloths onto the buckets, with no need for travel. They did not expend much energy that evening, and everyone had only a small flatbread made from mixed grains and a bit of pickled vegetables. The freshly baked bread emitted a pleasant aroma. Lin Rui chewed on it dryly, swallowing it in small bites like a giraffe, while others quickly finished theirs in a few mouthfuls. None were fully satisfied, but the rainy weather meant they did not have to travel, allowing them to rest in the waterproof shelter without much exertion. Chapter 34. The Black Flower Python and the Spicy Strips. Meanwhile, Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe's family had just finished repairing their shelter and hurried inside to warm themselves, shivering uncontrollably. Thankfully, the firewood had been well protected, and after adding some dry twigs, the flames roared to life, raising the temperature within the shelter. Without ginger, they could not make ginger soup. So Yulanhua boiled the rainwater they had collected. After Lin Changhe and his 2 sons returned, they changed into dry hemp garments, the soaked clothes they removed dripping onto the floor. "Come, warm yourselves by the fire, and don't catch a chill," Yulanhua urged as the rain pounded against the shelter, though the previously leaking areas had been securely covered. Xiaozhan and Xiangxiang had already been lulled to sleep in the arms of Lu Hua and Tanning. Their shelter was too rudimentary, directly touching the ground, unlike Lin Rui and the others, who had constructed wooden beds elevated off the ground. No. The ground beneath their shelter was soaked due to the excessive rain. In short, lying down to sleep was not an option. Earlier, Lin Changhua had dragged in a piece of dead wood and chopped it into 3 sections to serve as makeshift stools off the ground. And the family spent the night sitting on these rough wooden segments, using their clothes as cushions against the splinters. If you ask me, we are enduring this hardship. And Yulanhua will surely voice her grievances. Exhausted and famished, Lin Changhua could no longer restrain his temper. He shouted at her, "Silence. Can you not be so bothersome? You are the source of most troubles along this journey. If you are reluctant to leave Linjia village, then see if I will stop you from going back. You scoundrel." Yulanhua, reprimanded in front of her son and daughter-in-law, could hardly contain herself. She abruptly stood up, intending to leave, but halted upon witnessing the dim, gloomy weather and the torrential downpour outside. Rainwater began to seep in. The downpour was far more intense than they had anticipated, and as the rain escalated, the droplets began to splatter onto the fire. Tan Ying hastily retrieved an oil paper umbrella from her luggage and positioned it by the door to mitigate the intrusion. At this point, Yulanhua no longer dared to cause a scene and settled down, dutifully preparing to roast the flatbreads she had brought from home. Lin Rui and the others had also secured their makeshift shelter with wooden doors to shield themselves from the rain. Outside, the howling winds and torrential rain reverberated, and within, the Lijiang family and Feng Jinmi held bowls of hot water, silently grateful for Lin Rui's advice. Otherwise, their rudimentary shelter would have offered little protection against the tempest, rendering them as drenched as the father and son from the Changhua family. With no need to travel on a rainy day, everyone finished their meals early and returned to their respective beds. After 2 exhausting days of travel, they were physically and mentally drained, lacking the inclination to engage in conversation. And having not eaten to their fill, they simply longed for a good night's sleep. On Lin Rui's left lay San Liang, while his father occupied the right. The cramped space forced them to lie closely together. Although he yearned to enter his dimensional space, he feared that vanishing suddenly would alert his father and San Liang. In this chaotic world, his home was his only trump card. While it may seem like a mere trifle, it was a secret he could never disclose. His frail constitution had improved slightly from the past few days of intense travel, yet lying on the rudimentary wooden bed, he still felt utterly spent. Gazing at the triangular shape of the cabin's roof, he found himself lost in thought, overwhelmed by exhaustion that even led to insomnia. Lying stiffly beside the two, he counted sheep illuminated by the firelight, murmuring, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, until he reached 1,000, when drowsiness finally began to envelop him. Suddenly, the sounds of snoring from others, such as Uncle Changsho and Uncle Chongtai, resonated like a chainsaw, mingling with the crackling of the firewood encircled by stones, creating a symphony of sorts in Lin Rui's ears. Endure, endure. Perhaps tomorrow will bring clear skies, he reassured himself. An hour later, sleepiness slowly crept in, and in a state between dreams and wakefulness, he thought he heard some friction sounds from the roof. Yet, lacking the energy to satisfy his curiosity, he kept his eyes closed and drifted into slumber. The rain pattered relentlessly throughout the night, the sound echoing from the large and small roofs in the open area without pause. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui were disheartened to find that on the following day, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating, even intensifying. They truly regretted not heeding Lin Rui's advice to construct a sturdier rain shelter the previous day. Observing Lin Rui's setup, they realized it could withstand another 10 days of rain, while their own flimsy shelter might be uprooted by the slightest gust of wind. In the morning, Lin Rui was awakened by the cacophony of alarmed voices within the shelter. Before he could fully awaken, he was abruptly yanked up, the sudden centrifugal force banishing any remnants of sleep. What is happening? What is happening? Lin Changxi and Zhao Qing, startled by the commotion, hurried into the shelter. Luwa, visibly shaken, pointed towards where Lin Rui had just been sleeping, exclaiming, "A snake." "I saw a snake." Zhao Qing peered in that direction, but saw nothing amiss. "Are you sure? Our rain shelter is so well constructed that a snake shouldn't be able to enter." Luwa insisted, "I'm certain. It was definitely a snake." She then turned to San Liang. "San Liang, you saw it too, didn't you? It was a snake, right?" San Liang, in his naive manner, nodded earnestly, "Yes, I saw it too. It was a dark gray snake with patterns, and it slithered right past our master's arm. I only dared to pull him away after it left." The fact that both had witnessed it confirmed its existence. Zhao Qing cautiously inspected the surroundings and, upon confirming there was no snake, slowly crouched down to examine the wooden floor. Wow! This sight startled him, and he instinctively recoiled. It's a black-spotted python. A black-spotted python? Lin Changshi chuckled. Well, it seems we shall have a feast today. The black-spotted python was a common serpent in the nearby mountains. In spring and summer, the villagers of Lingjia village enjoyed catching these snakes to supplement their meals. Weighing between 5 to 6 pounds, they could be skinned and prepared as a meat dish. This species was non-venomous, and, even if bitten, the wound would merely swell for a few days before healing, with herbal remedies speeding up the recovery process. During the busy farming season, villagers from Lingjia and nearby areas would catch these snakes to eat or sell for extra income. How delightful! Upon hearing that the snake was non-venomous, Lin Rui perked up. Although snake meat was often host to parasites, as long as it was properly cooked, it posed no significant risk. Snake meat is renowned for its numerous health benefits, including delaying aging, boosting immunity, preventing diseases, improving digestion, alleviating swelling and pain, and promoting beauty. Truly a treasure trove of advantages. Chapter 35. Have we disturbed a snake nest? Second uncle, brother-in-law, come quickly. There are plenty of black-spotted pythons outside. Lin Zicheng and Lin Xiang, clad in raincoats, shouted while collecting snakes in buckets, not forgetting to call out to Lin Changshi inside the shelter. This prompted Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa, who had been sheltering from the rain, to peek outside, and indeed, they spotted traces of serpents slithering through the decaying leaves beneath a nearby tree. They quickly donned their raincoats to join the snake-catching frenzy. Zhao Qing captured one, which Feng Jinni promptly decapitated before beginning to skin it. Tan Ying and Lu Hua harbored no fondness for the slippery creatures, especially as the sound of skinning the black-spotted python sent shivers down their spines. Lin Rui, now clad in a raincoat, decided to join the excitement. Since the black-spotted python was harmless, catching it would be akin to catching loaches or eels. The calls for snake catching had been so jovial, surely there must be many more snakes nearby. However, upon venturing outside, Lin Rui was astonished to discover that it was not merely a few snakes, but rather a veritable snake nest. The ground surrounding the open area, damp with accumulated leaves, was alive with the sound of slithering serpents, and 2 or 3 were even seen writhing atop their shelter's roof. Uncle Lin Changfa kicked the tree trunk, causing 1 or 2 snakes to plummet from above. Had he not dodged in time, he could have ended up entwined with a black-spotted python. In the slightly distant woods, the figures of black-spotted pythons could be glimpsed, but besides them, the highly venomous bamboo leaf viper also made an appearance, its vivid green hue stark against the dark foliage. During rainy days, snakes in the deep mountains would emerge to hunt for food, and they had certainly struck at a fortunate moment. If they could capture a few more, they could feast on a grand snake banquet today. Their current resting place was one that had never been dared to be trodden by the locals, rendering the native black-spotted pythons virtually devoid of natural predators in this area. They proliferated rapidly, with a single clutch capable of yielding dozens of eggs. Thus, Lin Rui and the others transformed into enthusiastic snake catchers, reveling in the hunt. The black mamba, though non-venomous, serves as a formidable adversary to many venomous snakes. The hormones produced within its body have the remarkable ability to neutralize the venom of its kind. Its predatory targets include the smaller species such as the bamboo viper, the 7-step snake, and the red chain snake. To conserve energy, the black mamba typically employs a single decisive strike, and in its quest for sustenance, it does not shy away from consuming its own kind. Lin Rui and his companions found themselves in a rather fortuitous, yet precarious situation. Having unwittingly stumbled upon a serpent's den, the silver lining being that the black mamba is devoid of venom. Lin Rui had once watched a documentary about the relationship between humanity and nature, which featured an episode on a snake island in a certain maritime region, where serpents proliferated to an alarming degree, their presence infiltrating every conceivable nook and cranny, branches, soil, grass, and waterways alike. While the population of black mambas in this forest may not rival the terrifying numbers seen on Snake Island, it nonetheless felt like a nightmare come to life. Were it not for their non-venomous nature, he mused, he might have fled with his family, leaving their belongings behind at the first sign of rain. After his brother-in-law imparted a few practical techniques for snake catching, Lin Rui quickly adapted, his proficiency improving with each attempt. Under the guidance of experience, he found himself executing the task with remarkable accuracy. To store the captured black mambas, The skilled women of the group fashioned a sizable bamboo cage by splitting and roasting bamboo. One by one, the serpents were placed within, causing the cage to sag under their combined weight. As the rain intensified, the group had nearly exhausted their catch of black mambas, prompting everyone to retreat to their respective shelters for safety. Lin Zhao and Lu Hua, although initially apprehensive about handling snakes, eels, and loaches, gradually grew accustomed to the task. With a steady hand, they clamped the heads of the snakes in specially crafted wooden forks, severing them cleanly with a knife, leaving behind their slick, contorted bodies. One by one, the decapitated black mambas were tossed aside, their muscular reflexes twitching before gradually succumbing to stillness. Curious children gathered at a distance, pointing and marveling at the sight. The freshly extracted snake gallbladders were eagerly consumed by Lin Rui's father and uncle, who claimed it would bolster their health. Zhao Qing even offered one to Lin Rui, who recoiled in disgust, repeatedly declining, "I don't want it, I don't want it." Zhao Qing, looking somewhat disappointed, remarked, "But this is a delicacy." Lin Rui, nearly in tears at the sight of the still warm gallbladder, insisted, "Brother-in-law, truly, I cannot partake. These things make me feel ill." Seeing Lin Rui's genuine aversion, Zhao Qing reluctantly withdrew the gallbladder. The appearance of the black mamba is indeed imposing. With a body as thick as 2 fingers and adorned with a patterned black skin, its round head housing pitch-black pupils characteristic of cold-blooded creatures. However, relying solely on physical means of attack, they become mere prey when confronted by humans. Together, Lin Rui, Zhao Qing, and Lin Changxi managed to capture 15 black mambas, while uncle and third uncle's households, comprised of robust manpower, boasted an impressive haul of 26. Although they resided in separate tents, it was evident that their own catches would be substantial, as the bamboo cages they bore were nearly collapsing under the weight of the snakes. Lin Changtai, clad in a raincoat, disposed of the snake heads and entrails, casting them far from the shelter to avoid attracting mosquitoes and wild beasts during the night. The skin snakes revealed their pristine white flesh, which Lin Rui's second sister and the other women chopped into small pieces and tossed into a pot to boil. While catching snakes, Lin Changxi stumbled upon wild ginger in the woods, gathering a considerable amount to use as seasoning for the snake soup to mitigate any unpleasant odors. "Mother, eldest sister, please ensure it is thoroughly cooked," Lin Rui implored anxiously, having witnessed the writhing parasites beneath the skin of the black mamba. Snakes are known to harbor a multitude of parasites, a chilling fact that rang true. In the wilderness, one cannot expect gourmet cooking methods. The black mamba, after all, is a wild creature. Modern culinary techniques for snake preparation abound: steaming, soup making, seasoning, barbecuing, and spicy dishes. Yet, the most common methods in this setting are boiling and barbecuing. Lin Rui even sought to innovate upon the traditional beggar's chicken recipe, creating a beggar's snake dish. The forest, rich in yellow clay, allowed him to sprinkle salt over the snake segments, wrap them in elm leaves, and bury them in the fire to slowly dehydrate and cook. "Wait, where's the snake skin?" Lin Changshou inquired, puzzled by the small pile of skins in the corner. "What a waste. I never said to discard them. These intact skins can be processed and sold to fur merchants for at least a few coins each." Lin Ping Mao, ever frugal, hesitated to let the skins go. Lin Changtai sighed, "Father, we are not at home, we are on the run. If we don't treat the skins, they will surely rot and smell. Especially with this incessant rain. We simply do not have the time to process snake skins." Chapter 36, The All-Snake Feast. Lin Ping Mao recognized the validity of his eldest son's argument, but can we really just throw away all these skins? Lin Rui, intrigued by the small pile of snake skins, asked, "Uncle, have you never tried cold snake skin salad?" Lin Changxi shot a curious glance at his son. "Cold snake skin? Is that really a thing?" "Indeed. First, remove the scales, then boil them in water until cooked. After that, chop them finely, season with oil and salt, and mix. Nothing goes to waste." He had only tasted this dish during a business trip to a city known for its wild delicacies, relishing the crisp, tender texture complemented by spicy oil. Though they lacked spicy oil here, wild ginger and salt could suffice. If they could stomach the coarse preparations of wild boar offal, surely cold snake skin would surpass it in flavor. Hearing Lin Rui's suggestion, Lin Pingmao was invigorated, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes, Ruier is right. Let's do this." Lin Changdai and Lin Changshou promptly went to tidy up the snake skins in the corner, curiously asking Lin Rui, "Ruier, where did you learn this?" We've been in Lin family village for so long and never heard of anyone eating snake skin. Peeling is one method of preparation, while another is to leave the skin intact, scraping off the scales before chopping the flesh into pieces for cooking or steaming. In ancient times, rural cooking methods were quite simplistic. Filling one's belly was a significant achievement, leaving little room for discerning tastes. Lin Rui chuckled, well, I learned this while doing business in Longting Town and Linjing. After visiting many taverns, I encountered this dish. Lin Chongtai glanced at his son, Mingzi, take note. And be sure to learn from your brother Rui. Don't end up like your parents, toiling away in the fields for a lifetime without any prospects. Lin Ziming shot Lin Rui a silly grin, continuing to stoke the fire. Lin Rui scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, Uncle, you flatter me. Mingzi shouldn't follow my lead. I've had my fair share of reckless moments. The original owner had indulged in a life of vice, and now his uncle wished his son to emulate him. Even the current Lin Rui felt a flush of embarrassment. Lin Chongtai laughed heartily. Isn't there an old saying that recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is of great significance? Ruier, you simply misdirected your cleverness in the past, landing in perilous situations. Now, with a fresh start, look at how well you are doing. Amidst the lively banter, the boiling snake soup began to emit a fragrant steam, filling the shelter with the delightful aroma of wild ginger and snake meat. Nyo Nyo, the little one, continuously swallowed, her growing appetite evident as she entered a phase of rapid growth. Today, the snakes caught have been feasted upon. And as per the suggestion of Feng Jinyang and her two sisters-in-law, it would be prudent to consume half and pickle the other half, thus providing a reserve of sustenance for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Ziren muttered a complaint, with wild boar meat being pickled and the black python also preserved. Can't we indulge in some hearty meat without spending a single coin? Before Chinmei could scold her son in anger, her father-in-law, Lin Pingmao, interjected, let us eat it all. The salt at home is already scarce, and if we continue to pickle, we won't have any left for soup. Who will we borrow from then? Every household is struggling. How can you even suggest that? The snake soup was prepared, skewered snake kebabs were ready, and the cold-dressed snake skin was also complete, while the baked beggar's snake was sizzling over the fire. Wow! So much meat! Nyo Nyo clapped her hands joyously as Lin Susu ladled a bowl of snake soup for her daughter, and then served pieces of roasted snake meat. The roasted chunks were golden and fragrant, the meat exceptionally firm, causing Nyo Nyo to struggle a bit with her small teeth. Yet each bite brought her such joy that she squinted her eyes in delight. Though the two families shared the same roof, they consumed their snake meat separately. The Lin Rui household and the Lin Pingmao household were evenly matched in numbers, though there was the variable of San Liang. San Liang's appetite resembled a bottomless pit. If allowed free rein, he could consume the entire family's quota of snake meat alone. If they shared a table with Lin Pingmao's family, the latter would certainly be at a disadvantage, and neither Chinmei nor Qinji would agree to that. Lin Rui was not particularly fond of wild delicacies, at most. He found them intriguing. He had heard that eating snake meat was particularly beneficial for the skin, so much so that one could avoid mosquito bites. The snake soup, prepared with just a few slices of ginger and salt, was incredibly fresh, with chunks of snake fat floating atop the broth. A sip invigorated his entire body, reviving it like a parched tree in spring. The kebabs of snake meat were remarkably firm, and as Lin Rui ate, he pulled at the meat, while his siblings devoured it quickly, their bodies' instincts urging them to replenish their energy. San Liang's eating technique astonished Lin Rui. He managed to crush the meat and swallow it whole without even spitting out the bones. Previously, he had seen videos on Bilibili where snakes were referred to as spicy strips, and watching San Liang devour them so voraciously was indeed fitting. The cold-dressed fish skin was fresh and crunchy, mingled with the fragrance of plants, providing an entirely different flavor with each bite. When the beggar's snake had its earthen wrap smashed open, the aroma of the meat wafted enticingly into the air. Lin Rui felt he was partaking in a novel experience, as if he were live-streaming a food broadcast amid their plight. Lin Ziren, feeling his stomach full from the snake meat, exclaimed, for the first time in my life, I feel like I might throw up from eating too much meat. Chinmei shot her son a disdainful glance. You can't even fill your mouth with meat. Lin Chongtai and his brother chuckled, inwardly agreeing with their son and nephew. In the past, while in Linjia village, they had caught wild boars, rabbits, and black pythons. Yet they had refrained from indulging in such precious meat, opting instead to sell it at the taverns in the county for a bit of extra silver. The children at home could only watch helplessly. Without earning silver, how could they build houses, save money for marriage, or buy winter cotton and festive clothing? It truly is an adage that one does not understand the value of household necessities until they are in charge. The Feast of Snake ultimately concluded with a floor scattered with bones, as not everyone possessed the formidable teeth of San Liang. Who could reduce the bones to mush before swallowing? Zhao Qing attempted 2 pieces, but upon trying a third, the pain in his teeth and jaw made him stop immediately. It was not yet dire enough to resort to eating bones at the expense of his teeth. Once everyone had consumed enough fat to restore their vitality, their previously lethargic demeanor transformed. Even Lin Zijuan, who had nearly succumbed to diarrhea, felt revitalized. Chapter 37. Misfortunes never come alone. One would think that such a snake feast could last for 2 days, especially with the incessant rain in the woods, turning the soil beneath the decaying leaves soft and mushy, capable of swallowing a foot into a deep pit. Such weather was ideal for the black python to venture out in search of food, yet perhaps the previous overzealousness in capturing snakes had frightened them away, as none had appeared nearby since. Instead, with the absence of the black python, a few bullfrogs and frogs emerged from the grass, and they managed to catch a few savory treats. The rain, which began as a drizzle, had not ceased, soaking their raincoats from the prior snake-catching expedition, and now they hung over the fire to dry. Everything was damp from the rain, except for the area around the fire, which remained dry due to the constant warmth. That morning, Lin Rui, San Liang, and Lin Chongtai had reinforced the rain shelter, their hands pruny and wrinkled from the rainwater. Lin Ziming clicked his tongue, relishing the flavor, realizing that the bullfrogs were quite small, and with only 3 or 4 frogs to share among the family, they would merely have a taste of soup and a few chunks of meat to appease their hunger, nothing compared to the excitement of eating black python, with its tender and bouncy meat that made one's mouth water just at the thought. Lin Changhua and Lin Chongfa, clad in their raincoats, had just cleared the weeds around their rain shelter to prevent large beasts from discovering and hunting them down. After 3 continuous days of rain, the sweltering heat from their departure was long gone, and the water supply was more than sufficient. The 2 families had been relatively frugal, not consuming the black python in a single day, but rather stretching it over 3 days by continuously adding water and wild vegetables until the soup was devoid of any trace of fat. The persistent rain confined everyone's movements, aside from feeding the cattle and little wild boars. The rest of the time was spent either keeping watch or lying in the shelter, often for the entire day to conserve energy, which naturally reduced their food intake, making them feel full more easily. The temperature had also dropped significantly, reaching only 11 or 12 degrees in the morning, bringing an immediate sense of winter, prompting everyone to dig out their winter cotton clothing to ward off the cold and gather around the fire for warmth. Lin Pingmao leaned against the side of the shelter, exclaiming, "Our rain shelter is indeed well constructed." As the rain intensified, even with Lin Changfa and Lin Chonghua's repeated repairs, water still seeped through, while their shelter remained impervious, with the fire and its glow steady within. Lin Changfa's shelter was poorly constructed. Had they anticipated such prolonged rainfall, they would have built it differently. It was disingenuous to claim they had no regrets now. With heavy rain outside, it felt like a light rain inside the shelter, necessitating pots and buckets to catch the drips, or else the splashes would threaten to extinguish the flames. Yulanhua observed her husband's increasingly sullen expression and ceased her complaints, quietly preparing meals, aware of her own shortcomings. Lin Zijuan, Lin Zijing, and Lin Zikuan, the 3 brothers, finished their hot water and discussed with their father, "Father, if the rain lightens tomorrow, let us dismantle the shelter and rebuild it. It feels like there's a hole in the roof, and who knows when it will stop raining." Lin Zijing added, "This can't go on, every night. There's always a damp spot on my body, with water seeping through every crevice. It's so cold during the day, and wearing wet clothes at night is unbearable." Lin Changfa realized this situation was untenable. While adults could endure it, the children could not. He nodded. "Then let us rebuild it tomorrow." Niu Qian questioned, "Will that work? The trees in the rain are damp. What can be lifted by 1 person would require 2 or 3 in this weather. Will we just end up wasting our efforts?" They were indeed thinking too simplistically, overlooking such an obvious truth. The atmosphere beneath the rain shelter became suddenly tense. After a moment, Lin Changfa let out a sigh, resigning himself to endure a little longer, hoping that perhaps the rain would lessen by tomorrow, or even cease altogether. Such was the silent wish of everyone present. Yet, contrary to their hopes, That very night, the wind intensified dramatically, not only tearing away the waterproof canopy of Lin Changfa and Lin Changha's shelter, but also allowing torrents of rain to inundate their sleeping quarters, extinguishing the blazing fire pit in an instant. Lin Rui felt as if they were caught in the midst of a severe typhoon, the wind buffeting them backward as they stood their ground. The tarpaulin secured to the wooden beams, along with the branches weighing it down, was swept away, revealing the moss stuffed between the wooden beams, which too was driven to the ground by the storm's fury. The fire. The flint is still there. It mustn't get wet, Lin Changtai shouted fervently. Inside the shelter, the heavily pregnant Lin Zayako hastily pulled the bundle pointed out by her uncle close to her, shielding it from the rain with her clothing. The men inside the shelter had already donned their raincoats, rushing out into the deluge to retrieve the waterproof tarpaulin that had been blown halfway onto tree branches. Lin Rui and a couple of others desperately held down the tarpaulin that shielded the grain storage. While it was manageable for the shelter to take on water, if the granary were to flood, the grains would become damp and moldy, posing a risk of diarrhea and dehydration if consumed. A slight chill on the road could take half a life, let alone food that one could ingest. Thus, utmost caution was paramount. After a chaotic struggle, Lin Rui, Lin Pingmao, and the others managed to safeguard their rain shelters and the two small shelters containing grain and livestock with minimal damage. However, Lin Changha and Lin Changfa's family fared poorly. Their makeshift structure was constructed hastily and inadequately, relying on the hope that tomorrow might bring sunshine. Each reinforcement merely involved piling on a few branches and moss. They had not even used clay to secure it. When the storm struck, it collapsed entirely, the timber crashing together, and fortunately, the inhabitants had managed to escape in time. Lin Changfa and Lin Changha temporarily sent their children to Lin Rui's rain shelter for safety, while the four elders and their sons and daughters-in-law scrambled to salvage the grain inside. The rain was relentless, showing no signs of abating. Anyone stepping outside would be drenched within seconds, and the grain, pressed under the damp wood, was already significantly soaked. Naturally, Lin Rui and the others could not stand idly by. They immediately joined the effort to save the grain. Their small shelter for grain and livestock was already overflowing, leaving no room for more. Thus, they had no choice but to move Lin Changfa and Lin Changha's grain into the rain shelter to prevent further moisture damage. After several trips and with many hands at work, all the grain was successfully relocated to a dry area. However, the rain shelter, initially occupied by Lin Rui and Lin Pingmao's families, became overcrowded with the addition of Lin Changha and Lin Changfa's family and their grain, leaving no space to even step. Chapter 38. The grain has become damp. Lin Changfa and Lin Changha lacked sufficient raincoats, so they had given their 2 sets to their sons, leaving themselves completely drenched. Their faces reflected their disheveled state, water droplets trickling down their hair onto their faces as they gasped for breath. Thank you, Changshi and Chandai, they exclaimed gratefully. Were it not for their assistance, the grain would have suffered even more. Grain was their lifeline. Without it, how could they survive? After all, we are all one family. This statement held truth, for they shared a common ancestor. After all, the elder Lin Pingmao and the brothers Lin Changha, Lin Changshi, and Lin Changfa were all sons of the same father, Lin Ping'an. Grain. Donghua and Zhang Dakui exclaimed in horror as they opened the burlap sacks containing the grain, finding the coarse black rice already soaked, heavy in their hands, the volume of the wet grain substantial, at least 10 pounds. With 10 bags of grain dampened, that amounted to over 100 pounds, an alarming quantity. In the midst of this storm, with no sunlight visible, the damp rice would surely mold within 2 or 3 days if the temperature remained low, otherwise it would spoil even sooner. Moldy rice contains aflatoxin, a potent toxin harmful to humans, potentially inducing poisoning symptoms and even leading to tumors. Given the quantity involved and the number of mouths to feed, tumors were unlikely. But poisoning was a real concern. Symptoms such as abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, and low-grade fever could all arise from the accumulation of aflatoxin in the body due to the consumption of damp rice, with a risk of inducing liver cancer. In short, unless one sought their own demise, it was best to avoid moldy food at all costs. Donghua and Zhang Dakui had never cried so bitterly as they did now, their faces streaked with tears and snot, gazing at the damp rice as if it were a piece of their very hearts. How long will we be able to eat with so much rice? We had planned to move on, but now we can't go without eating. What will we eat when we leave the woods? Seeing her so distraught, Lin Rui felt compelled to intervene. "Aunt, you might have to eat it all within 5 or 6 days at most, assuming the temperature remains low. If it's warm, it could spoil in just 2 or 3 days. In other words, you must consume this damp rice within that time frame." "Oh dear, we are not nobles. How can we eat like that?" Lin Changhua lamented, casting a desperate glance at Lin Pingmao. Lin Pingmao found himself in a predicament as well. Couldn't he possibly trade his good rice for Lin Changhua's damp grain? Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui, tears streaming down their faces, knelt before Lin Pingmao. "Uncle, please help us, otherwise, we won't make it to our destination." Lin Pingmao's gaze instinctively fell upon Lin Rui. "Rui, do you have any ideas?" Lin Changhua and Lin Changfa's eyes locked onto Lin Rui, who mused there might be a solution. Instantly, the eyes of both families brightened as they turned to Lin Rui. "Speak quickly," they urged. Lin Rui replied, "This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I also need the agreement of my sister and brother-in-law, Uncle Chongtai, and Uncle Changsho." Lin Chongtai, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, Rui? Stop keeping us in suspense. I estimate that my uncle and third uncle's wet grain totals about 100 pounds. If we calculate based on 1 pound of grain per person per day, our farming family typically consumes 2 meals a day, with each meal averaging about 2 ounces. Therefore, we consume about 4 to 5 ounces daily. With 7 people in my grandfather's family and 11 including my sister and brother-in-law, we would collectively consume no more than 18 pounds of rice daily. The spoilage period for damp rice is 2 to 3 days, and given the current low temperatures, it can be stored a bit longer, but I can only accommodate 2 days' worth of rations at most, which means I can assist you with 80 pounds of rice." 80 pounds of rice? How did you come to that number? By your calculation, it barely adds up to 40 pounds. Yulanhua frowned. The 100+ pounds of rice was merely an estimate from Lin Rui. In reality, she observed that their damp rice likely totaled over 70 pounds. Zhang Dakui wore a similarly troubled expression. Though her damp rice was not as much as Yulanhua's, it still weighed over 50 pounds. Lin Rui's offer of 80 pounds seemed substantial, but his calculations appeared questionable. It was feasible to force down the grain, but that felt like sacrilege. Was it right to treat food so carelessly? This rice, which could usually sustain them for half a year, now had to be consumed within 2 to 3 days. Not 3 months, but 3 days. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui felt as though their hearts were bleeding. However, this was not the end. Lin Rui's words were yet to conclude. "Auntie, please allow me to finish my thoughts." Zhang Dakui was somewhat displeased, yet she suppressed her anger and replied, "Continue. I am eager to see how 40 jin of rice transforms into 80 jin in your mouth. On rainy days, we need not travel. Thus we are not compelled to consume substantial rations. We do not necessarily require the soaked rice you have, but in the spirit of mutual assistance, we cannot turn a blind eye to your difficulties and must lend a hand. Exchanging 1 jin of wet rice for 1 jin of dry rice puts us at a disadvantage. It is unreasonable for us to incur such losses while performing a good deed. Even brothers must settle their accounts clearly. A fair exchange would be 1 jin of dry rice for 2 jin of wet rice. Impossible." Zhang Dakui erupted, springing to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Rui as she berated, "We are bound together like bones are to sinews. You cannot simply calculate our grain in such a manner." Yulanhua remained silent, having resolved to let Zhang Dakui take the lead in this confrontation. Lin Rui maintained his gentle smile. "Auntie, there is no need for such anger. This is merely my suggestion. Whether it comes to fruition depends on everyone's consensus. If you are unwilling, then let it be. It spares us from the trouble of further discussion, which can be quite vexing. It is difficult to persuade the obstinate. Had we heeded his advice to build a rain shelter together, we would not be in this predicament, nor would we be obliged to exchange wet rice. As if someone were attempting to take advantage of us." Lin Pingmao, observing the stalemate, intended to mediate between Zhang Dakui and Lin Changfa, but Yulanhua unexpectedly interjected. Nodding in agreement, "Rui Ger, I will exchange. "Oh, Yulanhua, you." Zhang Dakui was taken aback by Yulanhua's betrayal, as she had genuinely aimed to negotiate better terms for both of them. Yulanhua felt a pang of sorrow for her family's 70 jin of grain that had become damp, and if they adhered to Lin Rui's calculations, they would have to trade their 40 jin of dry rice for 80 jin of wet rice, which for fairness' sake would mean an exchange of 40 jin per household. After trading 40 jin of wet rice, Zhang Dakui would barely have a few jin left, while her family still had over 30 jin of wet rice that no one would share. This time, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Seeing Yulanhua capitulate so quickly, Zhang Dakui set aside her mischief and promptly declared her own intention to exchange. As the first to take the plunge, Yulanhua exchanged her wet rice first, ultimately trading 60 jin of wet rice for 30 jin of dry rice, carefully layering the dried rice bags to prevent them from becoming damp again. Zhang Dakui, feeling defeated, managed to trade 40 jin of wet rice for only 20 jin of dry rice, choosing to keep the remaining 30 jin of dry rice for herself rather than allow anyone else to benefit. Lin Changhe remained silent, perhaps perceiving that this exchange was indeed unfavorable for them. Mother, what about the 30 jin of rice? We cannot consume it all in just a few days. Perhaps we should ask Uncle Li Zheng to exchange 15 jin of dry rice for us. At least it would last longer. In critical times, it could be a lifesaver. 30 jin for 15 jin? I absolutely refuse to engage in such a losing bargain. Mother. Lin Changhe shouted angrily at Lin Zicheng. Get to work. Lin Zicheng, seething with frustration, had no choice but to obey his father. Under the same roof, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Feng Zhenyi prepared all the wet rice she had exchanged, cooking it, and if there was any left over, she would make crispy rice, layering it carefully with oil paper to prevent moisture. She had initially harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps the temperature would remain low, and in 5 or 6 days, the family would surely finish it, especially if they indulged in hearty meals. However, Rui warned that the weather was particularly erratic, and it would be prudent to process the wet rice quickly to prevent it from spoiling. Lin Pingmao grew increasingly appreciative of Lin Rui. Had he not listened to Lin Rui regarding the rain shelter, he would have been the one venturing out in the rain to salvage it. The rain shelter constructed by Lin Rui's group was determined by the number of people. With so many suddenly crammed in, they had to sleep sideways, and particularly Lin Changfa, Lin Changhe, and their 2 sons could hardly find space to rest. They had to attempt to restore their original rain shelter once more. Fortunately, by midday, the winds calmed, and the torrential rain subsided to a drizzle, making it easier for Lin Changfa and his group to repair their shelter. After much effort, the rudimentary rain shelters of Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe were rebuilt. Yet they were unwilling to move their grain from Lin Rui's superior shelter, as none could boast better waterproofing than Lin Rui's. Should their grain become damp again, they would lose all hope of survival. It would be better to perish than endure such a fate. Chapter 38. How foolish I am to oppose Lin Rui. They could only shamelessly implore Lin Pingmao and Lin Changxi to allow their intact, dry grain to remain stored until the skies cleared. Yulanhua and her daughter-in-law, constrained within the rain shelter, resorted to cooking, deciding to follow Feng Zhenyi's example by turning the remaining rice into crispy rice for better preservation. Zhang Dakui now regarded her sister-in-law with disdain, realizing that despite being on the same side, they had allowed Lin Rui to gain such an advantage. She no longer wished to converse with Yulanhua, busily attending to her own matters. Tan Ying discreetly tugged at Lin Zicheng's sleeve. Mother's demeanor does not seem well. Lin Zicheng, engaged in weaving straw rope for the rain shelter, glanced at her and replied, "Pay her no mind." Yulanhua's son, Lin Zijuan, looked at his mother and asked, "Mother, how come you decided so decisively this time?" Yulanhua scoffed, "Am I foolish? Why continue to oppose Lin Rui and risk our family ending up with nothing? 1 bowl of dry rice for 2 bowls of wet rice. If Lin Rui and Uncle Li Zheng are willing to trade with us, we should be grateful. Otherwise, we would simply watch our wet rice spoil and stink. Having made the same mistake once is enough. Repeating it would render my mind useless. When a decision must be made, it should be decisive. My resolve is far stronger than Zhang Dakui's." The evening proved the correctness of Yulanhua's decision. As the temperature began to soar, rising from a chilly 10 degrees to a sweltering 27 or 8, making the air feel thick with heat. Others merely found the temperature uncomfortable, but in Zhang Dakui's household, each bowl of rice overflowed. Lin Ziang lamented to his mother, "Mother, I truly cannot eat this. Let's save it for tomorrow." The rations they had carefully conserved during their travels were insufficient to cover this loss. Had they known, they would not have acted so recklessly. And now they were filled with regret. Lin Rui's family worked until nightfall to boil all the damp rice, consuming some before continuing to dry the remaining rice in the iron pot for storage. Lin Pingmao's family, observing Lin Rui's diligence, followed suit. The weather was unkind, with erratic fluctuations in temperature. Just yesterday, it had been cold enough to wear winter clothing, yet today they shed their outer garments for lighter summer attire. Lin Chongha's family awoke as if struck by a blow, discovering that the 20 gene of rice they had left was beginning to mold from the bottom. How could this happen? What about the rice on top? Could it still be consumed? Lin Chongha, trembling as he held the bag of rice with his calloused, cracked hands, noticed the grains had changed color, emitting a faint odor of mildew, and small black flies were flitting about. Upon opening the bag, a swarm of black insects erupted from the opening, darting towards Lin Chongha's face, forcing him to swat them away repeatedly. Zhang Dakui, utterly weakened, collapsed onto the damp earth, lamenting, "What a calamity! What a calamity!" Just yesterday, the exchange of rice with Lin Rui and Lin Pingmao had already inflicted significant loss upon them. Thus, the remaining 30-odd pounds of rice had become their faint hope, as the couple wished for the weather to grow colder, allowing their entire family to consume it. Little did they anticipate that the heavens would conspire against them, as relentless heat combined with the pervasive humidity in the forest led to the rapid spoilage of their damp grain. Upon awakening, Lin Rui was greeted by the wailing of Aunt San from the neighboring rain shelter. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he inquired of San Liang, "Who is adding kindling to the fire? What is happening outside?" San Liang grimaced at the scene outside, and San's rice has gone moldy. Lin Rui had foreseen the high temperatures, but the speed of the spoilage surpassed his expectations. He had assumed it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Yet it had occurred overnight. Fortunately, they had cooked and preserved all their damp rice into crispy rice beforehand. The rain shelter of Yulanhua's family was the closest to Zhang Dakui's home, so she had heard the commotion as soon as it began. Lin Changfa attempted to rise to investigate, but she pressed him down, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? If you go out now, they'll think you're just here to gawk." Lin Changfa frowned. "How can you say such a thing? We are at least family." Yulanhua retorted dismissively, "And what of family? Your dear nephew has never shown any inclination to share more rice with us." Lin Changfa shot her a glare. "How can you say that? If it weren't for the exchanges with the Jiang family and our uncle's family, we would have lost all 70-odd pounds of our rice to spoilage. What would we feed the entire family then?" In the rain shelter, Zhang Dakui was wailing, rolling in the mud with tears streaming down her face, causing her grandchildren, Xiangxiang and Xiaozhan, to hide behind their mother in fear. Lin Changhe and his 2 sons forcibly lifted her from the ground. "Enough now. Do not cry any longer. We are still in the mountains. Once the weather clears, I, along with Zicheng and Ziang, will hunt more game to cure or smoke for us to eat. We will find a way." Zhang Dakui cried so hard she began to hiccup. "I have brought this upon you. I should have exchanged most of the rice like Yulanhua did. Now it is all gone, all gone." Hearing the cries from next door, Yulanhua glanced at her family and scoffed. "I told you so. She is bound to bring up my situation. If we go over now, it will only infuriate her further." In a short while, comforting voices from Lin Pingmao's family could be heard next door, affirming that blood ties do not permit the starvation of their kin, and Lin Pingmao would be the first to oppose such an injustice. Lin Changxi, witnessing the plight of his third brother's family, patted his chest in assurance, promising that as long as he had food, he would never allow his brother's family to go hungry. Lin Changhe felt a surge of gratitude, but he knew that the authority in matters lay with their uncle, and Lin Changxi's words held no weight without Lin Rui's agreement. Lin Changxi, feeling awkward, guessed the weight of his words and shouted towards the rain shelter, "Lin Rui! Lin Rui! Come out!" Lin Rui poked his head out from the rain shelter, the rain still pouring down. He was reluctant to go outside, knowing his clothes would get drenched. "Father, what is it?" he asked. "Come here," Lin Changxi insisted. Reluctantly, Lin Rui donned a raincoat handed to him by San Liang and approached. "Father?" Lin Changxi pointed at Lin Changhe. "Rui, we must be grateful and repay our debts. When you accrued that substantial gambling debt, it was your uncle and our third uncle who lent you money and grain. Now that your third uncle's rice has been ruined by the rain, we cannot turn a blind eye if they find themselves in need." Lin Rui recognized that this was the opportune moment to unite their family, and he promptly declared, "Rest assured, uncle, as long as it is within my means, regardless of whether it is my uncle or third uncle facing such misfortune, I, Lin Rui, will not stand idly by." Chapter 39. Xuanzi, everything has been burned. Indeed, anyone who receives help in times of great difficulty feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lin Changhe, Lin Zicheng, and Lin Ziang approached Lin Rui, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Lin Rui. This kindness will not be forgotten. Should you need anything, just let us know." "No need for such formality, uncle. You are too courteous," Lin Rui replied. However, should he require assistance from his cousins in the future, he would certainly not hesitate to ask. With the food crisis addressed, Lin Changhua and his sons felt a sense of relief. Upon hearing the full situation, Zhang Dakui also calmed significantly, realizing that at least they would not starve, as their two sisters-in-law and uncle would extend a helping hand. As the evening rain continued to pelt down, Zhang Dakui's family dined on wild vegetables boiled in hot water, which constituted their only meal. Lin Zicheng sighed, "Mother, it is all wild vegetables, devoid of any oil or flavor. At least a bit of cured meat or salted chicken would be nice. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. We do not even know if our grain can last us through the mountains. How much can your second uncle and uncle provide us? Food is in the hands of others. How much we eat depends on their whims." Zhang Dakui scolded her sons sternly. Lin Changhua tapped the edge of his bowl. "Enough now. They have already promised to help you. What more do you want to say?" Zhang Dakui shot him an angry glare. "How is that what I said considered complaining? You were there during the grain exchange. You clearly consented. Now that the rice has gone damp and moldy, it is all my fault." "Zhang Dakui, stop your fuss." "I am not fussing. I am simply discussing reason. If it weren't for your insistence on getting rice from Linjia village." As Zhang Dakui began to dredge up past grievances, Lin Changhua and his sons fell silent, quietly consuming their vegetable soup. In the rain shelter, Zhao Qing, tasked with keeping watch, sharpened his arrows, contemplating how to make them more lethal for the upcoming hunt. Once the rain ceased, the woods would abound with deer, rabbits, and roe deer, ensuring they would not lack for meat. What was a black python compared to a wild deer or wild boar? One of those would suffice to fill their bellies. Suddenly, the dark woods were filled with the sound of rustling leaves, and Zhao Qing squinted, swiftly taking aim at the source of the disturbance. Then, a mud-covered figure leapt from the forest, pleading, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." Zhao Qing nearly released his arrow in shock, redirecting it into the dark woods. "Uncle, Uncle Chantai, Uncle Changshi, help me please." The voice echoed with desperation, jolting the resting figures in the camp awake as if a bomb had been detonated. Lin Pingmao hurriedly donned his clothing and emerged from the rain shelter, squinting to assess the situation outside. Most people in ancient times suffered from night blindness, so Lin Pingmao could only discern a blurry figure. The muddy figure rushed toward Lin Pingmao. "Uncle, Uncle." Lin Pingmao nearly stumbled back in fright. "What is this thing?" The muddy figure, with rain washing away the filth from its face, revealed a familiar visage, Xuanzi. It was indeed Xuanzi, who had fled into the mountains after the Lin family village and neighboring settlements were ravaged and burned by marauding bandits, desperately seeking to reunite with Uncle, hoping to find a path to survival. Throughout the journey, his footsteps never faltered. When it rained, he sought refuge beneath the dense canopy of trees, his clothes thoroughly drenched. In moments of hunger, he subsisted solely on wild vegetables found by the roadside. For 7 or 8 consecutive days, he persevered without knowing how, until he stumbled upon the tracks left by an ox cart, which filled him with indescribable joy. He ambled along, pausing intermittently, only seeking shelter from the rain when it fell in torrents, making it impossible to continue. At long last, he located Uncle Li Zheng and his companions, and in a fit of joy he wept. Only heaven knew the dread that haunted him each night, fearing he might not witness the dawn of another day. The nighttime woods echoed with the roars of wild beasts, and swarms of mosquitoes tormented him, while slimy slugs crawled everywhere. Lin Changhua and Lin Changfa, along with their families, emerged from their makeshift rain shelters, bewildered and questioning. "Xuanzi, what brings you here? Are you alone? Where are the others? Has something happened? We've been on the road for so many days. Your family didn't mention leaving, did they? What about Anshu? Is she aware that you've chased after us?" The moment they inquired, Xuanzi burst into uncontrollable tears. Upon seeing the familiar faces from his village, the memories of those who perished at the hands of the mob and in the inferno overwhelmed him, causing the carefully constructed barriers of his composure to shatter. "Xuanzi, please don't cry. What has happened? Tell your uncle." As they witnessed Xuanzi weeping as though he had just lost his parents, a chill ran down the spines of those present. What could have transpired? Xuanzi wept for a considerable time, and only after receiving a flurry of comforting words did he gradually quiet down, shaking his head. With tear-stained eyes, he knelt before Lin Rui. Alarmed, Lin Rui stepped back. "Xuanzi, what are you doing? Such grand gestures will surely shorten my lifespan." Through his tears, Xuanzi managed to say, "Lin Rui, this is what you deserve. We should have heeded your advice and left Lingjia village long ago. As he spoke, his voice began to choke up again. The onlookers felt an unsettling dread. They had never witnessed a man cry so profusely. Lin Zicheng could no longer restrain himself and seized Xuanzi by the collar. What on earth happened? Speak up. For heaven's sake. In his eyes flickered the memory of that fateful night when the entire village succumbed to flames. Lingjia village is gone, he exclaimed. Gone? What do you mean? Lin Pingmao was utterly perplexed by Xuanzi's seemingly incoherent words. Uncle, Xuanzi cried, his voice thick with sorrow, all the people of Lingjia village have died. The houses have been burned down. My parents, Xiaoduzi, and the hares were all slain by those savages. Even the newlywed bride from the Heihu family, aside from me, has been turned to ash. What? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Even though they had anticipated such horrors upon leaving Lingjia village, the reality was far too harrowing to accept. Many of the villagers with whom they had shared their lives were their own flesh and blood. And now they were all gone. At that moment, Donghua and Zhang Dakui rushed to Xuanzi's side, grasping his clothing. Xuanzi, please tell us about Ego village and Zhejiagu. What about Xiaoli village? Xuanzi shook his head. Aunt, I was too terrified when I escaped. All I saw was fire everywhere, and I fear the worst. Both Ego village and Zhejiagu were neighboring villages to Lingjia village, and given Lingjia's fate, it was hard to imagine they would remain unscathed. Chapter 40. Infested with leeches. Feng Jinyang looked at her weeping sisters-in-law and niece, clutching her heart in despair. Oh heavens, has everyone in this village perished? Zhang Dakui and Donghua regretted their earlier flippancy. It was now too late to lament their past jokes about abandoning their homes to escape with their lives. They recalled jesting with their brothers about how, with so many strong men in their village, they could easily fend off attackers. Xuanzi recounted how the mob was cunning, choosing to invade the village under the cover of night when everyone was resting, and had he not awakened to relieve himself, he too would have fallen victim to their blades. Children were mercilessly thrown, strangled, or boiled alive. He recalled seeing the neighbor's puppy tossed onto a fire to be roasted, the fiends waiting for it to cook before feasting. The mob, once ordinary citizens, knew where to find provisions and supplies. And even those hiding in cellars did not escape their wrath. The fate of Lingjia village and the surrounding hamlets appeared dire, and it was uncertain how many, like Xuanzi, had managed to evade the slaughter. Xuanzi, what is wrong? Lu Hua attempted to inquire about Zhejiagu. Her maternal family resided there, but before she could finish her question, Xuanzi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. San Liang and Zhao Qing hurriedly lifted him to the rain shelter to rest. Lin Rui, seeing Xuanzi's drenched attire, called out, San Liang, go fetch a set of clothes from my pack for him. I can't fathom how he has endured in this cold. Lin Zicheng and Lin Xiang nodded in agreement. They had been in the mountains for nearly 8 days, having nearly perished from thirst and cold. Even those of them with provisions and warm clothing found the journey unbearable. How much more so for Xuanzi, clad only in summer garments, perpetually wet and dry. As the rain continued to pour, Xuanzi had braved the elements to reach them. And it was nothing short of a miracle that he had not fallen prey to the beasts along the way. San Liang complied, retrieving Lin Rui's clothing and placing it beside Xuanzi. He effortlessly lifted Xuanzi's frail body, loosening the buttons of his wet garments. The villagers, already emaciated from the chaos of war, looked on in horror at Xuanzi's skeletal form, his skin hanging loosely from his bones, a ghastly sight. What a tragedy! What a tragedy! Lin Pingmao lamented, tears welling in his murky eyes, unsure whether to mourn for Xuanzi's suffering or for the lost souls of Lingjia village. Lin Rui, look! Zhao Qing gasped, stepping back in shock at the sight of Xuanzi's back. His reaction piqued the curiosity of the others, who gathered closer to investigate. To facilitate Lin Rui's examination, San Liang turned Xuanzi to face him, and even Lin Rui gasped in horror as he beheld a multitude of leeches clinging to Xuanzi's back. These leeches, well-fed and grotesquely swollen, exhibited yellow and black stripes, writhing on his frail body. His entire back was covered from neck to waist, and he had yet to remove his lower garments, suggesting even more might be present on his legs. Although San Liang wished to assist, the presence of men and women alike made it awkward to proceed. Lin Rui instructed San Liang to form a perimeter with the clothing, allowing them to strip Xuanzi of his trousers. As he had suspected, his legs were similarly infested with leeches. Had it not been for Xuanzi's tenacity, The sheer volume of blood loss would have surely led to his demise in some secluded corner of the mountains, where he would have become prey for the wild animals. Quickly, bring the torches. Lin Pingmao commanded his eldest son, Lin Chongtai, to fetch the firelight for Lin Rui and the others, to provide sufficient space for their efforts. Most of those in the rain shelter huddled together in the small huts of Lin Changfa and Lin Chongha. Lin Pingmao, a seasoned farmer, possessed a profound understanding of the leech's habits. When planting rice seedlings or weeding in the fields, he was often susceptible to their bites, which would attach themselves to his calves, engorged with blood. Simply pulling them off was futile, as it would leave their mouth parts embedded in the flesh, leading to inflammation and swelling, and in severe cases, infection could result in death. To combat leeches, one could either slap the skin around the bite to shake them off through vibrations or use fire to scorch them, causing them to withdraw from the body immediately. Given the alarming density of leeches on Zhuangzi, slapping them away was evidently impractical. Even the thought of touching those slippery, soft creatures was repulsive. Thus, the most expedient method was to use fire to drive them away. One by one, the leeches curled up and fell from Zhuangzi's body, and when gathered on a leaf, they amounted to a small handful. Zhuangzi lay unconscious, his lips pale from excessive blood loss due to these parasites. Quickly, dispose of them. Zhao Qing expressed her disgust for these slimy creatures, urging Saliang to throw them far away. Lin Rui knew that leeches were also a type of medicinal herb. Yet he had no intention of converting waste into treasure. He merely wanted to rid himself of them as far as possible. Leeches and slugs were particularly averse to salt, and although he contemplated having Saliang sprinkle some salt on them to ensure their demise, he quickly reconsidered. With salt already scarce for human consumption, he feared that if he did so, his mother would be the first to confront him for wasting resources. After removing the leeches from Zhuangzi and donning dry clothes, Zhuangzi remained unresponsive, still deep in slumber. The weight of survival in the wilderness, though it may seem trivial when spoken of, bore a tremendous burden on the shoulders of those who truly faced it. Countless serpents, insects, and rodents lurked in the mountains, and one would likely need to sleep with one eye open, ever ready to escape danger. Now that they had finally rejoined the main group, a good night's rest was essential. Exhausted from the night's turmoil, Lin Rui and the others hastily washed up and lay down on the wooden bed to rest. Tonight was the night for Uncle Chongtai's family to keep watch. At this moment, Qinji and Qinmei, the two sisters-in-law, felt profound sorrow and guilt. Initially, they had blamed Lin Rui upon leaving Lin family village, but now they directed their ire inward. They lamented their disbelief in Lin Rui's words and their father-in-law's decisions. Had they been more insistent when their father-in-law suggested they return home with news, perhaps their parents and brothers would have evaded disaster, along with their unfortunate daughter and son-in-law, whose fates remained uncertain. Chapter 41. Guilt and Fortuity. In another rain shelter, Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui, despite the torrential rain outside, could not suppress their heart-wrenching cries, which reached Lin Rui's tent. Frustrated by the noise, Lin Rui stuffed cotton into his ears, which alleviated the din somewhat. Outside, a heavy downpour continued, while Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa's family experienced only a light rain. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui wept inconsolably in their rain shelter, striking the wooden planks beneath them. Father, Mother, your unfilial daughter has wronged you. If only I had persuaded you more, perhaps today's tragedy could have been averted. Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa squatted at the entrance of the rain shelter, watching the relentless downpour. Unlike their wives' guilt, they felt only a sense of relief. Had they not decisively followed Uncle Li Jing and the Changshi family to leave, their households would surely have been among the casualties in Lin family village. The thought of their lively young grandsons, Xiangxiang, Xiaozhan, and Dunzi, facing a fate as described by Zhuangzi, being scorched by fire, cooked, and ultimately consumed, was unbearable for them as grandparents and parents. Throughout their journey, their wives lamented leaving Lin family village, believing they would have lived peacefully had they stayed, rather than braving the rain, enduring poor food and shelter, and sleeping in a leaking shelter at night. As they reflected on their decision, they began to regret their hasty choice driven by momentary fear, realizing that their family would not have fallen into such dire straits had they remained. It wasn't until they encountered Zhuangzi that they comprehended the chaos that had erupted outside, mass slaughter. This massacre occurred right at the foot of the emperor's throne, near the capital, where Lin family village had been obliterated, with perhaps only Zhuangzi escaping alive. If the emperor was so powerless, what hope remained for ordinary folk like them? Had it not been for their nephew Rui leading them away from Lin family village, they too would have become victims of the mob's wrath. As their hearts gradually regained calm, the tumultuous blood within them now only felt gratitude for their decision to leave Lin family village. They were fortunate to have escaped and to still be alive, with all their family members intact. Upon waking, Lin Rui noticed a marked improvement in the attitudes of those around him. He intended to fetch water to wash his face, but before he could even call for San Liang, Sister Tanning had already brought over a basin of water. Rui, the water is ready for you. Even before they had started cooking. Donghua from Lin Changfa's household, despite her swollen and red eyes, was transformed. She smiled genuinely as she presented a steaming bowl of rice, generously topped with cured and salted meats. Lin Changhe and Lin Changdai also brought over their meticulously prepared rice and flour for Lin Rui. Lin Changxi and Feng Jinyang were astonished by the scene before them. What is going on? In front of everyone, Lin Pingmao deeply bowed to Lin Rui, who hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Great uncle, you are not diminishing my years. Lin Changtai and Lin Changshou stopped Lin Rui. Rui, this is what you deserve. If you hadn't returned to propose that we leave together, we would not be standing here in peace. Zhang Dakui shed her previous arrogance, awkwardly shoving 2 pairs of cloth shoes into Feng Jinyang's arms. Dakui, what is this? Feng Jinyang asked, knowing full well. But recalling the complaints she had overheard from Donghua and Zhang Dakui in her absence, she feigned ignorance. Zhang Dakui now regarded Lin Rui as her savior and benefactor, eager to repay her gratitude, wishing to honor him as if he were a deity. She could not help but express her appreciation for Lin family's ancestors, as their survival was a gift from them. With a beaming smile, she disregarded any past displeasure. Sister-in-law, these are 2 pairs of shoes I made for Rui. I noticed his shoes were full of holes during our journey. Please don't think poorly of them. Holes? Feng Jinyang hadn't noticed her son's shoes, as they had been preoccupied with their arduous journey, and with the rain, they had to reinforce their rain shelter and light mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, leaving little time to check on Lin Rui's shoes. Rui, why didn't you tell me your shoes were damaged? Feng Jinyang remarked, not one to shy away from gratitude. She promptly tucked the shoes into her embrace. Well then, I thank you on behalf of Lin Rui. No need for thanks. We should be thanking Rui instead. Without him, we would have been. The ominous nature of her unfinished sentence hung in the air, and Zhang Dakui hurriedly turned and left. Feng Jinyang placed the shoes at Lin Rui's sleeping spot, just as he returned from fetching firewood, noticing the multicolored cloth shoes. Mother, did you make these for me? Feng Jinyang was currently cracking 2 eggs into an iron pot, carefully adding a pinch of sugar, which she treasured as though it were a precious gem. This pot of egg soup represented the daily sustenance for their family of over a dozen members. Any more would be impossible. It was Lin Rui, with his incessant persuasion, who managed to secure this daily pot of egg soup, for he had underestimated the ancients' profound reverence for food, where not a single grain could be squandered. Following the butcher village incident, the way others regarded Lin Rui had notably changed. They even showed him more respect than they did Lin Pingmao, seeking his counsel on various matters. Overnight, Lin Rui's status among the households of the Lin family had risen dramatically, far surpassing that of his cousins Lin Ziming and Lin Zicheng. Observing his parents' praise for Lin Rui, Lin Ziang couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Mother, you didn't used to say things like this. Zhang Dakui, adaptable and resilient, her eyes still red from crying, promptly replied, that was then, this is now. From now on, anyone who opposes Lin Rui, Zhang Dakui, will be the first to object. Lin Zicheng felt that his mother was changing her stance too quickly and jestingly asked, so if we build a rain shelter next time, will our family still be independent? Having learned from past mistakes, Zhang Dakui immediately shook her head. No, absolutely not. Wherever Lin Rui goes, we shall follow. I've realized that only by sticking with Lin Rui do we have a chance at survival. How remarkable it was that Lin Rui, who had once been so reckless, had transformed in just a few years into someone so promising. In the past, when Lin Rui was out indulging in debauchery, Zhang Dakui often used him as a cautionary tale to admonish her own children. Yet now, the present Lin Rui was a figure her son could scarcely hope to rival. Had she not seen how the village head's family treated the Lin Changxi family with such deference and respect? Chapter 42. The second sister is about to give birth. After 7 or 8 days of rain, and with the arrival of the rain shelter, the downpour continued for another 10 days. The journey from Linjia village into the mountains took over 20 days, but they had only spent 3 or 4 days actually traveling. The rest of the time was spent hiding from the rain in the woods. Lin Rui gazed forlornly at the large raindrops hammering down on the shelter's roof and the ground. The paths between the rain shelters had become a muddy quagmire. Thick layers of fallen leaves trampled into the damp and soft earth, with numerous puddles forming in the small depressions left by footsteps. To conserve food, the men of the Lin Changfa and Lin Changha families donned raincoats daily to catch wild rabbits and black pythons in the woods, eating them alongside wild vegetables. Notably, they had collectively captured a roe deer, and that very evening they shared the meat, their faces glistening with grease. After the arrival of the rain shelter, they had provided Xuanzi with a pair of shoes and 2 sets of clothing, ensuring he had something to change into. The rainy woods were a veritable treasure trove, with mushrooms, wild vegetables, and small animals sprouting up in abundance after the rain. Gradually, even the women could no longer sit idle. They hastily fashioned rudimentary raincoats and baskets from leaves and cheerfully joined the foraging efforts. Lin Rui was acknowledged as clever, but his physical strength left much to be desired. So he was tasked with guarding the camp. Naturally, wherever San Liang was, Lin Rui would be there as well. In other words, with San Liang at the camp, everyone felt reassured. This child had remarkable strength, surpassing even several robust men like Lin Chongtai and Lin Chongshou. Also in the rain shelter was Lin Rui's second sister, Lin Zhaozhao, who was now in her late pregnancy. She could only sleep on her side, and thankfully, since entering the mountains, it had been raining continuously, preventing their group from having to endure the harsh elements, which would have been particularly taxing for a pregnant woman. Despite the abundance of resources in the mountains, she was still pale, her body's nutrients depleted by the life growing within her. After watching the rain for a while, Lin Rui returned to the rain shelter and found his sister stitching some clothes for the baby. Noticing the gloomy sky outside, he remarked, "Sister, take a break to avoid straining your eyes." Lin Zhaozhao, exhausted from sitting, supported her waist and stood up. "I'm not tired. It's much easier than working at home." The hardships she faced were inherited from her predecessor, yet Lin Rui, occupying her body, felt a heavy heart. His second sister, despite being of high school age in modern times, was already pregnant. While Lin Rui was lost in thought, Lin Zhaozhao's expression suddenly changed as she leaned against the wooden bed of the rain shelter, clutching her abdomen. "It hurts, it hurts." Lin Rui snapped back to reality, observing the cold sweat forming on her forehead, panic rising within him. Could it be that she was about to give birth? Indeed, the next moment, Lin Zhaozhao confirmed his fears. "My water has broken. Rui, I'm going to give birth. Hurry and call mother and eldest sister back, quickly." All right, sister. I'll go call them right away. Hang in there." Lin Rui exclaimed before dashing out of the rain shelter into the downpour, shouting towards the area where he could see figures in the camp. "Mother, eldest sister, come quickly. Second sister is going to give birth." Feng Jinyang, who was foraging for mushrooms, paused, turning to her daughter beside her, Sususu. "I think I just heard Rui's voice." Lin Sususu wiped the rainwater streaming down her face from her leaf-woven rain hat. "Did you?" "I didn't hear anything." "Mother, are you mistaken?" "Perhaps." Feng Jinyang pondered for a moment before resuming her work. The mountain was abundant with chicken fungus, which made for a delicious soup and could nourish the family. Each woman worked with remarkable efficiency. Nyo, along with Muzi, Dunzi, and Yaya, trailed behind their mother, occasionally pointing out the locations of the mushrooms. At this moment, Zhang Dakui, clad in a raincoat and carrying a basket, rushed over. "Jinyang, why are you still here?" Elsher had already tied off the opening of her basket with vines and hurriedly grasped Feng Jinyang's arm. "Mother, let us go back quickly. I think Lin Rui means that the second sister is about to give birth." Feng Jinyang was immediately taken aback, halting her movements. "What? Zhaozhao is going to give birth?" "Indeed, mother, hurry. Considering Zhaozhao's condition, it's about time. We need to return and prepare for the delivery," Elsher urged, pulling Feng Jinyang along as they hurriedly walked, with Zhang Dakui and Lin Sususu closely following. The 4 women rushed to the rain shelter, and Lin Rui, having emerged in haste, was drenched to the bone without a raincoat. The heavy raindrops made it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes, but fortunately, he vaguely saw several figures approaching, and he sighed in relief, knowing they must have heard his call. Feng Jinyang and the others arrived breathlessly at the rain shelter. Rui. Is it true that your second sister is about to give birth? Yes, yes, mother, aunt, you must hurry. The water has already broken. Oh, Feng Jinyang gasped, quickly making her way toward the rain shelter, with Zhang Dakui, Elshur, and Lin Sususu closely behind. Inside the rain shelter, Lin Zhaozao's hair clung to her neck as she grimaced, her lips pale, muffled groans escaping her lips. Upon seeing Feng Jinyang, she cried out, "Mother!" Feng Jinyang's heart ached at the sight. It's all right, Mother is here. You will surely give birth to a healthy baby. With Mother here, there's nothing to fear. Zhang Dakui had already moved to the fire pit near the entrance of the rain shelter to boil water. Lin Sususu and Elshur had gone to the smaller rain shelter, where they stored their luggage to find scissors, cotton cloth, and the small clothes and diapers Lin Zhaozao had previously prepared, all of them working diligently and methodically. Lin Rui and Sanliang took shelter from the rain in the adjacent rain shelter, and, "Sister, is there anything I can help with?" Elshur carried a basin of hot water and scissors to their mother. "With us here, you need not concern yourself. Just wait." The space where Lin Zhaozao was giving birth was curtained off by Feng Jinyang and Zhang Dakui. And from within came the harrowing cries and moans of a woman in agony, mingling with the heavy scent of blood that wafted through the air. Basins filled with blood were carried away and disposed of at a distance. Lin Rui felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, compelled to admire and feel a pang of sympathy for the sacrifices made in the name of motherhood. "Mother, I can't bear this anymore. It hurts so much," Lin Zhaozao exclaimed, shaking her head repeatedly, her entire body racked with pain, as if her bones were being shattered. She feared that the next moment might be her last. "What foolishness are you speaking? The child in your womb must be concerned for you as well. You're already dilated to 5 fingers. The baby's head is visible." Chapter 43. Hoping the rain will cease. Let us name her Ching Ching. "It hurts. It truly hurts," Lin Zhaozao cried out. "Dear daughter, every woman endures this. It's just for a short while. Once the child is born, the pain will cease." Lin Zhaozao's voice pierced through the air again, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Moments later, the sound of a baby's cry emerged from beyond the curtain, delicate yet vibrant. "She's born." Lin Rui's eyes brightened, rushing to the entrance of the rain shelter. "Mother, has my second sister given birth?" Feng Jinyang emerged, cradling a swaddled bundle, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Yes, she has a girl." Lin Rui gazed at the newborn, her eyes still shut, slightly puffy from her long immersion in amniotic fluid, and wrapped loosely in the prepared cotton cloth. "Mother, won't she be cold? Let us find another piece of cloth." "I will look for one," Feng Jinyang replied, making her way towards the storage tent. Sanliang stood behind Lin Rui, gently patting the back of his head. "Master, why do I feel that the old matron seems a bit unhappy?" "Hush, such words are ill-advised. You must not let my second sister hear you," Lin Rui warned Sanliang. In ancient times, the preference for sons over daughters was far more pronounced than in modern society. To him, it mattered little whether his second sister's child was a boy or a girl. She bore the Lin surname, thus she was a child of the Lin family. He would gladly act both as an uncle and a father, and he wished for that scoundrel Jiang Chengkai to stay as far away as possible. The tiny swaddled infant nestled in Lin Rui's arms felt as fragile as a little mouse, and he feared that any misalignment in his hold might provoke her to wail with discomfort. The child, however, was quite obedient, only crying a few times upon birth before settling into a deep slumber. Infants typically slept for extended periods, awakening every 3 to 4 hours for nourishment. Meanwhile, his aunt, elder sister, and sisters-in-law were assisting his second sister in cleansing herself with warm water, after which the child could be placed in her arms to nurse. Lin Zhaozao gradually regained some strength, awakening from her slumber, her gaze searching fervently until she grasped the nearest Lin Susu. "Elder sister, where is my child?" Lin Susu adjusted a pillow sewn from cotton cloth behind her sister and gestured towards Lin Rui. "Our brother is holding her. I can see he is quite fond of the child." Lin Susu's words bore a hint of jealousy, though her younger brother was nice to Nyonyo. Perhaps because Nyonyo did not bear the Lin surname, there was a slight emotional distance between them. Just then, Lin Rui approached with the child in his arms, catching the tail end of his sister's remarks. "Elder sister, what do you mean? Both Nyonyo and Xiao Bao are my dear nieces, even if I, your old uncle, may never amount to much. When I do, I will ensure that the best of everything is prepared for both of them, without favoritism." "I was merely jesting." Lin Susu laughed, her smile appearing all the more genuine at that moment. Lin Rui shook his head, chuckling softly. The duplicitous nature of women. He approached his second sister's bed, carefully placing the infant beside her. Lin Zhaozhao lovingly cradled the little one, who, sensing her warmth, promptly pouted and began to cry. Lin Susu, experienced in such matters, remarked, "She must be hungry. Zhaozhao, you should feed her." With that, she lowered the curtain, creating a private space for Lin Zhaozhao and her child. After assisting Lin Zhaozhao with the delivery, Feng Jinyang and Zhang Dakui did not return to the woods, but instead tidied up the mushrooms and prepared food for the evening. Feng Jinyang gazed outside at the torrential rain, her heart heavy with worry. Her daughter had just given birth to a child, and now their family was one mouth larger. They hadn't even ventured out of the mountains, yet had already consumed part of their food supplies. What would they do once they left the mountains and found no provisions? Zhang Dakui, already at the entrance of her rain shelter, began to curse the weather. This damned sky. It's been raining incessantly all day, and we're almost out of firewood. If this continues, we'll truly freeze to death tonight. The rain poured heavily and persistently, depleting the firewood everyone had stored. Families like those of Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa had been borrowing firewood from Lin Rui and Lin Pingao in recent days, as their own supplies were running low. At this point, aside from cooking in the early morning and late evening or maintaining a fire at night to ward off snakes and beasts, everyone endured the biting cold of the woods. When night fell, everyone returned home, naturally well-laden, with Zhao Qing, the hunter, among them. It felt like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. His bow and arrow skills were a nightmare for every creature in the woods. One could only hope he wouldn't catch sight of them, otherwise his arrows would fly true, and those following behind might be fortunate enough to scavenge some meat. Regrettably, the weather remained overcast, making it difficult to preserve the meat they had obtained. To prevent spoilage, the best course of action was to consume it as quickly as possible. In order to enjoy this meat, Feng Jinyang had even ceased serving eggs at home. Every day consisted of either roasted meat or meat soup, which made Lin Zhaozhao, who was in confinement, rounder and well-nourished, ensuring that Xiao Bao was always fed to satisfaction. As the torrential rain continued unabated, those on the higher ground barely felt its severity. However, the villages of Zhejiagu and Linjiakan had already been devastated by the floodwaters, which surged like wild rivers. Rice fields, barren land, and rivers were submerged, with fish swimming along the diverging waterways, some even stranded atop collapsed rooftops. Crops marked by the marauders for harvest were also not spared, all destroyed in this deluge. Not only Linjiakan, but also several towns surrounding Longting County faced this disaster. The combination of flooding and human calamity forced many struggling citizens to gather their belongings and flee with their children in search of a better fate. In contrast to Lin Rui and the others, who retreated to the mountains to hunt and rely on the land, these people were the true refugees, reduced to begging for mere morsels of food to stave off hunger. Yet, under the flood, everyone's lives were fraught with hardship, leaving little room for assistance to so many. Initially, those with slightly better circumstances would share a bit of rice or leftover food, but as the influx of refugees continued, it became untenable. Those who had eaten today would return tomorrow, and once that wave had passed, another would follow. There simply wasn't enough grain to go around, and the government was unable to intervene. The impoverished populace was barely managing to feed themselves, let alone concern themselves with the affairs of the emperor. As the begging continued, households closed their doors and windows tightly, not allowing even a grain of rice to slip from their grasp. The common folk became wanderers, and the wanderers, deprived of food, sold their children yet still could not fill their bellies, transforming into marauders who oppressed other struggling families. The people of Lin Chao found themselves ensnared in this inescapable cycle of chaos. Perhaps now, throughout the vast expanse of Lin Chao, only the deep mountains where Lin Rui and his companions resided could be considered a sanctuary of tranquility. Rui, you should name the child. Lin Zhaozhao cradled her daughter, her eyes gleaming with expectation as she looked at Lin Rui, hoping he would bestow a name upon his niece. Sister, are you certain you wish for me to name her? Lin Rui questioned, pointing to himself. The thought of a name as coarse as Sanliang's leaving his lips filled him with incredulity at his sister's courage. Lin Zhaozhao nodded emphatically. Yes. Lin Rui pondered deeply and finally settled upon a name he deemed fitting. Let us call her Qingqing, in hopes that the rain will cease by tomorrow. Lin Qingqing. Chapter 44. The sky finally cleared. The news brought by Xuanzi had united the four families of the Lin clan like never before. After all, one cannot write two Lin characters with a single stroke. Without Linjia village, the extensive support of the clan would fade. Should they find themselves in another village, they would likely be viewed as pitiful outsiders, vulnerable to the scorn of the local populace. A family without roots is looked down upon wherever they go. As was the custom in ancient times, the unions of high-ranking officials and noble families fortified their power, while common folk banded together to exclude anyone who could jeopardize their prosperity. Though Linjia village was no more, the Lin family still existed, and wherever they roamed, they had each other to rely upon. Zhang Dakui ceased her complaints, and Yulanhua followed suit, having mourned their family's grim fates. Their hearts now brimmed with gratitude for their husband's swift decision to leave with the Lin Rui and Lin Pingao families. Otherwise, their own corpses would lie within Linjia village, charred to cinders by flames and subsequently washed away by unrelenting rain, becoming lost souls with no one to honor them come Qiming festival. At last, the evening rain ceased with a decisive finality. Those huddled in their makeshift shelters had nearly lost their sanity, so they ventured out with the game they had hunted and the wild vegetables they had foraged, preparing to gather in the center of the camp. Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa, the two brothers, carried firewood, while Lin Changshou and Lin Changtai laid stones upon the damp ground to prevent the charcoal from being extinguished by the moist earth. The women were equally industrious, some constructing fire racks, while others scrubbed pots. Little Musi scanned the surroundings and inquired of Feng Jinyang, "Grandma, where is my uncle?" Feng Jinyang glanced around, uncertain. "I don't know. He was just here. You might find him nearby." Lin Changxi emerged from the rain shelter, carrying salt. "Your uncle went to relieve himself. He'll be back shortly. Hurry and wash the mushrooms. They need to go into the pot soon." The livestock sheltered from the rain were also let out for fresh air. The two large oxen had not been short of fodder, and even the wild boar had grown plump during this period, a promising sight. Lin Rui had found a secluded spot to hastily return to his quarters. Gazing at the fluffy bed and soft sofa, he longed to collapse into them and sleep for an eternity. However, he was covered in dirt and grime. A bath was an absolute necessity. The bathroom was immaculate. As he turned on the faucet, crystal clear water cascaded from the showerhead. He quickly shed his clothes and stepped into the shower. Only those who have endured the torment of dreary, rainy days within a rain shelter could fathom his relief. In ancient times, farmers were not particular about cleanliness. Men could venture outside without washing their faces or feet, while women, to avoid suspicion, would merely wipe themselves with cloth strips at night. Bathing was indeed a luxury, and he hadn't washed since leaving Linjia village. The oiliness of his hair was unbearable. It was as if he were being suffocated, especially in ancient times. With both men and women sporting long hair, the stench was something Lin Rui could smell wafting from his neighbors and from himself every night. It would have been more merciful to simply end it all. After a thorough cleansing, he refrained from using shower gel or soap, opting instead for the old Shanghai sulfur soap, painstakingly washing his grime-ridden hair. He had inherited this long mane, which had become a haven for lice, itching so badly he felt he might tear his scalp apart. After a refreshing wash, he finally felt rejuvenated. The past few days had felt as though he had been smothered in grease. Emerging from the bath, he donned the coarse linen clothes he had brought into the house, feeling utterly revitalized. What a delightful sensation. Feng Jinyang stirred the pot with a peeled stick, where wild vegetables and meat simmered together, with some matsutake mushrooms added in. Nyoching Tanning and Lu Shilin Susu each tended to a roasting rack, laden with sizzling, oil-dripping pork. The rich aroma of meat wafted throughout the camp, making the men, who were busy with their tasks, salivate. Delicious. Lin Ziming inhaled deeply, entranced. Lin Ziren nodded in agreement. Indeed, it smells wonderful. Just the scent alone could make me devour 4 or 5 flatbreads. San Liang and Zhao Qing returned with 2 rabbits, drawing envious glances from all. When Zhao Qing had first arrived at Linjia village, he had been nothing more than a destitute outsider, without land, surviving by hunting. Many had lamented when Lin Rui's beautiful eldest sister married this outsider, cursing Lin Rui for his folly. Yet now, it was evident that Zhao Qing possessed exceptional hunting skills. Even if they starved, he would ensure his wife and children would not suffer from hunger or cold in the woods. as Zhao Qing's in-laws. The Lin family felt a twinge of envy. Sam Liang was also commendable, though his appetite was considerable, his strength was remarkable. He had completed 60% of the heavy labor for Lin Rui's family. Where could one find a servant as strong as Sam Liang? Lin Zicheng gazed enviously at his father and remarked, "In these mountains, we lack for nothing. Why not retreat deeper into the wilderness? The world is chaotic now. It's dangerously risky to venture out. If we encounter bandits or rioters, where would we find safety?" Just then, Lin Rui, overhearing, replied with a calm demeanor sprinkled with a hint of amusement, "Cousin, it is now September, and in 3 months, heavy snow will blanket the mountains. Even my brother-in-law lacks the skill to provide for a family in the woods, not to mention us farmers. Furthermore, if we were to dwell in the mountains for a lifetime, our descendants would be left illiterate and blind to the world. Oh no, we, the Lin family, cannot afford to sever our lineage. Our children, like Nyonyo and Muzi, will become the last of our bloodline. Would we not then face extinction?" This statement startled Lin Zicheng and Lin Changhe, the latter spitting in denial. "What nonsense! Our Lin family will surely continue to thrive. Ruier, do not heed your cousin's words. We shall proceed as you see fit. He has never ventured far and knows little of the world. Do not let his ignorance sway you." Lin Rui maintained his composed smile. "It matters not. Cousin only wishes for everyone's safety, especially in these tumultuous times." Zhang Dakui's voice rang out. "What are you all still mumbling about? The meat is ready, and the broth has been served. Come quickly." The sizzling roasted meat, when tasted, gradually accustomed Lin Rui to this outdoor cuisine, simply seasoned with a pinch of salt. Surrounded by the warmth of camaraderie, Lin Rui addressed the group. "The rain seems to have finally ceased. Let us ensure our water supplies are sufficient, lest we face the dire thirst we nearly suffered before." Lin Zijuan nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, everything is prepared. We have utilized every vessel capable of holding water. I would never wish to endure the taste of foul puddle water again." Chapter 45. The unyielding sunshine. At this moment, Lin Pingmao stood up, tapping a bamboo stick against the rim of a bowl and clearing his throat. "Ahem, everyone. Please quiet down and listen to me." As the elder's voice resonated, the sounds of chewing lessened significantly. "I understand that since leaving Lingjia village, many have voiced their grievances towards Lin Rui and me, believing we have exaggerated the situation and caused undue hardship for everyone." Zhang Dakui and Yulanhua lowered their heads. Their faces flushed. After all, they had been the most vocal about their discontent along the way, sometimes without discretion. Now that the elder had called them out, they felt the sting of embarrassment. The news from Xuanzi had sparked a glimmer of hope, making everyone grateful for Lin Rui's foresight. "As the village head, I propose we honor Lin Rui's life-saving actions with a toast of tea instead of wine." The elder raised his soup bowl respectfully toward Lin Rui, prompting others to follow suit. Lin Changtai and Lin Changsho murmured, "Dear nephew, your uncle is but an ordinary man, unable to expound upon grand philosophies like your father. However, the fate of our entire family rests upon you, our dear nephew. In the future, should any matters arise, simply give a signal, and we shall follow your lead without question." Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment, Roger. What Changtai articulates is what we wish to convey." Lin Pingmao further declared, "Lin Rui, from now on, you shall be the new clan leader of our Lin family village." The title of clan leader may appear diminutive when juxtaposed against the grandeur of ancient dignitaries, yet within a secluded, large village or clan, it signifies an authority that is unequivocal. One need only recall the numerous Republic of China dramas where the mere utterance of a command to cast women into the pond typically emanates from the clan leader, a position often associated with the disregard for human life. Yet, Lin Rui, in his capacity as clan leader, was quite unlike his predecessors. He possessed neither the grandeur typically expected nor the ease of mind, for he was burdened with the welfare of his clan's people. What a predicament this was! He was less than thrilled to be thrust into this role, suddenly shouldering the immense responsibility for over 30 souls in Lingjia village. He could barely manage to care for his own family, let alone consider such weighty matters. Uncle Li Zheng could not pass the buck, and Lin Rui vehemently declined, his hands flailing in protest. "No, no, no, uncle, I am still young, possessing only a modicum of wit. I am wholly unfit to bear the title of clan leader." Lin Changxi was taken aback. "Uncle, do not lavish such praise upon Lin Rui. The position of clan leader is not his alone. Changtai and Changsho are here as well." Exchanging glances, The two brothers had no intention of succeeding the clan leader or Li Zheng. They were not in the prosperous Lin family village, but rather on a treacherous path, struggling with the burdens of survival. To care for an entire family's sustenance was already daunting. Taking on additional responsibilities would be overwhelming. The brothers insisted, "Father, we cannot possibly compare to our nephew Lin Rui. He has been the one steering us through this journey, ensuring we do not go hungry. It is most fitting for him to assume the role of clan leader." After a round of reluctant deferrals, the conclusion was reached that Lin Pingmao would continue as the village's Li Zheng. "Ruier, if the weather clears tomorrow, shall we set out then?" Although Lin Rui had declined the title of clan leader, Lin Pingmao still sought his counsel. Lin Rui, testing the squishy, sodden ground with his foot, shook his head. "I fear that is unfeasible. Such a soft terrain would render the ox cart immobile, with wheels sinking into the earth and creating further complications. Then let us wait a couple more days, allowing the sun to dry the ground. This way, everyone can organize their belongings. And we can depart once the surface is a tad firmer." "Very well, Ruier, we shall heed your advice." After their meal, the conversation inevitably drifted back to Linjia village. And with thoughts of their home came the heavy topic of the massacre that Zhuangzi had mentioned, causing their eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The womenfolk had already begun to sob quietly. Eventually, they dispersed to their makeshift wooden beds, staring blankly at the rain cover above. Lin Susu lay beside Lin Zhaozhao. Nyo had grown, and she was quite well behaved at night, so Lin Susu usually helped her younger sister care for the child. Upon returning, Lin Zhaozhao noticed her sister's reddened eyes and inquired, "What troubles you?" Lin Susu wiped her eyes. "It is nothing. How has Qingqing been today? Was she obedient?" Lin Zhaozhao gently caressed her daughter's little face. "She has been very good, eating her fill, and then sleeping soundly." Truly a child expressing her gratitude. A child who does not trouble her mother is indeed a little blessing. Just as Lin Susu began to praise further, Qingqing suddenly erupted into a fit of cries. Lin Zhaozhao assumed she must be hungry and hurriedly unfastened her clothing to nurse her, but even after feeding, Qingqing continued to wail, her cries piercing the stillness of the night, disturbing the rest of the shelter's occupants. Lin Zhaozhao, now in distress, asked, "Elder sister, what could be the matter with Qingqing?" Lin Susu shook her head, equally perplexed. "Perhaps you might try holding her to soothe her?" Lin Zhaozhao rose and cradled the child in her arms, pacing the limited space of the shelter. With so many people and belongings around, the area to move about was scarcely 3 or 5 steps. Qingqing, possibly still too young and experiencing gas, had a red face from crying. And Lin Zhaozhao felt utterly helpless. The recently laid down Fengzhenni was also roused by Qingqing's cries. In an attempt to switch the baby in her arms, Qingqing's wailing grew even louder, her voice piercing through the air. Lin Rui, having gleaned a modicum of knowledge from his brother's child's 100-day feast, recalled that when a baby suffers from gas, laying them on their stomach or holding them in a flying position might provide some relief. This fragile little life, with its almost translucent limbs, made Lin Rui hesitant to touch her, fearing he might inadvertently hurt her. "Second sister, perhaps you might let Qingqing lie on her stomach for a while?" "On her stomach? Like this?" Following Lin Rui's suggestion, Lin Zhaozhao complied. However, Qingqing's cries did not diminish in the slightest. Left with no choice, Lin Rui steeled himself to try the second method, carefully cradling her and adjusting his position to hold her in the flying embrace against his arm. To his relief, the little girl's cries subsided significantly, and she gradually fell asleep. When Lin Zhaozhao attempted to lift her, Qingqing resumed her earlier fervor, leaving her no option but to relent. Lin Rui sat like a statue on the wooden bed, afraid to move, completely immobilized by the tiny infant resting on his arm. Lin Susu and Lin Zhaozhao couldn't help but laugh. "It seems our little Qingqing has taken quite a liking to her uncle from the moment she was born." After a span of half an hour, once it was confirmed that Qingqing had drifted off to sleep, Lin Rui returned her to Lin Zhaozhao. However, in the middle of the night, after finishing her milk, Qingqing once again let out heart-wrenching cries. With no other choice, Lin Zhaozhao had to place this challenging little one back into the sleep-dazed arms of Lin Rui. Chapter 46. Mother, the wild boar meat has grown fur. Lin Rui slept soundly, dreaming of soaring over the splendid landscapes of his homeland in a helicopter. Suddenly, from high above, he spotted his parents and Lin Pingmao beckoning him to descend. The helicopter, seemingly ungovernable, plummeted downwards, the intense centrifugal force eliciting a thrill from him. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his arms, the sweet scent of milk wafted from the swaddled bundle his elder sister had placed upon him. Struggling to awaken, he rubbed his eyes and attempted to comprehend the situation, aware that it was still the dead of night, speaking in a hushed tone. Lin Susu, also speaking softly, replied, "What else could it be? Only you can soothe this little one. You wouldn't want everyone to be kept awake by her cries, would you? Dear sister, I am but a grown man. How am I to comfort a child?" Lin Rui felt as though his body had been immobilized, with this tiny being settled in his arms, rendering him motionless. Lin Susu ignored his protests, adjusting the swaddling around little Qingqing. "You should be grateful for your sister's generosity. Otherwise, Nyo would have been brought to you too. Qingqing is your niece, while Nyo is not." Lin Rui stared in disbelief, eyes wide. "What are you talking about? This is absurd. I merely took a short nap, and now I can't comprehend your words." Without casting another glance at Lin Rui, Lin Susu slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the wooden bed, covering herself and Nyo with thick blankets. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaozhao had already succumbed to fatigue, having expended so much energy during childbirth, especially given the pain and exertion involved. She could barely manage to walk. And even while comforting Qingqing, she had been breaking into cold sweats from the pain. Handing Qingqing over to Lin Rui was undoubtedly a wise decision, one that allowed him to experience a taste of what it might be like to be a father. Should he ever care for his own child in the future, he would surely be well prepared. During the day, Lin Susu, Feng Jinyang, and others were preoccupied with various tasks, leaving only Lin Rui, the orchestrator of the larger picture, with some leisure time. Or perhaps it could be said that the responsibilities that should have fallen upon him had been deftly handled by others, granting him more opportunities to tend to the child. Indeed, it is a mystery why he possesses such an affinity for children. Little Qingqing, apart from nursing, spent the remainder of her hours nestled in his embrace. There were instances when she would awaken in the middle of the night, wailing in hunger, and Lin Rui, with bleary eyes, would skillfully lift her delicate form and carry her to his second sister for nourishment. Once she had fed, he would return her to his arms, cradling her to sleep. With infants requiring sustenance every 3 to 4 hours, he found himself roused multiple times throughout the night, often dozing off while basking in the sun with Qingqing during the day. Lin Rui stifled a yawn, casually flipping Qingqing to her other side to continue soaking up the sun. Newborn jaundice necessitated ample sunlight, and over the past few days, even his fair skin had darkened a shade. Lin had long believed he was a man of fortunate destiny. The Jiang family had treated her poorly, and with her pregnancy with Qingqing, returning to her maternal home was bound to invite judgment and pity, as if mother and daughter had lost all hope. Unexpectedly, her younger brother had resolutely brought her back to the Lin family, sparing her from the village's calamity, and throughout the journey, Ruier had been ever so attentive. During childbirth, they had encountered relentless rain, making it difficult to properly observe the traditional confinement period. Now, apart from nursing, the child was meticulously cared for by Ruier, who had transformed from a bumbling novice into a proficient caregiver. Lin Rui, holding Qingqing, accompanied his third uncle and elder uncle to survey the road. After the rain had ceased, sunlight reappeared, and signs of game returned to the forest. Zhao Qing, Lin Ziyun, Lin Zicheng, and others armed themselves with bows and wooden spears, prepared to scavenge for some provisions before departing. Lin Changhe prodded the ground with a wooden stick, noting its increasing firmness. The stick resisted penetration, suggesting that ox carts could soon traverse the path. "We should set out in a few days. The ground is hard enough now. Delaying further will only deplete our provisions," Lin Rui remarked. Earlier heavy rains had masked many scents, but with the weather clearing, the woods began to dry, raising concerns that even the faintest trace of blood might attract the attention of larger carnivores lurking in the mountains. Agreed, the two uncles nodded in unison. Lin Changhe had more to say, but he was interrupted by his wife, Zhang Dakui, who was clutching her chest at home, wailing in distress. "Oh dear. Oh no." At that moment, Zhao Qing and the others returned empty-handed. Lin Ziang hurried forward to support his frail mother, asking, "Mother, what troubles you?" Zhang Dakui remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Lin Zicheng, arriving shortly after, cast a glance at the brine container used for preserving meat, and his expression darkened. "Mother, the wild boar meat has gone moldy. How did you manage to spoil it?" Lin Changhe's heart sank at his son's words. Rushing to the source of the commotion, he confirmed that indeed, the wild boar meat had developed a layer of mold in the brine. Upon lifting the wooden lid completely, a foul odor of rotten meat wafted forth, overwhelming the senses and causing tears to spring to his eyes. The commotion attracted onlookers, and Lin Rui, standing at the periphery of the crowd, caught sight of the white mold on the meat and the greenish fungi in places, with layers of white residue clinging to the walls of the brine container. The blood seeping from the meat glistened with iridescent hues under the sun. 10 pounds of meat. That was 10 pounds of wild boar we had scrimped and saved for. How could you ruin it? Lin Changhe's lips quivered with anger. Previously, they had wasted a batch of grain due to a leaky rain shelter, and now even the 10 pounds of meat they had managed to save was gone. Zhang Dakui felt utterly remorseful. Had she not skimped on the salt, the meat would not have spoiled. Now, without salt, the meat was inedible, further exacerbating their already meager food supplies. She could not defend herself now. As the mistress of the household, she had always overseen the provisions, with her 2 daughters-in-law barely allowed to assist, except perhaps in gathering firewood. If you cannot manage, then do not interfere. From now on, the food will be entrusted to Lu Hua and Tanning. Let them decide together, Lin Changhe decreed. Zhang Dakui glared in disbelief. How can this be acceptable? I am the mother-in-law. Such an essential matter as food being controlled by the daughters-in-law, how will I maintain authority over them? Lin Changhe's eyes widened in anger, his frustration boiling over. If you cannot accept it, then go back to your Zhang family. The state of Zhangjiawa is irrelevant. It was named as such due to its low elevation. With this year's heavy rainfall, we cannot guarantee the riverbanks at Qinghe will hold. If they collapse, Zhangjiawa will become Zhangjai. Traveling into the mountains, the group ventured together, as fierce beasts would not dare to hunt where many were present. Alone, one could easily become prey. Not everyone possessed the luck of an extraordinary individual like Xuanzi. Zhang Dakui, feeling intimidated, ceased her protests against Lin Changhe and reluctantly relinquished her authority over household management to her 2 daughters-in-law. Chapter 47. The Lin family with lice in their hair Tanning and Lu Hua were pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events, responding cheerfully. Learning from Zhang Dakui's misfortune, the other families promptly returned home to inspect their own preserved wild boar meat. Fortunately, due to the quality of their ingredients, even with the recent rainy weather, their meat had not spoiled. They brought it out to dry, and once cured, it would be ready for their journey ahead. As for Lin Changhe's family, they were in a despondent state. Zhao Qing and the others had hunted too frequently in this area, causing many wild rabbits, chickens, deer, and roe deer to flee far into the distance, where they might fall prey to larger beasts. Returning empty-handed today was understandable. Lin Susu, always perceptive, remarked. We've benefited from your hunts recently, so we've made do. Ruier mentioned we would be departing soon, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks. Zhao Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I set a few traps on my way back today. Let us see what we catch tomorrow. Lin Susu nodded, content as long as no one else was put in danger. As the sun rose, the shelter began to heat up, and numerous insects from the woods emerged. Lin had remained in the shelter for her confinement, while Feng Jinyang had lit ample mugwort to ward off the mosquitoes. Lin Rui carried Qingqing outside, wary of the child inhaling smoke. Little Qingqing, in Lin Rui's arms, no longer fussed. She nursed and slept, a model of good behavior. And her wrinkled skin began to stretch and smooth out. For now, it was unclear whether she resembled the Lin family or the Zhang family, but no matter her appearance, she bore the surname Lin and was undoubtedly a child of the Lin family. Feng Jinyang had settled on a small wooden stool outside, patting her lap, inviting Nyonyo to come over and lay on her grandmother's legs. Feng Jinyang began to untangle the little girl's already disheveled hair, using a comb to groom it. Nyonyo's tiny hands occasionally dove into her hair, scratching at her scalp, while Feng Jinyang methodically combed through the tangles. Lin Rui, curious, approached with Qingqing in his arms and inquired, "Mother, what are you doing?" Without lifting her head, Feng Jinyang replied, "I'm combing out the lice from Nyonyo's hair. The poor girl has been scratching her head daily. It's terribly itchy. Susu and Zhao Qing are both busy, so I have some time today to help her out." With each stroke of the comb, a small cluster of lice emerged, scurrying about in a dense mass. With this many lice, how could the child not be itchy? Feng Jinyang remarked, as she pinched the lice between her fingernails, producing a series of unpleasant squishing sounds. Lin Rui felt a mix of disgust and relief at the sight. What a strange sensation. he thought, as yet another stroke of the comb revealed another clump of lice, causing his own scalp to itch involuntarily. He hurried back inside to place sleeping Qingqing in his second sister's care, then dashed out again, obediently positioning himself beside Feng Jinyang, eagerly awaiting his turn to have the lice combed from his hair. Milk. My head itches terribly. You must help me get rid of the lice. Little Zhan and Xiangxiang tugged at Zhang Dakui's arms, pleading with her. Ever since they went to bed last night, their scalps had been unbearably itchy. And seeing the multitude of insects in Yonyo's hair frightened them into an immediate outcry. Zhang Dakui reluctantly instructed her daughter-in-law to fetch the comb from their home to rid the children of the lice. To her astonishment, the sheer number of lice found on the young ones was shocking. They clustered in alarming numbers. Zhan and Xiangxiang imitated Granny Fang's actions, using their fingernails to squish the lice with audible pops, thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. As for Nyonyo, she was akin to a wooden doll. While Mutu transitioned into Lin Rui, witnessing the shiny oil on the comb, felt an inner aversion. Yet, what if there truly were lice in his hair? Despite the strong cleansing power of sulfur soap, lice are notoriously resilient creatures. He endured the greasy sensation and managed to comb through his hair, discovering a dozen or so lice, far fewer than Nyonyo and Mutu. He suspected they were transmitted from his neighbors, his father or his cousins who, given their lack of hygiene, made it impossible for lice not to thrive in such conditions. The activity of combing hair transitioned from children to adults, culminating in every household taking their turn to relieve themselves of the infestation. Once the hair was combed, Lin Rui concluded that having long hair was indeed quite inconvenient, prompting him to request Granny Feng to cut it short. Although reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced to his insistence, snipping away his long locks. The scissors, unfortunately, were not very sharp, resulting in uneven lengths, some barely grazing his scalp, while others were left longer, rendering the cut rather unsightly. Nevertheless, Lin Rui felt a tremendous sense of relief post-haircut, as if his head had been lightened by several pounds. He cast his discarded hair into the fire, but the remnants that fell onto his neck were bothersome, prompting him to retrieve a piece of pale yellow sulfur soap from his belongings and wash his hair in a nearby puddle formed from the recent downpour. In this era, soap was a luxury item reserved for the affluent, rendering it unattainable for common folk. However, Lin Rui's ability to purchase it set him apart from others. As he lathered his hair with the sulfur soap, he quickly produced a generous amount of suds, grateful for his regular washing habits. Otherwise, the filth would have rendered the soap ineffective. Short hair was a delight. A few scrubs and his scalp felt refreshed, as though it could finally breathe. Forgetting to bring a cloth was inconsequential. A gentle squeeze to remove excess water sufficed. After washing his hair, he gazed at his short locks, sighing in satisfaction, only to notice the curious stares of children and adults alike from the adjacent puddle. What is the matter? Do you all need something? Or do you wish to use the water here? Lin Rui paused, perplexed by their gaze. Qinmei waved her hand dismissively. No, that's not it. Her eyes lingered on the intriguing soap beside him. Rui-ger, is this something special for washing hair? Lin Rui gathered their intentions. It's not so rare. Both Longting County and the capital have it. It's called fragrant soap, meant for the elite. This one was a gift from a friend. It works wonders for cleansing both hair and body. How wonderful! Qinmei exclaimed repeatedly, captivated by the smooth, glossy sulfur soap. Although Lin Rui had initially intended to take the soap back with him, he noticed the eager eyes of the children, Mutu, Nyonyo, Zhanzi, and Xiangxiang fixed on the bar in his hand. Sister-in-law, would you like to try some? He asked, feeling somewhat helpless. Lu Hua's face brightened. Oh, how could we accept such a generous gift? She said as she reached out. Although Qinmei was older, she was quick to seize the opportunity for her family, extending her hand without hesitation. Soon, several hands reached out toward him, and with only one bar of soap, he was faced with the dilemma of potentially offending someone. San Liang, bring me a knife. Lin Rui called out. Coming right up. San Liang responded, quickly fetching a kitchen knife. Lin Rui first cut a generous half for himself, reserving the remaining portion to share among the three families, ensuring that if used sparingly, it would suffice for the children's hair. Each piece, albeit no larger than a pinky, was cherished as it was handed out. Upon seeing Lin Rui's newly cropped hair, Qinmei gasped, "Oh Rui-ger, you cut your hair." Lin Rui nodded, chuckling indeed. It saves time and effort, though it may not be the most attractive. Qinmei, recalling the delightful soap in her possession, quickly countered, not unattractive at all. I find it quite pleasing, cool, and easy to manage. Indeed, indeed. They all chimed in agreement. Lin Rui felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Was this what it meant to owe someone? San Liang, summon my parents for a hair wash. He vowed that tonight he would not fall asleep to the greasy scent wafting from his neighbors on either side. Sure thing. After spending time with Lin Rui's family, San Liang's demeanor had grown more lively as he cheerfully made his way to the rain shelter. What? A hair wash? Feng Jinni looked at San Liang quizzically, knowing he had been sent by Lin Rui, but there were no soap berries or tea powders available for washing hair here. San Liang presented the pale yellow soap to Feng Jinni. The master says this is the soap used by the elite in the capital. It's excellent for washing hair and bathing. Feng Jinni was bewildered by her son's sudden acquisition of such a precious item, something unheard of in farming households, and assumed it must be quite expensive. She repeatedly declined, insisting it should be reserved solely for Lin Rui. Just then, Zhang Dakui and Yulanhua approached with buckets, eager to make their way to the puddle, joined by Qinji and Qinmei, who were also bringing their children. Rui Ger shared a small piece of soap. With the weather being so pleasant, we should use it. After days of travel and rain, we all smell rather unpleasant. Indeed. My husband's feet have made me tear up. Feng Jinni suddenly turned to San Liang. Did Ruier share the soap with them? San Liang, noticing the change in her expression, scratched his head awkwardly. Yes. Feng Jinni set aside her work, suppressing her irritation. Then I must go too. It's unreasonable for outsiders to enjoy what I, as their mother, have to forego. The small puddles in the woods were connected, reaching only up to an adult's calf, ensuring safety. Lin Rui watched his mother rush over, and, before he could utter a word, she had already bypassed him, squatting by the puddle and calling out, Mu Tu. Nyonyo, come here, Grandma will wash your hair. Nyonyo scampered over, and Feng Jinni began to untangle her hair, wetting it and applying the sulfur soap. The scent was somewhat peculiar, but it effectively removed dirt. Nyonyo's hair, like the adults, had not been washed in quite some time. As the soap was applied, it did not foam but instead released murky grime from her hair. After washing her hair twice, Feng Jinyang felt a profound sense of distress. The soap she had was already limited, and she worried that there wouldn't be enough left for the rest of her family to wash their hair. This thought led her to silently berate her miserly son for his excessive generosity. Why should they concern themselves with others when their own needs were not met? A single day without washing one's hair wouldn't lead to dire consequences. Had they not endured similar hardships for days on end? Although Lin Rui had halved the sulfur soap, by the end, only Lin Changxi and Zhao Qing had managed to use the last remnants of it. The two men exchanged puzzled glances, their hair prepared for washing, yet the soap had vanished. Lin Changxi pointed out that Lin Changfa and Lin Changtai had sufficient soap. Weren't they told their supplies were more plentiful? Indeed. Lin Rui was curious and approached to find several ants had diluted a small piece of sulfur soap in a basin of water, creating a frothy mixture. They scooped the bubbly water onto their heads, and when it ran low, they simply stirred the mixture again, making the washing solution sufficient for almost the entire family. Lin Rui could not help but marvel at the boundless wisdom of the ancients. Regardless of how clean their hair became, everyone had experienced the sensations of the soap. The method employed by the village head's family was even more extraordinary. They utilized the same process of diluting the sulfur soap. But instead of using the froth to wash their hair, they submerged their heads entirely in the basin of soap water. In ancient times, people typically had hair that reached their waists, and due to their youthful exuberance, Lin Ziming and Lin Ziren's hair was particularly lush. After Lin Ziren washed his hair, the soap water turned murky, and by the time Lin Changtai was the last to wash, the basin resembled muddy water, so turbid that it appeared devoid of bubbles. Anyone unaware might mistake it for mere sludge. Observing this murky water, Lin Rui felt an itch return to his scalp. Was there truly a difference between this washing and not washing at all? It might even be more unseemly. Lin Changtai, praising the effectiveness of the sulfur soap, claimed his scalp felt refreshed and his hair exceptionally clean. Lin Rui remained silent. If he found it satisfactory, then so be it. After washing, everyone let their hair down to dry, each person with disheveled locks. As the temperature in the woods rose, Lin Rui found himself feeling increasingly warm. Sanli, holding a pair of scissors, approached Lin Rui, saying, "Master, please cut my hair." Lin Rui looked at him in astonishment. "Are you certain you wish to cut it? While it may not be a severe offense, it is somewhat unconventional. In modern times, this might be seen as more scandalous than running about naked." with few willing to embrace such a change. He, as a modern individual, felt little pressure regarding others' opinions, while Sanli was a native. Sanli shook his head. I want to cut it. I wish to feel as light as you, master. His long hair dripped water down his back, soaking his garments. Moreover, his master had the courage to cut his hair, so why should he fear? Seeing Sanli's determination, Lin Rui took the scissors and deftly snipped away, soon transforming him into a second hedgehog. The uncles and cousins watched with envy, eager to imitate the two, but were halted by their parents' stern admonitions. There are rules. In the sweltering heat, onlookers could only gaze enviously at Lin Rui and Sanli's short hair, inwardly lamenting their strict parents. They were not nobles. Why should they concern themselves with appearances? They should embrace comfort just as Lin Rui did. However, witnessing their parents' fierce demeanor, no one dared challenge their authority. Sanli, having endured hardship and mistreatment in his previous employment, had hair that resembled overgrown weeds, dry and disheveled. After the cut, he appeared revitalized. The sulfur soap, though unpleasantly scented, was deemed a treasure by the Lin family. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui were paragons of frugality, even after the entire family used it for washing. They still had a substantial amount left, claiming it would be ample for their next wash. Lin Zizao, still in her confinement period, had Lin Susu merely comb her hair. At that moment, Jinmei approached, rubbing her damp hair, and remarked with a smile, when we were brides, after giving birth, who had time to rest. The very next day, we were back to work. Returning to our natal homes was out of the question, with sisters-in-law and daughters-in-law casting scornful glances. Zizao, you are fortunate. Free from that harsh in-law family. Your own family is caring, your mother and sister look after you, and Rui Ji is here to help with the baby. You must take good care of yourself. Blessings await you. Lin Zizao, observing her daughter Qingqing being cradled by Lin Rui, nodded in agreement. She had feared that returning to the village as a divorced woman would invite judgment and shame upon her family. Yet, her younger brother Lin Rui had never seemed to dwell on this, genuinely treating her daughter as his own and shouldering the burden of their family's survival. Lin Rui had no lofty aspirations as imagined by Jinmei and his second sister. All his efforts were aimed at surviving in this chaotic world and, if capable, ensuring that all his kin survived as well. Qingqing's little face grew rounder, nourished by her mother's good diet, and she had become adorably plump. A bit of extra weight was beneficial. It provided better immunity than ordinary children, especially in ancient times when the infant mortality rate was alarmingly high. Without vaccinations or adequate intake of various trace elements, children were prone to rickets. Besides Lin Zizao, Qingqing was closest to her uncle Lin Rui, who, as an only child, suddenly found himself amidst a large family, where the bonds of kinship brought about a sense of responsibility beyond mere surprise. Trouble! Trouble! Come quickly. The old village head has been bitten by a snake. A group of people called out urgently, startling the villagers working under the rain shelter to stand upright. What happened? How did he get bitten? What kind of snake was it? Was it a black flower python? If it were a black flower python, we wouldn't be so worried. It's not a black flower python. A bamboo leaf green? No, it looked grayish, somewhat like dog feces. Yes, I thought it resembled that too. The dog feces referred to a type of snake known as the short-tailed viper. This snake's lazy form and tendency to curl up in one spot made it resemble dog waste, hence the name. Lin Rui had encountered such snakes in the rural fields during his youth. If one was caught off guard, a bite could indeed occur. Their grayish skin blended seamlessly with the earth, making them nearly impossible to spot with the naked eye. If someone were bitten, it would be a serious matter. Another name for it was the earth god snake, one of the common species found in rural fields with highly potent venom. Lin Rui had once heard from the village elders about a woman from a neighboring village who, while picking cotton, was bitten by one of these snakes while squatting to relieve herself. She could not even bind her wound, and with the medical practices of that time far less advanced, she ultimately succumbed to the poison. Father, hold on. Lin Chongdai and Lin Chongshou rushed over from the firewood pile, their faces flushed with anger. How did our father get bitten? Lin Changhe replied, I don't know, I just heard uncle scream. Then he turned pale and began to convulse. Without any delay, I ran over and saw a dog feces snake slithering away from under his feet. After tearing open his pant leg, I indeed found 2 fang marks. Lin Changshi panicked. Why are we discussing this now? Saving him is what matters. But we don't have the herbs from old Lin at the village's end. In ancient times, When one was bitten by a snake, the only recourse was to apply rudimentary herbal remedies. However, individuals knowledgeable about these herbs and their efficacy were as rare as phoenix feathers in every village. Linjia village did have such a person. Yet when Lin Pingmao and Lin Changxi departed, he chose not to accompany them. Old Lin is likely facing dire circumstances, and now, Uncle Li Jing's condition appears to be deteriorating as well. Lin Rui anxiously inquired if the wound had been tightly bandaged. Yes, yes. I even squeezed out quite a bit of black blood from around the wound. By the time we left with Uncle Li Jing, the black blood had returned to normal. I thought everything was fine, but Uncle said he felt very cold, Lin Changfa replied. In this scorching weather, how could he be cold? It must be the disorder of bodily functions caused by the snake venom. Lin Pingmao's condition was visibly worsening, causing Lin Changshou and Lin Chongtai to turn pale. Their eyes reddened as they pleaded with their kin. Please, everyone, save my father. I beg you. After uttering this, he turned to Lin Rui and rushed over. Grasping him tightly, Lin Rui, I know you must have a solution. Can you save my father? Lin Rui entrusted Qingqing to his elder sister and strode alongside Lin Chongtai. Upon seeing Lin Pingmao, who had fallen into a state of unconsciousness, he immediately ordered for him to be carried into the rain shelter. He lifted the leg that had been bitten. It was now swollen and blackened, while the upper half, tightly bound, had begun to engorge with blood, but fortunately, the toxin had not yet spread upward. Sam Lian, go to the cowshed and bring me the items wrapped in burlap from my cart, Lin Rui commanded. Understood. San Liang darted off, soon returning with the burlap. Inside were scarce medicinal supplies scavenged from the family medicine chest, as no one had anticipated the need for snake venom antidotes. Moreover, such things are not typically stocked like over-the-counter remedies for colds. However, there was a surgical knife, initially purchased for crafting purposes, and it proved to be remarkably handy. A mere 10 yuan on a certain online marketplace, and now it was finally proving its worth. After sterilizing it with medical alcohol, Lin Rui made a cruciform incision on Lin Pingmao's swollen wound to release more black blood, which gushed forth. Is there warm water? He inquired. Yes, yes. Lin Chongtai urgently called out. Qin Mei immediately handed over the water pouch. Uncle, pour the water steadily over great uncle's wound. The more toxins we can wash away, the better. As the bruised blood transformed back to red, Lin Rui sprinkled a bit of anti-inflammatory powder. Whether great uncle would survive now depended on his resilience. He was no medical professional. His knowledge stemmed from survival programs he had previously watched. He wished for someone to gather herbs. But even his brother-in-law Zhaoqing was oblivious to the remedies for snake venom. He had no choice but to rely on the anti-inflammatory medications. He couldn't possibly experiment with each herb, for the interactions of medicines could be lethal, and, before understanding their properties, Uncle Li Jing's life could be lost. Chapter 50, Damn. Giant rat alert. The situation was dire, but there was little more that could be done. None could predict that Uncle Li Jing would be bitten by such a vile creature nearby. Everyone must be cautious when we return. Check thoroughly in sleeping areas to prevent snakes from hiding in, Lin Rui warned. During the heavy rains, they had not encountered these snakes, but now, with the sun shining, someone had been bitten. Perhaps the local black flower pythons had been caught out, leaving the surrounding snakes without predators, prompting them to encroach upon this area. While black flower pythons themselves are non-venomous, their diet includes venomous snakes like bamboo leaf green and the vile creature that had bitten Lin Pingmao. During the rainy days, everyone had feasted on enough snake meat, which might have some effect against mosquitoes. Indeed, their consumption of snake meat had significantly reduced mosquito bites. Just after the rains, even with mugwort smoke used to repel them, the mosquitoes buzzed incessantly around the rain shelter, seemingly relentless. Though Lin Rui had made a cruciform incision to drain the black blood from Lin Pingmao's leg, the swelling persisted. The application of anti-inflammatory powder fortuitously prevented further decay or infection of the wound. Perhaps due to timely intervention and the rapid drainage of blood, aside from the bite, there were no blisters elsewhere. Currently, Lin Pingmao remained in a deep slumber, while Lin Chongtai stood vigil by his father's side. Others scoured the surrounding grass and any possible snake hiding places within the rain shelter with long sticks. To their surprise, they managed to uncover 3 or 4 snakes, their dull, gray bodies and iron-like heads resembling those of a viper. If one were to be bitten in the deep mountains without any means of self-rescue, they would simply await death. This area indeed seemed to be a snake den, having cleared out the black flower pythons. They were now faced with the more venomous vile creature. Zhao Qing and his group, who had been checking the traps set the previous day, returned hastily to find Lin Rui. With no other options, Uncle Li Jing's snake bite had rendered him unconscious, naturally making Lin Rui the pillar of support for everyone, who turned to him for counsel. Lin Rui, we cannot linger here. Zhao Qing gasped, out of breath. Lin Rui was also contemplating leaving, but seeing Zhao Qing's urgency, he queried, "What's wrong, brother-in-law? Has something happened?" Zhao Qing gestured for Lin Ziming and Lin Zijuan to bring over a half-eaten deer carcass that had been ravaged by some wild beast and tossed it onto the ground. This deer, one of the largest of its kind, weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, nearly 40 kilograms. What should have been a bountiful meal was now a gruesome sight, with its hind legs and abdomen gnawed to bits, its intestines and organs still attached to the corpse, surrounded by swarms of repulsive green flies. Qinji shook her head repeatedly. What were you thinking? Why bring it back? Just discard it. Lin Ziming scratched his head. We thought there might still be some good meat left. Lin Rui frowned. Given the state of decay and the high temperature, the deer was practically breeding maggots. The risk of bacterial growth was high. Dispose of it. The temperature is too high, and look, there are maggots in its belly. If anyone eats this tainted meat, they could lose their life, Lin Rui interjected. He understood that the meat had begun to spoil, leading to a dangerous increase in nitrite levels, which could cause severe nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and even coma if ingested. Since Lin Zijuan had nearly perished after drinking foul water last time, he had become exceedingly cautious about food and water. Upon hearing Lin Rui's warning, he vigorously nodded in agreement to discard it. Chen Mei and Yulanhua exchanged glances, but refrained from voicing any objections. They believed that merely cutting away the parts bitten by wolves or tigers would suffice, as the untouched portions were still good. After all, they had eaten such cheap meat bought from hunters before without any issues. However, the dire consequences of disregarding Lin Rui's advice last time had instilled a sense of trauma in the Lin family women, compelling them to suppress their thoughts and adhere to his words. The conversation inevitably circled back to Zhao Qing and Lin Rui's earlier discussion. It was apparent that lingering in this area was no longer viable. The transition between the rainy and dry seasons seemed seamless, with torrential rains just days prior, and today's sun suffocatingly oppressive. Fortunately, they were still sheltered within the grove, finding a semblance of comfort in its shade. Let us tidy up and be on our way, Lin Rui declared, prompting his father, elder sister, and a few others to gather their belongings. Observing this, the others hastily returned to their respective rain shelters to organize their things in preparation for departure. Lin Changtai and Zhao Qing led the livestock from the barn, reattaching yokes to the oxen. The 3 large oxen appeared noticeably thinner, perhaps due to their prolonged confinement, despite the ample fodder provided. Notably, the 12 young wild boars from each household had grown significantly, their bellies round and full, having increased from a mere dozen pounds to an estimated 40 or more. Truly, as omnivores, they thrived on a variety of sustenance. Master. San Liang came bounding over, excitement radiating from him as he, along with Musi and Nyonyo, presented a bamboo basket to Lin Rui. Unaware of the seriousness of the situation, Lin Rui casually inquired about the contents. What's this? However, as his gaze fell upon the basket, he was met with a pair of glossy, round black eyes staring back at him. The creature, covered in sleek fur and sporting a long tail, was nearly the size of a rabbit, prompting an instinctive reaction from him to toss the basket aside in terror, shouting, "What on earth is that?" It seemed the only way to express his fear was through exclamations. Who could have informed him that such a large rodent lurked within the woods? Had it truly transformed into a monstrous creature? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the giant southern rats he had seen in short videos. Was the food in these mountains truly so abundant that it allowed creatures to grow so robust? The mouse is escaping. Quick, catch it. I stepped on its tail. Musi, hurry and grab it. The children continued to shout, drawing the attention of the adults. Chapter 51, Mountain Rat or Bamboo Rat. After a chaotic pursuit, the children managed to recapture the rodent. Lin Rui could maintain his composure when it came to cockroaches, but when it came to mice, he wished he could be 1,000 miles away. In his childhood, there was an elderly man in his village, bedridden and neglected by his children, whose calves had been gnawed to a pitiful state by his own mice. Every night, his agonizing cries echoed through the village. When he finally passed away, the villagers discovered his body covered in bite marks, a sight that haunted Lin Rui, who had witnessed the tragic scene as a child. The man's bedding had become a nest for the mice, with tiny, blind newborns being swept out by the villagers to be discarded. From that moment on, Lin Rui harbored a profound aversion to mice. In his adult life, he would rather pay an extra 1,000 yuan in rent to avoid basements and old neighborhoods where rodents might dwell. This investment paid off, even after acquiring his own home. He had never encountered a single mouse. Yet now, having traversed to ancient times and spent over 20 days hiding in the mountains with the Lin family, he found himself face to face with these plump creatures. "Uncle, are you afraid of mice? So timid." Little Musi exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing carefree. Elsher stepped forward and pinched her son's ear, scolding, "You little rascal, how dare you scare your uncle like that? I'll teach you a lesson." Without hesitation, she picked up a branch and aimed for Musi's backside. "Grandfather, grandmother, save me." Musi dodged, calling for help. Feng Jinyang, still caring for her grandson, intervened, stopping her daughter-in-law and placing a hand on Musi's shoulder. "That's enough. You can't frighten your uncle like this. Look how pale he is." Lin Changxi added sternly, "Go apologize to your uncle." Obediently, Musi approached Lin Rui. "Uncle, I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were this afraid of mice. You used to take me to find mouse nests when I was little." Lin Rui suddenly felt his hands, which had once rummaged through mouse nests, were now tainted. How could the original owner have been so reckless? As an adult, he shouldn't dwell on a childish incident. He forced a smile. "It's just that I was startled. But next time, please keep those rodents away from me." "Yes, yes." Musi and Yonyo nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Changsho glanced at the bamboo basket cradled in Musi's arms, surprised that it's not a mouse. Lin Changhe approached for a closer look. "Indeed, it's not." "What do you mean it's not a mouse?" Lin Rui felt goosebumps rise at the sight of the glossy tail. "What is it then?" He cast a glance at the bamboo basket, which Musi held tightly as if it were treasure. Lin Changhe replied, "That's a mountain rat. It feeds on bamboo and grass stems. Here, we also call it a bamboo rat. It's significantly larger than ordinary mice and quite delectable. The big restaurants in town often buy this game. It sells very well." Mountain rat, bamboo rat, wasn't it still a rat? He thought he would be repulsed by such a dish, but after trying a bowl of the bamboo rat soup at lunch, he found it surprisingly delicious. Lin Changtai remarked, "When I used to deliver mountain goods to the Welai Inn, I even saw them preparing live rats in the kitchen." His wife, Chin Mei, frowned in confusion. "How can you eat live rats? Don't you have to pluck their fur? Wouldn't you end up with a mouthful of hair? And they don't even gut them? Isn't that unsanitary?" Lin Changtai shot her an exasperated glance. "What are you talking about? The restaurants wouldn't serve that to their esteemed guests. They serve milk rats, those that are born blind and hairless. A plate of milk rats served with a dipping sauce is what they call 3 whimpers. 3 whimpers? What 3? Everyone was captivated by Lin Changtai's tale, eager to know more. Lin Rui had heard of this dish. In modern times, its cruel method of preparation had led to its ban. Yet here it was, appearing in the cuisine of this era, proving that regardless of time and place, humanity's curiosity about food remains insatiable. Lin Changtai relished the attention. "It's not 3. It's 3 whimpers. When you pick it up with chopsticks, it makes a sound. When you dip it in sauce, it makes another, and when you bite into it, it makes yet another sound. That's the true 3 whimpers. Oh my goodness, how cruel. Wouldn't it be kinder to just put it out of its misery?" Ultimately, it was still a rat. In our Lin family village, as long as every household could fill their bellies, who would bother eating such a thing? What do the wealthy in the city think, treating rats as treasures? If they came to our countryside, they would find nests of them in every granary. What use would they have for 3 whimpers when they could gorge themselves on all the food available? Why do they insist on competing with chickens, ducks, and geese for food? The discussion was lively, and leveraging the topic of 3 whimpers, they savored the small pieces of bamboo rat meat distributed in their bowls. Meanwhile, the young wild boars rummaged around, attempting to snatch fallen scraps from the ground. Their fur was a light gray with white spots, resembling the common wild boar, quite unlike their mother, who had a coat of black. Not long ago, when consuming black python, the leftover bones after the meat had been gnawed were discarded for them, allowing the creatures to supplement their calcium intake. Coupled with the inherently robust digestive system of wild boars, their appetites were quite insatiable. Each day, as the children led the wild boars in search of food nearby, they would chatter in innocent tones, urging the boars to grow quickly so they could savor the meat. After a modest repast and a brief respite, approximately half an hour later, Zhao Qing rose, stifling a yawn. and patted Lin Rui and San Liang on the shoulders. Lin Rui, San Liang, wake up, it's time to work. Lin Rui, having never truly slept, lay there lost in thought. Upon hearing his brother-in-law's call, he promptly sat up. Lin Changshi handed the machete and axe to Lin Rui and San Liang. Your uncle Changsho has discovered a small stream ahead. Our water bags and barrels are filled to capacity, but the water in the puddles has become contaminated. Let us cut some bamboo and prepare additional bamboo tubes. All right. Lin Rui glanced at the campfires of each household, where iron pots were perched atop the flames, boiling the rainwater they had collected. Thanks to Lin Zijuan's unfortunate bout of illness, everyone now harbored a phobia of consuming untreated water, fearing contamination, and had developed the habit of boiling and cooling water before drinking. Chapter 52: The Diminishing Impact of Plastic Bottles. Cutting bamboo tubes was an arduous task, and to enhance their seal, they required stoppers, which tested their craftsmanship. If they continued in this manner, it would likely take an additional day or two before they could depart. Their parents had already sustained cuts on their hands from the bamboo, blood flowing freely. Yet they seemed unperturbed. When Lin Rui attempted to intervene, they dismissed his concerns as trivial. For some reason, the wild bamboo in these mountains was particularly slender, and its variety remained unknown. Other families were also hurriedly hacking at the bamboo, some blades curling under the strain. How long would this take? Just then, Lin Zijuan, who was assigned to keep watch nearby, rushed over. Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, we need to hurry. Qingzi and I spotted wild wolves in the vicinity. With so many of us, our scent will surely alert them. We cannot linger here. Lin Zicheng anxiously urged his family. Indeed, we should hurry. The water is nearly full. If we delay any longer, we may not be able to leave at all. The torrential rain had previously left everyone parched and anxious, and their relentless chopping of bamboo was intended to ensure a more manageable journey ahead, at the very least alleviating their thirst. Upon hearing Lin Zicheng and Lin Zijuan, they dared not waste another moment, promptly burying the cut bamboo tubes in the stream to fill them with water, hastily sealing them with rudimentary stoppers, which were not very effective. If they moved too quickly, water would slosh out. Due to the slenderness of the bamboo, each section could hold only about 500 milliliters, equivalent to a modern medium-sized cup of milk tea, hardly sufficient for one person's thirst. Moreover, during transport, the water would likely spill due to jostling, realistically yielding less than 500 milliliters per tube. Alas, there was no comparison to the convenience of modern plastic bottles. A canister of water, a simple twist of the cap, tossed onto the ox cart, and even with the bumpy ride, not a drop would be spilled. Thinking of plastic bottles, Lin Rui suddenly recalled the numerous 5-liter bottles of Nongzhishan spring water stored in his pantry. He had a habit of boiling water from these bottles and had accumulated quite a collection, as his mother favored using these large containers for pickling vegetables and storing eggs, instructing him to save the bottles post-consumption for her future needs. To conserve space, he had even vacuum-sealed the air from the bottles, compressing them into a compact bundle. Given the arduous task of cutting bamboo, these plastic bottles could indeed prove invaluable. With this thought, he swiftly turned and dashed toward the ox cart, where his elder sister, Lin Susu, was organizing supplies. Lin Rui shooed her away. Sister, mother needs your help by the creek. Lin Susu set her tasks aside. All right, I'm on my way. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he concealed himself in the shed and quickly returned to his house, rummaging through the storage room until he finally unearthed a large cardboard box filled with compressed plastic bottles. Found it. Without wasting a moment, he brought the entire box outside, into the livestock shed, swiftly tearing off the Nongzhishan packaging from the bottles and wrapping them in cloth to transport to the small stream. Meanwhile, everyone continued their relentless effort to fill the bamboo tubes with water. Zhang Dakui couldn't help but lament. Why didn't we make more water bags back then? Historically, water bags in farming households were typically crafted from the bladders of pigs or cows, encased in leather, or, as in the case of the village elder's family, utilized large gourds for water storage. However, with only 2 or 3 gourds, it was insufficient for a family's daily needs. Now Lin Changtai and Lin Changsho, the two brothers, did not dare to delay in cutting bamboo to create tubes, striving to meet the water demands of the entire family. Chinmei wiped the sweat from her brow, pondering how long this would continue. It seemed the Zhang family was nearly finished with their preparations. Lin Changdai scolded her for her incessant chatter. So what if their water bags are more numerous? They even have a large water tank, which they brought along without hesitation. Now, they are putting it to good use. At this moment, Lin Jiming and Lin Jiren excitedly approached. Father, mother, you must see what our cousin has. He has a peculiar water bag that can hold so much water. I noticed that Uncle Zhongfa and Uncle Zhonghe borrowed one, and they were willing to share. We should ask for one too. It would be much quicker than using these bamboo tubes. Upon hearing this, Chen Mei and Qin Shi immediately abandoned their tasks and hurried towards Lin Rui's home. Indeed, they found Lin Rui surrounded by eager individuals. Zhang Dakui and Yulan Hua were already at the creek, carrying various strange containers to fill with water. Lin Rui had gathered 26 bottles, reserving 11 for his own family, while distributing the remainder, 5 large containers, to each of the other 3 families. The deflated bottles needed to be prodded back to shape with sticks. While not aesthetically pleasing, their water-retaining function sufficed, and they were desperately needed. These plastic water containers, when compared to the limited capacity of ancient water bags, represented a significant leap forward. The modern materials that were once scorned had become treasured assets in the hands of Lin Changtai, Lin Changhe, and others. The once coveted water bags now seemed trivial, as everyone filled Nongzishan plastic containers with 5 liters of water, arms laden as they placed them onto their carts. With the addition of the plastic bottles, Lin Changhe and his companions felt emboldened, arranging the bamboo tubes and water bags neatly alongside the plastic containers. Let us go, Lin Changhe called out, urging the ox cart to move forward steadily, with bedding piled high, atop which lay the unconscious Lin Pingmao. The 2 sons, Lin Changtai and Lin Changsho, had the foresight to have their wife weave a small arc of leafy shade, perfectly positioned to shield Lin Pingmao from the scorching sun. The mountain path, muddied after the rain, was challenging to traverse, with some areas too soft and mushy, causing the cart's wheels to sink, necessitating collective effort to extricate it. The journey was arduous. Lin Changfa sighed. If only we could travel the official road. Lin Rui consoled. Uncle, if we were to take the official road, who knows? Our provisions might be plundered. In times of famine, one must choose the less traveled paths, otherwise, you may find yourself becoming someone else's meal. The famished are driven mad with hunger. In Linjia village, there are reports of children being consumed, and it is likely that in other places, the strong youth and maidens are not spared either. When we returned from Lingjing to Longting town, we witnessed with our own eyes a kind-hearted young lady who had offered alms, ultimately being ravished to death by bandits, with her protectors meeting the same grim fate. Chapter 53. Scorching Sunday, Yulanhua struck Lin Changfa sharply. Let us heed Brother Rui's counsel. Your wit cannot surpass his. We are all members of the Lin family, and Brother Rui would never lead us astray. Lin Changfa chuckled awkwardly. I meant no offense. It's just that the ox cart's wheels keep getting bogged down. Lin Rui understood. After the torrential rains, the mountain paths were riddled with holes, making it arduous for any vehicle. Yet, the journey must continue. Wolves are cunning creatures. Once they set their sights on you, an attack may come at any moment. It is best to distance ourselves while we can, though one cannot be certain whether they might stealthily follow from the shadows. The mountains were not lacking in resources. With brother-in-law Zhao Qing and several uncles and cousins, including Lin Changtai and Lin Changfa, engaged in hunting and woodcutting, the families managed to bring home game regularly to satiate their hunger. Even the wild boar that had previously attacked Lin Rui was now being cured for consumption. After resting for several days and enjoying adequate nourishment, the Lin clan had regained their strength. Despite the muddy paths requiring teamwork to lift the cart's wheels, it was not overly burdensome. However, the journey was indeed filthy. Some of the low-lying areas in the mountains had accumulated water up to waist height due to the earlier rains. While one could manage to get the ox cart across, it would result in soaking the clothes, bedding, and provisions inside. Consequently, they had to rely on human effort, carrying bags across the water. Lin Rui's family constituted a significant portion of the labor force, and as they carried over 200 pounds of grain through the water, Zhao Qing, sturdy as he was, paled in comparison to the more slender Sanliang. In the time it took Zhao Qing to make one round trip, Sanliang had already transported 300 to 400 pounds of grain. When it came to Lin Rui, his sister-in-law, and the 2 elder sisters, they simply needed to carry lighter clothing and the children across. Lin Rui was the swiftest in crossing the river, aided by Sanliang. After organizing the cart's contents on the shore, Lin Changfa and Lin Chongtai's families finally arrived. Qinmei and Qinji, the two sisters-in-law, carefully transported grain across the river, while Lin Ziming carried their grandfather and Lin Ziren cautiously guided the ox cart over. It is worth mentioning that Lin Pingmao, after being bitten by a snake at Dogsit Tower, managed to survive. However, in his old age, his resistance and immunity were no match for the young. So he now lacked the strength to walk without the assistance of his children and grandchildren. Lin Chongtai would often let him lean against the luggage on the ox cart, securing him with a rope to prevent him from falling during the journey. The water in the puddles had initially been clear, but with so many people traversing, and the 3 large oxen passing through, it had turned murky. The mud and grass beneath the water stirred with the waves, splattering those crossing with dirt. Lin Rui felt pained for his second sister, who was still within her confinement and now had to travel. It is said that failing to rest properly during the month can lead to lingering ailments. The water in the mountain puddles remained quite cool, so he suggested that his second sister hold on to Qingqing and Nyonyo while squatting on the ox cart, slowly making their way across. This way, they would only risk wetting their shoes, avoiding the chilling effect of soaking in the water. The 12 little wild boars were reluctant to enter the water, but were compelled to swim across by the tether. Once they reached the other side, everyone simply put on the shoes they had previously removed, organized their belongings, and resumed their journey. They traveled for 7 or 8 days, with the temperature unusually rising, the sun blazing overhead and sweat soaking their garments. Throughout the journey, the chattering Nyonyo and the wooden boy trailed behind the ox cart, listless. The women, skilled with their hands, crafted hats for the family to shield them from the sun. Such a meager shade offered little relief, serving only as a psychological comfort. As they traversed, each family cautiously rationed the water stored in bamboo tubes and water bags, which was quickly running low. The puddles they had passed began to dry up, and the once muddy paths were now baked hard by the sun, no longer posing a risk of the ox cart getting stuck. At night, they would seek shelter among thorn bushes, encircling the cart and wood with a protective barrier, lighting a fire in the inner circle to ward off wild beasts. And thus they found relative peace. During the day, Xuanzi, feeling the heat, was listless. He had been living off the kindness of others, wearing clothes provided by various families, and had begun to resemble a person. At this moment, he helped bear burdens, proving he was not merely a freeloader. Patting his empty water bag at his waist, he lamented how quickly it had emptied, despite it being only midday, under the sweltering heat of the sun. Others were in a similar plight. After the torrential rains came the oppressive heat. Although they seemed to have ample water reserves at first glance, the large family size meant that daily rations were quickly consumed, and the matriarch would never relent in dispensing more. Zhang Dakui had lost her authority over food distribution, but tightly controlled the allocation of water, remaining unyielding, regardless of the pleas from adults, children, husbands, and grandchildren. In this furnace-like weather, the scarcity of water became dire as the pools in the surrounding mountains dried up, leaving only cracked earth which crumbled underfoot. The fear of the scorching sun prior to the heavy rains gripped everyone, including Zhang Dakui, as they strictly regulated daily water intake. Lin Rui's family, having a slight surplus, could allocate each person around 500 milliliters, while other relatives received a maximum of 300 milliliters. To put it in modern terms, Lin Rui's household could drink about the equivalent of a mineral water bottle, while the others were limited to the size of a soda can. Until they found a water source, everyone had to meticulously ration their water to ensure basic survival needs were met. Additionally, Lin Rui's family owned 2 oxen, while wild boars required no water, thriving on roughage found in the mountains. If they lacked hydration, they would endure it. If they perished from hunger, they could simply be slaughtered for meat, a risk-free venture. The oxen, however, were a different matter. Humans could endure thirst, but must prioritize ensuring the oxen were well-fed, for the heavy loads and grain would rely on their strength. Yet, what purpose did the 2 unicycles serve? Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa's families, using carts, had limited capacity, and the smaller unicycles were even less capable. Every day, when Lin Ziming fed his oxen, he made sure to consume any leftover water, unwilling to waste a single drop. Having lived in the peace of the 21st century, Lin Rui had never tasted such hardship. Now, the mere thought of fleeing in a time of crisis was terrifying, and should misfortune truly befall him, he would have to endure it. Lamenting fate would lead nowhere. Leaning against a tree trunk, he gasped for breath, his exhalations feeling like hot winds. He opened his water bag and gulped down the remaining contents, only to find that the once cool spring water had reached nearly 50 degrees Celsius. He was essentially drinking hot water in the sweltering summer. Chapter 54. Collective Haircuts and Sun Umbrellas. Even in the forest, where there was some shade, the heat was oppressive. Outside, without the trees to shield them, the roads were even more unbearable. Let us take a brief respite. Continuing on this path may lead to heatstroke. The second batch of medicines from the family medicine chest has yet to arrive. The first batch of Huixiang Zhangqi liquid and the cooling pills bought in Longting Town are dwindling. While these may suffice for a few days for the family, if consumed by over 30 members of the Lin clan, they would be exhausted in a single day unless the frequency of replenishment at the house were to dramatically increase to once a day. The ox cart was brought under the shade, where feed and water were provided. A dozen small wild boars, robust in stature, were foraging along the roadside, rooting through grass and wilted wild vegetables. Lin Chongtai, Lin Chongxi, Lin Ziming, and others unbuttoned their shirts, disregarding any sense of modesty, seeking any breeze to alleviate the oppressive heat within. It had been 5 days since Lin Zijuan last washed his hair, and it was now greasy and itchy. His hands incessantly scratched at his scalp. "Mother, is the comb around? Please pass it to me. I think I have lice again. It itches unbearably." Yulanhua, feeling faint from the heat, slowly rummaged through their belongings to find the comb and handed it to her son. Lin Zijuan took it and began to detangle his hair. However, his hair was dry and coarse, and after traversing through the thickets, it was a tangled mess resembling a heap of withered straw. As he started to comb, he inadvertently snapped 2 or 3 teeth off the comb, causing Yulanhua to frown in distress. "This is our only comb. Must you be so careless with our belongings?" Despite having the comb snatched away, Lin Zijuan remained unperturbed, his hands still digging through his hair, scratching incessantly and exclaiming about the itch. His younger brothers, Lin Zijing and Lin Zikuan, initially unaffected, began to feel an itch on their own heads upon witnessing their elder brother's plight. They too joined in the scratching. Seeing this, Feng Zhini turned to her husband and children. "I think my hair is a bit itchy as well." Lin Rui fetched a pair of scissors. "Let us just cut it all off. Hair will grow back." In this sweltering heat, such long, thick hair is unbearable and only serves as a nest for lice. If we keep scratching so vigorously, we might even draw blood. Lin Zicheng had long been envious of Lin Rui's neatly cropped hair, which was both tidy and refreshing. Unable to cut his own hair due to parental restrictions, he suddenly found his voice, exclaiming that his entire family should undergo the same transformation: his wife, children, all of them. Families produced scissors, and from the eldest to the youngest, they all had their long hair shorn, regardless of gender, resulting in a sea of short hair strewn across the ground. Even Lin Zhaozhao, who was in confinement, had her hair cut to ease her discomfort. In ancient times, such a collective act of cutting hair could be shocking, but when done en masse, it lost its novelty. Afterward, everyone felt a significant lightness in their necks and heads, while the children gleefully pointed at their parents' short hair, bursting into laughter. The laughter seemed to breathe life into the shaded grove, where the ground was littered with the remnants of their former hairstyles. What a relief. I should have done this like Lin Rui ages ago. The long hair that had been nurtured since childhood was now gone, leaving a hollow feeling within. Hollow? Have you not felt the sun as wrath enough? Spare me your nonsensical chatter. With their long hair shorn, spirits were notably lifted. As they prepared to continue their journey, Uncle Lin Changfa suddenly called out, "Wait, before we proceed, let us feast on this little wild boar from my family." The wild boar, possibly parched from the journey or suffering from heatstroke, now appeared lethargic, barely able to walk, and likely wouldn't survive much longer. The salt brought by Lin Chongfa's family had nearly run out, and without enough to cure the meat, it was wiser to invite others to partake, ensuring that when the time came for their own pig to perish, they could share in the bounty. Wild boars grow rapidly, and during storms, Yulanhua would brave the elements to forage for wild vegetables to feed it, hoping it would gain several more pounds. Now, distributing it among the clan meant that everyone would have a morsel to eat. While it was easy to suggest, Yulanhua felt her heart ache at the thought. However, if they were to consume it solely amongst themselves, it would undoubtedly go to waste in this heat. A wild boar weighing 50 to 60 pounds was quickly divided. But how much could each person truly receive? With water for washing and boiling nearly depleted, they could only roast the freshly slaughtered meat and offal over an open flame. With Lin Changhe's family receiving the innards, which had not been cleaned properly, sizzling and oozing fat as they cooked. Lin Rui witnessed his third uncle devouring the intestines with great relish, nearly causing him to spit out the piece of meat he was gnawing on. It was tough going. Unbearably arduous. He was hot and weary, and even a morsel of roasted meat made him sweat profusely. The newborn Qingqing, just 5 or 6 days old, was placed on the ox cart, where Lin Rui had fashioned a thick canopy of leaves to shield her from the sun, preventing the tiny child from suffering heat stroke, a condition that could lead to certain death. To spare his clan from such a fate, Lin Rui meticulously plotted their route, ensuring they traversed slightly longer paths if it meant finding more shaded areas. Lin Zhao, having been overexerted these past days, had little milk to offer, leaving Qingqing unsatisfied and crying so much her voice had grown hoarse, a sight that pained Lin Zhao's heart. She offered a bit of boiled water, which Qingqing eagerly lapped up. Lin Rui approached, producing a small cylindrical object from their belongings, unveiling a sunshade that astonished Lin Zhao. Ruier, is this an umbrella? Seeing the sunshade with protective coatings inside and out, he nodded. Indeed, it provides superior sun protection. It's for Qingqing. He positioned the umbrella atop the leaf canopy, creating a more expansive shade. It was truly a challenge for such a small child to accompany them on this arduous journey. And Lin Rui was determined to create the best possible conditions for his little nieces, Qingqing and Nyonyo. Lin Zhao was deeply moved by Lin Rui's dedication to their daughter, Ruier. Thank you. Lin Rui wiped the sweat from his brow. What is there to thank? We are all family. He felt he owed apologies to his 2 sisters for the misdeeds of his predecessor. Although the eldest sister, married into the Zhao family, faced hardships, she was at least considerate. The second sister had been utterly wronged by the former's choices, ending up with a truly despicable family. Chapter 55. There's everything in foreign lands. After a flurry of activity, a gentle breeze began to stir in the mountainous area. Though warm, it signified that the air was finally moving. Lin Changtai and Lin Changshi promptly buried the firewood to extinguish the flames, preventing the wind from carrying embers into the mountains and igniting a wildfire, a disaster that could spiral out of control, wreaking havoc across the sprawling range. As the caravan set off once more, they naturally noticed the newly added canopy on Lin Rui's ox cart, casting a generous shade. Nyonyo sat in a snug spot, cradling Qingqing, swaying along with the shifting luggage, thankfully secured by bindings on either side to prevent any tumbles. Lin Rui, seated beside San Liang, watched as the latter repeatedly belched. Feeling as though he might soon lose his meal, he inquired, San Liang, are you truly all right? Just as San Liang attempted to respond, another belch escaped him, and he waved his hand dismissively. I am fine, really, master. I just overindulged. It feels wonderful to have a full belly. San Liang had an insatiable appetite, and his stomach was a bottomless pit. Even Lin Rui could not fathom his limits. In the ordinary course of life, the broth and meat soup prepared at home were primarily consumed by San Liang, who, despite the exhaustion from fleeing, seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. He resembled a parched sponge, rapidly flourishing upon the slightest intake of nourishment. After satisfying his hunger, his strength was astonishing. In the sweltering heat, he propelled his unicycle with remarkable agility, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. The musculature of his adolescent arms was distinctly pronounced, and although he often spoke with a silly grin, his robust vitality was impossible to overlook. One could surmise that a mere punch from him could incapacitate an adult. Even peers such as Lin Zicheng and Lin Changhe dared not confront him lightly, as they were clearly of a different caliber. When the mountain path widened, San Liang ingeniously tethered 2 unicycles together with a rope, transforming them into a makeshift cart, allowing Zhao Qing, who was meant to push the cart, to take a brief respite. San Liang alone could match the labor output of 4 or 5 individuals. His prodigious appetite was merely an inconspicuous flaw. One could not expect a horse to run without allowing it to graze. The moment they departed from the shaded area, the group was immediately exposed to the oppressive sun. Even a canopy woven from leaves could not shield them from the scorching rays, compelling Lin Rui to experience firsthand what it meant to sweat profusely. Beads of perspiration cascaded down his forehead, splattering onto his nose and lips, where he could faintly taste the saltiness of his sweat. The mountains loomed ahead, and although they seemed close, the flat road remained elusive. If they lingered much longer, their provisions would not suffice to reach Huangma Pass. The heat was relentless, rendering the trees on the mountains despondent and drooping. Children from every household were placed on carts or in baskets, their heads shaded with straw hats as a meager attempt to find relief from the sun. Little Zhang Xiangxiang and the other youngsters gazed enviously at Nyo, who was nestled under a shady umbrella with Qingqing, where her uncle had provided a peculiar umbrella to shield them from the sun. The comfort of her demeanor suggested that the shade offered considerable relief. Despite the oppressive heat, they were spared from the unbearable sensation that affected those without such luxury, as even the straw hats became unbearably hot against their scalps. The men eyed Lin Rui's quirky sunshade with envy. "Rui go, is this also something you purchased in Longting Town?" Of course, Lin Rui could not confess. A mere inquiry would reveal whether such an umbrella existed in Longting Town. He could not afford to fabricate such a flimsy lie. Where could one find such a rare item in Longting Town? "I acquired this while conducting business with foreign merchants. They possess many fine goods, and a sunshade is hardly considered precious. What truly commands value is the glass." "Ah, glass. I once worked as a carpenter at Qin Yuanwai's household, and I beheld him serve guests with colorful glass cups that evoked envy among the attendees, who inquired whether he would part with them. I never imagined they were procured from foreign merchants." Rui Ji's business acumen is truly impressive, establishing connections with foreign merchants. If not for the chaos of the times, perhaps Ruega could assist us, sparing our descendants from toiling endlessly in the fields. As they trudged onward, weary and parched, their legs moved mechanically. Yet Lin Rui's words ignited a newfound energy, unveiling a world previously unexplored by the villagers of Linjia. This revelation brought wonder to all, even to Lin Pingmao, who had been weakened by a snakebite, as he perked up to listen to Lin Rui's tales of dealings with foreign lands. Lin Rui waved his hand dismissively, humbly stating, "Uncles, please refrain from jesting at my expense. My business is minor, barely worthy of their attention. Such exquisite treasures as glass are beyond my reach." The glass produced by those foreign merchants feels as smooth as jade and is clearer than ice. If one were to brew tea in such a vessel, the leaves would be visible against the walls of the cup. Is there truly such glass? Surely only deities could use such items. Whether deities or mortals, when it reaches the earthly realm, it becomes accessible to us common folk. "I see no celestial beings among those who use glass cups," Lin Rui encouraged. "Let us hasten our steps to escape the depths of the mountains. Once we reach Huangma Pass, we shall encounter more foreign merchants and their wondrous goods." "Rui go, the peculiar bottle you used to serve water earlier, was that also from the foreign merchants?" Lin Changsho inquired, recalling the unusual bottle he had never seen in Longting or Linjing. To maintain his deception, Lin Rui had learned to attribute all rare items to foreign lands. Foreign is not a fixed term, but refers to all the small countries beyond the realm of Linchao. So it is plausible that some of these nations produced plastic bottles and transparent glassware. Indeed, I have lived over 40 years. Yet the farthest I have traveled is merely to Longting Town. This journey, though born of necessity, has broadened my horizons. With Lin Rui's encouragement, the group's steps grew lighter, and the daunting mountains ahead seemed less intimidating. What are mountains, after all? We shall simply cross them. Beyond the mountains lies the city of Baixing, and beyond that, the town of Baitua, leading us to Huangma Pass. We are close, very close. Having already traversed the Great Lian Mountains, what fear do we have of the final two cities? It must be noted that ever since they learned that the umbrella used by Nyo and Qingqing was of foreign origin, the villagers' gazes toward the umbrella became more fervent. The children particularly longed to join Nyo in the shade. Nyo, the center of attention, swayed joyfully, radiating pride. Chapter 56, Returning Home to Access Running Water. After a journey filled with stops and starts, they finally reached the last mountain 5 days later. Once they crossed it, they would enter the territory of Baixing Town, where they would surely encounter others fleeing toward Huangma Pass. The chaos of war had left the central plains devoid of sanctuary. Lin Pingmao had regained enough strength to walk. The ordeal of the snakebite, coupled with his age, had drained much of his vitality. Now, upon witnessing the path leading out of the mountains, his typically stooped posture straightened. Gazing at the parched leaves on the mountainside, he could not help but exclaim, "Our survival and the lack of hunger along this journey are thanks to Lin Rui." The autumn of famine seemed a distant threat, as the temperature remained alarmingly high. The foliage on the mountains was scorched, falling to the ground, and the once vibrant woods, teeming with rabbits, pheasants, and bamboo rats had transformed into a lifeless expanse. Lin Rui and his companions felt as though they had traversed all 4 seasons within the mountains. Their path had shifted from the dense, rain-soaked forests to the barren hills. The final towering mountain before them was stripped of life, its ridges exposed beneath the fallen leaves. Despite their efforts to conserve water, their limited reserves had been depleted over the past few days. Lin Rui's family shared the last 2 buckets with the uncles to alleviate their immediate thirst, but without those 2 buckets, they could only last 2 more days before facing dire straits. The benefits of their large group were evident, whether hunting, defending, or seeking water. They could achieve results beyond expectation. Along the way, they had not been spared the gaze of wolves, tigers, or leopards. Had they been just 1 or 2 individuals, they would have long since become prey. Their numbers provided them with a semblance of safety, as even the most covetous beasts had to weigh their chances. Had Lin Rui's family traveled alone, they would have been encumbered by the elderly, the sick, and the pregnant. Even with San Liang's prodigious strength and Zhao Qing's remarkable skills, the presence of 3 women, 2 children, and a frail brother-in-law rendered their survival unlikely. Lin Changxi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the barren mountain ahead, muttering, "It looks desolate. Do you think there is any water to be found?" No one responded to those words. During the impending water shortage, everyone had searched. Yet none had discovered a spring. Returning to previously found sources was impossible. Retracing their steps repeatedly would not only deplete their food supplies, but could also leave them stranded in the mountains. No one could assure that the springs they might return to wouldn't have dried up due to the drought. They could only force themselves to press onward. All eyes turned toward Lin Rui, who shrugged and offered a wry smile. "Don't look at me. I'm no deity. All I can say is let's give it a try. If we cross this mountain, we might reach the area of Baixing Town, where perhaps we can find a water source. Let us go, let us go." As they reached the mountainside, it was the peak of the sun's intensity. The leaves in the forest had all fallen, leaving the sunlight to beat down mercilessly upon them. The Lin family had only managed to construct a small shade for the younger ones, while the adults sought refuge beneath a sturdy tree, huddled in its meager shadow. Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Susu, due to Lin Rui's selfishness during the distribution of water, had received a bit more in their water bags. The adults could endure hardship, but the children must not be neglected. Lin Rui's water bag had long been emptied, but he had a house, and when no one was watching, he could sneak inside and drink to his heart's content. Although his household water was rationed, it sufficed for drinking, if not for bathing. Feng Jinni, with chapped lips, secretly pressed her water bag into Lin Rui's arms. "Ruier, drink some." "Mother, I'm really not thirsty. You should drink," he insisted, pushing the water bag back. Feng Jinni licked her lips and sealed the bag. "Mother isn't thirsty either. We'll drink when we need to." Lin Rui felt a pang of anguish. He understood that the thirst they spoke of was not hers, but his own. If they failed to find a water source, his mother would rather perish of thirst than waste precious life-giving water meant for him. There was no water on the mountain, but there was water in his house. Though he couldn't bring outside things inside, he could retrieve supplies from within. It was inconceivable for him to hoard the ever-available tap water while allowing his parents and siblings to suffer from dehydration. With this thought, he straightened up against the ox cart. Lin Changxi, observing his son's dazed expression, was about to inquire when he saw Lin Rui rummaging about on the cart. Before he could call out, Lin Rui had already dashed into the depths of the forest, clutching 4 or 5 empty plastic bottles. Lin Changdai, Lin Changhe, and Lin Zijuan, realizing what had occurred, hastily rose to their feet and rushed after him, shouting, "Rui Ji, where are you going?" "I'm going to find water," Lin Rui's voice echoed back, having already run quite far. Lin Pingmao, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What is this child thinking? It's dangerous to go alone into the deep mountains. Quick! Mingzi and Renzi, go after Lin Rui and keep him safe." Lin Changxi, even more anxious than Lin Pingmao, called out for a few to follow Lin Rui. Feng Jinni also ran into the woods after him, but even the leafless forest could easily conceal him. In mere moments, they had lost sight of Lin Rui. Mingzi, Lin Ziran, and Lin Ziming formed one group, while Lin Changxi, Lin Changtai, and Lin Changfa formed another to search for him. Lin Zijuan and Lin Zijing set off to seek water, while the others remained behind to guard their belongings. The secret of Lin Rui's access to water, an advantage no one else could know, was one he intended to keep to himself. Once a secret was shared, it ceased to be a secret. He needed to outpace the rest of the Lin family to pursue his own agenda and quickly return to his space. The temperature in his space remained refreshingly cool. He washed his face in the bathroom, then headed to the kitchen to activate the water purifier, filling a large cup to quench his thirst. Next, he turned on the tap and placed a plastic bucket in the sink, filling it with water at a much faster rate than the purifier could provide. Within 30 seconds, the bucket was full. He had taken 5 plastic buckets from the ox cart, filled them all, enough to sustain the Lin clan for a day or two. If they still hadn't found water in that time, he could always resort to his previous trick. As long as he was around, no member of the Lin family would suffer from hunger or thirst. As he prepared to leave the house with the 5 buckets of water, he noticed several misshapen little apples on the coffee table, remnants of his bargain on PXX. He decided to take them along for the children, as they resembled the wild fruits growing in the mountainous woods. Otherwise, if he pulled out the large, crimson, juicy Fuji apples from his pocket, it would be difficult for the Lin family not to suspect something. With that in mind, he stuffed all the little apples into his arms, wrapped in his burlap clothing, and returned to the forest with the 5 buckets of water. Chapter 57. Lin Rui found water. The midday sun blazed relentlessly. Upon leaving the house, Lin Rui felt a coolness that dissipated within seconds under the intense sunlight. The 5 buckets of tap water he carried were crystal clear, more beautiful than mountain spring water, a testament to modern purification technology that ancient methods could not rival. Yet, he began to feel a headache, pondering how to explain the source of such pristine water. Lin Rui. Rui Ji. The calls grew louder as they approached, prompting him to quickly find a hiding spot to calm himself and concoct a plausible story. He remained concealed for over 2 hours as the voices faded away, likely indicating that his father and uncles had moved on in search of him elsewhere. Finally emerging from his hiding place, covered in mosquito bites, Lin Rui realized he needed a plan. If only he could whip out his phone and post a query online for advice on how to navigate this predicament and fabricate a credible excuse. As the evening sun remained high, the search party returned to their resting place, having scoured the surrounding mountains without success. They assumed Lin Rui had returned early, only to discover from the families at the resting site that he had not returned at all. Just then, Lin Zijuan and Lin Zijing returned empty-handed. Their faces filled with disappointment. They had gone to search for water, but found nothing but cracked earth and withered leaves, no water, not even a hint of damp soil. A disheartening sight. Dunzi approached them, looking up at Lin Zijuan with a quivering lip. "Father, is there really no water?" Lin Zijuan, with reddened eyes, lifted his son into his arms. "Dunzi, just hold on a little longer. Tomorrow, I will find some." Others looked on, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, unable to mask their disappointment. Nevertheless, they suppressed their emotions, knowing that tears were also a form of water they could not afford to waste. Lin Changshi squatted on the ground, cradling his head, murmuring, "Where could that rascal be? When he returns, I'll break his legs." Feng Jinni stood at Lin's side, constantly scanning the horizon, mistaking every rustle for Lin Rui's return. Lin Changtai, though reluctant to speak, felt compelled to say, "At this point, every family is out of water. If we don't find something to drink soon, we may perish from thirst. I have a temporary solution to alleviate our water shortage." Everyone turned their gaze toward him, with Lin Zijuan urging, "Uncle, what is your idea? Please share it." Lin Changtai averted his eyes, seemingly hesitant. "Let us not waste any more of our urine." The atmosphere shifted, and everyone understood his meaning, falling silent. Indeed, if water continued to elude them, this would be the only option left to endure. Lin Zijing's son, Xiaoduzi, was clamoring for water. His wife glanced at Lin Zijing, who took a bowl and ventured into the woods. Moments later, he returned, offering half a bowl of water to his wife. Supporting Xiaoduzi, she allowed him a sip, but he immediately spat it out, crying out, "This isn't water. This isn't water." Infuriated, Lin Zijing raised his hand to strike him, only to be stopped by his mother, Yulanhua, who implored, "Do not hit him. If you must punish someone, let it be me. Even we adults can scarcely drink this urine, let alone a child. This wretched fate leaves us no means of survival." Feng Jinyang, overwhelmed with sorrow, wept, "My Rui, where are you? Why have you not returned? Are you trying to drive your mother to despair?" Lin Zhaozhao and Lin Susu also called out with tearful voices, "Rui, Rui, The others, too, were engulfed in despair, fearing that Lin Rui had met with misfortune in the woods. Their faith in Lin Rui had long surpassed that in the village head, Lin Pingmao. Should anything happen to Lin Rui, they would lose their anchor of hope. What would happen without that anchor? They would become like the wretched crowds outside, gaunt and skeletal, selling their children and resorting to cannibalism, unsure of whether they should still be called human or if they had transformed into ghosts. Mother. Sister. I'm fine. I found water. Hurry, bring everyone to help. The voice of Lin Rui seemed to echo from afar. Feng Jinyang and Lin Zhaozhao did not hear him, but Zhang Dakui, with keen ears, suddenly lifted her swollen eyes and exclaimed, Hey, hey, hey. I think I heard Rui's voice. He said he found water. Upon hearing this, the cries of despair halted abruptly as they listened intently, only to find silence. Yulanhua cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Dakui. What a time for jokes. Yet Zhang Dakui, invigorated, stood up, her weary eyes now shining with excitement. I'm not joking. Rui has truly returned. With that, she called to her two sons. Zicheng, Ziang, hurry and go greet Rui. Lin Zicheng and Lin Ziang exchanged glances. Mother, we just then. Lin Rui's voice rang out more clearly. Father, mother, San Liang. Brother-in-law, can you hear me? The Lin family, resting nearby, erupted in excitement. We heard him. It's really Lin Rui. Changfa, go welcome him. It's Rui back. Changshi, it's Rui returning. You and San Liang, go quickly. Encouraged, all the men, except for the women and luggage, hurried towards the source of Lin Rui's voice. When they saw Lin Rui clutching a vine, from which hung 5 plastic buckets brimming with murky yellow water, they couldn't help but cheer. Rui found water. Rui found water. Lin Changfa and others untied the 5 buckets from the vine, each taking one to carry back to the resting area, while others surrounded Lin Rui on his return. Feng Jinyang, watching her son approach at last, breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward, giving him a few hard pats. If you ever make your mother this worried again, I want to forgive you. Lin Rui nodded obediently. Don't worry, mother, there won't be a next time. He then pulled out an apple from his clothing and placed it in her hand. Mother, eat. Feng Jinyang grasped the fruit. What is this, a wild fruit? Lin Rui nodded. Yes, I picked it along the way. It's sweet and sour, quite tasty. You should try it. He had stuffed an entire box of apples into his clothes, causing some to tumble down to his back, making him appear quite plump. The apples he brought were shared among the family, with Nyo beaming as she enjoyed hers, while Qin, still too young, had her portion given to her mother, Feng Jinyang. The rest were distributed among the children of other relatives, leaving none for the adults. He had no desire to turn his provisions into communal property, as giving was an act of kindness, while withholding was a matter of principle. Chapter 58. Mixing tap water with dirt yields muddy water. When Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui exchanged fresh rice for dry rice, they realized Lin Rui clearly distinguished between public and private matters, and that attempting to manipulate him with emotional appeals would not suffice. Compared to Lin Pingmao, they were far more cautious around Lin Rui. Now that Lin Rui had distributed the fruits to his family before offering any to his children, it was an unexpected delight, as they needed to preserve what little they had for themselves. The children, holding their bruised apples, savored the sweet and sour juices that flowed down, each of them smiling with delight. Their parents, witnessing their joy, felt a wave of relief, and with the discovery of water alleviating the pressure on their resources, they worked even harder. Once the 5 buckets of water were dragged back, Lin Changfa and others watched with envy as Lin Rui finally sat down to catch his breath. They eagerly inquired, Rui, where did you find this water? In a small puddle near the pine forest. I was lucky to find it. Though it's a bit dirty. Let us just make do with it. Uncle, third uncle and Uncle Chongtai, bring your buckets and we'll share some. We'll manage for now. Lin Rui noted that there was still water in the pipes at home, not yet fully depleted. And given the frequency of updates to the house, it was likely that water would be available again by tomorrow. The water from the house's tap was clear and pristine, but the water from the wild puddle was murky and unappealing. To keep his explanation plausible, he had opened the caps of the 5 plastic buckets before returning, mixing in some dirt he gathered from the ground to create a dark yellow muddy water. While it was indeed dirty, in the wilderness, such quality water was entirely acceptable. Rui is truly remarkable. Thank goodness he found water, otherwise we would all have perished from thirst. Yulanhua remarked while sprinkling a layer of husk into the water bowl before handing it to her husband and son. Feng Jinyang and Zhang Dakui followed suit. Lin Rui, puzzled, asked as he took the water, Mother, what is this for? After a day of thirst. If you drink too much water at once, it could harm your body. This is a precaution from the elders to prevent the young ones from drinking indiscriminately. By sprinkling husk, it helps you sip the water slowly, Feng Jinyang explained, carefully pouring the water without spilling a drop. Everyone drank cautiously. And as the adults and children quenched their thirst, the torment of dryness that had threatened to tear their throats apart began to ease, bringing a renewed spirit to them. Approximately half of the 5 buckets were consumed, and if they rationed the remaining water, it could last them for about 2 more days. While humans could endure a day without water, the livestock could not. The 3 cattle drank significantly more, carrying heavy bedding for them. Food supplies were dwindling, with empty grain sacks piling up in each household, particularly in Zhang Dakui's home, which had suffered greatly from the previous rain and spoilage. Now they were reduced to eating taro porridge twice a day, occasionally tossing in a few chunks of preserved meat for a hint of flavor. Lin Rui's family also faced food shortages. Sam Liang was the second heaviest burden bearer after the cattle, and everyone preferred to eat less themselves to ensure he was well fed. Despite knowing the strain on the family's food supply, he continually restrained his appetite, yet his daily consumption remained substantial. Without enough food, he couldn't possibly push the heavily laden wheelbarrow. With over 30 mouths to feed, they required at least 10 pounds of grain each day, including corn, coarse grains, taro, and preserved meat. Previously, the 10 pounds of wild boar meat each family had cured had been consumed bit by bit during their journey, while the hot, salted wild boar had been devoured that very day due to the limited amount of salt available. The oppressive heat of the day had rendered the forest devoid of any visible wildlife. The air seemed to shimmer as if it had been scorched, and the slightest movement would elicit beads of sweat. Zhao Qing and Lin Zicheng, along with their companions, had ventured far during their rest. Yet they encountered not a single trace of game, as though the entire mountain had succumbed to desolation. They returned, faces smeared with dirt, having faced the weight of everyone's expectations, and in stark contrast to the rainy days when they occasionally brought back wild hares and chickens for a modest feast. Now they returned empty-handed, parched from the heat. At this moment, the group began to grasp the harsh reality of their plight. Previously, under the leadership of Lin Rui and Lin Pingmao, they had taken refuge deep in the mountains, where they encountered wild boars, black pythons, and an abundance of game that made their ordeal seem more like a leisurely outing than a desperate escape. However, as they prepared to traverse the final mountain, the oppressive weather had taken its toll, depleting their provisions. The recent torrential rains had left many households with food on the brink of spoilage, leaving them no choice but to consume it hastily, leading to a rapid depletion of their supplies needed to reach Huangma Pass. With 2 more cities to traverse, the question loomed, how would they endure? Now, they had no choice but to take one step at a time. Lin Rui, recalling the state of his home, seized the opportunity during each water break to sneak into his dwelling, pouring the entire contents of the rice barrel into his family's ox cart, hiding it carefully. A barrel of 50 pounds of rice could sustain him for over 2 months, but he often found himself discarding excess after cooking too much. Now, he truly understood the adage that every grain is a result of hard labor. Wasting food was a sin against the heavens. The children, Niu Niu, Xiaozhan, Xiang Xiang, and Dunzi, understood well the importance of not letting rice fall to the ground. Even if it did, they would pick it up and consume it. In these times of scarcity, there was no luxury of hygiene. Simply filling their bellies was a monumental challenge. Initially, Lin Rui had intended to keep the rice as a last resort in this ancient time, but after spending so long in this era, he found it impossible to part with his parents, who bore an uncanny resemblance to those from his past life. Nor could he abandon the 2 sisters who had shown him such unwavering kindness. He could not bear to witness his family and the children, Niu Niu and Qing Qing, starve to death. The snacks in the refrigerator, salt-baked chicken legs, roasted chicken thighs, spicy chicken feet, and canned meat, had long since been mostly transferred to the cart, carefully packed away in a camphor wood box that his mother had received as a dowry, which he had personally locked, keeping the key with him. His bottom line was his family. If he could extend his care to the Lin clan, he wished to protect them as well. In ancient times, the solidarity of kin was far more advantageous than solitary struggle. Thus far, they had not encountered any other travelers on their journey. In times of famine, the desperate and starving were often more ferocious than the wolves of the mountains. Without a band of companions, one could never know when one's flesh might find its way into their pot. Ruega, what are you contemplating? Lin Pingmao inquired, his venom gradually dissipating, leaving him looking more vibrant. Lin Chongdai and Lin Changsho squatted by the roadside, nibbling on coarse grain cakes that required saliva to soften before they could be swallowed. For otherwise, they would struggle to pass even their throats. Hearing Lin Pingmao's question, Lin Changsho turned to Lin Rui. "What troubles you, Rui?" He sought a word to encapsulate his feelings, yet his 2 years of formal education left him bereft of eloquence. Chapter 59. Starved to the point of weakness. His son, Lin Ziren, scratched his head and interjected, "Father, are you trying to express a sense of melancholy?" Lin Changsho slapped his forehead, nodding vigorously. Yes, that's the sentiment." Lin Rui offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Uncle, I worry about our food supply. Will we make it to Wangma Pass?" Lin Changsho's gaze fell upon the dwindling food bags on their ox cart, and the earlier joy of finding water evaporated in an instant. He hesitantly murmured, "We should be able to." Nephew Lin Ziming and son Lin Ziren exchanged silent glances at the dwindling provisions, choosing not to shatter their father's hopes with words. Lin Pingmao leaned on his cane and sighed. "It's a dire situation. Originally, Rui Ge estimated about 2 months of travel. Yet we've lost over half a month in the mountains. All this time spent on eating, drinking, and other necessities has consumed our supplies. The weather is unbearably hot. What should be a cool season is parched and lifeless. The wild grasses we relied upon have withered along the way, and I fear we are facing drought. The world is in chaos, with droughts emerging. Truly, there seems to be no respite for the common folk. Floods ravage the south while droughts plague the north, leaving the populace displaced. The journey out of the mountains would not be peaceful. Everyone should prepare their belongings from the ox cart," Lin Rui commanded. Recalling from the memories of the original owner that the Lianshan Mountains spanned both the northern and southern realms, divided by seasons. In the southern region of Lianshan, they had faced a tremendous storm, only to find the northern side parched and cracked upon crossing. The boundary between the two was a treacherous mix of muddy, slippery soil. Yet the oppressive heat remained stifling. Time passed unmarked in the mountains. Since their entry, they had observed the cycle from dawn to dusk and back again. But as the days passed in the relentless pursuit of water and food, they had ceased to keep track. Thus, it had been over 20 days since their entry, perhaps even a month, when Zhang Dakui's family had only 30 pounds of grain left. Each day's porridge could be counted by the grains of rice. After eating, the menfolk could barely take 2 steps before their stomachs grumbled once more. "Mother, how can we travel on such watery gruel? My legs, along with Father S and Ziang S, are trembling from exhaustion. Can't we have one hearty meal?" Lin Zicheng implored, casting a pleading gaze at his mother, while Zhang Dakui took charge of the household's rations after distributing water. Though Tanning and Lu Hua had managed the cooking adequately, their efforts had only ensured that the family could eat half-filled meals. Yet now, even that was a luxury, compounded by the loss of their rice supply, resulting in a noticeable decline in their food stock. This situation left Lin Changhua trembling with anxiety. Thus, Zhang Tsuehua re-emerged, initiating a family plan to stave off hunger. At least with the thin gruel, there was something to eat, should they consume without restraint. Their remaining provisions would be gone in mere days. What then would they eat? The food reserves of Lin Changfa, Lin Pingmao, and Lin Rui's family were also limited. If they were to assist, how much would suffice? They could not risk incurring the disdain of others, for it was better to provide emergency aid than to be seen as beggars. Every family was struggling, and the thought of begging along the escape route was utterly implausible. Who would willingly part with their precious, life-sustaining food merely for a word of gratitude? Over these days, Xuanzi had been subsisting on Lin Rui's family's rations, while the other 3 families had also seen their supplies dwindle. Although Lin Rui's provisions were inadequate, they were still far better than the others, allowing for at least some semblance of a hearty meal. In a bowl of porridge, some cured meat and pickled pork were mixed in, floating atop with a hint of oily aroma, and the family ate without raising their heads. The camphor wood box contained the various supplies Lin Rui had stealthily taken from his home: bulk rice, white noodles from the Baixiang brand, and vacuum-sealed chicken legs, wings, and claws, all of which provided him with a semblance of security. Currently, each family's daily water consumption was entirely devoted to boiling porridge. This was the only way to hydrate and satiate their hunger, although hydration was the primary aim, as it was impossible to feel full on such watery gruel. Lin Rui's family was faring somewhat better, yet even with the porridge, he still felt his stomach growling incessantly. The situation had worsened since Lin Zicheng had collapsed while traveling. There was nothing in their stomachs, and each day they struggled to relieve themselves, only managing to urinate. With the intensity of their arduous journey, burdened by heavy packs and pushing a cart, they found themselves trudging uphill on the final stretch of the mountain path. A task both laborious and taxing. At times, the steepness of the trail caused both the unicycle and the cart to roll back towards them, requiring every ounce of strength to maintain their forward motion. Lin Zicheng, his brother, walked alongside him, reminiscing about how, not long ago, they had indulged in the sumptuousness of wild boar and python meat, an experience that felt dreamlike. The greasy, fragrant taste of the pork lingered in his mind, haunting his dreams with a yearning for another taste. He often found himself fixated on the small wild boar tied up at their relative's home, eagerly awaiting the day another would meet its end so they could savor a hearty meal. However, the remaining wild boar exhibited a resilience beyond his expectations, thriving on tree bark and roots, showing no signs of weakness, while they, on the other hand, were withering from hunger, his legs growing feeble under the strain. Lin Zieng offered words of comfort. "Brother, endure a little longer. These wild boars are like mobile granaries. The grains and tubers we carry must be saved for when we can rest. As for the wild boars, with a simple rope, we can lead them wherever we go." The two little boars from Uncle's house follow the ox cart without needing to be tied, making it so much easier. He sighed. "When can we have a full meal again? Mother is truly harsh. She hasn't even given us a single hearty meal. Even if we were to perish, we should at least have a full stomach before we set off again." The journey had been exceedingly grueling, compounded by the scarcity of food, causing Lin Zicheng's eyes to sink into dark hollows. Lin Zieng was not faring much better. His face had taken on a sallow hue, while behind them, Lu Hua cradled her son, Xiaozhan, walking with a staggered gait as if floating. "Brother, mother only wants the best for us. If we eat less, at least we have something in our bellies. If we finish all the food, water won't fill us up, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to find. Last time, it was Lin Rui who found some to share with us. We can't let him down or be a burden. Brother! Oh, brother! Someone help! My brother has fainted!" Lin Zieng shouted loudly. As Lin Zicheng collapsed, the cart he had been holding onto began to roll backward, the steep incline causing its contents to tumble out. Lin Zieng discarded all his belongings in pursuit of the cart. This cart was one of their family's most valuable assets. If it were damaged, not only would their journey be delayed, but there would be no parts available for repair. Zhang Dakui was also startled, breaking into a cold sweat, and hurriedly rushed down with Tanning, calling out, "Zicheng, Zicheng, don't scare your mother." What happened? Chapter 60. From today onward, I shall be the clan leader. Lin Changhe and Lin Changxi, witnessing their son and nephew's fainting, immediately halted the vehicles and rushed over to inquire about Zicheng's condition. Lin Rui glanced at Lin Zicheng, who was being revived by pinching his nose. He's likely fainted from hunger. "Aunt, do you have any flatbreads? We need to give him something to eat. This isn't sustainable, or it will completely deplete his energy, and no amount of future food will compensate for it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dakui, disregarding her concern for food rationing, quickly retrieved a palm-sized flatbread from the cloth bag of supplies and tearfully handed it to Lin Zicheng. "Zicheng, eat. Quick." Once Lin Zicheng received the flatbread, he finally regained some spirit, stuffing it into his mouth. However, after such a long trek without water or sustenance, his mouth felt parched and bitter, making it impossible to swallow. He merely rubbed his lips against the coarse flour coating the bread, savoring it little by little. "Mother, I'm so thirsty. I can't eat," Lin Zicheng murmured, chewing a bite for what felt like an eternity, yet the dryness remained, making swallowing an arduous task. He bit the flatbread in half, offering the other half to Tanning and her daughter. "You should eat some too." Zhang Dakui frowned, licking her dry lips. "Zicheng, this is for you." Lin Zicheng shook his head. "Mother, half is enough for me." Lin Rui sighed, instructing San Liang, "Go fetch a bowl of water." Lin Changhe repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Rui, thank you." Yulanhua, holding on to Dunzi and Dizzy, seemed eager to request a bowl of water as well. While the water inside the house was not an issue, the real challenge lay in how to procure it under reasonable circumstances. They could not rely on Lin Rui to fetch it every time. "Rui, look, Lanhua can't hold back any longer," shamelessly asking for some, someone remarked. Before they could finish, Lin Rui retorted sharply, "What are you looking at? Who in your family is dying of thirst? The water I brought back is limited. Considering our entire Lin family has over 30 mouths to feed, it barely lasts 2 days. Today, Zicheng can have an extra bowl." But when we divide the water for cooking tonight, Sanfu's family will have one less bowl. There's no room for negotiation. If everyone thinks they can take advantage like you, we might as well sit here and share it all, and then wait to die. His words left no room for sentiment. People often harbor such mentalities, watching others succeed and yearning to replicate it, even among kin. The desire to share resources can lead to contention. If he yielded to Yulanhua today, it would open the floodgates for others like Qinji, Jinmei, and various other women to follow suit, making it impossible to retract that offer without offending someone. Lin Pingmao, witnessing Yulanhua's rebuke by Lin Rui, scolded her, such a narrow-minded woman. How did our Lin family end up with someone so short-sighted as you? Rui, don't listen to her. Once Zicheng is better, we'll continue our journey. As one of the beneficiaries, Zheng Dakui dared not incite collective anger, explaining, indeed, Lanhua, Rui is distributing water to us. And tonight our family will have one less bowl for porridge. It affects us all. Lin Rui turned to Yulanhua, Aunt, how about I give you the water allocated to your family today, or the share for this batch? Yulanhua appeared somewhat tempted. Rui, would that work? Lin Changfa tugged at Yulanhua's clothing, pulling her close. What nonsense are you spouting? He looked at Lin Rui with an apologetic expression. Rui, please don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. It's unfounded. Lin Rui surveyed the crowd. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly, as the old saying goes. It's not about scarcity but inequity. The water is what I gathered to share, yet it has turned into my fault, leaving me in a difficult position. Let us not continue this. Let us revert to our previous arrangement, each family taking care of their own. Lin Pingmao immediately interjected. That won't do. Without Rui, our very survival is in question. In the past, we would have built a longevity temple for Rui. I'll state this clearly today, whether Rui wishes or not. From today onward, he shall be the clan leader of the Lin family. All of you must show him the same respect as you would me. If anyone dares to betray or harm our clan's interests, the leader has the authority to expel them from the clan. Lin Changxi and Feng Zhenyi were taken aback by Lin Pingmao's sudden declaration, never having expected such a proclamation regarding their son's leadership, especially considering that the Lin family had never had such a young leader before. Uncle, this decision is too abrupt. Rui is barely in his teens. How can he bear such a heavy responsibility? Lin Changxi said anxiously, viewing his son as someone just beginning to find his footing, unfit to shoulder the survival of the entire clan. Lin Changdai and Lin Changshou stepped forward in support. Changxi, Rui's abilities surpass all of ours. I fully support him as our leader. The old saying states that heroes emerge from youth. Rui is our Lin family's hero, and he is capable of leading us. Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe nodded in agreement. Yes, we, the fourth branch, are all connected. If anyone disagrees with Rui's leadership, they should come to us first. Becoming a clan leader? It's not impossible. Previously, Lin Rui undertook the role of clan leader to avoid complications, yet now he assumes this position to wield absolute authority. A multitude of individuals without a definitive leader, or with a disorganized one, spells disaster. With this in mind, he thought it prudent to adopt a meritocratic approach, declaring unequivocally, if I am to be appointed as the clan leader in times of crisis, I shall strive to guide our four families to Huangma Pass without leaving anyone behind. However, the stipulation is that when I say east, no one shall venture west. Every decision must be adhered to without dissent. If we can achieve these two conditions, I shall accept the role of leader, demanding absolute obedience. Lin Zizheng mumbled softly, doesn't this resemble a dictatorship? Lin Rui met his gaze with affirmation, his eyes sincerely addressing the assembly. Indeed, it is a dictatorship. Absolute compliance and obedience are essential. Such a display of authoritarianism seemed excessively domineering, surely. One could express the sentiment with a touch more subtlety. When Lin Pingmao assumed leadership of the Lin clan, he did not boast of such things. This Lin Rui is indeed unconventional in his approach. Ultimately, the assembly recalled how Lin Rui decisively led them into the mountains to evade disaster, how he withstood opposition to erect a sturdy rain shelter that spared their food supplies from significant loss, and how he located water sources in the parched woods. The youthful exuberance of this Lin Rui, the newly appointed clan leader, was undeniable. After assuming leadership, Lin Rui felt little change in his daily life. Each day began with the dawn's light urging him to travel, and ended with forced rest to prepare for the next day's journey. If there were any changes, it was that everyone now felt compelled to inform him of their actions, perhaps influenced by his authoritarian demeanor. Brother Rui, we are running low on water in the barrel. Finjini exclaimed, her face reflecting a hint of panic as memories of previous thirst-induced fears resurfaced. Running low on water? He pondered, aware that they possessed some. But the challenge lay in finding an appropriate excuse to procure it. The constraints of this miserly dwelling were indeed exasperating. Clan leader. We should search the pine forests nearby for any potential water sources, suggested Lin Chongtai. Since Lin Rui became clan leader, titles had shifted, everyone. From Lin Pingmao to his uncles, now reverently addressed him as clan leader. Very well, exercise caution, and do not stray too far. The drought rendered the landscape barren. Devoid of flora or fauna, the ground cracked from the relentless sun. Had Lin Rui not discovered water previously in such dire conditions, the group's morale would have plummeted under the scorching sun. At each rest stop, they scoured the vicinity for water, yet returned empty-handed each time. The expressions of hope faded into despondency, prompting Lin Rui to realize that this situation was untenable. He needed to devise a solution to the water shortage. Albeit his current ideas felt somewhat contrived. The luck that had previously yielded ample water could not be relied upon again without raising suspicions. Nevertheless, he decided to allow them to search. Perhaps fortune would favor them once more. Lin Rui's father, along with Lin Chongtai and Lin Chongshou, ventured out to locate water, while the women of the household prepared firewood for cooking porridge. The rice, now infested with green mold and weevils, was already set to be cooked in a single pot, as there was insufficient water to rinse it. The 5 plastic barrels had been completely drained, leaving not a drop to spare. Even Lin Rui, who usually enjoyed the freedom of food and water, now found his lips parched and cracked. In the pursuit of communal living, some conveniences had to be relinquished. The saying, "A commoner bears the burden of wealth," rang true. His house was his greatest asset, and should its existence be unveiled, it would be akin to placing a sword of Damocles above his head. Wah wah wah. Little Ching, cradled in the arms of second sister, wailed heartbreakingly, her delicate cries tugging at the heartstrings. Finjini hastily took Ching from her daughter's arms, soothing her gently while inquiring, "What is the matter, dear child? Why do you cry so fiercely?" Lin Zizou's complexion had grown pallid from a lack of sustenance, compounded by the demands of breastfeeding. The abrupt transition from a life of abundance to one of meager broth had diminished her milk supply, leaving Ching unsatisfied and her cherubic face noticeably thinner, causing her to cry out in hunger. Lin Zizou, filled with guilt, confessed, "Mother, I have no milk left." As Lin Rui approached to assess Ching's condition, he overheard her plight. At merely 2 months old, breast milk was her sole source of nourishment. Otherwise, she would have to rely on cow's or goat's milk, which were simply unattainable in these desolate mountains. Suddenly, he recalled the adult high-calcium milk powder he had stashed in the house. Although Ching could not consume it directly, he could offer it to second sister to bolster her nutrition. After all, with proper nourishment, wouldn't her milk supply improve? He sought a discreet spot, carrying a bamboo tube into the house, from which he poured half of the milk powder stored atop the liquor cabinet into the tube before sealing it and exiting. As Finjini and Lin Zizou fretted over Ching's rations, they were startled to see Lin Rui present a section of bamboo. "What is this?" Lin Zizou asked, carefully opening the tube to discover a fragrant powdered substance. Lin Rui, unable to elaborate on the nature of the milk powder, concocted a tale. "I observed wealthy households utilizing this to nourish their bodies during my business dealings. I had intended to bring it home for our parents. In the chaos of our escape, I completely forgot about it, and had it not been for our conversation, it might have spoiled." Lin Zizou insisted on placing this precious item in their mother's possession. No. How can I accept something meant for mother?" Finjini swatted her hand away, asserting, "What nonsense! Your father and I are in good health. We have no need for such supplements. You must eat this, when you are well nourished. Only then can Ching be fed." "Indeed, second sister, please do not hesitate. Once we have weathered this calamity and settled, I will find ways to replenish what we have lost," Lin Rui added in agreement. The milk powder, he estimated, would be replenished within half a month. And although the space was somewhat limited, it functioned effectively, resembling an inexhaustible treasure trove. Finjini regarded the bamboo tube containing the flour-like substance with curiosity, exclaiming, "Is this something one drinks?" "Yes, mother. Simply pour some into a cup, add boiling water, and once it cools slightly, drink it directly," Lin Rui instructed. While Finjinni prepared the milk, she hesitated to use such a valuable substance, scooping only a small spoonful for a large cup. Upon witnessing this, Lin Rui took matters into his own hands, adding 5 generous scoops into the bowl and mixing it with water, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Finjinni's eyelids fluttered as she protested, enough, enough. Save some for next time. Lin Rui sighed, Mother, this bamboo tube must be consumed within 3 days, otherwise the powder will spoil. But such a precious resource for adults seems wasteful. Could it not be reserved just for Chingching? Finjinni lamented, still clinging to the notion. Mother, how can a child's stomach handle an adult supplement? It would not absorb properly and could lead to issues. I assure you I have considered this. Lin Rui reiterated firmly. Alas, what a pity. Finjinni remained visibly distressed over the loss. Lin Rui genuinely feared that his mother might consume the entire bamboo tube of milk powder over the course of a year, reiterating his warning, Mother, please consume this powder promptly. It must be finished within 3 days, or it must be discarded if it spoils. Finjinni clutched the bamboo tube tightly, murmuring to herself, to finish such a precious resource in 3 days? Even a pig would not dare to waste it like this. How can one ever drink it all? It might not even suffice. Throughout morning, noon, and night, sister too must partake, for only with ample consumption will the milk flow. Nyo, mother. And even elder sister can drink just as well. Mother, are you still worried about not having enough? Feng Jinyang, however, remained reluctant. How audacious you are to think that. We must have sufficient water to dissolve it, and even the porridge water is nearly exhausted. Mother, eating it dry is also an option, and it tastes quite delightful. Nyo, be a dear and ask Grandma for some more. Lin Rui said with a cheerful grin, while Mutu and Nyo gazed longingly at Feng Jinyang. Unable to contain her irritation, Feng Jinyang retorted, You can't hide more than a few pounds of grain in that mouse hole of yours. Fine, eat up. But after you're done, let us see what you'll eat next. Chapter 62, Milk Powder? What a rare commodity. Ultimately, under Lin Rui's insistence, Feng Jinyang had no choice but to scoop several spoonfuls of milk powder from the bamboo tube, mixing it without water. She served a large cup to Lin Zhaozhao and divided the remainder among Mutu and Nyo. Despite her complaints, Feng Jinyang could not bear to deprive her youngest son, even allocating some for Lin Rui as well. Mother, I'm young and vigorous, I don't need any supplements. You should drink it, Lin Rui insisted, pushing the bamboo tube filled with milk powder toward his mother. Feng Jinyang would not relent. In her eyes, her son had always reserved the best for the family while depriving himself of good fortune, all the while managing a foolish grin. Who else would care for him if she did not? Drink. You must drink. If you don't finish it, you shan't leave. Feng Jinyang seized the bamboo tube and grasped Lin Rui's clothing, appearing ready to pour it down his throat herself, embodying the oppressive force of maternal love. Sister-in-law Elle also chimed in with a laugh. Rui you care for mother and mother cares for you, such is the bond between mother and son. Just drink it. Lin Rui had no choice but to concede. Let us split it in half. If you don't drink, I want tea either. And it shall be discarded. Very well. Feng Jinyang drank her half, and as Lin Rui was about to take his turn, he noticed Dozi, Dunzi, and Xiaozhan squatting beside Nyo, gazing longingly. Little Jean, in his innocent manner, asked Nyo, Sister, is this sweet liquid sugar water? Is it good? Nyo, savoring each sip, shook her head earnestly, replying, It's not sugar water, it's really delicious. Children cannot resist the allure of sweet and milky flavors. Watching Nyo drink with such joy, Dozi's saliva dripped down, while Dunzi stuffed his little hand into his mouth to quell his cravings. Dozi, Dunzi, and Xiaozhan, come here. Lin Rui beckoned to the 3 children. Uncle Clan Leader. Little Jean called out in a voice feigning maturity, though he was merely 8 or 9 years old. Go home and fetch a bowl. There's still a bit left here at the clan leader's. No matter how impoverished, education must not suffer. No matter how harsh, children must not endure hardship. These children of the Lin clan would grow to become the backbone of the community. He pondered, if they were fortunate enough to survive the journey through famine. Once they reached Huang Mo Pass, stability would surely follow. The sustenance of a large group entails considerable expense, whether in renting or purchasing housing. And even hard labor would hardly suffice to fill their bellies. The suffering of the common folk persists, whether in life or in death. Thus the only path forward is through commerce. While it may appear that 30 or so individuals on the road to escape would seem formidable, it is far from sufficient to develop into a thriving enterprise. The younger generation is the core of the Lin family. Once the Lin clan matures into a grand lineage, even the emperor of a dynasty would think twice before challenging them. Regardless of the era, an individual's capacity is limited. It is collective strength that can shift the balance. They must not endure the same fate as before, being slaughtered and driven away like mere livestock. They must cultivate their own power, assemble their own team, and, crucially, possess their own armed forces. Meanwhile, Dozi, Dunzi, and Xiaozhan hurried back to camp, requesting small bowls from their mothers. Yulanhua, Zhangdakui, and the daughters-in-law were busy weaving straw sandals. After a long journey, traversing uneven mountain paths, several pairs of shoes had already worn out. The women had no time to rest upon reaching each encampment, as they were continually engaged in crafting sandals for their family members, ensuring replacements were available in case of wear and tear. "Oh, you little rascals, can't you ever sit still? If you keep this up, Grandma will give you a good beating." Yulanhua raised her half-finished straw sandal to shoo them away. Luhua Xiaozhan had already secured a small bowl, and Niu Qian remarked with a laugh that a good spanking would suffice to discipline a disobedient child. "Luhua, you truly enjoy the commotion." Luhua chuckled and pointed in Lin Rui's direction. "What commotion?" Xiaozhan said the clan leader is going to share sweet water with them, and Nio and Mutu have already had some. Upon hearing this, Yulanhua sprang to her feet like a volcano erupting, rummaging through their belongings to find small bowls for her two grandsons. Seeing the three children bouncing toward Lin Rui, Luhua remarked, "Ever since Lin Rui became the clan leader, I find my heart significantly more at ease." Feeling slightly embarrassed by her words, she quickly added, "May auntie, that's not what I meant." Chinmei waved her hand dismissively. "What is the harm in that? The old man is aging and lacks energy. Throughout this journey, we've relied on Lin Rui's judgment. Without him, how would we survive? We wholeheartedly accept him as our clan leader, without a hint of dissent." Chinji chimed in, "With the new clan leader, we can rest easy. A young man who knows how to make a fortune and who returned to Linjia village with his family intact amidst the chaos cannot possibly be a villain." In no time, Xiaozhan, Dunzi, and Dozi returned, holding small bowls and hurrying up to their mothers. "Mother, take a sip. It's incredibly tasty." Tan Ing and Lu Hua found themselves with bowls thrust toward their mouths, and their initial refusal turned into curiosity. "What is this?" "Grandma's water." "Sweet water." Sweet and fragrant liquid dribbled from the corners of their mouths as they danced on their little feet, eagerly raising their bowls high for their mothers to taste. Luhua, having already sampled a sip, was greeted with a rich flavor of milk, indicating that Feng Jinyang had indeed been generous with the milk powder. "Ing, you must try a sip. It tastes quite delightful." Tanning took a small sip and found the flavor to be just as Lu Hua described. Chinmei and Qinshi looked on with envy, but they had no little ones of their own to enjoy the milk. Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui desired a taste as well, yet their little ingrates were solely focused on their mothers, completely disregarding their grandmothers. "Why does this taste like milk? Could it be breast milk?" Lu Hua pondered aloud. Tan Ing, however, was aware. "It can't be human milk. Our group has only recently weaned early this morning. I overheard her and Auntie saying there was no milk left. This rare substance is likely either cow's milk or goat's milk. Wealthy families often indulge in such luxuries, and it is only our clan leader who would be generous enough to provide it for the village children." Zhang Dakui grinned. Continuing her work, "Didn't you hear the clan leader frequently say that children are our hope?" At that moment, Zhao Qing, who had gone out to search for water, came running back to the camp, shouting, "I found water! I found water!" Lin Rui, who had been cradling Qingqing and trying to soothe her, perked up at the news of a water source, carefully handing Qingqing to Lin Zhaozhao before jogging in the direction of his brother-in-law's call. Where? Take me to see." He hoped to find an opportunity to smuggle some water from the house to alleviate their current water shortage. Behind the mountain, just beyond the pine forest where he had previously discovered water, lay a cave. Although there wasn't much, the water appeared exceptionally clear, likely from an underground spring. Chapter 63. The water pool in the cave. What an opportune excuse. After so many days of travel, they finally had some good news. Lin Rui called for everyone to bring out any containers that could hold water, and he and Zhao Qing set off toward the cave to fill them. The atmosphere was one of exuberance, reminiscent of the festive spirit of the new year, as everyone eagerly busied themselves. They retrieved the plastic barrels, water bags, and handmade bamboo tubes for water storage that Lin Rui had distributed earlier. Together with Zhao Qing, they carried these containers towards the mountain spring. Along the way, Zhao Qing expressed her concerns, saying, "Leader, I fear that the small puddle we found may not hold enough water to fill all these containers." "Fear not. We shall take what we can get. Have you filled the plastic barrels and water buckets you brought?" Lin Rui recalled that they had each taken containers of similar capacities to ensure fairness. If filled to the brim, the amount of water should be substantial. Moreover, he mused, wasn't he essentially cheating by bringing water from his own home? Upon reaching the small puddle discovered by Zhao Qing and the others, they found it nestled within a cave, surrounded by numerous animal tracks. It seemed that the local fauna were the first to discover this water source, making frequent trips between their dens and the puddle to combat the oppressive heat. Today, however, they were unfortunate, as their precious water had been completely siphoned off by the group. The modest puddle yielded 3 buckets of water for Zhao Qing and Lin Chongtai. But after the livestock had their fill, the remaining water would barely last 2 days, even with the utmost conservation efforts. Now, Uncle Changfa and Uncle Chongtai, along with others, began to scour the nearby caves, leaving Lin Rui and Zhao Qing with little room to maneuver with their burdens. Zhao Qing even led Lin Rui to inspect the puddle, revealing it to be approximately 1 meters deep. The pit remained damp but yielded not a single drop, all having been scooped out by Uncle Changtai and the others. As Lin Rui observed the increasing amount of sediment in the containers, he realized that upon returning, they would need to boil and filter the water again. For who could ascertain whether this seemingly clear puddle concealed any unsavory elements? Uncle Changsho, spotting Lin Rui, remarked, "Leader, we've drained that puddle entirely. Not a drop remains. If you're interested, you might find another water source nearby with your keen intellect." With a hearty laugh, Lin Rui replied, "All right, I shall give it a try." While the others busily searched for caves and puddles, he took the opportunity to sneak back into the cave. Swiftly, he filled a basin with water from the bathroom, kitchen, and sink faucets, and when it was full, he hurriedly poured it back into the puddle. To lend an air of authenticity, he shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, Uncle Changsho. Come quickly. Water has returned. Could this be a spring?" Exhausted and dripping with sweat, Lin Ziming, Lin Changsho, Lin Chongtai, and the others rushed to the cave. And upon peering into the puddle, they were astonished to see murky water replenishing the previously barren pit. Could it truly be a spring? They wondered. Thank goodness the leader was here to alert us, otherwise, we would have wasted our time searching elsewhere. Quick, fetch the buckets. With the discovery of water, spirits soared, and everyone eagerly handed over their buckets and bamboo water bags. "Leave the task of filling the containers to me. You all focus on finding more water sources," Lin Rui instructed, primarily to divert their attention, lest they interfere with his little ruse. However, his father interjected, "No need to rush, Rui. Quickly fill the buckets from the puddle. Let us see if it continues to flow." With his father unhurried and his uncles equally patient, they all intently watched the puddle. Lin Rui understood their unspoken desire. If this puddle could provide a continuous water supply, why expend energy seeking another source? In this sweltering heat, everyone yearned for a shaded respite, and searching for water under the blazing sun was no easy task. With everyone gathered, Lin Rui realized he could not enact his plan, and disappointment loomed. He had filled a footbath bucket with about 5 to 6 liters of water, enough to fill 1 plastic barrel and 2 water bags. As he scooped the last of the water, the ladle inevitably touched the muddy bottom, rendering the water increasingly murky. And the final water bag was a questionable mix of liquid and sediment. As they all stared at the now dry puddle bottom, hoping for it to miraculously refill as it had moments ago, time passed 5 minutes, then half an hour until impatience set in. Lin Chongxi, as the current leader, asserted, "It appears we cannot rely on this puddle any longer. Let us search for another cave and see if there are any water sources inside." The others, having waited long enough, nodded in agreement and followed Lin Chongxi outside, with Zhao Qing preparing to leave with them as well. Before departing, Zhao Qing glanced back at Lin Rui. "Leader, are you still waiting for a second resurgence?" With a smile, Lin Rui replied, "Just giving it a shot. Notify me when you're ready to leave. If nothing comes of it, so be it." "All right, we'll be nearby. Just call out if you need anything." "Good. You all take care," he responded. Once everyone had left, Lin Rui stealthily approached the cave entrance, ensuring no one was nearby, before returning inside to fill their water bags and plastic barrels from the faucet. Lin Changxi and the others attempted several caves, all of which were uneven and dry, devoid of any water traces. Disappointment weighed heavily on their hearts. They had toiled the entire afternoon, yet yielded nothing. At that moment, Zhuangzi stood at Lin Rui's cave entrance, exuberantly calling out, "Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, the puddle has filled with water again." The news was like a shot of adrenaline, reviving their weary bodies and illuminating their once dismal expressions. One by one, they hurried toward Lin Rui's water source, their steps a mix of eagerness and urgency. This time, the puddle brimmed with clear water and Zhuangzi, Zhaoqing, and Lin Rui took turns filling their buckets, the sound of bubbling water resonating like heavenly music in their ears. "So much water," Lin Rui exclaimed, pointing to the already filled water bags and bamboo tubes. "The outflow is significant this time. I can hardly keep up alone, so I've brought Zhuangzi and my brother along. It's perfect timing. Let us all lend a hand to fill the containers and return home to share this wonderful news with our families." In Chapter 64, they achieved the first phase of water freedom. Lin Rui had filled the puddle with all the water from the house's pipes, ensuring that for the next 5 days, they need not worry about their water supply, only focus on their journey ahead. With a towering mountain still to climb and burdens heavy upon their backs, they were grateful for the 2 sturdy oxen he had procured in Longting town, who tirelessly accompanied them over the mountains. Though the elder ox was aging, it had managed to endure the journey thus far. "Oh, we've found water. So much water, we've truly located a source." The ants, who had been weaving grass shoes at the resting place, rushed over with shining eyes, grinning from ear to ear as they beheld the bottles of either murky or clear water. Lin Rui effortlessly carried 2 5-liter buckets, securing 4 more with vines over his shoulders, and still held 2 in his hands. His strength was practically divine. Had there not been so many accompanying him, he could have borne an additional load of dozens of pounds, displaying remarkable fortitude. As Lin Rui strolled back, his heart remained steady and his breath unlabored, as if he were merely taking a leisurely walk. He persevered in carrying water to the resting spot, only to collapse against the shade of a grand tree. Gasping for air, his body drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted to the point of being unable to lift a single finger. Although he appeared quite feeble, his physical exertion had significantly increased since their flight from famine, distancing him from the frailty typical of modern individuals averse to outdoor activities. With daily treks of 10 or even dozens of kilometers, Lin Rui had transformed into a veritable embodiment of strength. A motley crew of men, women, and children, their hair resembling that of a dog's chew toy, gleefully gathered around the water they had procured, cautiously placing the barrels onto carts or ox-drawn vehicles, while filtering the remaining murky water from their bags before boiling it to drink. In the sweltering heat, it was uncertain whether they consumed more boiling water or lost more through perspiration. Having discovered a water source, spirits lifted. They discussed the arduous ascent awaiting them the next day, knowing that without a hearty meal, they would lack the strength to make it uphill. Just as Lin Zicheng had experienced, his legs rendered weak. Lin Rui proposed, "Tomorrow, we face a formidable challenge. If we reach the summit in one go, the descent will be easier. Thus, we must all eat well today, no more thin porridge or wild vegetables. Without grain or meat, none of us will have the energy." He reasoned that they could afford to skimp after crossing the mountain to the plains, as missing a meal or 2 would not matter. The younger generation, including Lin Zicheng, Lin Zicheng, and Lin Zijuan, enthusiastically rallied behind Lin Rui's decision, asserting, "The clan leader is correct. We must eat well. How can we expect the horse to run if we do not let it graze?" They echoed, "Let us indulge tonight, for tomorrow will demand our strength, and we shall be utterly exhausted." With the clan leader's word, even the men of the family voiced their agreement, compelling the women to comply, no matter their reluctance. Meanwhile, Feng Jinyang busied herself with her son and 2 daughters, preparing the meal, while Lin Rui cradled the little girl, Qingqing, whose skin had darkened under the sun after their arduous journey. He teased her, "Little one, your name makes me wonder if it was a mistake. Ever since you were named Qingqing, the weather has been nothing but clear." Lin Zichuan, overhearing, chuckled and suggested, "Clan leader, why not rename her Xiaoyu and see if it brings rain instead?" Lin Rui shot him a disapproving glance. "Superstition has no place here. My Qingqing has a lovely name, and I shan't change it for anything." A makeshift wooden frame supported a blazing fire, with a large iron pot filled with 5 or 6 pounds of rice. As they resolved to have a hearty meal today, the vigorous flames enveloped the pot, and soon steam began to escape from the gap between the pot and its lid. Mother, add more. We have a physically demanding day ahead. Lin Rui reminded his mother, who was busy retrieving salted meat from a brine barrel. The rice needed to be hearty, for a mere pot of rice accompanied by a few slices of salted meat would not suffice. Since they were already cooking a pot, he added, Mother, chop up some pickled vegetables to toss in, and let us include more cured meats and salted poultry. With each suggestion, Feng Jinyang's frustration grew. And after he insisted on adding 2 eggs, she could no longer contain herself, throwing down her spatula in exasperation. Eat, eat, eat. I might as well cook everything we have left for you tonight. We might as well give up on living tomorrow. The mention of food seemed to strike a nerve. And even her beloved younger son received a scathing rebuke. Elsher attempted to smooth things over. Mother, don't be upset. Rui, just doesn't he want you to go hungry? You always save the best for father and the eldest, and Rui sees this and feels for you. Her heart softened at this, and watching her youngest son, she felt less irate, though she continued to mutter, what does he know? It's not like he understands what lies ahead. Despite her grumbling, she dutifully added the cured meats into the pot, and once everything was thoroughly cooked, she stirred the contents to ensure the oil was evenly distributed among the grains. Do not underestimate the value of this oily rice on the road to escape. It was akin to a rare delicacy, a luxury seldom afforded. Had Lin Rui not issued a strict command today, it was uncertain if any household would have been able to partake. As Lin Rui savored a bowl of rice mixed with wild vegetables, he relished every bite, realizing that his modern picky eating habits had no place in this era of scarcity. If he found the salted meat too salty, the pickled vegetables too bland, or the cured meat too greasy, he could simply refrain from eating. After all, who would indulge his whims? As he enjoyed his meal, Lin Rui knew that if he dared to be finicky, his mother would be the first to ensure he faced hunger. Today, fortune smiled upon Zhang Dakui's family, as Lin Xiang and Lin Zicheng stumbled upon a wild hen with a nest full of eggs during their water-fetching expedition, bringing both home, thus allowing the family to enjoy an additional meal. While water was a communal resource, the same could not be said for food. It was not yet the time for sharing such delicacies. The aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, rendering the salty meat they were consuming less appetizing. Sam Liang squatted beside Lin Rui, inhaling the fragrant air, murmuring, so fragrant. Truly delightful. Since he had begun following Lin Rui, he had developed the habit of staying within 3 steps of his master unless specifically instructed otherwise. Lin Rui nodded, taking a bite of his meal, and indeed, it was delicious. Chapter 65, The Dead. So many dead. Zhang Dakui's family, having feasted on the wild hen, divided the meat among themselves. Yet Zhang Dakui still managed to reserve a drumstick. Lin Zicheng placed his portion of chicken into the bowls of his wife and daughter, then chewed and swallowed the leftover bones from his daughter's meal. Noticing his mother still holding a drumstick, he inquired, Mother, why are you saving that? We all need to eat. Lin Changhe shot his son a disapproving look. Is your mind solely preoccupied with food? Lin Zicheng nodded earnestly indeed. The feeling of being ravenously hungry is quite unbearable. Zhang Dakui wrapped the drumstick in dry grass and headed towards Lin Changshi's home. Lin Zicheng discerned his mother's intention and turned to Lin Changhe. Father, is mother taking the drumstick to the clan leader? Lin Changhe readily agreed, yes. We owe our safe passage to the clan leader. Just think of how far we've traveled from Linjia village to the last ridge of Lianshan. Has anyone among our group perished from hunger? Indeed, it was a valid point. At that moment, Zhang Dakui presented the drumstick to Lin Rui, somewhat bashful, as if reluctant to engage in such an act of generosity. Clan leader, she said, offering the grass-wrapped gift. Lin Rui, recognizing the savory aroma emanating from the bundle, understood it was part of the roasted chicken. Third aunt, what is this? For you, take it and enjoy. Zhang Dakui, unlettered and uninhibited by flowery language, simply thrust the parcel into Lin Rui's arms before hastily retreating to her resting place. Lin Changhe and Lin Zicheng exchanged amused glances, chuckling at the scene. The warm bundle in Lin Rui's arms, still hot as if freshly pulled from the grill, carried a tantalizing scent that even he, who was accustomed to indulging in solitary feasts, could not resist swallowing hard. Feng Jinyang, observing, called out, Rui, since your third aunt has given it to you, don't hesitate to enjoy it. In hushed tones, barely audible to family members, she murmured, this is what you deserve. With only a handful of households nearby, Zhang Dakui's actions inevitably drew the gaze of others. The family of the old patriarch felt indifferent. After all, the clan leader had done much for them along the journey. And if they stumbled upon any good fortune, they would surely remember the leader's family. Yulanhua observed Zhang Dakui's eager demeanor and remarked, "Look at her. So eager to please. She must be trying to make amends for last time when she failed to gain an advantage and offended the clan leader." Lin Changfa tapped the edge of her bowl with his chopsticks and said, "Enough, enough. There are only 4 households here. What is there to discuss? Honestly, it seems you haven't had enough of a tiring day. With this time, I could weave straw sandals, and you could go fetch water." Yulanhua fell silent at once, while Lin Zijuan and Lin Zikuan exchanged furtive smiles, only to be met with a stern glare from their mother. Lin Rui, who had intended to give his chicken leg to his second sister, thought it would be beneficial for her to have more nourishment to nurse Qingqing. However, upon turning around, he noticed Nyonyo and Mutu watching him with eager eyes. He now fully understood the conflicting feelings of having to choose between his own and others. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to eat it himself. After all, dividing such meager nutrition among 3 people would be no different from not eating at all. Furthermore, deciding who to share with would only leave the others feeling disappointed. After feasting on a few hearty meals over the past days, the belches that escaped their lips were laden with the taste of meat. That night, aside from those keeping watch, everyone else slept soundly, finally experiencing a night devoid of hunger. At the final ascent of the mountain, the next morning, the group extinguished their fire midway up and continued their climb. Lin Pingmao, leaning on his cane, walked beside Lin Rui and glanced at the towering mountains, saying, "Clan leader, do you think there are others fleeing from the disaster on the other side of the mountain?" Lin Rui did not look up but replied with conviction, "There will be." He turned to face the throng of Lin clan members trailing behind him and inhaled deeply. "As we traverse these mountains, we must contend with torrential rains and sweltering heat, battling nature itself. Upon crossing this mountain, we will encounter throngs of disaster-stricken refugees. We must then contend with others. I maintain my stance. Each should tend to their own doorstep and not meddle in others' affairs." Lin Zicheng and Lin Zijuan scratched their heads in confusion. "Clan leader, we haven't had any formal education. What does that mean?" Lin Rui, momentarily losing the contemplative mood he had cultivated, retorted with irritation, "It means mind your own business. Our food is limited, and you all know well that aside from the rain when we could fill our bellies, once the sun emerged, we were subsisting on thin gruel. Especially Aunt San's family, whose rice was so scarce one could count the grains in the bowl. Providing disaster relief is the duty of the government. Our priority is to preserve our own lives. Anyone who comes seeking food should be firmly denied, with the excuse that we too have no grain. Never give in, lest we become targets. Our group of over 30 souls would hardly stand a chance against them." Lin Pingmao, with his cane, looked solemnly at the gathered crowd. "Dear kin, our ancestors fled to Linjia village during a time of famine, and it took generations for us to establish a foothold here. The clan leader speaks modestly. Back then, they had no food, subsisting on roots, tree bark, and even the earth. The landscape was littered with the corpses of those who succumbed to starvation. It was not unheard of for people to be robbed of their food, and when food ran out, they turned to cannibalism. Some corpses, still warm, were dragged back to be bled dry and consumed. Those who had tasted human flesh had eyes that glistened with a savage hunger, akin to the great beasts of the mountains. The womenfolk, Zhang Dakui, Feng Jinyang, and El Suzhen, had never encountered such harrowing discourse, and they immediately vowed to remain tight-lipped, to never betray their kin, and to avoid causing trouble for everyone. Lin Rui felt a sense of relief at their resolve. He feared the presence of any self-righteous individuals within his group, as their navet could doom not only themselves, but the entire team as well. Lin Changhe, Lin Changfa, and Lin Changtai, among the uncles, all expressed their commitment. "Rest assured, clan leader, we will keep a close watch over our families and ensure they do not act recklessly." Well, with that said, let us conserve our strength and continue our journey. The sun blazed mercilessly at midday, and the incline grew steeper. In some places, the slope reached nearly 70 or 80 degrees. Reluctantly, they had to abandon the steep path for a detour along a gentler slope for the sake of their ox cart. What should have taken 2 days to traverse the mountain extended to 4. On the 4th day, at noon, Lin Rui and his companions finally reached the peak. Gazing down at the landscape below, instead of a picturesque vista, they were met with an indescribable stench of decay. Lin Chang'ai pointed toward a spot below, his face ashen, exclaiming, "Dead bodies. So many dead." The scene before Lin Rui and the others was profoundly shocking, with emaciated corpses lying silently on the ground, their skeletal frames barely concealed by a thin layer of flesh. The term skin and bones, once a mere expression to Lin Rui, now manifested starkly in the reality before him. Each corpse was surrounded by swarms of black shadows, the green blowflies that thrived on carrion, their buzzing wings echoing in the air. Vultures and crows, scavengers of the dead, joined in, uninterested in the desiccated skin, using their sharp beaks to pierce open the corpses, feasting on their putrid innards. The foul, rotting flesh was a delicacy for these scavengers, who had grown plump and glossy from their ghastly diet. The bodies lay haphazardly scattered across the mountainside, creating a mass grave that rendered their arduous climb seem trivial. If not for the blazing sun overhead, one might have thought they had stumbled into a hellish realm. Lin Zicheng shivered, raising goosebumps on his skin, his voice trembling. What is this? Are these truly dead bodies? Lin Changtai's voice faltered as well. How could so many die here at the foot of the mountain? Such words lacked persuasive force, for even amid the torrential rains on the southern slopes, wildlife thrived, with the party feasting on wild boar, python, and game. Yet as they reached the northern side, the sun blazed like a furnace, relentlessly dehydrating their bodies. In this heat, not even insects could be found. The entire mountain felt desolate and lifeless. How could the refugees north of the mountain find sustenance in such desolation? Even the Lin clan was surviving on the scant provisions brought from Linjia village, alternating between feasting and starvation. As Lin Rui surveyed the grim tableau, he was reminded of the sun-dried fish stranded in the parched pond, each belly up and hardening in the merciless sun. In the face of natural disaster, what difference was there between man and beast? In this chaotic era, compounded by natural calamities and man-made tragedies, it seemed as though the very fabric of the dynasty had been stretched to its limits. Lin Ziming and Lin Ziren rushed over. Clan leader, come quickly. Lin Rui, snapping back to reality, followed the two brothers to a cliff where, parallel to them, another cliff rose from the ground. Between the two cliffs lay a narrow path, allowing them to see the throngs of displaced people surging below. The sheer number of individuals made it impossible for Lin Rui to discern their condition. From their vantage point, all he could see were heads bobbing in a chaotic mess. One could also observe individuals hastening along with donkey carts, horse-drawn carriages, and oxen-driven wagons. These people, much like Lin Rui, traveled in groups of dozens, forming a substantial procession. Their carts laden with baggage and provisions, they kept a vigilant watch over their belongings. At the foot of the mountain, the displaced individuals moved in a daze, some collapsing only to rise again, while others succumbed entirely, never to rise again. Such harrowing scenes along the path of famine had numbed those around them, rendering them akin to soulless husks, mechanically trudging forward. They were oblivious to the whereabouts of salvation or how much longer they could endure. Perhaps death was the ultimate outcome. Look at them, master. Look. A few pointed at those who, upon witnessing a fellow sufferer fall, deliberately lagged behind to drag away the corpse. In this dire place, the act of moving a body could hardly be for the purpose of healing. The only explanation lay in the grim reality of sustenance. Lin Ziming inhaled deeply, his countenance twitching as he struggled to accept such a grim truth. Lin Ziren reacted more vehemently. Are they resorting to cannibalism? Having uttered this, he could bear it no longer and turned, retching on the ground. Lin Rui placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Try to acclimatize. Soon we shall have no choice but to travel alongside them. You should be grateful that they are currently consuming the deceased rather than preying on the living. Thus, the dangers we face are limited to natural disasters, hunger, and human calamities. Feeling the peril of this mountainside, Lin Changshi led everyone back to a gentler slope to set up camp. Upon seeing Lin Rui, Ziming, and a few others return, Lin Changdai and Lin Changfa promptly stood to inquire. Clan leader, Ziming, what news? Lin Rui shook his head, causing a collective sense of dread to settle among them. The situation was graver than they had anticipated. The path of the fleeing multitude seemed interminable, even amidst the backdrop of death that accompanied their journey. As Lin Rui finished speaking, Lin Ziming, with trepidation, added, "Those who fall may not yet be dead, but are dragged away to be butchered and cooked." What? Cannibalism? Good heavens, how horrifying! The faces of Feng Jinyang, Zhang Dakui, Lin Susu, and others turned pale, shocked by the gravity of the outside world's circumstances. Lin Zicheng was also drenched in cold sweat from the revelation, He had previously complained about the thinness of his mother's porridge, which left him weak and unable to walk, only to realize that the plight of the displaced outside had escalated to such horrifying extremes. Lin Susu, clutching her daughter Nyonyo, was equally terrified. Among the corpses she had seen, many were children who resembled Nyonyo, starved to death. Some of the dead children's bellies were grotesquely distended, and she recalled hearing that in times of famine, people resorted to eating tree bark and a substance known as guanine soil, which caused severe bloating and ultimately led to suffocation. Lin Pingmao, leaning on his cane, wept bitterly. Our great-grandfather fled from famine. Who would have thought that after a few years of respite, we, his descendants, would tread the same path? If our ancestors are watching, may they bless us. Lin Zizao, holding her daughter, felt a twinge of anxiety but found solace in the presence of her brother Rui. He was a pillar of strength that their parents could not provide. The words their mother often spoke during their childhood rang true. As boys grew, they could establish their own households and support their sisters as long as brothers were present. They would always have a home to return to. After a moment of panic, Lin Zicheng and Lin Ziming quickly composed themselves and turned to the silent Lin Rui, clan leader. What shall we do next? What can we do? The paths taken by these displaced individuals aligned with theirs, all leading towards Huangmaguang. The world is never short of clever minds. Chapter 67. The Slaughter of Pigs and the Smoking of Meat. Lin Rui took a deep breath, observing 11 young wild boars rooting around nearby, now considerably larger than before. One could rightfully classify them as medium-sized wild boars. Let us slaughter them, he declared with a resolute tone. What? The group seemed momentarily bewildered by his seemingly incongruous suggestion. Slaughter pigs? Now? Are we not descending the mountain? Lin Rui gazed solemnly at the 11 boars frolicking. We are fleeing famine, not herding wild pigs for a leisurely tour. Did you see the dead famine victims at the foot of the mountain? Lin Chanai nodded. I did, so what? Lin Changfa scratched his head. What does that have to do with us slaughtering pigs? However, Lin Zijuan grasped the crux of the matter and addressed Lin Rui, clan leader. Do you mean we are drawing too much attention? Lin Rui felt fortunate that their group included at least one astute individual. The deceased were all emaciated. Their skin stretched thinly over bones, resembling mere skeletons. Those fleeing from other areas are similarly starved. In contrast, look at us who have come from Linjia village. At the very least, we have been consuming thin gruel and have provisions on our carts. While we have lost some weight, we are not so gaunt that we can't continue our journey. Take Zicheng, for instance, who may feel faint from hunger during the day but dines on rice and salted or cured meat at night. Furthermore, consider our attire. Although we may not don silks or satins, our patched cotton and linen garments are far from rags. The women have tirelessly mended our clothes, and we are all presentable. In stark contrast, those famine victims are often half-naked, some completely bare. We are already better dressed and better fed than they are. If we drive 11 wild boars along with us, it would be akin to advertising that we are prime targets for them, essentially inviting them to feast upon us. Lin Rui's words awakened everyone to the gravity of their situation, and they nodded in agreement, almost forgetting the wisdom of not displaying wealth on the road. Lin Changtai was the first to rise, searching for knives and tools. Quickly, Ziming and Ziren, bring our pigs over to be slaughtered. The heat of the day demanded that they act swiftly, otherwise, the meat would spoil. Lin Rui instructed, everyone, gather some pine branches, we will smoke the meat. The weather has been dry these past few days, and if we stay for 2 days, the meat will be perfectly smoked. Understood. The group responded eagerly, rising to gather firewood and assist with the slaughtering. That night became a nightmare for the 11 wild boars who, having lived off the mountains, had never tasted the food of these travelers, only to be subdued and slaughtered as they attempted to escape the mountain, their cries echoing through the forest. Around the campsite where Lin Rui and the others rested, the smoke from cooking fires spiraled upwards as perspiration dripped freely from their brows. Lacking the skills of professional butchers and armed with makeshift tools, they clumsily opened the bellies of the pigs, yet they managed to extract the entrails, albeit with some difficulty. Reluctant to waste water, they quickly prepared the organs and hung them over the fire to roast. Due to the boar's extensive journey, their lean meat was less desirable to those accustomed to the rich, fatty pork preferred in ancient times, where ample fat was favored for cooking and flavor. The trotters, hams, and ears were cut into smaller portions, just enough for a meal, easily accessible. The heads were not wasted either. The eldest sister meticulously shaved the meat from the skull until only the large bone structure remained, which was then placed in a pot with salt, dried wild vegetables, and leftover scraps of pork, resulting in a hearty bone broth. That night, the campsite was filled with the aroma of cooking meats, reminiscent of a festive celebration. As each household enjoyed a bountiful feast, they lingered on the gentle slope for 2 days until the task of preparing all the cured meats was completed, packed neatly in dry leaves and placed on the carts of each household. Finally, on the day of departure, Lin Rui instructed everyone to deliberately tear their clothes a bit. After enjoying a hearty meal the day prior and retiring early, every member of the Lin family appeared vibrant and full of life, making it impossible to feign a frail demeanor. Ultimately, they resorted to mixing water with a bit of dirt to create a wet mud, which they smeared on their faces to achieve a disheveled look. Even the children had to participate. After completing all these preparations, the Lin clan finally set forth down the mountain. The gently sloping path they had painstakingly located was equally insurmountable in the face of the northern mountains. Those impoverished souls, lacking adequate clothing and food, were destined to be devoid of the strength necessary to traverse the mountains that Lin Rui and his party had crossed to reach the southern slopes, where torrential rains awaited them. They had scaled 6 or 7 formidable peaks, not including the smaller hills along the way, with sufficient provisions to sustain their journey. Lin Rui and his companions were well supported, while the refugees had long depleted their meager rations, arriving at this point nearly on the brink of collapse. How could they possibly muster the strength to surmount 6 or 7 mountains to reach the southern side? It was no wonder they had encountered no fleeing refugees along their path. The first ridge to the north effectively obstructed their advance. The adults and children who perished halfway up the mountain likely gambled on a glimmer of hope, only to meet their tragic fate. As they trudged along, lamenting the chaos of war and the wrath of nature, these unfortunate souls had long since lost the energy to complain, mechanically pressing forward in search of any semblance of survival, ultimately finding their journey cut short here. The northern mountain paths were scorched by the relentless sun, yet the rocky terrain spared them from undue exhaustion. However, due to the presence of ox carts, whenever they encountered a slightly steeper incline, they were compelled to take longer detours. Thus, a distance that could be traversed in a single hour often stretched to 2 or 3, and sometimes even consumed an entire day. It is often said that ascending a mountain is easier than descending, yet Lin Rui found both endeavors equally arduous. Each step felt as though it was taken by a leg that was no longer his own, swelling with discomfort and pain, his calves throbbing from exertion. The others shared a similar plight, gritting their teeth to endure, pausing only to loosen their makeshift leg bindings and pound their sore calves. Zhao Qing and Lin Zicheng, burdened with children, had no choice but to carry them along, as the oxen and carts were laden with carefully wrapped cured meats, leaving no space for the little ones to sit. Thus, the adults bore the added weight of both children and provisions. As they descended, they drew nearer to the corpses, the stench of decay growing ever more pungent. Lin Rui called out, "Everyone, find a cloth to cover your noses and mouths. Do not inhale too much of that foul air." His words were met with swift compliance as families scoured their belongings for small strips of cloth, ensuring that their mouths and noses were securely covered, alleviating the noxious aroma somewhat. As they approached, the flies that infested the corpses scattered in a frenzy, a dark cloud swirling like ominous storm clouds above their heads, buzzing around the people and the ox carts. The tail of the ox swished incessantly, attempting to fend off the flies, while adults waved their arms and struck at the pests. These flies, having grown accustomed to the presence of death, were large and lethargic, their vigilance diminished by the comfort of their food-rich environment. Lin Rui and his companions could easily squash them with a swat, the repugnant insides emitting a foul odor that only added to their disgust. At the halfway point, the sight of famine-stricken corpses became more frequent. Some appeared to have been buried, only to be later unearthed by mountain wolves and wild dogs, their remains scattered about, sun-dried and desiccated, while crows and vultures perched atop the bodies, unperturbed by the onlookers. They stood defiantly, pecking at the exposed innards with their sharp beaks. A chilling reminder that both the starving and the scavengers knew that the emaciated bodies held little nourishment, the only viable sustenance being their organs, albeit shriveled from starvation. Among the numerous corpses were even more of the deceased children, their small bodies discarded without burial, stripped of their clothing and swaddles by adults, some already reduced to bones. while others remained intact, the timeline of their demise ranging from mere days to several months, indicating that the flight from famine had begun long ago. The Lin clan. Their faces covered, either trembled in fear, were paralyzed by terror, or remained silently resolute as they hurriedly departed this graveyard. Casting glances at Lin Rui seated at the front of the cart. Never before had they felt such gratitude for heeding his counsel. Choosing him as the new patriarch of the Lin family, they owed him their lives. Lin Rui, cradling Qingqing in his arms and carrying Nyo on his back, with his elder sister bearing a bundle of clothes, felt the toll of their arduous journey. Exhausted from their travels, he found himself panting and drenched in sweat. Appearing more haggard than Lin Pingmao, who was also weary but proud to have his dutiful descendants carrying him over the treacherous paths. Throughout the journey, the Lin family had never abandoned a single member. Sonli pushed their family's unicycle, the pile of belongings stacked precariously high. He had developed the skill of tilting his head to glimpse the path ahead as they traveled. Meanwhile, the brother-in-law and father-in-law managed the ox cart, which, though emptied of grain bags, remained cluttered with various belongings resembling a small mountain, particularly Lin Rui's 2 hefty camphor-wood boxes, the contents of which remained a mystery. Shrouded in secrecy as he claimed they contained life-saving items, Lin Changxi could not fathom what could be so vital, unless it was food. Indeed, Lin Rui had repurposed the 2 camphor-wood boxes, initially meant for Feng Jinyang's dowry, to store 200 pounds of rice and flour. Having navigated the wilderness for survival for a month now, on the 30th day, Lin Rui's golden finger finally underwent a transformation. Previously, he could only remain in the house for half an hour, and the supplies would deplete based on prior usage frequency. However, after the 30th day, he discovered that the frequency of house updates had shifted to once a day. This signified that any type of resource he retrieved would be replenished immediately. For example, if he had only 50 pounds of rice in the house, the rules now allowed him to withdraw 200 pounds in a single day. In addition to the 100 pounds previously taken from the camphor boxes, 200 pounds of rice would sustain over 30 individuals for an extended period. And the medicinal supplies in the family safe would continuously refresh, proving sufficient for their needs. If this upgrade process continued, would it not mean that resources could be drawn from the house endlessly within the same day? Having once criticized his house as a mere trinket, he now had to concede that he had spoken too hastily. His golden finger had never let him down. With this newfound assurance, Lin Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly anticipating whether his house might one day evolve to bridge the divide between ancient and modern worlds, allowing him to traverse both realms. If that is the case, how utterly delightful. He is practically the quintessential protagonist of a gratifying tale. Chief. Lin Chantai urgently nudged the entranced Lin Rui back to reality. Lin Rui snapped out of his reverie. Uncle Changtai, what is it? Lin Chantai pointed at Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi seems either poisoned, overheated, or perhaps possessed. He is vomiting profusely and cannot even sit up. Feng Jinni immediately interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you forgotten our ancestors' admonitions in this desolate wilderness? We must not speak of people in the daylight nor of spirits at night. How could he possibly be possessed? He must simply be overheated due to the sweltering heat. As everyone gathered around Zhuangzi, it was evident that he was indeed in a state of weakness, tears streaming down his face. Chief, am I burdening everyone? He lamented. Burden? In such scorching weather, it is perfectly normal to succumb to heat stroke. Humans consume grains, how could they not fall ill? Worry not, with me around, you shall not come to harm. Lin Rui reassured him, patting Zhuangzi's shoulder, who looked genuinely like one suffering from heat stroke. The relentless heat persisted, making the descent arduous as each person perspired profusely under the blazing sun. Lin Rui called out to everyone, let us rest here for a moment. Lin Zicheng, come here. As Lin Zicheng was about to sit down to alleviate his fatigue, he sprang to attention at Lin Rui's call. Chief, what is the matter? Zhuangzi is suffering from heat stroke. Please give him a scraping treatment, Lin Rui instructed, though he had never tried it himself. He recalled how his grandparents would employ scraping therapy for headaches or heat stroke during the sweltering summers. It was a panacea that worked wonders. He initially considered asking San Liang to perform the treatment, but fearing his strength might inadvertently send Zhuangzi back to a blissful afterlife, he opted for the more measured Lin Zicheng instead. Scraping? Lin Zicheng was somewhat bewildered, and Lin Rui was equally perplexed. Yes, scraping. You don't know how? Chapter 69. Huxiang Zhangqi Water. Lin Zicheng had not spoken falsely. The younger generation had grown up relatively carefree, seldom experiencing ailments, so how could they be familiar with scraping? Ultimately, it was Lin Ziming who approached, patting Lin Zicheng on the shoulder. "Allow me, I know how to do it." Scraping is quite straightforward, requiring only a porcelain bowl and some fragrant oil or lard. One would apply the oil to Zhuangzi's back and scrape from the nape or shoulder blade downwards. If he was indeed suffering from heat stroke, a mere scrape would reveal purplish marks on his back. Lin Ziming's technique was deft, clearly indicative of someone who had performed this procedure numerous times. His movements were swift, causing Zhuangzi to grunt in discomfort, prompting Lin Rui to say, "Bear it for a moment." The others found a patch of dappled shade to rest in, their initial shock and fear at the sight of corpses around them having faded considerably. After all, since they began their descent, the area had been littered with bodies. And just under 200 meters from their resting spot lay another desiccated corpse. In a forest filled with the deceased, where could they possibly flee? Unable to resist, they resigned themselves to the grim reality. Lin Ziming felt he had not exerted much effort, yet Zhuangzi's back was soon covered in deep purple marks, unmistakable signs of severe heat stroke. Sensing it was sufficient, Lin Rui instructed Lin Ziming to cease and helped Zhuangzi to sit up. "Zhuangzi, how do you feel now?" Zhuangzi nodded. "My head is still a bit dizzy, but it is much better than before. Earlier, I felt as if the very earth was spinning beneath me." Lin Rui whispered a few words to San Liang, who quickly returned with a bamboo tube and a pill, presenting it before Zhuangzi. Surprised by the medicinal pill's aroma, Zhuangzi looked at Lin Rui. "Chief, what is this?" "Cooling pill. Take it quickly. The sooner you eat, the sooner you'll recover," Lin Rui urged. Zhuangzi was profoundly touched. He had not anticipated the chief would offer such a precious remedy, which was quite costly at the apothecary. His parents had always endured their illnesses without such luxuries. Now, Lin Rui was so generous with him. Lin Ziming, envious, rubbed his hands together, somewhat bashful. "Chief, may I?" Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Rui nodded. "Rest assured, there is enough for everyone." The cooling pills were procured from the apothecary in limited quantities, but the Huxiang Zhangqi water in their residence was perpetually in a state of replication. As Lin Zijuan, Lin Zijing, and Lin Ziren rested against a tree, they noticed San Liang carrying a small box, from which he retrieved little bottles to distribute among the group. Soon, it was their turn, each receiving a bottle but unsure of its purpose. Instinctively, they searched for Chief Lin Rui in the crowd. "What is this?" Lin Rui had prepared 5 boxes of Huxiang Zhangqi water, each containing 8 vials, 40 in total, sufficient for everyone. This was a necessary investment for the journey ahead, as the prospect of each person experiencing a situation like Zhuangzi's would severely diminish the team's combat effectiveness. Lin Rui explained loudly, "This is cooling water. Zhuangzi's condition serves as a reminder. Traveling under the scorching sun makes one prone to heat stroke. This cooling water is a treasure I procured from the apothecary in Longting County. Everyone, please drink it to prevent heat stroke." To ensure no one hoarded it, Lin Rui added, "Drink it all. San Liang, after this, please return every empty bottle. Whatever amount of cooling water we distribute, return the same number of empty bottles." "Understood, Chief." San Liang was always diligent in fulfilling Lin Rui's commands, and everyone knew his tenacity. If one tried to be sly with him, he would not hesitate to be direct. "Hey, how do we open this?" "Yes. There's no cork." What material is this?" "It seems transparent enough to see the liquid inside." Lin Rui was aware that every introduction of a modern item would spark some commotion. Ultimately, he demonstrated, using scissors to cut the sealed plastic, then downing the Huxiang Zhangqi water in one gulp. Instantly, a bitter mixture of alcohol and traditional medicine surged to his senses. "See? Just like this." Afterward, he crumpled the plastic wrap in his hand, knowing it must be recycled to prevent anyone with ill intent from misusing it. Feng Jinni hesitated, holding the Huxiang Zhangqi water. "Rui Gur, what about Nyonyo and Qingqing?" Yulanhua and Zhang Dakui chimed in, "Yes, what about Dunzi and Duzi?" "Xiangxiang and Xiaozhan haven't received theirs either." Lin Rui explained, "The medicine contains alcohol, which is unsuitable for children. Only those the size of Muzi can take it." "Alcohol? I didn't really taste it," Lin Chongtai, fond of a few drinks, remarked, smacking his lips after finishing the medicinal water. After consuming the Huxiang Zhangqi water, whether it was psychological or not, Everyone felt an immediate relief from the heat, their spirits lifted, as if the medicine truly worked. This bottle is quite lovely, may I keep it as a memento? Chief Rui? Yulanhua asked, reluctant to part with such an exquisite item. Lin Rui would not indulge in such whims. No, San Liang. Gather them all up, every seal and bottle must be returned. Yulanhua could only sheepishly hand over the bottle to San Liang's outstretched hand, and others followed suit. Chief, we are at a loss for how to repay your kindness, Lin Pingmao expressed, having observed Lin Rui's actions throughout their journey. Truth be told, even he was unsure if he could match Lin Rui's level of generosity. In truth, Lin Rui had earned his position as chief, and everyone looked to him with respect. He genuinely regarded the 3 families that had fled as kin, tirelessly looking after them along the way. Lin Rui was unaware of the towering image he held in the eyes of the elders. His thoughts were simple: mutual benefit. A united clan was undeniably stronger than a group of strangers who might betray one another. Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe looked proudly at their nephew, who was now the patriarch of the Lin family. Patriarch, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. Our lives are yours to bestow. In life, we are your kin, and in death, your spirits. Lin Rui smiled in response. Uncle, third uncle, what are you talking about, death and such? We must live well, take root at Huangmaguang. I, Lin Rui, declare here today, unless heaven denies us our path, as long as there is even a breath of respite, I shall ensure that our Lin clan rises above all, becoming prosperous and influential. The expressions of those present shifted, their ashen faces suddenly illuminated with a fervent glow. To be above others, to be wealthy. Such aspirations were the dreams of humble farmers who had toiled all their lives. Yet today, their patriarch stood before them, vowing such promises. The capabilities of Lin Rui were evident to all. The rare and precious items they had encountered along their journey had emerged from his hands. And before the chaos of the capital, his business had already begun to flourish. If he claimed he could achieve something, then surely he could. Chapter 70, All Beings Suffer. The corpses seemed endless, the dead scattered everywhere, from the mountainside down to the roads, and in every place traversed by the refugees, bodies lay fallen, unable to rise again. Even the phenomenon of cannibalism could not deter the vast numbers of starved peasants. As Lin Rui and his companions descended the mountain, the dazed survivors turned to gaze at them, suddenly like dogs spotting a meat bun, dragging their weary bodies closer. Please, spare a morsel. I beg you, save the child. Just a piece of bread, a sip of water will suffice. I will give you my child to serve as a maid or a servant. Just let her have a chance to live. The pleas were pitiful, and among them was a famished woman, her cheeks sunken, wrapping a thin cloth around her head, attempting to toss a frail, crying child onto their cart. Lin Rui shouted, Everyone, grab your weapons and strike. Anyone who dares to approach again shall be dealt with, regardless of life or death. Lin Changtai, Lin Changhe, and Lin Zicheng, the relatively robust father and son, immediately obeyed Lin Rui's command, drawing out hoes, shovels, kitchen knives, and bows to aim at the encroaching crowd. Particularly Lin Changtai, seeing someone foolishly attempting to grab the luggage from their ox cart and cart, struck the person's hand mercilessly with a shoulder pull. The thief cried out in pain, clutching his hand and staggering back. These starving refugees had been famished for so long that they could barely stand, and they were no match for Lin Changtai and his companions. Recognizing their weakness and the strength of their opposition, the desperate crowd began to retreat slowly. Having encountered various types of people during their journey, these refugees were sharp-eyed and knew whom they could approach for food and whom they could not. It was evident that Lin Rui and his companions, by their clothing and demeanor, were common folk, and the value of food to the common people required no further explanation. They would certainly not part with any. Yulanhua, holding her grandson Duzi, looked at the small black child nearly tossed onto their cart, lamenting such a sin. Can we not spare even a bit of grain? With a resounding slap, Lin Changfa struck her without hesitation. Yulanhua, I warn you, if you dare to prattle on, get out. Do not let your misguided kindness drag us down. There are countless wretched souls here, and the starving children outnumber the dead on the mountainside. Can you save them? Realizing her folly, Yulanhua bit her lip, refraining from further protest, feeling frustrated that her husband had humiliated her before so many. She truly had miscalculated. All eyes were focused on the starving refugees, wary of their predatory gazes, leaving no attention for her. These refugees were too feeble. Zhao Qing approached Lin Rui. observing that their ox cart and wagon had cleared a wide space around them, with the remaining refugees too fearful to draw near. Lin Zhaozhao and Qingqing, along with the other women, were shielded at the center by the men, having noticed that these refugees had been starved for so long that they were physically incapable, estimating that even a single woman could easily overpower them. After all the fatigue and thirst, with nothing to eat, anyone would feel the same, Lin Rui remarked. Lin Ziqing nodded. I felt weak after just a few missed meals. Imagine how they must feel after so many days without proper nourishment. Let us move on. Do not stop. They were currently in a densely populated area of refugees. If they did not leave soon, who knew what calamities might befall them? Being surrounded by a throng of desperate starving people was not a favorable situation. Had they not seen how other passing carts had hurriedly departed? Everyone had eaten well last night, and this morning, their stomachs full, and they walked with vigor, swiftly pushing their ox cart and wagon through the throng of refugees. The number of starving refugees was overwhelming. Those just departed were merely the densest group, yet along the route, there was no end to the scattered figures of the starving. Ahead lay more hunched figures begging for alms. Some dragged children along, others traveled alone, some staggered forward, while others walked in a daze, all with vacant expressions, uncertain of where their salvation lay. Lin Rui sighed. Huangmaguang was his last gamble, the final stronghold before the capital. If even Huangmaguang fell, this unfortunate era would truly be beyond redemption, plunging them into a long period of enslavement by foreign invaders. The path trodden by so many had widened, but along the way, numerous half-decayed corpses lay scattered, exposed to the harsh sunlight day after day. There was no help for it, with empty bellies. Who had the energy to waste on gathering the dead? The most anyone passing by could do was to nudge the corpses aside with their feet. Feng Jinni noticed a woman by the roadside, her face swollen and bloated, resembling a balloon, her skin taut and translucent, as though a gentle touch might cause her to burst. She knew this was the result of starvation, exclaiming, "Such cruelty! Lin Changhe, Lin Changtai." And the others looked at the scene of death and despair lining the road, filled with dread. Changnai, if not for Lin Rui. Even if we had managed to survive the massacre in Linjia village and made it through the mountains, we would most likely have starved to death on this very road. Lin Changxi, too, felt a swell of pride for his son's capabilities. He observed how the entire village of Lin family members now admired Lin Rui, following his every word. Lin Rui gazed upon the grim scene before him, heavy-hearted. Was this not what the Buddha spoke of, that all beings suffer? Muley and Nyonyo watched children their age, emaciated like reeds, looking at them with envy in their vacant eyes. Muley understood that their Lin family had not gone hungry throughout the journey, as they had a little uncle. The worst they had eaten was thin porridge. But their mother and grandmother always added ample wild vegetables to make it filling. They could not fathom the plight of those who viewed the roots and stems of weeds on the ground as treasures, immediately diving to pull them up and eat, while those at the foot of the mountain struggled even to obtain such meager sustenance. Wherever the refugees passed, not a blade of grass remained. The bark from trees, grass from the ground, and a plant known as soft earth were all consumed by the passing refugees, who somehow found murky water to boil their meager meals. Filled with sediment and living organisms, half of what they ingested was dirt. Chapter 71, One Bun for a Bride. As humans traverse the desolate expanse alongside the wild wolves and vultures, the wolves trail behind, ready to gnaw at any unfortunate soul who collapses from exhaustion. Above, the vultures soar, patiently awaiting their turn to partake in the spoils alongside the wolves. Among the weary throng of refugees advancing forward, individuals are gaunt and skeletal, while the crows, vultures, and wolves that linger behind possess sleek, shiny coats and imposing forms. It is the flesh and blood of humanity that nourishes these creatures. Yet it is humanity itself that finds itself ensnared by natural calamities, trapped on this interminable journey. Words such as famine, disaster, lack of clothing and food, and the sight of countless corpses strewn across the land had previously existed only in Lin Rui's literary readings. Never had he witnessed such stark reality and experienced it firsthand. Formerly abstract terms have transformed into a series of harrowing images. As a witness to this era, he can only alter the fates of those around him. Yet he cannot change the destiny of this time. He observes a man, weakened by hunger, falling to the ground, bruised and battered, unable to muster the strength to even walk around a blade of grass, relegated to lying there due to sheer exhaustion. He sees a frail girl, so emaciated that she appears almost unrecognizable, drawing her last breath in the arms of her similarly gaunt mother. The mother, devoid of tears or cries, covers her child with tattered cloth and discards her a short distance away, returning to her own spot, numb and lifeless. He witnesses the girl's corpse being dragged away moments later. Upon seeing this, the mother moves her lips. Yet hunger has robbed her of the ability to voice a sound. What manner of world is this? It is likely that even hell pales in comparison. He laments why. Upon his transmigration, he could not be a princely figure wielding great power, thus enabling him to rally the heroes of the realm, strike down foreign invaders, and expel them from the lands of Lin Chao, sparing it from the ravages of war and famine. As darkness begins to descend, Lin Rui organizes his group to set up camp for the night. The evening air cools slightly, and Lin Xiang and Lin Zikuan kindle a fire, tossing dry wood onto the flames, which crackle and pop in response. Leading the Lin family, which consists of over 30 individuals, more than half are robust laborers, exuding a formidable presence that would cause any petty thief contemplating mischief to reconsider their intentions, weighing the consequences of being caught, which could lead to dire repercussions. On this path of flight, the Lin family is not the only one with ox carts. Mules, horse-drawn carts, and donkey carts abound, with everyone remaining strangers, reluctant to form connections, fearing that familiarity might invite scrutiny over their meager supplies. Yet an unspoken bond forms, wherein those with carts band together, seeking mutual protection against potential assaults from other desperate souls. As soon as Lin Rui's camp is established, 2 more ox carts and a cart stop nearby, suggesting the presence of a family unit. Curiosity piqued, he glances over to see a burly man with a scruffy beard, who solemnly nods in his direction. Lin Rui is momentarily puzzled. Does this gesture signify a greeting? The man appears to stand about 1.75 meters tall, robustly built, especially evident in his bulging arms, which indicate a profession in either butchery or blacksmithing. Another man, who bears a striking resemblance to the first and appears to be of similar age, also nods at Lin Rui, suggesting they are brothers. Following them is a family of approximately 8 or 9, their numbers dwarfed by the Lin family's 30-plus members. Lin Rui courteously returns the nod, adhering to a principle of temporary cooperation and mutual non-interference. Subsequently, a dozen or so ox carts and donkey carts arrive, evidently treating this spot as a meeting point. This arrangement proves advantageous, as collaborating with those of similar resources is preferable to navigating the chaos of the refugees alone. Later, to Lin Rui's right, a father and son with an ox cart set up camp. As they rest, Lin Rui overhears their conversation. Father, on this journey, mother, Jenner, and the little ones have all perished. We can't manage without a woman to oversee things. Perhaps we should purchase one? The father, reluctant, responds. What are you talking about? We don't have much food left. Fewer mouths to feed means less expense. We just need to hold out until we reach Huangma Pass. The son counters, you can't think like that. Once we reach Huangma Pass, who knows what awaits us? If we intend to marry properly, our savings won't suffice. I believe it's more pragmatic to buy a woman here. I've heard that on this road, 1 bun can exchange for a young girl. And we'd still come out ahead. Ahead? What then? Are we to feed her? Even if she eats just half a bun a meal, she'll still consume 1 whole bun a day. That's still a cost. Father, we're only buying 1 wife. How much could she possibly eat? We can just economize a little. Marry one? Is it for you or for me? Together. After all, if she bears a child, it'll still be ours, right? Coughing violently upon overhearing this conversation, Lin Rui draws attention, prompting a nearby companion to pat his back. Master, are you all right? The forceful pats leave Lin Rui feeling as though his insides have been shifted, and he gestures to indicate he is fine. The father and son swiftly take a bun to the group of refugees resting nearby. 1 bun for a girl, anyone interested? The price of a bun seems too meager. Should a girl be exchanged and subsequently mistreated, her parents would be helpless to intervene, leading to widespread hesitation among the crowd. At this moment, a disheveled girl with unkempt hair and sunken eyes approaches at a hurried pace, snatching the bun from the father's hand. Me. I'll go to your home. I can fetch water, chop wood, anything. I'll even bear you grandchildren in the future. Just give me something to eat. The old man roughly pushes aside the girl's hair. She appears to be no more than 15 or 16, while his son is already in his mid-20s. A significant age gap. The old man casts a lustful glance at the girl's face and figure, acknowledging her thinness, but concluding that with care, she could be restored. Nodding, he says, "All right, you'll do." The girl kneels before him, repeatedly bowing her head. "Thank you, uncle. I promise to treat you well in the future." "No need to wait for the future. Just take care of her for a couple of days, and then you can start showing your gratitude," the old man replies. His words layered with double meaning as his son leads the girl toward the ox cart. On the road of famine. Self-sale for a morsel of food is a common sight, and people have grown accustomed to it. Yang, having overheard the father and son's exchange, hurls a curse at the neighboring cart, shameless old man, preying on innocent girls. Lin Changshi, pulling her back, admonishes, "It's a matter of mutual consent. Why concern yourself? Just eat your bun." Chapter 72, The Stomach as Large as a Basket. 1. The practice of taking turns to keep watch at night has been maintained since their days on the mountain. Where vigilance was necessary against wolves, now they must be wary of desperate refugees intent on theft. When hunger drives a person to desperation, they are capable of unspeakable acts, making this wilderness, rife with suffering souls, far more perilous than any secluded forest. In the adjacent Gao family, the younger son takes the watch. Nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Ziren, who is also on guard, both exchanging pleasantries in their clumsy dialect from Linjing. Tonight, the father and son who acquired a wife lie in the ox cart, soundly asleep, their snoring disrupting Lin Rui's rest, who resolves to camp as far from them as possible the next night. He has finally encountered what can only be described as chainsaw-like snoring, vowing that his father and uncle's snores pale in comparison to theirs. In the evening, each household consumed some dry, hard biscuits, fearing that the second sister might lack breast milk. To adhere to Lin Rui's instructions, Feng Jinyang diligently prepared formula for Lin Zizao 3 times a day, neglecting to offer any to the children, Muzi and Nyonyo. In her words, it sufficed for the children to have a taste, for others had meals aplenty. Were it not for the fact that Qingqing was still too young to eat solid food, even Lin Zizao would have been deprived. As Lin Zizao, being Feng Jinyang's daughter, she could not be said to be unloved. It would be a falsehood. Lin Rui felt considerable guilt for having married her off to such a family due to his previous indiscretions, and the perils faced during their escape, giving birth amidst the arduous journey, without time for proper confinement, and losing her milk due to exhaustion. Each of Lin Zizao's meals included 2 extra pieces of preserved or cured meat, a means of replenishing her strength. After several days, Qingqing no longer cried out from hunger due to the lack of her mother's milk. Lin Rui sighed, feeling as though he guarded a treasure trove yet lacked the justification to access it, gnawing on dry biscuits that made his jaws ache, longing for the soft buns of modernity. "Ah, you children, why are you rummaging through your uncle's boxes? Come down this instant." Lin Changshi scolded the children, who still had energy to frolic about, circling the 2 large camphor-wood chests belonging to Lin Rui. Aware that these chests contained items of utmost importance to Lin Rui, he watched them closely. "Ah, quick run. Grandfather is hitting people." Nyonyo laughed as she scampered away. The raucous Muzi and Nyonyo were pulled back by their mothers, each receiving a slap and scolded. "What a wretched bunch of children. Do you fear that others might overlook you?" The children's weak cries were soon soothed by the adults. It is worth noting with pride that amidst the hardships faced by the owners of ox carts, horse carts, and donkey carts in their journey, none displayed the vitality that Lin Rui and his kin possessed. Though the adults and children were somewhat weary, they were not emaciated, their lips not chapped. With the prolonged drought and the scarcity of water, everyone conserved their rations, some even suffering from cracked skin but unwilling to waste a drop, saving it for dire circumstances. The night watch of the Lin clan required no concern from Lin Rui, ever since he became the clan leader. Others had taken over his watch duties. It was inconceivable that a leader, tasked with strategizing for their clan, should endure the fatigue of night watch. The refugees lying nearby gazed longingly at the encampment of ox and donkey carts, knowing those within could fill their bellies. They could hear the robust cries and laughter of children, surely well fed by their parents. That night, Lin Rui slept uneasily, his rest disturbed by the saw-like snores around him. When morning came, dark circles adorned his eyes. Others, however, had enjoyed a sound sleep and were full of energy as they began to pack for the journey ahead. In the morning, while everyone was boiling water, Feng Jinyang added a few extra grains of rice, allowing Lin Rui and his family to savor a bowl of thin porridge, which, alongside the dried biscuits and pickled vegetables, was quite delectable. Lin Changxi approached, rubbing his belly, and said to Feng Jinyang, "Please add a bit more oil and meat tomorrow. I've been quite constipated these past few days, and even after finally relieving myself, I bled. Now, it hurts terribly to walk." Feng Jinyang immediately turned to Lin Rui. "What about you, Rui? Can you manage?" Lin Rui assured her he could. During their travels, he always found opportunities to forage for food in the fridge, which was replenished daily. He could hardly finish everything, so any surplus was transferred to the camphor chests, which were now inadequate. However, with the house upgrade, they could now provide 200 pounds of rice daily, ensuring that the Lin clan would not starve. Chow Chow and her two sons, residing downwind from Lin Rui's home, greedily inhaled the aroma of rice wafting through the air. Her eldest son, Daniel, tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Mother, I can smell it. They are having rice porridge." The younger son, Ermao, nestled into Cao Cao's arms, sniffed the air and skillfully sucked his dirty little hands. "Mother, I want rice porridge too." The three of them had faces that were yellowed from hunger. Their skin taut against their skeletal features, eyes sunken like two deep caves, and their cheeks hollowed out, their bodies so emaciated they resembled walking skeletons. Many others shared their plight. This desolate wilderness was filled with such unfortunate souls. Chow Chow patted her son's hands. "Everyone is short of food. Who would be willing to share?" "Mother fears she won't be able to get that bowl of porridge." Daniel and Ermo licked their lips, with Dania holding onto Cao Cao's hand. "It's all right. Once we reach Huangma Pass, I will find work to support you and my brother." Chow Chow felt a glimmer of hope. I'll wait. We cannot perish here. Soon, we will rise and search for softer ground and grass roots." Ermo frowned. "Brother, mother, are we still eating? My bottom still hurts. What else can we do? Wait to starve? Just hold on. If you can't go, mother will help you. Eating this is better than consuming guanine soil, which would truly lead to death." After Lin Rui and the others finished their meal, they began to pack their belongings. The Gao family, consisting of a father and son, oh no, now it was a father, son, and daughter-in-law, saw the Lin family, around 30 to 40 strong, preparing to leave and hastily readied themselves, seemingly intent on following the Lin clan on their journey. Lin Rui's group was undoubtedly a luxurious assembly among the refugees, standing out amidst the emaciated masses. Though they appeared weary, both men and women still had flesh on their bodies, and their legs had strength, walking with purpose. Even the infant Lin Rui carried had some meat on their limbs. Their cries robust. As long as they did not provoke danger, no one dared to take notice of them. The Gao family was not small in number, but compared to Lin Rui's group, they paled in comparison. Following behind them was a wise choice, as the Lin clan's men and women wielded sharp, well-honed hoes and sickles, not to be trifled with. Chapter 73. Belly as big as a basket, 2. As soon as Lin Rui's ox cart set off, nearby refugees stumbled over. Crouching down to lick the water splashed on the ground as the ox drank, driven by extreme thirst and the inability to find a water source. The number of those who had succumbed to starvation far outweighed those who had perished from thirst. Yesterday, in places they passed, some corpses still bore uneaten biscuits, the only explanation being that they had died from illness or dehydration. Even those who encountered water found it murky, with some being a dark brown, as if dug from half-dried silt. Humans are remarkable beings, capable of rapidly adapting to changes. For instance, they had once gasped at the sight of corpses on their descent, yet now traversed a land strewn with the dead as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. They had risen early to set off, striving to cover as much ground as possible before the sun fully emerged, for without small steps, one cannot reach great distances. After walking for over 10 miles, Lin Rui encountered a different scene. The tree bark along this path had been stripped bare. Men, women, and elderly alike pounded the bark into fragments with stones, using the remnants to brew soup or consuming what had once been animal feed, swallowing it as though blades were slicing through their throats. The ground lay barren, devoid of even a single weed. The soft earth and grass roots had been entirely excavated, and with no food left, they began consuming guanine soil. Eating guanine soil during times of famine had become commonplace. Guanine soil, also known as guanine powder, is a type of white clay, a kaolin, an aluminum silicate mineral that appears as a soft, white paste, fine in texture, resembling flour. The appearance of flour does not equate to its true nature. When ingested, it proves arduous for the intestines to decompose. Excessive consumption results in its accumulation within the bowels, leading to a grotesque distension akin to that of a pregnant woman. In this desolate expanse, both adults and children alike bear swollen bellies, their desperation driving them to consume this indigestible guanine soil to stave off starvation. When ingested in large quantities, it becomes an unyielding mass within the body, causing bloating and rendering excretion nearly impossible, ultimately culminating in a fatal distension. A modest intake of guanine soil poses no harm, yet excess consumption is a harbinger of death. Those already burdened with distended bellies find themselves devoid of hope, forced to endure the remnants of their days. Conversely, some have not succumbed to madness. They consume small amounts of soil, foraging for roots to boil, managing to fill their stomachs, albeit with the excruciating consequence of excretion. He observed the wretched individuals in the wasteland requiring assistance during their evacuations, husbands using sticks to aid their wives, wives assisting their children, each time they relieved themselves. It was as though they had expended half their lives, surrounded by pools of crimson blood. He even witnessed a mother, driven to the brink of starvation, tossing her barely crawling child into a pot to boil for sustenance, the child's tiny hands and feet turning pale as the mother gnawed down to the bones. Tears cascaded down his cheeks. What kind of world had he entered, and why must he endure such torment? Alas! Lin Rui and Zhang Dakui, witnessing this grim tableau, felt their eyes redden. As fellow humans, who would not find such a fate appalling? Along their path, the bark of elm trees had been stripped bare for sustenance, leaving only bare trunks exposed to the sun, awaiting their demise. In this moment, there was no solace, only the shared sorrow of their brethren. Whether they could endure to reach Huangmaguang remained uncertain. As Lin Rui and his companions moved on, many disaster-stricken individuals trailed behind. Cao Cao struggled alongside Daniu and Ermao, desperate to keep pace with the departing group. Ermao, fatigued, wished to collapse. "Mother, I can't go on. I truly cannot walk any further." Cao Cao, her expression resolute, replied, "No, we must keep moving as long as we live. We must follow them and camp nearby tonight. Perhaps we still have a chance." Zhang Si and his gang had stolen another person to eat yesterday. As orphans and widows, how could they possibly contend with them? Once targeted, escape was nearly impossible. Daniu, panting like a winded bellows, continued to pull his mother and brother step by step. Today, fortune favored them as they discovered an abundance of untouched soft grass roots. Boiling a large pot of it, the three of them managed to fill their stomachs, ensuring they could endure another day. Ermao, exhausted, coughed repeatedly, "Mother, if it truly comes to it, you and brother can eat me like Yingying's mother did to Yingying." Cao Cao, her throat sore from fatigue, scolded him hoarsely, "What foolishness! You and your brother are far more valuable than I." Yingying and her mother had once traveled a stretch of the road with them, but ultimately succumbed to hunger. Driven mad, Yingying's mother had bludgeoned her to death with a stone, boiling her for meat, and in the evening, she brought a bowl of meat soup, claiming it was a wild rabbit Yingying had found. Cao Cao had been paralyzed with fear, asking Yingying's mother, "Where is Yingying?" Yingying's mother, smiling, pointed to the empty space beside her. "Why, she is right here." Then, placing a piece of meat into the pot, she tenderly said, "Yingying, eat well, you've worked hard." Naturally, Cao Cao's family refused the meat soup, and before dawn, she fled with her two sons, vowing never to be near Yingying's mother again. The horror of Yingying's mother having killed and consumed her daughter lingered in their hearts, an indelible memory. The fearful trio, Cao Cao and her sons, followed closely behind Zhang Si's group, who had utterly descended into depravity, resorting to cannibalism. Their bodies bore an eerie bluish hue, with eyes red as a rabbitess, scanning for their next victim, until Leda shook Zhang Si's sleeve. "Old four, look." Zhang Si followed his gaze, spotting Lin Rui and his group. "Have you lost your mind, Leda? Do you dare provoke them?" Leda, equally red-eyed and salivating, responded, "What provocation? We aren't competing with them." "Then what do you mean? Steal. Is not stealing our forte? We can take what we want and slip away if trouble arises. Those are living humans, sitting there like fools waiting to be captured for a meal." "Oh, old four, do you think I am referring to anyone else? Did you see that woman with the child? I saw it yesterday. It looked plump and delectable, far better than the dead children we've eaten. Stealing an adult is difficult. But a child? That should be simple." Chapter 74. The Farce of Father, Son, and the Young Wife. On the road of fleeing disaster, Lin Rui's legs transitioned from painful to numb, then back to painful again. Sometimes, when the path was favorable, walking for an entire day and night felt normal. Each time he believed his legs were on the verge of failing, yet somehow he persevered. The modern frailty had been tempered in this ancient world, without exaggeration. His thighs and calves were now muscular. Even running 3 kilometers, he would likely remain unperturbed. Elder sister Lin Zizou, cradling her child beneath the scorching sun, had lips chapped and peeling. She took a sip from the water pouch at her waist and offered some to Qingqing. The water had been boiled by Feng the previous night and stored in pouches for each family member. Qingqing, only a little over a month old and weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, felt light in her arms, yet after some time, Lin Zizou's arms grew weary. Suddenly, she felt an emptiness in her embrace. Lin Rui had taken Qingqing from her, equally disheveled and sunburned. Lin Rui adeptly adjusted his hold to ensure Qingqing was more comfortable. Elder sister, let me hold her for a while. You rest. Oh. Lin Zizou replied, feeling the relief of her arms as they fell naturally, alleviating much of her soreness. Resting merely meant not holding Qingqing. They still had to walk. The road stretched endlessly before them, devoid of cities or homes. Even seeking a cup of water seemed an impossible task. The disaster-stricken individuals they passed resembled skeletal figures with oversized heads, their thin necks raising concerns about their fragility. Their bellies, like those seen before, protruded in various degrees, likely a result of overindulging in guanine soil. As Lin Rui's ox cart passed by, the gaunt figures stared with green, hungry eyes, akin to wolves in the wilderness, fixated on the ox and the supplies. Yet, they were deterred by the imposing physiques and sharp tools wielded by Lin Changxi and Lin Changfa. The headgear fashioned from mountain materials previously proved useful once more, shielding their faces from mosquitoes and flies. With death so prevalent along the way, swarms of green flies hovered ominously, and Lin Rui's group feared being bitten and contracting diseases like malaria. Even excessive heat warranted precaution. Lin Rui administered a refreshing herbal tonic daily to stave off heat stroke. In such conditions, it was no trivial matter. Even after scraping, the body would experience a period of fatigue, rendering one weak and unable to move efficiently, wasting precious time. In this arid region, it remained uncertain when they would escape. The relentless sun bore down upon them, dizzying and disorienting. If he were alone on the journey, Lin Rui would have longed to hide away in his home. Yet here he stood, a young man burdened with the role of clan leader, responsible for the lives of over 30 members of the Lin family. The once robust 3-headed blue ox had visibly lost considerable weight, and it was not merely the livestock. The humans were no better off. The journey was arduous, with the Gao family and a neighboring father-son duo closely trailing behind Lin Rui and his companions. They rested when Lin Rui's group rested, and they moved when Lin Rui's party moved. With Lin Rui's already sizable company, the addition of the Gao family and the neighboring pair brought their numbers to nearly 40. An imposing presence on the road of escape. Even the famished refugees who might covet their supplies dared not to act against them. Those who had managed to survive through such famine were not to be trifled with. Any attempt at robbery could result in dire consequences. Even death at the hands of those on the ox cart, with no hope for justice. They traveled from dawn until darkness enveloped the sky, encountering countless refugees along their path, hollow-eyed and gaunt, their faces resembling the skeletal remains draped in a semblance of human skin. That evening, upon hearing Lin Rui propose setting up camp, the Gao family and the neighboring father-son pair breathed a sigh of relief, having endured another day. Lin Xiang, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Mother, my dear mother, please prepare some pickled meat tonight. Without any nourishment, I can hardly move another step." Zhang Dakui, unimpressed, retorted, "Are you the only one who is delicate? I see others on the road, starving yet still able to press on. You are just too much to handle, mother." Lin Xiang lamented, recalling that their meat jar at home still contained over 10 pounds of salted meat, with several salted ducks, geese, and chickens remaining. Was it wise to save them for the journey to Huangma Pass? Meanwhile, Feng Zhenni, not needing Lin Rui's reminders, had begun to increase the meat rations. Spurred by Lin Changxi's alarming news of blood in his urine, which frightened her into ensuring no further reductions in their food supply. Throughout the lengthy trek, while the younger members like Lin Rui could still endure, Lin Pingmao, like Lin Changxi, began to show symptoms of blood in his urine from exhaustion. Lin Rui's eyes widened as he was served a bowl of thick porridge adorned with wild vegetables and slices of meat, looking at his mother in disbelief. "Mother, Is life so unbearable that we feast so lavishly? Famine, aware of his teasing, shot him a glare. Just eat your fill. Your mouth is insatiable. The trio of Chow and her two sons stumbled along, managing to keep pace. Exhausted, Irma wobbled unsteadily, fearing he might collapse with each step, yet miraculously. He was dragged along by his brother and mother, finally catching up with the caravan. At that moment, the three sat downwind, inhaling the enticing aroma of the food being prepared. Irma perked up. Mother, they are eating meat porridge. I can smell the meat. Chow and Dania swallowed hard, and she retrieved the soft and spicy roots she had saved from their bag, preparing to cook them for a modest meal that night. With the scent of meat in the air, the trio felt as though the grass roots had never tasted so delightful. Mother, I truly wish to drink meat porridge like them. Irma lamented, chewing on the bitter grass roots with envy. Dania patted him on the head, assuring him, when we reach Huangma Pass, I will treat you to a good meal. Yes, Irma nodded vigorously. Chow, observing this, managed a bittersweet smile, pulling her two sons closer to the ox cart, covering them with a tattered cloth. Sleep, sleep, gather your strength, for we must continue our journey tomorrow. After a hearty meal, as Lin Rui and his companions sought rest, the neighboring father and son suddenly erupted into chaos. How can you eat my bread and turn your back on me? You must become my wife. I never said I wouldn't be your wife. Your son kissed me today and said he would marry me. What does it mean for you, the father, to invade my bed at night? Initially, the father-son duo had intended to keep the young woman they had acquired with a piece of bread for a couple of days. But the father could no longer contain his desires after just one day. They had sufficient provisions on their cart for two, and once satiated, other urges began to stir. While the son attempted to foster a relationship with the young woman, the father sought to assert his dominance, leading to a confrontation when the spirited young woman vocally resisted. Chapter 75, The Almost Stolen Ching-Ching. Nearby, Lin Rui and the Gao family were acutely aware of the unfolding situation, their gazes directed towards the father and son's cart. The young woman, hands on her hips, despite her frail appearance, projected an air of defiance, standing firm against the elder, demanding accountability. You shameless old man at your age. What use do you still have? You should be ashamed of yourself. You think you can just crawl into a young woman's bed? You've lived so long. And yet you're reduced to this. I traded bread for you. I can do as I please. If you refuse, then don't eat my bread. Now that you have, you cannot backtrack. You shameless old man, are you trying to entangle me? Let us be clear. When you traded bread for me, everyone was watching. If you wanted a servant, I would work for you, and if you wanted a bride, I would marry you or your son. But now you both want to share me? How is that fair? Lin Rui admired her audacity. The old man's face flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment. It was hard to say. If you are unwilling, then leave. I will consider yesterday's and today's bread as food for the dogs. That won't do. Your son kissed my cheek today. He must take responsibility. Otherwise, how can I, a pure young woman, ever find a husband? Why are you standing there like a fool? Did you not promise to treat me well for a lifetime? The son, red-faced from the rebuke, timidly approached his father. Father, how about you trade for another? Let Xiaocui be my wife instead. The elder, infuriated, seized a pole to strike them both. The ensuing chaos saw the elder, unable to contend with the younger, accidentally pushed towards the fire pit by Xiaocui, resulting in a painful scald. The son, startled, snapped out of his daze as Xiaocui urged, "What are you waiting for? Pull your father out." With that, the son came to his senses and yanked his father away, who was now nursing a painful burn on his backside, cursing vehemently as he lay on a mat. At this moment, the girl named Xiaocui had firmly established her place within the family, managing the provisions on the ox cart while overseeing the journey ahead. No one anticipated the farcical situation would conclude in such a manner. Not only did the father and son fail to rid themselves of the young woman, but they also inadvertently elevated her to a position of authority. Famine and the other women whispered amongst themselves, recognizing that the young woman was no ordinary person, having quickly found her footing in the household. Lin Rui, however, admired such a woman, one who could rewrite her destiny in dire circumstances. Had she merely submitted to the whims of the father and son, her already tragic life would have sunk further into despair. Once the commotion subsided, Lin Rui and his companions sought rest, with Lin Zijuan and Lin Zicheng on night watch. The women nestled together, while Sam Liang remained close to Lin Rui, ready to protect their somewhat inept master at the slightest disturbance. In the dead of night, Lin Rui was jolted awake by a fierce shout. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Everyone, wake up. Zicheng, grab a weapon. Just as Lin Rui emerged from his slumber, San Liang had already grabbed a wooden stick and leaped out, followed by the anguished cries of the second sister, Ching Ching. They've taken Ching Ching. Help! Help! In the place where they rested, a group of ragged and pallid disaster victims, with their sunken eyes and bloodless faces, had approached unnoticed. Unlike the other emaciated survivors, these individuals possessed flesh and strength. Upon witnessing one of their own seize an opportunity, they showed no inclination to fight and immediately sought to flee. Lin Rui urgently called out, Father, you and my brother-in-law, along with the uncles, stay back to guard the ox cart. All those of the next generation, follow me into the fray. At that moment, Cao Cao and her 2 children were startled awake by the commotion. Dainyu, upon seeing the assailants rushing towards them, desperately scrambled to his feet, ready to charge forward. Cao Cao firmly grasped her eldest son's hand, exclaiming, Dainyu, what are you doing? Dainyu, with a gleam of determination in his eyes, replied, Mother, I want to fight for our survival. Alarmed, Cao Cao retorted, Dainyu, you mustn't. I won't allow it. Leading the charge was Leida. A sinister grin on his face as he cradled the terrified and weeping Ching Ching in his arms, followed closely by his accomplices, with Zhang Si sprinting right behind. Don't cry. Little girl, Uncle won't let anything happen to you. He taunted, relishing the thought of the delectable taste of human flesh. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the shadows, tightly gripping his leg and causing him to stumble. Enraged, Leida spat, Damn it, who dares to obstruct me? Let go. You release the child. And I will release you. Dainyu, though frail and skeletal, clung tenaciously to Leida's leg. Damn it. Leida spat in frustration, just as Zhang Si arrived, demanding, Leida, why aren't you moving? Fuming, Leida pointed at Dainyu. It's this brat, meddling in affairs that don't concern him. Zhang Si wasted no time, delivering a swift kick to Dainyu, causing Cao Cao and Erma to scream in protest, only to be knocked down by another brother who had trailed behind. A flurry of fists and feet rained down upon Dainyu, yet he resolutely refused to release his grip on Leida, seeing that their pursuers were drawing nearer. Zhang Si reached out, attempting to take the child from Leida's grasp. Leida, hand over the child. With a cold laugh, Leida tightened his hold. Zhang Si, don't even think about it. I know your true nature. If I hand the child over to you, you'll feast on her without a second thought. Zhang Si, struck by the truth of his words, remained unfazed and asked, What do you propose then? We can't let our brothers perish here. Leida shot a disdainful glance at the battered boy still clinging to him. Get me a wooden stick. Zhang Si glanced around, and one of his comrades handed him a stick as thick as his wrist. Gripping it tightly, he swung with all his might, striking the boy on the head. Instantly, Dainya's grip slackened, and Leida broke free, shouting, Run. A voice from behind called out, Where do you think you're going? Startled, Leida turned just in time to receive a punch to the face, the force creating ripples across his flesh accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. With bulging eyes, he fell backward, and Lin Rui seized the opportunity to snatch Ching Ching from his arms. Zhang Si, sensing the precarious situation, had already fled with his companions, leaving only the lifeless Leida and the unconscious boy, along with Cao Cao and her children, who lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Chapter 76. His name is Dainyu, my son. Fortunately, it was not far to their destination. Lin Rui turned and shouted, Mother, aunts, come here. Feng Jinyang, Yulanhua. And Zhang Dakui hurried over, with Lin Zizao anxiously trailing behind, crying out, Rui go, have you found Ching Ching? The sharpness of her voice cut through the stillness of the wilderness, and Lin Rui quickly reassured her, Don't worry, second sister, I've found Ching Ching. She's safe. Right here in my arms. Lin Zizao's heart finally eased as she followed Feng Jinyang and the 2 aunts to the scene. Upon seeing the fallen Leida and the tragic state of Cao Cao and her children, they gasped in shock. This, Mother. You and the aunts must carry them to our place. They were injured while saving Ching Ching. We cannot abandon them, Lin Rui urged, as he carefully lifted Dainyu's limp form. Let me carry him, said San Liang, squatting before them. Lin Rui did not refuse, allowing San Liang to bear Dainyu toward their resting place. At that moment, the 2 young men from the Gao family, who had been aiding in the rescue, were tending to their own injuries. Lin Susu and the women of the Gao family were busy bandaging wounds, and surprisingly, The neighboring young wife had accidentally hurt her head while assisting, and her husband was frantically trying to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the injury was minor. Merely a scrape from a wooden stick during the scuffle. As Dainio regained a moment of consciousness on San Liang's back, he saw his mother and brother being carried toward the ox cart, allowing himself to succumb once more to darkness. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Rui felt compelled to express his gratitude for the assistance he received in his time of need. Bowing deeply to the Gao family and the young wife, he said, "I sincerely appreciate the support you have provided today. I, Lin, will remember this kindness, and should you ever face difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." The Gao family waved dismissively, responding earnestly, "We have benefited from your family's numbers along the way, which is why we were not targeted by bandits. Now that you're in distress, how could we stand idly by?" The young wife, not one for lengthy speeches, simply said, "Today I help you, tomorrow you help me. You see, our family is small, just 3 of us, and with 1 elder bedridden from burns, we ask that you bear with us." Lin Rui was pleasantly surprised by this young wife. Initially, he had assumed her to be a self-serving opportunist, but it became clear that she genuinely regarded the old man as her husband and treated him as family. The prior grievances seemed forgotten. Whenever the old man mentioned past quarrels, she would unabashedly berate him, calling him all manner of names without a hint of shame. After their shouting match, she resumed her duties without complaint, whether it was tidying the ox cart, preparing meals, or traveling with the old man's son. Her willingness to assist Lin Rui's family in their time of need truly exemplified the adage that appearances can be deceiving. One cannot judge a person's character based solely on superficial impressions. Subjective assumptions can lead to grave misjudgments. Qingqing, still shaken from her ordeal, had a flushed face as Lin Zizao comforted her for quite some time before she finally calmed down. Lin Susu stayed close by, her expression one of lingering fear. "Those brutes, what do they want with our children?" she exclaimed. Yet deep down, she understood the grim reality. Children, especially girls, would not be raised with care in this desolate land, where corpses lay strewn about. If Qingqing were truly taken, she would only be a source of sustenance for them. Lin Zizao cradled Qingqing, leaning wearily against her sister, her lips trembling, unable to articulate her fear. Cao Cao and Ermao, slowly regaining consciousness, crawled over to Dainio's side, utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to cry. They shook Dainio gently, whispering, "Dainio, wake up. Look at your mother. Brother." Ermao pulled at Dainio's hand in desperation. Lin Rui quickly retrieved a hemostatic capsule from the cypress box. To ensure Dainio could swallow despite his current state, he opened the capsule and poured the granules into his palm, then instructed San Liang to bring a cup of water. Together, they carefully assisted Dainio in taking the medicine. "Ah, such a precious medicine. Chief, you seem to be overly concerned about it. For quite some time, Yulanhua has been coveting Lin Rui's camphorwood box, dreaming of discovering the treasures concealed within. Yet now, every time Lin Rui utilizes something from it, she feels an unbearable pang of regret." Lin Changfa admonished her. "Why are you so meddlesome? Is it your place to concern yourself with the chief's affairs?" Yulanhua, intimidated by her husband's anger, dared not voice her thoughts further, though her heart ached at the sight of the medicine being used on others. Whether it was the miraculous effect of the medicine or perhaps a momentary revival for Dainio, after a small sip of water, he surprisingly opened his eyes slightly, regaining consciousness. Looking at the owner of the ox cart supporting him and the throng of people gathered around them, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and grasped Lin Rui's hand, saying, "Chief, I understand you are their leader. Today, I suppose I can be regarded as the savior of that child, can't I?" Lin Rui comprehended his intent. "Indeed, feel free to voice any requests." Dainio turned his gaze toward Cao Cao and Ermao, who, in stark contrast to Lin Rui and the others, appeared emaciated and skeletal. "Chief, I fear I may not survive. Could you ensure my mother and brother are taken to Wangma Pass? Just provide them with a morsel of food, anything to keep them alive until they reach the pass." At that moment, Cao Cao and Ermao were half reclining on the ground, clinging to Dainio's sleeve. Having gone too long without nourishment, their bodies could no longer support their heads, and after being severely injured by Zhang Si and his gang, they could not even stand. Dainio realized this was his last chance to do something for his mother and brother. If the chief agreed, they would have a glimmer of hope. Lin Rui looked at the boy named Dainio and promised, "I assure you, as long as there is a single member of the Lin family standing, we will never abandon your mother and brother." If you can hold on, travel with us. Thank you, Chief. Daniel seemed to expend his last ounce of strength and slowly closed his eyes. His name is Daniel, he is my son, and he would never forsake us. Chow Chow clutched Daniel's hand, refusing to let go, while Irma sobbed quietly, yet their bodies were so dehydrated that they could not even produce tears. There is still a breath left, perhaps he can be saved. Zhao Qing checked Daniel's breath, and his words brought a flicker of hope to Chow Chow. Chapter 77. He is killed. He is killed. Mother, please prepare some wild vegetable porridge. Remember to add more vegetables and less porridge, so they can eat their fill and allow their stomachs to gradually adjust. Lin Rui instructed, recalling how Chow Chow and her children had exhausted their provisions on the journey, surviving solely on foraged roots and tree bark. If they were suddenly given rice porridge or solid food, or anything oily and rich, their stomachs would not be able to handle it, leading to vomiting and diarrhea, or worse, dysentery. This was knowledge Lin Rui had gleaned from a documentary about famine he had seen. They referred to this condition as changing the stomach, meaning transitioning from a diet of grass and bark to one of human food. Understood. Feng Jini immediately set about cooking, chopping the wild vegetables into pieces and adding but a handful of rice, hardly enough to impart any flavor. Chief, we have captured those murderous scoundrels. Lin Ziming, Lin Ziren, and others brought forth 4 or 5 individuals, their expressions strange, eyes bloodshot, resembling beasts more than men. Upon seeing Lin Rui and the others by the fire, they immediately begged for mercy. We want to do it again. We swear we want to. They pleaded, we didn't want to, it was Leda. It was Zhengxi. They insisted we eat human flesh, that we feast on your children. Lin Rui inquired of the supplicants, are Zhengxi and Leda among you? The captives shook their heads vigorously, no. Leda was just killed. Zhengxi escaped in the chaos. Please don't kill us. We truly want to dare again. The faces of those who had consumed human flesh bore a peculiar yellowish hue, their eyes reddened like a rabbitess. When it was their turn to be the prey, begging for mercy before Lin Rui would not suffice. In dire circumstances, people would resort to anything to survive, and cannibalism was not an unusual occurrence. However, capturing the living and snatching children for consumption was a heinous betrayal of morality. Since they could not survive without eating human flesh, it would be better to send them to hell sooner. Lin Zicheng gazed at Lin Rui. Chief, these individuals are not from the government. They have never witnessed how justice is served. Even if we capture them, they will not know what to do. Lin Zijuan, filled with loathing, suggested, Chief, why not just give them a beating? The captive's eyes brightened at this notion. It was clear that a beating was preferable to death. A mere flesh wound would be a small price to pay for them. Lin Rui replied coldly, no, kill them. Kill them. Lin Zijuan, Lin Ziming, and the others were left astounded, seemingly unable to fathom such a brutal decree from their chief. While they might handle slaughtering pigs or cattle, taking a human life was a different matter altogether. Chief, spare us. We truly want to do it again. I swear to the Bodhisattva, if I eat even a morsel of human flesh again, let me suffer a terrible fate. Lin Rui's smile was laced with scorn. You expelled the Bodhisattva the moment you killed your first victim and savored your first bite of human flesh. Now, to invoke the Bodhisattva. How credible do you think your words are? He surveyed the area. You lack the courage to kill? Today, thanks to Danio's intervention, you barely escaped with your lives. If we let you go, you might gather your comrades to take revenge, to capture our children once more. The next might be Dunzi, Duzi, Xiaozhan, or Xiangxiang. Can you bear to see the children you hold dear taken from you by the very beasts you chose to spare? Lin Zicheng abruptly tightened his grip on his axe. As Lin Rui continued, in this wilderness, the victims outnumber the wolves, vultures, and crows. Those who have stolen from us will escape without consequence. Do you think our future travels will be safe? Killing was the last thing Lin Rui wished to do, yet the situation was dire, and these individuals deserved their fate. He did not want to succumb to a moment of compassion that could endanger them all. The bones strewn along the path, the sun-bleached hides, the picked-clean skeletons reminded Lin Rui that in tumultuous times, if one does not kill, one will be killed. Sam Liang, bring me the axe. Lin Rui called out. And Sam Liang promptly retrieved an axe from the cart and handed it to him, concerned that his frail master had never seen bloodshed. Master, perhaps I should handle this. No. I want the Lin clan to see that what I, Lin Rui, can do, you all must also be capable of. He swung the axe, striking one of the disaster victims in the neck. Lacking the strength, the axe became lodged against the bone, blood gushing forth, the stench of copper filling the air. The women quickly shielded their children's eyes, wishing to spare them the horror of the scene. The bandit from Zhang Xi's gang let out a wretched cry, followed by a series of gasps before collapsing lifelessly. The other bandits, witnessing Lin Rui's merciless demeanor, panicked and struggled to escape the confines of Lin Ziming and the others. However, they were securely bound with grass ropes, and attempting to break free was nothing short of a fool's errand. Kill! Lin Rui stepped over the corpse, withdrawing the axe from the neck, issuing a command. He sensed that the journey ahead would be anything but tranquil. For their own protection, they must harden their hearts. Compassion would only lead to their downfall. San Liang was the first to respond. He seized the machete from Lin Rui's hand and, exerting all his strength, swung it forcefully toward the neck of another bandit. His strength far surpassed that of Lin Rui, and with a perfect strike, he sent the bandit's head flying 5 or 6 meters away. Where it fell onto the desolate ground, the crimson blood saturating the earth, while the body gushed forth blood like a fountain. This gruesome spectacle elicited gasps of horror from the womenfolk, who hastily covered their eyes. Among the 5 bandits captured, aside from the 2 whose heads were severed by Lin Rui and San Liang, 3 others were dispatched with trembling hands by Zhao Qing, Lin Chongtai, and Lin Changfa. Even this was deemed insufficient, as the lifeless bodies lay sprawled in disarray. Apart from the children, every woman of the Lin clan felt compelled to deliver the finishing blows, overcoming their fear of killing, for if they encountered bandits seeking to seize their children and food again, they must be resolute in their actions. The Gao family and the young bride did not dare to move, watching in trepidation as Lin Rui led his kin in a merciless slaughter. The mangled corpses, left in tatters after the finishing blows, prompted Lin Rui to instruct Lin Ziming and Lin Ziren to dispose of them far away. The severed heads of the bandits were to be retrieved and hung from trees to dry, serving as a grim warning to other bandits lurking among the disaster-stricken. Those who dared to lay hands on their ox cart would meet a similar fate. Once these grim tasks were accomplished, a heavy silence enveloped the camp as everyone returned to rest. The events of the evening had been harrowing, the flickering flames casting an eerie light upon Lin Rui's face. It dawned on everyone that he had transformed, though they could not pinpoint how. In that moment, they felt a blend of respect and fear towards him. Chapter 78. Donghua has passed away. Lin Rui was not as composed as others imagined. For the first time in his decades of life, he had taken a life. If one were to inquire about the sensation, it was akin to slaughtering a pig or a cow, yet reason reminded him that this was a human being, a living soul. He desperately reassured himself, insisting that he had not killed a person, but rather a beast that devoured men. His actions were justified, aimed at clearing potential dangers for their journey ahead. However, at that moment, his hand hidden within his sleeve trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Qing approached Lin Rui, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Rui turned to face him, his visage pale as a ghost. "Brother-in-law, is something the matter?" Zhao Qing replied, "I am fine, but you appear troubled." "That was a human, not a pig or cow," he uttered, grappling with conflicting emotions, yet harboring no regrets for his actions. In times of chaos, if one did not match the ruthlessness of others, how could one survive? In such a world where the wicked held sway, only by becoming more malevolent could there be a chance to breathe. The effectiveness of their brutality was unmistakable. In the aftermath, Lin Zicheng and Lin Xiang observed a significant reduction in the prying eyes that had once scrutinized their ox cart. In the desolate wilderness that night, the refugees instinctively distanced themselves from Lin Rui and the others. The blood and flesh of the bandits attracted numerous wolves and crows, feasting on the abundant carrion tainted with the stench of humanity. Lin Rui spent the entire night awake, as did the Lin clan, regardless of gender. Whenever they closed their eyes, memories of wielding hoes and machetes against those men flooded back, the blood splattering onto their hands and faces, warming their skin. Even Lin Susu, who had taken a life, retreated to the side to vomit. They must accustom themselves to this, or at least attempt to. Lin Rui felt no remorse for the decision he had made. As the night wore on, the group gradually succumbed to sleep, but the following morning, everyone awoke bleary-eyed from a lack of rest. "Clan leader, shall we continue our journey today?" Lin Chongtai inquired. Lin Rui, still feeling weak from a sleepless night, looked at Lin Chongtai, Yulanhua, and the others, hesitating momentarily before responding, "We must set off. The sooner we leave this arid region, the better." "Understood." Aware of Lin Rui's desire to avoid lingering, everyone steeled themselves for the journey ahead. Feng Jinni approached Lin Rui, pulling him aside. Rui, come take a look. What is it, mother? Noticing her serious demeanor, Lin Rui lowered his voice. Feng Jinni glanced toward the resting place of Chower and her children, her tone laden with sorrow. The donghua who saved Qingqing. I fear he won't last. Won't last? How can that be? Was he not awake just yesterday? Lin Rui questioned. Incredulity etched across his face. Feng Jinni shook her head. He truly cannot hold on. He is swollen beyond recognition. You should go see for yourself. I fear he will not survive the day. Aside from Feng Jinni, Lin Zhao was also keeping watch over Chower and her children. It was only right that she, as a mother, should repay the debt of gratitude owed to those who saved her daughter. Lin Rui approached donghua, and the situation was indeed dire. Just yesterday, he had been brought to the camp still conscious, pleading for his mother and younger brother to be granted a chance at life. Now, upon visiting him, Lin Rui found Donghua head swollen grotesquely like a pumpkin, his body as wide as a barrel, his abdomen distended, and pus and blood oozing from his ears. His breaths were shallow, seemingly only drawing in air without expelling any. Lin Changfa and Lin Changshu came over to assess Donghua's condition, checking his pulse at his neck, and shook their heads at Lin Rui and Chower. He has no breath left. Chower and Ermao, having eaten a somewhat decent meal the previous day, now possessed the energy to cling desperately to Donghua's clothing, weeping and imploring Lin Changfa and Lin Changshu, eldest brother, Donghua is merely ill. He is still alive. Still alive. Feel his skin, it is still warm. Lin Changfa called for his wife, Lin Rui. Lin Rui, you and Niuqin come here quickly. Donghua has no breath left. We must dig a grave for him while we can, to lay him to rest. You, Lin Rui muttered, you and your kind heart. What a waste of effort. Yet, she dared not defy her husband's wishes, for she understood that Lin Changfa's intentions aligned with Lin Rui's. Their group relied on Lin Rui to ensure their survival. And only a fool would oppose him, so she swallowed her discontent. Mother, Donghua saved Qingqing, we must honor him. Niuqin consoled her mother-in-law, which finally prompted Lin Rui to suppress her frustrations and step forward. Together with her daughter-in-law, they restrained Chower and Ermao, allowing Lin Changfa and Lin Changshu to carry away Donghua's swollen corpse. Donghua, my son. Chower collapsed to the ground, crying as she attempted to crawl forward. But her frail body could only manage a few steps before she faltered. Ermao tightly grasped Chower's clothing, silently weeping. He understood that his brother had departed, recalling the glimmer in his brother's eyes as he vowed to secure a way for him and their mother to survive. Now his brother had fulfilled that promise. They had been accepted into the ox cart caravan. Though their meal yesterday had consisted of wild vegetables, it had filled their bellies, and he had even tasted rice. Yet, such a fortunate life had been bought with his brother's life. He would ensure that he and his mother followed the caravan closely, sparing his brother any further worry. And he would take good care of their mother. In the morning, apart from the wild vegetable porridge prepared exclusively for Chower and her children, the rest of the Lin clan dined on rehydrated flatbreads, enriched with preserved meat, salt, and cured pork, the aroma of meat wafting enticingly through the air. Ermao, who had been savoring his vegetable porridge, inhaled deeply and whispered to Chower, mother, they are eating meat again. Chower glanced at them. The Lin clan did not shy away from consuming meat in the presence of her and her children. She gently stroked Ermao's sallow face. Eat up. This is already quite good. Yesterday, we could only eat soft earth and grass roots. Today's soup has both vegetables and rice. Recalling the assistance from the Gao family and the young bride, Lin Rui instructed Feng Jinni to cut a piece of preserved meat the size of a fist and send it over as a token of gratitude for their kindness. Upon receiving the small parcel of preserved meat, Gao Yuliang was overjoyed, though he feigned reluctance, repeatedly insisting, "Oh, we are neighbors. There is no need for such formality." With a few words that were scarcely uttered, Liang handed over the goods and departed. Upon seeing the small bundle of cured meat, Gao Yumin and his sons and nephews' eyes sparkled with delight, their tongues involuntarily licking in anticipation. Gao Zhenning turned to Gao Yuliang and said, "Uncle, it has been quite some time since we last tasted meat. We finished the last batch of jerky at the foot of Hashan. Let us use this cured meat to enhance our meal today." Gao Yumin nodded in agreement. Indeed, elder brother. Everyone is starving. We must consider our mother as well. At her age, enduring such hardship while we flee is unbearable. If we do not nourish her, I fear she may not survive to reach Huangma Pass. Chapter 79. Another Wave of Refugees. Gao Yuliang consented. Very well, let us eat. He then handed the small bundle of cured meat to the beaming Fengyu, who approached eagerly. After receiving the meat, Fengyu, accompanied by her daughter-in-law Cuilan and niece Gao Yuan, went to prepare the meal. The Lin family's cured meat had been marinated for over a year, and upon slicing, the rich fat glistened invitingly. As Fengyu pressed the meat, her hands were stained with enticing grease. The Gao family, known for their butcher shop in Qingshui County, provided her with excellent cutting skills. She sliced the cured meat so thinly that it resembled parchment, transforming a chunk the size of a fist into an abundant array of delicate slices. When added to the coarse rice porridge that had been simmering since dawn, a subtle, savory aroma wafted through the air. The translucent slices of cured meat turned pure white from the steam, thoroughly cooked. Their family was relatively fortunate. Earlier in Qingshui town, they had heard of unrest outside as several feudal lords clashed, bringing calamity upon many areas. Qingshui town lay merely 30 miles from the nearest feudal lord's territory, and should disaster strike, it would surely bear the brunt of the misfortune. Displaced by war, refugees fled in all directions, selling their children in desperation to survive in these chaotic times. The abundance of resources in Qingshui town attracted numerous vagrants and bandits, who wreaked havoc and looted at will, leaving the authorities overwhelmed. Observing the unfolding chaos, Gao Yuliang swiftly made the decision to abandon the town and flee northward. There, Huangma Pass remained a bastion under the command of General Xing, capable of repelling foreign cavalry, and even the feudal lords dared not encroach upon it. As he prepared to inform his brother Gao Yumin, the two brothers quickly reached a consensus, swiftly liquidating their assets and gathering provisions to escape. The Gao family's small population, combined with their occupation as butchers, afforded them a reasonable amount of silver. Even as grain prices soared, they resolutely spent their hard-earned money on coarse rice. Though coarse rice was hard to swallow, it would at least fill their bellies, and they preserved all the unsold meat for sustenance on their journey. The road from Qingshui town to Huangma Pass was long, and their meager provisions would hardly suffice for the entire family. However, time was of the essence, and they lacked the silver to prepare adequately before setting out. Their lives depended on fleeing from the heavens themselves. It was only when they loaded their ox cart and pushed their handcart out of Qingshui town, setting foot on the road to Huangma Pass, that Gao Yuliang's heart found a semblance of peace. True to their fears, on the third day after leaving Qingshui town, they heard from fellow townsfolk fleeing in panic that feudal lords had invaded. The county magistrate, in a desperate bid to defend the city, had conscripted able-bodied men from the homes of ordinary citizens. The common folk, who had only ever sought to make a living, stood no chance against the trained soldiers of the feudal lords, becoming mere fodder in battle, with many perishing. Those fortunate enough to escape were the lucky few. The unfortunate remained, conscripted to fight and die on the battlefield. They had rationed their food carefully to reach this point, but without fats and proteins. They struggled to maintain their strength, and the already scant supply of cured meat was consumed along the way. They had hoped to catch some game during their travels, but upon entering this arid region, they found only desolation, with famine-stricken refugees and corpses strewn about. The wild game was nowhere to be found, and even wild grasses and tree bark had been nearly devoured by the desperate fleeing populace. When Lin Jianjun delivered the cured meat to his daughter-in-law's family, she was overjoyed, her hands flailing in excitement as she repeatedly exclaimed, "This is too much, too much." After expressing her gratitude, the Lin family filled their bellies before continuing their journey. However, the spirit of Cao Cao and her son, who had persisted since the death of their ox, seemed to dissipate instantly. Struggling to rise, they stumbled and fell to the ground. Cao Cao was filled with dread at the thought of Lin Rui abandoning her and her son due to their burden, desperately scrambling to her feet while tugging at Ermao's clothing. "My lord, we can keep up, we can keep up." Lin Rui sighed and turned to San Liang, lift them onto the ox cart. Cao Cao and her son were so emaciated that their combined weight was likely less than that of a grown man. Should they encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, one would suffice to subdue them. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Cao Cao expressed her heartfelt gratitude as San Liang gently lifted them onto the cart. As Lin Rui had remarked, they were as light as feathers, bearing no weight at all. As they departed, Lin Rui suppressed his nausea and instructed San Liang to take the 5 heads of bandits, desiccated and hanging from a tree, to serve as a deterrent against any bandits who might consider preying on them. They ambled along this parched road for another 7 or 8 days, the terrain and trees stripped bare. Elm leaves and bark became precious commodities. If refugees spotted a tree, they would strip it clean without hesitation. Though trees would perish without their bark, the desperate hunger of the people outweighed any concern for the trees. Surviving was their only gratitude to the heavens. The Lin family's rations dwindled to mere bags, even though they had previously been a household of ample grain. Throughout their journey, they ensured that everyone maintained their health, consuming more than other relatives, resulting in a rapid depletion of their supplies. Lin Pingmao's family now possessed only 3 bags of rice and taro, while Lin Changhe and Lin Changfa had even less, at most 2 bags. Even the most well-stocked Lin Rui family now had only 6 bags of provisions, averaging 1 bag every 2 days, sufficient for no more than 12 days. Yet they had not yet reached Baixing town, and beyond it lay Baitua city, followed by Huangma Pass. Fortunately, their prior hunting had yielded enough game to prolong their supplies. Otherwise, they would have faced starvation by now. Initially believing that their days of fleeing would remain endlessly arduous, they unexpectedly encountered another wave of refugees today. These newcomers spoke in a manner similar to that of the Lin family village, making it easy to understand them. During a brief respite, Lin Changxi struck up a conversation with one of the refugees, discovering that they hailed from Yu village, which had not suffered the ravages of bandits. However, nearby villages had been devastated, prompting them to flee with their families from Longding town. To their astonishment, they encountered people from Lin family village, the first village to be burned and flooded, with outsiders believing its inhabitants had perished. Yet, here they were, a string of Lin family members on the road to escape. At that moment, Yulanhua, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly jolted awake at the mention of Yu village, her drowsiness vanishing instantly. She widened her eyes and gazed at the townsman chatting with Lin Changxi, Uncle Shunkang. Uncle Shunkang looked at Yulanhua with a hint of confusion. Who might you be? Chapter 80, Yulanhua's kin. Overwhelmed with joy, Yulanhua leaped forward, pointing at herself in excitement. Uncle Shunkang, it's me, Lanhua. From the Yongfa family. Upon recognizing her, Uncle Shunkang was equally astonished. Lanhua. Oh my, it truly is Lanhua. You escaped from Lin family village. Yulanhua nodded repeatedly. Yes, we escaped. We managed to get out early. Shunkang Bo, where are my parents and brothers? Did they make it out? Shunkang Bo also nodded in affirmation. They escaped. Everyone from our village got away just in time. Yulanhua pressed further, but Shunkang Bo, what about my parents? Just as Shunkang Bo was about to respond, he glanced at Yulanhua, whose face, although gaunt, bore a healthy hue, and swallowed the words that were about to spill from his lips. Lanhua, our provisions ran out along the way. Could you spare me a couple of buns? I promise to repay you once I have food. Nearby, his son and daughter-in-law looked at Yulanhua with longing eyes. Lin Changxi, trying to lighten the mood, chuckled. Shunkang Bo, what are you saying? Who isn't in need of food? We're on the brink of starvation ourselves. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yulanhua, but she chose to ignore it, biting her lip as she returned to her belongings. To her daughter-in-law's astonishment, she hastily retrieved a taro from her grain bag and rushed back to Shunkang Bo. Shunkang Bo, can you now tell me where my parents are? The Shunkang family was equally famished. Their survival thus far had been a matter of grinding their own wheat bran and husks for sustenance. Once their stores ran out, they had resorted to the most unpalatable options, all for the sake of survival. The entire family appeared haggard, lacking nourishment. And even the simplest bodily functions had become a struggle. Adults and children alike trudged along, dreaming of a full meal, while the thought of the rich porridge with rice and meat from the Lin family was but a distant fantasy. Lanhua, what are you doing? Lin Changxi exclaimed, pulling her aside. Don't you see how the other refugees are eyeing us with envy? Yulanhua, recognizing her own guilt, looked at Lin Changxi imploringly. Changxi, we are all born of parents. I cannot disregard mine while I am fortunate enough to be alive. Just then, her 2 sons arrived, pulling her away. Mother, what are you thinking? We barely have enough to look after ourselves, let alone help our extended family. Lin Zijing scoffed. Mother, you must be foolish. You always take the best for yourself to share with others, yet have you ever seen our maternal grandparents or uncles offering us anything in return? If you want to bring them back, I will be the first to oppose it. We are Lin family, they are not. Lin Zikuan added. Mother, we survived because our clan leader led us. Frankly, if I weren't a Lin, and you weren't our father's wife, they wouldn't even bat an eye if we perished at the roadside. We have traversed most of the treacherous path. How many pitiable souls can we save? But they're your maternal grandparents. They are my parents. Yulanhua gasped, horrified at her son's coldness. Lin Zijing and Lin Zikuan retorted, Mother, do you still not grasp the gravity of our situation? The provisions in our sack, even if rationed, will last no more than 5 or 6 days. What then? Your parents, uncles and aunts, cousins, and their children all expect food from you. How can you provide for them when we ourselves are struggling? Lin Zijing's words were unarguably valid. Though farmers live in poverty, as long as they have something to eat, they can endure and multiply. If it were just her parents, it might be manageable. They were elderly and could eat little. But the uncles, aunts, and cousins all demanded sustenance, and with their own supplies dwindling, how could she possibly invite more mouths to feed? Did she not care about the hunger of her own sons? Understanding the crux of the matter, Yulanhua felt torn inside and sighed deeply. Fine, I will not ask any more. With that, she slumped down, devoid of interest in any task. Leaving the organization of their belongings to her daughters-in-law, Lin Changfa noticed her distress and inquired what was amiss, but Yulanhua remained silent. Ultimately, he learned the situation from his sons and snorted derisively. Let her be. She's preoccupied with other people's affairs when our own house is barely standing. How did your maternal uncles respond when we sought help during our hardest years? They said a married daughter is like spilled water. Whoever sees a daughter returning home to borrow money without losing face. Lin Changfa's voice was loud enough for Yulanhua to hear, clearly intending to make a point. Lin Changxi returned to inform Lin Rui of Yulanhua's predicament. Lin Rui frowned and asked, What did uncle say? Your uncle and cousins are clear-headed. They understand the severity of food scarcity and will not provide for your aunt's family, Lin Changxi replied. Lin Rui nodded. If his uncle agreed, he would have to intervene. For he could only protect the Lin clan. If more relatives kept appearing, he would be unable to manage them all amidst calamity and disaster. With too many people, chaos ensues, and various conflicts arise, leading to discord within the clan. If the clan could not support him and only hindered his efforts, then its existence was unnecessary. He would swiftly pull his family away. Sometimes, the very fears one harbors come to fruition. During a brief stop to rest and eat, Yulanhua's family, perhaps having heard of Shunkangbo's warning, managed to find her. Her mother, pushed in a cart by her son, cried out desperately, Lanhua. Lanhua, my dear Lanhua. Yulanhua's weary demeanor instantly transformed upon hearing her mother's voice. She straightened up and cried, Mother, Mother, and rushed towards her. Her daughter-in-law, Niu Qin, tried to restrain her. Mother, what are you doing? Another daughter-in-law, Juing, also hurried to pull her back, but Yulanhua fiercely pinched Niu Qin, pushing her back. Niu Qin stumbled into Juing, and both let out cries of pain. Lin Zijuan, Lin Zijing, Lin Zikuan, and Lin Changfa were reinforcing the cart when they heard the commotion and turned to see Yulanhua sprinting towards her maternal home. Lin Changfa shouted angrily, Lanhua, come back. Yulanhua paid little heed to her daughters-in-law, but felt a twinge of apprehension towards her husband, replying, I'll just go take a look and be right back. Chapter 81. Didn't he, the clan leader, also raise the Cao Cao mother and child? Lanhua, I forbid you from going. Come back. Lin Changfa glared. Yet he watched helplessly as Yulanhua dashed towards her family. The condition of her maternal home was far worse than her own. The Yu family, though abundant in labor, had a larger mouth to feed. The burdensome taxes imposed by the ruling authorities had crushed the backs of the farmers, leaving every household in dire straits. And the Yu family was no exception. They hadn't possessed the foresight like Lin Rui and others to trade their waterfield properties for food, taro, and tools before fleeing. Instead, they only acted when they heard that the villagers were preparing to leave, hastily abandoning their fields of wheat that had barely sprouted and leaving behind their garden crops, which they could not bear to discard. They had dried out along the way, barely sustaining them until they could eat again. All the chickens, ducks, and geese had been slaughtered and pickled, yet due to insufficient salt and the oppressive heat, they had spoiled and become inedible, leaving only sorrowful waste behind. In a hurried state, with provisions woefully insufficient, we survived solely on wild vegetables, roots, bark, and wheat bran along the way. During the most agonizing moments of hunger, I even resorted to consuming a bit of guanine soil, fully aware of its lethal potential, yet I dared not indulge excessively. It merely served to stave off hunger slightly. The ordeal was so taxing that even the act of expelling it nearly cost me my life, which I had to extract with a wooden stick. Fortunately, when we passed by the foot of Lianshan Mountain, the foraging done by my mother-in-law and others yielded a sufficient quantity of wild vegetables mixed with wheat bran. Although the taste was unpalatable, it managed to fill our stomachs, allowing us to persevere until this point. Upon hearing Shen Kongbo mention that his daughter and son-in-law had food and could satiate their hunger, both Yu Laonyang and her sons, Yu Sailang and Yu Luling, were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Their family had become so emaciated that they were little more than bones, and the few great-grandchildren were so starved that they felt as if they were nothing but skin and bones, unable to sit still, constantly lying down. Witnessing the lifeless children along the journey pained their hearts deeply. Now, knowing that their daughter was faring better brought a semblance of relief, as it meant they could at least help them survive by sharing a meal. Yu Laonyang, seeing her daughter rushing towards her, struck her lightly, but after enduring prolonged hunger, her punch felt weightless against Yu Lanhua's flesh. "Oh, my child, you have worried your mother to death. I thought you were, oh my poor life." Yu Laonyang wept and laughed simultaneously. Feeling her daughter's sturdy form beneath her fist was a testament that her daughter and son-in-law had ample provisions, unlike their own gaunt figures, where one could hear the creaking of bones as they walked. The mother and daughter embraced each other, crying heartily. Yu Lanhua then lifted her head, surveying the surroundings, and asked, "Mother, where is father?" Yu Sailang and Yu Lulang wiped their tears and replied, "Sister, father saved all the food for Lianger and Dower. He perished from hunger before we even left Lianshan." The two sisters-in-law were sobbing as they implored, "Sister, please help us. Look at your nephews. They're lying on the cart, barely able to move, reduced to mere skin and bones. Dia Fonger, you should come and plead with your aunt for some food to save our lives." Both nephews and nieces knelt before Yu Lanhua, beseeching, "Aunt, please save them. We can go without food, but Lianger and Dower are the continuation of the Yu family line. You cannot bear to see your family extinguished." When food was mentioned, Yu Lanhua recalled her son's admonition, "Mother, Sailang, and Lu Lang, our household's food supply is dwindling, and we have so many mouths to feed." Yu Sailang, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, suggested, "Elder sister, we are not asking you to sacrifice your own survival for us. Could you perhaps return and plead with your husband for a small quantity? Just enough for one meal." "One meal?" Yu Lanhua felt a flicker of possibility. While it was untenable to continuously support her natal family, securing enough for a single meal seemed feasible. However, how could she persuade her husband? His opinion of her family was far from favorable, and with her sons and daughters-in-law opposing the idea of sharing food with outsiders, her steps back home felt heavy. Upon her return, Lin Changfa's expression was nothing short of disdainful as he coldly mocked, "Back already? How much food did your parents and brothers demand from you?" Yu Lanhua's face darkened, retorting, "What do you mean? Do you view my family as utterly wretched?" Lin Changfa sneered, "If they are so wretched, then tell me. Did they send you back to ask for food?" Yu Lanhua was momentarily silenced by his words. There was no denying that whether it was a small or a large quantity, it all boiled down to her family requesting provisions from them. "How much do you intend to borrow?" Lin Changfa pressed. Yu Lanhua stammered, "Borrow?" Lin Changfa raised an eyebrow at her apparent surprise. "What, not borrowing? Just demanding?" Yu Lanhua fell silent again. It was clear that there was no ambiguity left in the matter. Lin Shizheng cast a desperate glance at his mother, saying, "Mother, we only have 2 bags of food left. How can we feed such a large family? With what we have left, we could count the grains on our fingers. If you give some away, we might as well fill our stomachs with plain water. Be quiet." Yu Lanhua snapped, turning to Lin Changfa, as the head of the family. "I have also sown seeds in our fields and tended to them. I deserve my share, and I can certainly give my portion to my family. And what about you? Will you not starve?" Lin Changfa frowned at her. "Are we to watch you perish? My mother and brothers only need a meal to sustain them. Once they regain their strength, they can seek food themselves. How can you be so heartless? You are the one being heartless. You must be blinded by ignorance. Have you forgotten the desperate plight of the people who have resorted to eating grass roots? If finding food were that simple, would there be so many starving to death? Did you not see the mass graves we passed, or the mothers who resorted to cannibalism? If there was any way out, would they have acted so desperately?" Lin Changfa, "You want to see my family starve to death, don't you? I do not concern myself with their fate. As long as my children and family survive, that suffices. There are countless others in need. Can I save them all?" Seeing Lin Changfa's unwavering stance against providing food, Yulanhua began to invoke their clan leader's actions. Did not our clan leader care for the unrelated Chower and her child? Why is it unacceptable for me to send a meal to my family? Chapter 82. An Unwarranted Kindness. Lin Chengfa, enraged, laughed bitterly. Wishing he could open her head to see what nonsense filled it. What right does the clan leader have? Did he eat your food? Did he borrow from you? The food meant for Chower and her child is not up for discussion. You have no right to dictate who receives it, especially given that they are the saviors of Qingqing. You claim you have a share in our fields, but if we had no land, where would you cultivate? The grain harvested feeds your family first. What does it mean to split things so cleanly now? You belong to the Yu family. Are we enemies just because I refuse to give food to the Lin family? Lin Chengfa's fury grew as he recalled the survival struggles they faced. Had it not been for the clan leader's foresight in leading them to safety and providing food, they would have been in the same dire situation as the refugees. He could not bear to envision his children reduced to mere skin stretched over bones, with their last 2 bags of food depleted. The clan leader had assured them that conditions would improve once they left the drought-stricken area, but when would that be? The thought of food kept him awake at night. And now this reckless woman wanted to share their meager rations with her family. Who could tolerate such a request? Had the roles been reversed, his family would have turned a blind eye to their plight, never offering a single grain. Lin Jijun and his brothers were equally incensed. Mother, do not concern yourself with outsiders. Do you not know how much food we need to feed our own family? Cannot you see that we are struggling to fill our own stomachs? They implored. Yulanhua felt the sting of disappointment. Why could her own children not share her sentiments? Your grandmother must have wasted her affection on you. Had she not given birth to me, you would not exist. She glared at her ungrateful sons. Lin Zikuan, ever the quick-witted one, retorted, Mother, do not speak so. If grandmother had not given birth to you, who knows where I might have been reborn? Perhaps in a wealthy family and living a life of luxury, rather than enduring these hardships. Yulanhua was so incensed that tears streamed down her face. You ungrateful wretch. Are you suggesting that your mother should never have borne you? Lin Zikuan merely curled his lip in disdain. It is quite evident that it was mother who first acted unreasonably. Oh, the misfortune of my existence. Yulanhua found herself at a loss, overwhelmed by the retorts of her sons, and sank to the ground, wailing and lamenting as if she were a distressed rural woman, fully embodying the archetype of a weeping, wailing, and lamenting figure. Chao and Ermao glanced up, straining to see the commotion, even though they were following Lin Rui and his companions. In order to spare them the agony of a meal swap, he had specifically instructed his mother to avoid serving them an overly sumptuous feast. While rice porridge and meat broth were delectable and nutritious, offering them at this moment would undoubtedly spell their demise. With their bodies in such a frail state, enduring the torment of a meal swap would likely prove fatal. For now, the wild vegetable porridge was sapping their strength, yet it allowed them to cling to life and gradually restore their bodily functions. Ermao could not help but exclaim, Mother, she certainly has a lot of energy. Chao patted his shoulder reassuringly. Indeed, we too shall be fine. The clan leader has gradually increased the rice content in the wild vegetable porridge that his mother prepares for us. Ermao, you must remember the kindness of the Lin family. And also bear in mind Danyu, who risked his life to secure our means of survival. Otherwise, we too would be lost, like so many others, unaware of where we might perish. Mother, I've saved some. Ermao nodded. At the dining table, Lin Rui observed the spectacle unfolding at his uncle's home. Lin Changxi, in a fit of hunger, gulped down his porridge and wiped his mouth, remarking, Sister-in-law truly lacks discernment. Feng Jinni, while feeding Qingqing some rice soup, scoffed. I cannot fathom what she is so protective of. Had it not been for my elder brother's insistence on marrying her, she would not have been subjected to the exorbitant bride price demanded by the Yu family. How is that any different from selling a daughter? Lin Rui could not help but glance at his mother. Mother, what if you had encountered such a family? Feng Jinni dismissed the notion. I would rather starve than have anything to do with them. I nearly forgot, mother was sold to the Yu family as a child bride. Were it not for Lin Changxi's mother, Lin Rui's grandmother, who had a kind heart and did not torment her daughter-in-law, she would have endured untold hardships. Thus, regarding her so-called maternal family, Feng Jinni had long since cast them aside after they sold her, and after marrying Lin Changxi and bearing children. She had firmly established her place in the Lin family, her heart and mind devoted solely to them. As for Yulanhua's indecisiveness, it puzzled her, from what she understood. Yulanhua's life before marriage was hardly enviable, rising before dawn to gather pig fodder or planting seedlings, and during slack seasons, embroidering to supplement the household income, leading a relentlessly arduous existence. Life improved vastly after marrying into the Lin family. Or perhaps this sister-in-law is simply a case of someone who has forgotten past hardships, now reminiscing about the grueling days in her maternal home after enjoying better days. Lin Susu poured a bit of her porridge into Nyonyo's bowl, prompting Zhao Qing to immediately offer some from his bowl to his wife, but Lin Susu shook her head and pushed it away. "I have enough, you should eat more." After speaking, she cast a worried glance in Yulanhua's direction. "Rui Ger, should Aunt truly cause Uncle's family to distribute grain to her maternal family, then the kindness that ought not to be extended could spell disaster for us all." Lin Rui turned to face his uncle's home, his voice cold as he articulated, "If Uncle truly does this, then our three families shall sever ties with him." He was acutely aware of the desperate choices people make when faced with despair. Should Uncle ever provide grain, it would become a burden they could not shake off, a malignant tumor that would cling to them. The drought-ridden land lay barren, and all consumable bark and roots had been stripped bare by those who had come before. Otherwise, there would not be so many corpses of the starved. The Yu family, fully aware of death's looming threat, would regard Uncle's family as their hope for survival, following them wherever they went. Moreover, Uncle's wife served as the link in this chain. From her demeanor, it was clear she would rather starve herself than allow her kin to go hungry. Lin Rui could already envision the likely scenario, the other three households of the Lin clan pooling their resources to provide relief to Uncle's family, while Uncle's wife desperately allocated a portion of the relief grain to sustain the Yu family. The original grain supply of the three families was scant. How much could they spare for Uncle's household? Even if Uncle's wife managed to squeeze out some relief grain, Uncle's family would still go hungry. And to prevent their starvation, the three families would have to contribute even more, effectively supporting both Uncle's family and the Yu family. He detested such complications and loathed the unforeseen circumstances that arose from the goodwill of those fleeing in times of chaos. Kindness could lead to ruin. If Uncle's family failed to grasp this truth, there would be no need for them to continue this journey together. Chapter 83. Slaughtering the ox and dividing the meat. Ultimately, Yulanhua was unable to extract any grain from Lin Changfa, her face perpetually downcast as she trudged along, sulking and refusing to engage in any work during breaks. After scolding her a few times, Lin Changfa realized that she remained obstinately unresponsive, and he could only relent. After all, she was the mother of 3 sons. And with 2 grandsons already in the family, divorce was not an option. Lin Zijuan, as the eldest son, felt compelled to counsel Lin Changfa, "Father, do not be angry. Mother will improve in due time." "What is there to improve? I see she must either have her brain muddled with dung or be of a pig's intellect. After so many years in the Lin family, have we treated her poorly?" Lin Changfa spat angrily. In response, Yulanhua smashed 2 bowls on the floor with great force, snorted in disdain, and turned towards the cart. Lin Changfa, infuriated, exclaimed, "You wretched woman, I swear I will beat you to death today." Before he could finish his sentence, his 2 sons intervened, soothing him until he calmed down. The Lin family, having feasted well, were strong and swift of foot, surpassing many of the staggering disaster victims as well as other families' oxen and carts. The Gao family and the young bride's family closely followed, seemingly prepared to stand together with the Lin family through thick and thin. As they advanced, the number of travelers increased, and this was no auspicious sign. By the time night fell, Lin Rui selected a crowded area where oxen, horses, and donkeys were gathered, feeling that among those with carts, the likelihood of ill intentions was considerably lower than that of the disaster-stricken. On the road of fleeing, Lin Rui believed that their 2 oxen and his great-uncle's horse-drawn cart made for a rather impressive sight. However, amidst this throng of vehicles, they were still somewhat inconspicuous. It was evident that wealthy individuals were present everywhere, even on the road of escape. The opulent carriages of noble families were guarded by hired men, and servants catered to their every need. Although they appeared travel-worn, their vitality and spirit, nourished by ample food, were unmistakable. Of course, these wealthy families were the most challenging to deal with. They lacked nothing and brought along sufficient supplies for their journey, with each aspect of their needs attended to by dedicated personnel and their safety ensured by accompanying guards and servants. In essence, they were worlds apart from the destitute farmers fleeing with their families. How fortunate it is to be looked down upon, Lin Rui mused. At least disdain would keep them from being targeted. Though he was envious of the riches they possessed, he knew well that the blades wielded by their guards were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, those affluent families, as plump sheep, would have been robbed countless times by now, their fortunes dwindling to nothing. Ouch! Lin Rui grimaced as blisters formed on his feet from the continuous trekking. After every stretch of the journey, either Lin Changshi or Zhao Qing would pop them, and the soles of his feet had developed a thin layer of calluses. Yet, even with such calluses, they were insufficient to withstand the pressure of walking, and blisters continued to form. Only Lin Changshi and Lin Changtai, accustomed to laboring in the fields, had developed thick calluses on their feet. Despite the long journey, they only felt soreness in their calves, with no blisters to speak of. Lin Rui removed the water pouch hanging from his waist and took a sip. There was little water left. He gulped down what remained. Mother, how much water do we have left? 2 buckets, enough to last us for another 2 days, I estimate, Feng Jinni replied. Lin Rui nodded, contemplating how to make the water supply in his dwelling appear more justifiable. Zhao Qing leaned against the unicycle, panting heavily, pouring the scant water from her water pouch into her mouth in a single gulp. To avoid waste, she maintained an upward tilt of her head, allowing the remaining drops to fall directly into her mouth, ensuring not a single drop was squandered. The incessant clamor continued. Where did our aunt get such boundless energy? Ching Ching, nestled in Lin Zhaozeo's embrace, was soundly asleep when she was abruptly roused by the shrill and piercing voice of Yulanhua, startling her into a fit of wails. This left Lin Zhaozeo, already fatigued from their arduous journey, needing to muster her strength to soothe the child. Since encountering her family, Yulanhua had been acting as if possessed, utterly unable to sever her ties to her natal family. Just before their departure, she had looked back with reluctance, and later refused to leave, crying and throwing a tantrum. It was only through Lin Changfa's firm grip on her hair that she was bound to the cart and taken along. The 3 sons Lin Zijuan, Lin Zijing, and Lin Zikuan were utterly at a loss with their mother, who had become unmanageable. They had exhausted all kinds of sweet talk to no avail, only to be met with Yulanhua's accusation of being ungrateful. They could not comprehend what had come over her, how they could possibly be considered ungrateful. From childhood, they had lived in a house built by their grandparents for their father, feasting on the grains cultivated by their parents, clad in garments stitched and mended by their mother. What connection did they have with the Yu family? Was it merely because their mother bore the Yu surname? They could honor her properly in the future. But Yulanhua and the Yu family were 2 entirely different entities. If they truly heeded their mother's words and brought the Yu family into their fold, it would not only be the clan leader who would object, but also the village elder, as their own food supplies would not suffice for 2 families. Once depleted, would they resort to foraging for wild vegetables and tree bark like the Yu family? Now that they had arrived at their destination, Yulanhua's protests escalated further, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Changfa, claiming he was blind for marrying such a heartless person. Lin Changfa, having grown weary of engaging with his completely unhinged wife, focused solely on his work, while the 2 daughters-in-law busied themselves with boiling water and organizing their belongings. Even without Yulanhua, the family managed to maintain a semblance of order. Oh, mother, I am an unfilial daughter. Yulanhua's voice rang out, piercingly lamenting as she wept copiously at the sight of the distant, indistinct crowd. The large blue ox from Lin Rui's group, having entered the drought-stricken region, had become exceedingly gaunt due to the scarcity of food. It relied solely on water to sustain itself, and Lin Pingmao's ox refused to budge without the crack of a whip, leading Lin Changsho to speculate that once their ox halted here, it would never travel again. As expected, when the call to depart was issued once more, Lin Pingmao's ox finally collapsed, its dark eyes gazing mournfully at its owner. Lin Pingmao, overcome with sorrow, wiped away tears as he approached the fallen beast, gently stroking its eyes, saying, "Old friend, there's nothing we can do in this world. I'm sorry for you. Since coming to my home, you have worked tirelessly, and now you leave us in this state." The old ox let out a final groan and succumbed, its spirit departed. Thus, the journey was once again thwarted. Since ancient times, draft animals have been invaluable assets to farming families. While alive, they plowed fields, and in death, they provided sustenance. Lin Changshi, Lin Changfa, and several other brothers took knives to bleed the ox, meticulously skinning and butchering it. The Gao family and the younger daughter-in-law watched with a tinge of envy. They possessed only 1 ox, which appeared equally emaciated. Yet it could still manage to carry them a little further. Who could bear to consume it? The head, tail, entrails, stomach, meat, and hooves of the ox were all prepared, the crimson blood seeping into the parched earth. Lin Rui could not help but ask, if we can consume pig's blood and duck's blood, why not cow's blood? Lin Changsha replied while deftly slicing the meat with a sharp knife, I'm not quite sure. Since the time of our ancestors, we have never consumed cow's blood, so I know not its flavor. Chapter 84, At last, a taste of meat. Although Lin Pingmao's ox was thin, it weighed over 1,000 pounds. After excluding the weight of the bones and head, they estimated it yielded only about 400 pounds of meat. The yield from farm cattle typically ranged from 35 to 40%, and this particular blue ox had an even lower yield of 30%. Though they appeared to have an abundance of food, their situation on the road had become increasingly dire. Previously, the blue ox had borne the brunt of their heavy burdens, carrying jars for pickling meat and vegetables, as well as bowls and utensils, along with various wooden items crafted during the torrential rains of Lianshan. Now that the blue ox was gone, they had to rely on human strength to pull the load. Everyone was already exhausted from walking, longing for a moment of rest. And now, with the added weight that the ox had once carried, it felt utterly unbearable. Lin Changfa and Lin Changhe gazed longingly at Lin Pingmao's vibrant beef, their mouths watering at the sight of such a bounty. The Gao family, too, looked on with envy on this treacherous journey. Having meat and grain was more valuable than any gold or jewels. Meat and grain could sustain life, what of gold and silver? The father-in-law of the younger daughter-in-law had seen a significant improvement in his condition, fortunate that the weather was dry. Had it been like the storms they encountered in the southern mountains, his burn injuries would have surely become inflamed, leading to further complications. Now, due to the dry weather, even his wounds had shown remarkable improvement without any troublesome developments. Perhaps realizing the strength of his daughter-in-law, he had shed his previously cowardly demeanor, spending his days whispering to his son, adopting a watchful attitude towards the newcomer, seemingly intent on expelling her from their home. Yet, in this wilderness, enduring the elements, both the son and daughter-in-law did not forget to engage in their marital duties after a hearty meal, and now they were a legitimate couple, leaving the son disinclined to heed his father's words. Furious, the father beat his leg and scolded, "You've invited a wolf into the house, a wolf." His son, siding with the daughter-in-law who had only just entered their household, was referred to as a white-eyed wolf, lamenting that raising a son was futile, only to be met with such ingratitude. The old man's son, now known as Fong Bing, was in quiet consultation with Xiaotsui, wife. What if we trade some taro and bread for some beef? It's been ages since we've had any meat. Xiaotsui, who managed the household's grain, was acutely aware of their food supply. At his suggestion, she immediately shook her head. No. The food we have will last until Baixing town, but it will barely suffice for the journey to Baitua town. We cannot afford such a trade if we cannot find food on the latter part of our journey. We will starve. Fong Bing recognized the wisdom in his wife's words, and though he felt a pang of regret, he ultimately restrained his desire for meat, knowing that filling their bellies was of utmost importance. The Gao family, also tempted, ultimately suppressed their cravings for meat, mindful of their food situation. Lin Pingmao's blue ox yielded all its edible parts without waste. With over 400 pounds of meat, it was impossible for one family to consume it within 2 meals, especially considering the days ahead. After much deliberation, they decided to process the meat like they had done with the wild boar previously, smoking it into jerky, so they could gnaw on it during their travels or cook it in their pots to savor the flavor of meat. The Lin clan members assisting Lin Pingmao were also treated fairly, receiving a pound of meat. While 3 pounds might seem negligible against the backdrop of 400 pounds, it offered Lin Changxi, Lin Changfa, and Lin Changhe a long-awaited taste of fresh meat. With food always in short supply, the daughters-in-law and daughters-in-law of various families were reluctant to finish even a pound of meat, much like Lin Pingmao's family. They merely erected a small smoking rack, slicing the meat thinly to smoke. The process of smoking over 400 pounds of Lin Pingmao's beef was a monumental task. Throughout the night, the campfire burned continuously, roasting the beef, the aroma wafting through the air, invigorating the weary and despondent refugees, who, even knowing they could not partake, greedily inhaled the scent. The 4 households each kindled small fires to prepare their meals, their faces alight with joy at the prospect of finally tasting fresh meat, even if the portion was meager. However, even a sip of beef broth felt like an immense blessing. The bones were not wasted either. While making soup was impractical due to the scarcity of water, They dried them and stored them in the cart so that when everything else was consumed, they could grind the bones into powder, ensuring sustenance for the time to come. Under the auspices of Lin Rui's family matriarch, Feng Jinyang, each person was allotted a slice of beef, while the remaining portions were set aside for a smoked meat rack, intended for the preparation of jerky, which would serve as delightful tidbits for Mutu and Nyonyo. The mere taste of beef brought tears of joy to Lin Rui's eyes, prompting him to wonder why he had never realized how delectable beef could be before. A piece was also placed in San Liang's bowl, and despite his usual hearty appetite, he now savored the morsel delicately, relishing the rich flavor of the meat. Similarly, in Lin Changfa's household, the abundance of family members necessitated hearty meals, especially as the men toiled under heavy burdens. Poor nourishment would surely diminish their vitality. Half a pound of beef was chopped and cooked with wild greens and brown rice, resulting in bowls brimming with 2 or 3 pieces of meat, eliciting smiles from Lin Zijuan and Lin Zijeng and their sons. How comforting! Lin Changfa sighed after tasting the broth, feeling the nourishment revitalizing his weary body. The sisters-in-law, Lu Qinqin and Zhuing, eagerly devoured their meat porridge, while the children beside them skillfully held their bowls, ensuring not a single grain of rice fell. Only Yulanhua wore a sullen expression, yet her eating pace was no slower than the others. Lin Zijuan, noticing his mother's demeanor, recognized her lingering resentment and offered her a piece of beef from his bowl. "Mother, please do not be upset. Today we all have beef to eat. What is there to be unhappy about?" Lin Zijing and Lin Zikuan joined in the consolation. "Mother, as long as our family is well, that is enough. There are so many unfortunate souls in the world, we cannot manage them all." Yulanhua swallowed the meat porridge, refusing to share even the piece of beef Lin Zijuan had given her, and began to weep. "They are not just anyone, they are my parents and brothers. I may have eaten my fill, but they are still hungry. How can I not feel heartache?" Lin Changfa found her sentiment excessively dramatic and stood abruptly. "Indeed. They are still hungry, yet you can still eat? You should be starving alongside them. If this meal troubles you so, why continue eating? Let me and the children have more. We would appreciate your generosity." Lin Changfa, "I truly misjudged your character. Had I known you possessed such a heartless disposition, I would not have wed you, even if you offered me a grand procession." Yulanhua retorted angrily, striking the ground in frustration. Chapter 85, Sister, we finally caught up. Once the food was consumed and energy restored, Lin Changfa coldly mocked. "Now that you've filled your belly, you begin to act imperiously, do you?" He lamented. "Had I known you were so ungrateful, I would have never taken you as my wife. Your mother should have betrothed you to a wealthy widower who drinks and fights, sparing me the trouble of your presence, living off my provisions and raising such an ungrateful wretch." Lin Changfa, why do you shout? What have I done to deserve such treatment? I warn you, if you continue this way, you may as well go live with your family. Yulanhua, frightened by Lin Changfa's cold rebuke, fell silent, only able to weep. Her 3 sons, too weary from the day's labor, had no interest in pacifying their confused mother. The 2 daughters-in-law, exhausted from cooking and tending to the fire, lacked the strength to comfort her. In this dire situation, sharing their meager rations with her family was unthinkable. They had husbands and children to consider, and with their own families barely fed, they had little capacity to care for others. Seeing no one paying her any mind, Yulanhua sat apart, sobbing quietly, while the others leaned against the cart, seizing the rare moment of respite to recharge for the next leg of their journey. This break extended into the evening, with the arid weather stretching the daylight hours, leading everyone to eat but 1 meal a day to conserve their provisions for tomorrow. The beef jerky prepared by the others had long since been finished, leaving only Lin Pingmao's household, where the abundance of meat on the drying rack remained unbroken. As Yulanhua rose to relieve herself in a secluded area, she cast a sorrowful glance at the smoking rack, wishing her mother and brothers could partake in such sustenance. At that moment, her sisters-in-law, Qinmei and Qinji, came carrying firewood, and noticing Yulanhua's intense gaze upon their provisions, interrupted her thoughts. Lin Changfa's family. "Do you require something?" Snapped from her reverie, Yulanhua, blushing with shame and anger, shook her head and retreated. She could still hear the whispers of Qinmei and Qinji. What could she possibly want? Her family clearly does not care for her. Yet she remains fixated on them. Has she lost her mind? Thank goodness for Changfa's good temperament. Had it been another man, he would have struck her by now. Does she not see that her own men, sons, and grandsons may not even have enough to eat, yet she thinks of sharing their food with her family? Once out of sight, Yulanhua spat on the ground in frustration. What nonsense about losing her mind. That was her mother. How could she not care? Such flippant words from those women. If their own mothers and brothers were in her position, would they act differently? Fuming, Yulanhua continued to the brush to relieve herself. As she prepared to leave, a pair of dirty hands suddenly covered her mouth. Startled, she struggled fiercely against her captor, but the assailant, weakened by hunger, could not match her strength. Even a man long deprived of sustenance could not subdue her, and she countered his grasp. The man behind her hurriedly spoke. Sister, sister. It's me, Xilang. Yu Xilang. Yulanhua paused, turning to see her brother, Yu Xilang, emaciated and ragged, her eyes filled with tears again. Xilang, is it truly you? What are you doing here? Where is mother? What of Lulang and Darn? Yu Xilang cast a reproachful glance at Yulanhua. Sister, you could have at least sent some rice. How could you leave us and mother without a word? We've chased after you for so long that our legs are nearly broken. Mother has been crying all day, her eyes swollen. We share the same blood. We are family. Xilang, I didn't want to. You don't understand. Your brother-in-law, Yulanhua broke down upon seeing her sibling again. Yu Xilang's eyes flickered, aware that it was Lin Changfa who had prevented her from taking food from home. Given the scarcity of provisions, aside from their parents, wives, and children, no one else could touch a single grain. Now, it seemed they would have to rely on his elder sister's generosity, hoping she might secretly provide some sustenance. The gnawing hunger was unbearable. The family lay on the ground, too weak to rise, and the children were mere skin and bones. As he thought about this, the sorrow in Yu Xilang's eyes deepened. Sister, we've finally caught up to you. You are our family's only hope for survival. I beg you, I implore you. Please provide us with some food, just one meal. Yu Xilang felt his knees, clutching Yulanhua's legs, weeping uncontrollably. Yulanhua's heart ached for him. She knelt and embraced him, both of them sobbing bitterly. Brother, I truly cannot. If I give you food, your brother-in-law will abandon me. Sister, you are a member of the Yu family. If he forsakes you, we will not. We are your bloodkin, your true family. Anyone else may abandon you, but the Yu family will never do so. Yu Xilang declared without a blink, his mind racing with schemes on how to extract food from Yulanhua. Reflecting on the coldness she had faced from her husband, son, and daughters-in-law, contrasted with the unwavering loyalty of her brothers, Yulanhua felt deeply moved. Yu Xilang continued, Sister, our mother is over there. Would you like to come with me to see her? Yulanhua wiped her tears and nodded. Yes, yes. How is mother? Not well. The voices of the two individuals conversing gradually receded from the resting place of the Yu family. Lin Zijuan awoke from his slumber only to find that Yulanhua was missing, prompting him to curiously inquire of his two younger brothers, Lin Zijing and Lin Ziguan, who were busy reinforcing the cart and the wheelbarrow. Have you seen mother? They both, without lifting their heads, replied no. Lin Zijuan then turned to his wife, Niu Qin, asking, Qiner, have you seen mother? Niu Qin and her sister-in-law, Zhuing, were mending the family's tattered garments, and at that moment, Niu Qin, biting through a thread with her teeth, looked up and replied, hasn't she returned yet? Mother seems to have just gone to relieve herself. Lin Zijuan set aside his tasks and hastily called for Lin Changfa and his two brothers. We must go search for her. It has already been half an hour. Lin Changfa wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling dizzy from the scorching sun, and took a sip of water, saying, let us search. This woman can never seem to sit still. Just as the four of them were about to head out to look for her, Yulanhua returned of her own accord. Lin Changfa frowned at her. Where have you been? You didn't even give us a heads up, leaving the children in such a state of worry. Yulanhua raised her head, her expression somewhat unnatural. It's nothing. I just couldn't. Well, I just took a bit longer. Upon hearing this, no one pressed further. They all understood the difficulty of relieving oneself when sustenance had been scarce, having subsisted on little more than rice porridge and wild vegetables. Although it was not to the extent of resorting to bamboo sticks, the process was indeed time-consuming, and the discomfort afterward was considerable. All right, mother, in the future, please do let us know when you step out, so we won't worry, Lin Zijuan gently suggested. Yulanhua regarded her family, each of them appearing slightly thinner yet maintaining a healthy, ordinary complexion, and her heart ached at the thought of her own family back home, who had become so gaunt. Her tone carried a hint of anger as she retorted, do I need to announce every time I relieve myself? Should I detail whether it's a solid or a loose stool? After finishing her tirade, She did not wait for any response from her family and retreated to her own spot, resolutely ignoring everyone, even her two little grandsons, Dunzi and Duzi, whom she wouldn't even glance at. Lin Zijuan intervened to prevent his father from confronting his mother, saying helplessly, "Father, let it be. Mother is clearly worried about her family, we cannot assist her, and it is only natural for her to feel this way. In time, she will be fine." Lin Ziquan and Lin Zijing shared their mother's frustration, but, after all, she was their mother, and they could not scold her. They could only join in on encouraging their father. "Yes, father, brother is right. Once we venture further away, mother will likely forget about this." Lin Changfa, observing his three sons attempting to soothe him, reluctantly conceded, inwardly vexed by his wife's growing obstinacy. The Lin family resided in close proximity to one another, allowing for prompt collective action in case of any attacks or emergencies. The commotion certainly did not go unnoticed by the other three families nearby, however. As it pertained to Lin Changfa's household, they refrained from interjecting, merely eavesdropping with keen interest. Zhao Qing gently nudged Lin Rui, who was cradling Qingqing with his elbow. Lin Rui had given all the milk powder to Feng Zhenyi to prepare for Lin Zizao. Each time the children, Nyonyo and Mudu, gazed at her with longing, she heartlessly ignored them, for the precious milk powder was meant for her own son. After 3 consecutive days of this, on the 4th day, with but a thin layer of milk powder remaining in the bamboo tube, Lin Zizao persuaded her mother to dilute a small portion for Nyonyo and Mudu. It was merely a spoonful of milk powder mixed with a bowl of water, creating a diluted concoction that still delighted Mudu and Nyonyo. Feng Zhenyi's provision of the special milk and Lin Rui's supply of milk powder finally enabled Lin Zizao to produce milk on the 4th day, allowing her to continue nursing Qingqing. Now, the little girl in her arms, while not plump, was adorably akin to a lotus root, with tender flesh appearing on her face and body, markedly healthier than the emaciated or bloated children encountered during their arduous journey. This drew the attention of Leida and Zhang Si, among others. At a month and a half old, Qingqing was experiencing the common discomfort of infant gas, wailing heart-wrenchingly each evening. Lin Zizao and Feng Zhenyi took turns holding her, humming softly, but it was Lin Rui, utilizing his limited modern parenting knowledge, who managed to soothe her by cradling her in the airplane hold on his arm. Only then could the inhabitants of the camp find some semblance of restful sleep. For although Qingqing's cries were delicate, their sharp pitch pierced the night, rendering it nearly impossible for those nearby to slumber. At this moment, Qingqing nestled comfortably in her Uncle Lin Rui's embrace, allowing Zhao Qing a moment to converse with him. "I notice Auntie is still sulking with the family. I hope she can see reason. At such a critical juncture, how can she still cling to such petty grievances?" Lin Rui chuckled at Zhao Qing's remark. "You're quite perceptive, brother-in-law, even recognizing the nuances of feminine sentiment." Zhao Qing chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "I attended a few days of private school as a child, but when our family faced hardship, compounded by the locust plague, I had to resort to begging. I never imagined I would experience 2 such famines in my lifetime. Compared to my childhood, this is practically a heavenly existence. Back then, we subsisted on tree bark, soft earth, and various roots." Fleeing famine and locust plagues had once felt distant to Lin Rui, but now, amidst the struggle for survival, even though his previous life of luxury spared him from hunger, the relentless journey had truly taken a toll on him. His blisters had burst and healed repeatedly, making him acutely aware of the suffering associated with fleeing from disaster. It was normal for those on the road to cover 70 or 80 miles in a day. Just then, someone gently tapped Lin Rui on the shoulder. Turning around, he found it was his second sister, Lin Zizao. She smiled at him and gestured toward Qingqing, indicating she wished to take her for a while. Relieved, Lin Rui carefully transferred the little bundle to her. Lin Zizao cradled Qingqing and returned to sleep, while Lin Rui shook his sore shoulders, saying, "Brother-in-law, we should rest soon. No matter how much Annie stirs up trouble, Uncle and Changjun can handle her. She's merely a product of her upbringing. Her concerns are quite natural. However, even if she were to share the grain with her family, they surely would not consume it. The grain would be reserved for her own children, and only if her family were well-fed could they consider feeding her relatives. How feasible is that?" Zhao Qing nodded. "Indeed, it is impossible to satisfy the hunger of her family. Their last 2 sacks of grain wouldn't last long enough for that. Rest assured, Auntie won't pull any tricks." Lin Rui yawned, patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder, and made his way to a nearby patch of ground to sleep. Truth be told, everyone preferred to sleep near the sturdy Sanliang, whose formidable presence offered a sense of security. However, the protective position on one side was firmly held by Lin Rui, with even Lin Changxi favoring to sleep on the other side, granting Sanliang a delightful sense of being embraced from both sides. Yet, Lin Rui's earlier words would soon be proven false. Just as he had remarked that with Lin Changfa and Lin Zijuan keeping watch, Yulanhua wouldn't cause any trouble once the camp quieted down and only Lin Ziming remained on night watch. Yulanhua, who had caught up on sleep during the day, opened her eyes. Casting a glance at her family, all soundly asleep, she noticed particularly Lin Changfa, whose snoring filled the air, clearly exhausted from the day's labor. With caution, she observed Lin Ziming, who was stationed in the center for the night watch, then slowly rose to her feet, making her way to the edge of their cart to quietly search for food supplies. Niuqin and Zhuing had taken precautions against theft by placing the grain beneath heavy jars, knowing that any attempt to retrieve it would inevitably make noise. They understood that stirring up the family at this hour would not only hinder their efforts to deliver grain to her mother and brothers, but could also result in a scolding from Lin Changfa. Yulanhua was in a state of agitation, sweat streaming down her forehead, yet she could only muster the patience to gradually shift the water vat above her. The ox cart was positioned in the shadows beyond the flickering light of the torches and bonfires. With her delicate movements and subtle gestures, she managed to evade Lin Ziming's notice. Finally, she gingerly removed the clutter from the cart, revealing the grains trapped beneath, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 87. Revealing oneself, inviting crisis. Yulanhua cautiously continued to stealthily clear away the miscellaneous items. The not-so-heavy luggage made her sweat profusely, her short hair, clipped close to her scalp, now soaked. At last, she came upon the final wooden box containing bowls and chopsticks, which she carefully propped under the pickled vegetable vat. This maneuver allowed her to extract the grains concealed beneath. With her fingers deftly hooking one of the grain bags, she gradually pulled it forth, inching closer and closer. It was only when she caught the fragrant aroma of the rice that she finally exhaled in relief. Upon opening the grain sack, she discovered rough rice and a considerable amount of taro, along with the dried beef jerky that Zhuing had placed inside for preservation. Initially, she dared not take too much, selecting only 2 small taro and a handful of rice. However, after just a few steps, she halted. Realizing that such a meager portion could hardly satiate hunger, a single bowl of porridge would barely suffice, and after a few urinations, it would all be gone. Contemplating her predicament, she opened the jerky bag and took a small handful before tucking everything into her bosom. Once she restored the cart's contents to their original state, she sighed in relief and cautiously moved forward. Auntie, where are you going?" Hearing a voice call from behind startled Yulanhua, nearly causing her to stumble. She quickly steadied herself and turned to see Lin Ziming, the night watchman. Yulanhua forced a smile through her startled expression. "What else could I be doing?" "Just taking a leak." Lin Ziming responded with a series of ohs and added, "Auntie, be careful. If anything happens, just shout loudly. We'll come right away." Yulanhua nodded softly, replying yes. After which, she turned and left, her heart returning to its rightful place in her chest. The moment Lin Ziming called to her had nearly frightened her into a panic, as she feared her act of stealing grain had been discovered. Thankfully, all was well. That night, Yu Sailang and Yu Lulang waited for Yulanhua at their camp, but she did not arrive. Yu Sailang licked his lips. "Lulang, pass me the water pouch for a sip." Yu Lulang laboriously handed it over. Their prolonged hunger had rendered their bodies weak, so much so that they had to avoid even the grass, and they lacked the strength to uproot it. Their bodies hung on by a thread. The rice and grains lay motionless in the cart, and if not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one might have thought they were dead. The entire group was in a similar plight. Some were boiling tree bark and soft earth, while others, facing imminent death, still munched on the steamed buns made from guanine soil, determined to die with full bellies. "Brother, save some for later. All the tree roots and bark along this road have been consumed. This muddy water is all we have to cling to life. Once it's gone, we won't have the strength to find another mud puddle. The sun is blazing. Even the earth could dry out," Yu Lulang advised. "I know. Just a sip to moisten my lips. If it comes to that, I'll manage," Yu Sailang replied. Yu Laonyang and the 2 daughters-in-law of the Yu family sat beside the cart, dazed from hunger, their minds sluggish without food to fuel them. "Do you think the eldest sister could send us some grain?" Yu Lulang glanced at the dark thicket nearby. Although it was called a forest, It only contained a dozen closely packed trees. Fearing discovery by their brother-in-law, they had hidden behind the trees, and in their state of hunger and thirst, they simply lacked the strength to pursue them again. Yu Xiling shook his head. How could we know? Unless we steal it, otherwise, with Lin Changfa's temperament, it would be a miracle for her to bring food back. No sooner had he spoken than they heard a familiar voice, strikingly similar to that of Yulanhua. Xiling. Luling? Mother? Are you still here? The two brothers were nearly moved to tears. It was indeed their eldest sister. So late at night, she must have brought food. The joy in their hearts dispelled the fatigue in their bodies, and despite feeling utterly weak, Yu Xiling and Yu Luling leaned against the trees for support and staggered toward Yulanhua. Sister. We are here, over here. Hearing her brother's voices, Yulanhua felt a profound sense of relief and hurried over. Seeing her sister in such good health, Yu Xiling and Yu Luling's eyes turned green with envy. At that moment, the Yu family's daughters-in-law were also assisting Yu Laonyang toward them, the latter calling out repeatedly, "Lanhua, my Lanhua, have you brought food for me?" Yu Lanhua found herself at a loss for words. The overwhelming sense of being needed by her family, as if their very lives depended on her, elevated her spirit. "Mother, I brought some, but not much." At this point, any food would be a blessing. Who cared about the quantity? Yu Luling, unable to contain his excitement, approached Yu Lanhua. "Sister, as long as you can bring food home, we will be eternally grateful." Yu Lanhua replied, "Little brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I am also a member of the Yu family." Yu Laonyang, her once gaunt face now breaking into a smile, exclaimed, "We are all family, all family." Yu Lanhua loosened half of her outer robe, carefully reaching inside to retrieve the rough rice and jerky she had borrowed from home. Indeed, it was stolen. Taking without permission was theft, and the grain at home did not belong solely to her. With everyone involved in planting and harvesting, how could the grain be hers alone? Upon seeing the rough rice and taro, Yu Xiling and Yu Luling's eyes lit up, and when they beheld Yu Lanhua produce the jerky, their excitement knew no bounds. Yet, Yu Lanhua felt she had not done enough and expressed her guilt. The cured and salted meats at home are tightly wrapped by the two daughters-in-law. If I were to open them, they would surely realize I had taken food from home. Yu Xiling and Yu Luling swallowed hard. What did you say? Your family still has cured and salted meat? Yu Lanhua nodded, unguarded. In her heart, she felt that if she could not trust her brothers from her natal family, whom could she trust? We were among the first to leave Linjia village, carrying the most food. We traversed directly from the mountains. And on the third or fourth day of entering the mountains, our clan leader killed a wild boar weighing nearly 300 pounds while gathering wild vegetables. Yu Lanhua spoke candidly, revealing her experiences and the food they had gathered along the way, particularly recounting the episode with the black python, stating that even the taste of snake meat had become unpalatable for her. This made Yu Xiling and Yu Luling feel both envious and resentful. They were starving, while their sister was well-fed with the Lin family. As for Lin Changfa, that brother-in-law of hers, he wouldn't even spare a handful of rice for the Yu family. Seeing the grim expressions on her brothers' faces, Yu Lanhua realized she had spoken too much and attempted to mitigate her words, but it was too late. Chapter 88. Greed is a snake that swallows an elephant. 1. At that moment, Yu Xiling and Yu Luling thought about how Lin Changfa had little regard for the Yu family, knowing that their sister had seen them. He had not even offered a greeting, nor had he shown his face. His demeanor suggested he intended to sever all ties with the Yu family. He should consider that if it weren't for his marriage to their elder sister, where would he find his descendants? And now, he picks up a bowl to eat and puts it down to curse, showing no gratitude for the Yu family's kindness. Yu Lanhua belatedly sensed she had misspoken, and in her desperation to rectify her words, she only succeeded in drawing more attention to her blunder. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, the fourth and sixth brothers were warned by me, "You must not divulge this to outsiders. Otherwise, my family will lose its livelihood. And your brother-in-law will surely take my life." At that moment, hunger had seized the minds of the Yu family members, rendering them incapable of deep reflection. Moreover, Yu's mother and her two daughters-in-law, weakened by starvation, crawled to ignite a fire and began boiling rice in a pot. The modest amount of rice brought by Yu Lanhua was obviously insufficient to satisfy the entire family. And given that the Yu family had grown accustomed to foraging for wild vegetables, roots, and tree bark, their stomachs were ill-prepared to digest this grain. Consuming it directly would likely lead to dire consequences, such as diarrhea. That evening, Yu Lanhua dared not take more than a handful of rice from the grain bag. She merely tucked 2 handfuls into her bosom along with some dried meat. Yu's mother and the 2 daughters-in-law mixed the rice with wood shavings, adding muddy water typically used for cooking, and began to stew it. The 2 daughters-in-law, nearly unable to move from hunger, half walked, half crawled to gather firewood. Unable to bear the sight, Yulanhua insisted that her 2 sisters-in-law leave the task to her. Once the wood shavings porridge was ready, it was ladled into a chipped bowl, and the 7 family members ravenously devoured it, scarcely caring about its temperature. Yu Silang's eyes glinted as he filled a bowl and offered it to Yulanhua, saying, "Sister, you have worked hard today. Please eat some." Yulanhua wrinkled her brow at the muddy substance in the bowl, wondering if it was edible. She had never encountered such a dish, even in the direst circumstances on the road, and feared it might be poisonous. Shaking her head, she pushed the bowl back to Yu Silang, saying, "Silang, you eat it. The Lin family does not lack for my mouthful. You all need to eat more to survive." Strangely, after consuming a bowl of porridge, the previously lethargic Yu family found their spirits lifted, for they now had something in their stomachs. Yu's mother affectionately called out to Yulanhua, expressing her gratitude, disregarding the fact that Yulanhua was a mother and grandmother herself. "Lanhua, my precious Lanhua, without you, I would have starved to death." Tears streamed down Yu's mother's face as she grasped Yulanhua's arm, her cries now infused with strength. The numbness of hunger began to dissipate as Yu Silang, Yululang, and their grandchildren licked their bowls clean. One daughter-in-law gestured, and Lianger and Dower immediately rushed to Yulanhua's feet, pledging, "Aunt, when Lianger grows up, I will surely repay your kindness. And so will Dower." Yulanhua's heart warmed at their words. Yu Silang nudged their mother, and she understood. Lanhua, Silang and Lulang could not find even a blade of grass in the vicinity yesterday and today, and the tree bark has been stripped bare by others. Could you spare us some provisions? Once we escape this place, I shall certainly find a way to repay you. Is food the same as food? How many have perished in this arid region? The rations provided are merely sustenance, Yulanhua replied, feeling troubled. Mother, our family does not have that much food left. Lanhua, just as you did today, surreptitiously take a couple of handfuls, so we can at least have something to eat. Yu's mother insisted gently. She then glanced at her 2 grandsons, who were nibbling on the dried meat. "Do not take too much of the dried meat. Just bring back a couple of pieces for Lianger and Guer." "Mother, there isn't much dried meat left. We only received a pound because the village head's cow died. And after consuming half, the other half is reserved for the children. If I take more, they will surely notice." Yulanhua, under her mother's soft command, dared not protest, merely lowering her head in response. Before Yu's mother could say more, Yu Silang and Yu Lulang exchanged glances, swallowing their original thoughts and instead saying, "Forget the dried meat. Just remember to bring some rice each day. Do not think that I am making it difficult for you. Just a few handfuls will suffice. We still have some wood shavings and roots. We can manage." Yulanhua, clinging to some semblance of reason, hesitated. "Mother, did we not agree on just one meal?" Yu Lulang quickly interjected, "Eldest sister, we had hoped to find food, but as you can see, the land is barren, even the sacred soil has been consumed, and wild vegetables have become extinct. Please, complete this act of kindness. Your brothers will forever remember your benevolence." Yu Silang hurriedly supported him, knowing their family's survival hinged on Yulanhua's decision, and even if they had to plead endlessly, they must secure her promise. The Lin family has an abundance of food. What harm is there in giving a little to the Yu family? We are family, after all. How can one turn a blind eye to such suffering? Ultimately, Yulanhua, swayed by the combined cries and pleas of her mother, sisters-in-law, and brothers, softened her heart. Her earlier reluctance transformed into a conflict of emotions. "Mother, you must consider what will happen if our food runs out." Yu Silang had already devised a plan. "Eldest sister, did you not flee with several kin? If you are out of rice, will they truly stand by and watch you starve?" Yulanhua recalled Lin Rui's unyielding demeanor. Lacking confidence in such an expectation, the son of the 3rd family is our clan leader. His rules are strict, and he does not tolerate defiance. Yu Silang's eyes brightened. "Is he not the son of your brother-in-law? He is also your nephew, and a legitimate nephew of the eldest brother." Yulanhua nodded in agreement. "Then he is even less likely to allow you to starve," Yu Silang exclaimed. Yulanhua's heart raced with uncertainty. Could Lin Rui truly turn a blind eye? After all, he had accumulated significant gambling debts, and their family had lent him money to settle them. He could not possibly forget the kindness extended to him once he became the clan leader. From that point on, Yulanhua and the Yu family were irrevocably bound together. Each night, Yulanhua stealthily arose to take a few handfuls of rice from her grain sack, though she refrained from touching the dried meat. The quantity of dried meat was limited. Taking more than a couple of pieces would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After her last attempt, she had seen Juing open the package containing the dried meat, counting each piece meticulously, and felt relieved for having acted swiftly. Otherwise, she would have been caught red-handed. Taking only 2 handfuls of rice each day, Yulanhua believed her actions were subtle enough, but Juing soon detected something amiss. Chapter 89. Greed Leads to Ruin 2. In truth, Juing had noticed something peculiar the previous day. When there was still a good amount of rice, no one would mind if a few handfuls were taken. However, with only 2 bags of rice remaining at Lin Changfa's house, every meal diminished the supply. Juing and Yoqin, responsible for cooking, guarded the rice with the utmost vigilance. Recently, their porridge had become thin and watery, and often before they had walked 10 miles. They would feel their stomachs churn with acid, their legs growing weak. To avoid a repeat of what had happened to Lin Zicheng, they would even leave some pickled meat in the broth, barely passing it off as a meat dish. Juing suspected that someone had stolen rice during the night, but she was not entirely sure. Thus, she placed a palm-sized leaf atop the grain in the sack, ensuring that in the dark, if someone were to steal, they would not notice the leaf's presence. If theft did occur, the leaf would certainly not remain in its original position. When the morning came, Juing and Yoqin eagerly opened the grain sack, only to find no trace of the leaf and a small indentation in the sack, which sent them into a panic. They hurriedly informed their father-in-law and husbands. Lin Changfa and his brothers pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping Yulanhua, and whispered, "Let us keep this matter quiet for now." Yulanhua had been feeling increasingly unwell these past few days, stealthily stealing from her own food supply and secretly delivering rations to her maternal family, leaving her utterly exhausted. She was always the last to rise. During the daylight hours, whenever there was a brief respite in their journey, she would lean against the cart, expressing her gratitude to the Lin family for their assistance. The demise of their robust ox had rendered them reliant on human strength for most tasks. Fortunately, the Lin family was blessed with strong laborers: Lin Chongtai, Lin Chongsho, Lin Ziming, Lin Ziren, along with Qin Mei and Qin Ji, took turns pulling the cart, significantly easing their pace. However, the wheels frequently broke down, necessitating periodic repairs along the way. Yulanhua often found herself drowsy as she walked, glancing back intermittently to see if her family was keeping up, unaware that her actions were being quietly observed by Lin Changfa and others. When night fell, it was Lin Zikuan's duty to keep watch. Seated in the best vantage point to survey the camp, he could see anyone who stirred, his gaze sweeping over the area. Yulanhua, restless as she lay on the ground, felt a pang of anxiety knowing that her brothers and nephews had not yet eaten after a long day's journey. This thought kept her tossing and turning, her mind racing with ideas. At that moment, Lin Changfa stirred beside her, startling Yulanhua into feigning sleep. Sensing the movement, she cautiously opened one eye to see him approach Zikuan, speaking quietly. His figure effectively blocked Zikuan's view of her direction. She glanced around, ensuring that her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren remained undisturbed, especially Lin Zijing, whose loud snoring drowned out the conversation between Lin Changfa and Zikuan. For reasons unknown, a surge of courage propelled her to rise stealthily, making her way to the cart. With practiced hands, she began to pilfer rice from the grain bags, the tension palpable as she could hear her own heartbeat, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Swallowing hard, she felt an unfamiliar object in her grasp. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a leaf that had somehow mixed in. She discarded it and continued her theft until she had gathered a sufficient amount, then secured the grain bag and restored everything to its rightful place. With a sigh of relief, she prepared to flee towards the southeast, the designated meeting point agreed upon with her family. Each night, Yu Sailang and Yu Lulang, fearing she might lose her way, would venture to an open area to await her arrival. Yulanhua was not concerned about the food reaching her family, she simply needed to acquire it. "Lanhua, what are you doing?" came Lin Changfa's low, restrained voice filled with anger from behind her. Yulanhua's body stiffened in alarm, and she quickly replied with a forced smile. "What could I possibly be doing? Just answering nature's call, not far, just over by the haystack." At that moment, Juing and Yoqin, who had been feigning sleep, rose, their voices laced with fury. "Mother, I saw you stealing grain. Are you sending it to your family? That is our lifeblood." We can barely survive ourselves. And yet you steal for others? You are a traitor to your own family. Feeling guilty and cornered, Yulanhua protested, steal? I did no such thing. Lin Changfa approached, pulling at her clothing, pointing to the rice in her arms. Where did this rice come from if not stolen? If rice could sprout from you, we wouldn't be facing starvation. Yulanhua retorted, if I take grain from my own family, how can that be called stealing? Lin Changfa pointed at her. Taking our grain to aid your family makes you a traitor. Do you not see the times we are in? We are on the brink of starvation ourselves. Yet you cling to your family as though they were more deserving of sustenance than we are. How many times have you stolen? 3 times, Yulanhua admitted, looking at Lin Changfa with pleading eyes. Changfa, let this be the last time. I cannot bear to watch my mother and brother starve. The commotion drew the attention of Lin Changxi, Lin Pingmao, Lin Chonghe, as well as the Gao family and their daughters-in-law, primarily due to Yulanhua's loud cries. Sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping glass, rousing everyone from their slumber. Feng Zhenyi rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to her son, Rui. Should we send your father to check? Lin Rui turned over dismissively. What is there to check? This is their affair. We must see how my uncle handles it. Seeing that Lin Changxi's family remained silent, Lin Pingmao and Lin Chonghe, understanding Lin Rui's sentiment, settled back, observing how Lin Changfa would resolve the matter. Lin Zijuan, Lin Zikuan, and the others found themselves powerless to sway their mother. Yulanhua, feeling cornered, declared as a wife and mother, Changfa, after over 20 years of marriage. Can't you relent just this once? I cannot forsake my mother. Lin Changfa's forehead pulsed with anger. Relent? How can I relent? If I do, we will be entangled with your blood-sucking family, and where will we find a good life then? It won't be like that. They won't. Yulanhua hastily assured him. Chapter 90, Severing Ties, 1. Lin Changfa, suppressing his overwhelming rage, posed one final question, after 20 years of marriage. Will you sever ties with the Yu family? Lin Zijuan, Lin Zijing, and Lin Zikuan, sensing their father's resolute tone, approached Yulanhua, nearly in a plea, Mother. We are your family, your own flesh and blood. Why must you turn your back on us? Our food supply is insufficient to reach Baixing town. Do you wish for us all to starve? Yulanhua had completely trapped herself in a corner, clutching Lin Zijing's sleeve. I am a daughter of the Yu family. I cannot abandon my mother. Mother. Lin Zijuan attempted to reason further, but was forcibly pulled back. It was Lin Changfa, his expression unusually calm yet imposing, instilling fear in the 3 brothers. However, their mother's obstinate demeanor left them feeling utterly helpless. They had exhausted all arguments and found themselves at a loss. Yulanhua, since you cannot let go of your family, then I shall allow you to return. Considering the children you have borne for the Lin family, I will provide you with 3 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of taro, with less than 20 pounds of grain remaining in the house. This is the most I can offer you. Lin Changfa then turned to his silent daughters-in-law, Zhuing, pack up some things for your mother. Zijuan. Yu and Zikuan will escort her a short distance, ensuring she reaches the Yu family. Yulanhua's cries faltered. Changfa, what do you mean? Are you sending me back to my family? Lin Changfa did not conceal his intentions. Yes, I am sending you back. Shortly. I will publicly declare this before all the Lin clan. Our marital bond will be severed henceforth, and we shall go our separate ways. You may dedicate your life to the Yu family, and from now on, do not expect any benefits from the Lin family. If you agree, you may take this 5 pounds of rice. If not, you will remain a Lin family wife and cease your support for your family, or I will break your legs. Yulanhua hesitated, torn between her own family and the one that raised her. The Yu family relied on her for sustenance. If she did not return, would her mother and brothers not starve? But if she were truly cast out of the Lin family, what would become of her future? With all 3 of her sons bearing the Lin surname, she could not take them with her, and Lin Changfa would never allow it. Otherwise, she would return to her family with 3 strong laborers, capable of lifting the Yu family from their plight. Elder sister, elder sister. The fateful bond between Yulanhua and the Lin family appears to have reached its conclusion. Just as they anticipated, the Yu family's brothers, who had stealthily pursued her here, fortuitously stumbled upon the moment when the eldest sister was caught by her husband. Ordinarily, it would not be their place to meddle in familial affairs. But once the husband expressed his willingness to sever ties with the eldest sister for a mere 5 pounds of grain, they could no longer remain passive. 3 pounds of rice flour and 2 pounds of taro would suffice to sustain their family for several days. Surely, the eldest sister must realize that this relationship must be terminated. Otherwise, how could the Yu family procure such essential provisions? Relying on the meager offerings that the eldest sister pilfered from home was merely a means of survival, far from ensuring satisfaction. With this newfound opportunity for sustenance, what reason could there be for hesitation? It is imperative to cut ties. Such a heartless man is unworthy of our concern. We shall take the grain and depart. Returning to the Yu family, where whatever food we possess will also be shared with your elder sister. In her twilight years, she shall have grain and sustenance. And they are her true kin, sharing the same blood, unlike the Lin family, who would abandon her without a second thought. Yu Liulong's tone was one of incitement. Lin Zijuan's fists clenched in anger, had it not been for the burden of the Yu family, which misled his mother. She would never have been so intent on aiding her own family. Lin Zikuan and Lin Jin, being younger and brimming with youthful vigor, harbored no fondness for their aunt's condescending brothers, their fists ready to teach them a lesson. One blow sent the frail Yu Sailang soaring into the air. With a cry of pain, he landed on the ground. Ah! Yu Lanhua immediately rushed to strike Lin Zikuan across the face. What are you doing? He is your uncle. Although the slap did not inflict pain, for Lin Zikuan, it felt more like a dagger to the heart, a matter of dignity. Especially as it came from his mother to defend a leech-like uncle. Lin Changfa, unable to contain himself, struck Yu Lanhua for the first time in their 20 years of marriage. Yu Lanhua covered her face in disbelief. You hit me. You hit me. Dragging her to Lin Changxi, he called out, Patriarch. Patriarch. Lin Rui, somewhat dazed, sat up straight, unsure why the flames of conflict had suddenly engulfed him. What is happening? I want a divorce. Lin Changfa did not conceal the volume of his voice, wishing for the entire Lin clan to know that he was severing ties with Yu Lanhua and her family. Lin Rui scratched his head, having overheard the entire exchange. Feeling awkward, trying to feign ignorance. A divorce might not be feasible. Your uncle and aunt have raised children for you over the years, honoring their elders and fulfilling their duties, without breaching any marital precepts. There is no justification for divorce. Although Yu Lanhua, as an aunt, was muddled regarding her family's matters, she had committed no wrongdoing during her years with the Lin family. In truth, she had lived a stable life when the Lin family was impoverished and the Yu family looked down upon them. However, now, as they traversed the path of famine, the three Lin families had accumulated an abundance of grain due to Lin Rui's good fortune. How could they simply relinquish such a valuable resource when the desperate Yu family crossed their path? Lin Changfa's stance was resolute. Let my words be clear. The decision is hers. Since divorce is not an option, I shall seek separation. As long as Yu Lanhua's heart remains bound to the Yu family, I shall no longer be her husband. What a heartless decision you have made, Lin Changfa. Yu Lanhua wept bitterly. Flanked by her two brothers who glared angrily at Lin Changfa, how could you treat us this way when I have called you brother-in-law? Lin Changfa, we of the Yu family have given you enough face. Lin Changfa retorted with a cold smile, you may keep your pride. I have been married to Yu Lanhua for many years, and you have rarely called me brother-in-law more than 3 times. If you do not value my title, why should I hold any regard for you two petty uncles? Do you believe that if you utter another word, I will allow Yu Lanhua to return with you without giving her a single grain? His words extinguished the fiery tempers of Yu Sailang and Yu Lulang, who dared not utter another syllable. Their earlier provocations were merely to secure that 5 pounds of grain. Without it, what purpose would it serve to bring Yu Lanhua back home, only to add another mouth to feed? Chapter 91, Severing Ties 2. Lin Zijuan turned to Yu Lanhua, Mother. You have seen for yourself, they have no intention of bringing you home. What they covet is that 5 pounds of grain. Once it is consumed, how will they treat you? When you married father, it was akin to the Yu family selling you off. Have you forgotten the harrowing days you endured with the Yu family? The hardships you recounted to me since childhood, how could you so easily dismiss them at their mere coaxing? Pain flickered across Yu Lanhua's face, as if 2 selves within her were at odds, murmuring repeatedly, I cannot bear to watch them starve. I cannot bear to watch them starve. Yu Lanhua, we have been husband and wife for over 20 years. Ask your conscience how I have treated you. If you are determined to follow the Yu family, then our marital bond is severed, and our descendants shall have no further dealings with you. The Yu family is like a den of wolves. Once the grain is gone, you will be the first to be abandoned. Why do you refuse to heed my words? Lin Changfa could not bear to part with his longtime wife, yet he knew that allowing this to continue would mean the slow demise of their children from starvation. Yu Lanhua remained silent, only weeping softly. Her demeanor was all too clear. She was torn between 2 loyalties, using silence, delay, and their long-standing marital affection to compel Lin Changfa to relent. In past family disputes, she had often triumphed with such tactics. Yet now, she was employing them inappropriately. When it came to food and the survival of their family, Lin Changfa could not allow the bond of marriage to outweigh the life of his children. Seeing Yulanhua so stubborn and unyielding, Lin Changfa's eyes reddened as he turned to Lin Rui. Patriarch, I am resolute in my decision to separate. Today, I ask you and the village head to serve as witnesses. From this day forth, Yulanhua belongs solely to the Yu family and is no longer the wife of the Lin family. Father. The three sons were clearly reluctant. Niuqin and Zhuing, clutching their children, bit their lips in silence. As daughters-in-law, they shared no deep bond with Yulanhua. Yet if their mother-in-law were to pilfer from their household to sustain her family while starving their children, they would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards such an oblivious matriarch. Regardless of how Lin Zijuan and his brothers implored, Yulanhua remained unyielding, steadfast in her intent to care for the Yu family. The three brothers finally despaired. Lin Rui, Lin Pingmao, and all within the Lin family bore witness to this separation. It was impractical to carry paper and ink on the road to escape famine. And few in the Lin village could read or write. Lin Rui himself had only attended a few years of private schooling and could scarcely compose a divorce decree. It was not unusual for strange situations to arise during their escape. Yet it was quite peculiar for Yulanhua to continuously allocate the family's meager provisions to support her family while stirring up a divorce. Feng Jinyang and her two daughters whispered among themselves, "Your aunt is truly ungrateful. We have seen many men bartering their wives and daughters for mere morsels of food. Your uncle has managed the household diligently, and even when your aunt has entertained such foolish thoughts, he has shown her kindness. If she insists on this path, she will come to regret it in the future. I hope your aunt gains some clarity. It is evident that her family cannot be relied upon. After all, what woman in this world does not depend on her husband and children, yet chooses to lean on her brothers and nephews instead? It is simply foolish." Lin Susu shook her head in dismay. Lin Pingmao leaned on his cane, his murky eyes fixed upon Yulanhua. "Lanhua, have you truly made up your mind? Is it worth it for the Yu family?" Yulanhua kept her head bowed. "Uncle, the Yu family cannot do without me. In the past, when the Yu family fell into disarray, she lived more freely than anyone else, yet not once did they show gratitude or offer her assistance." Chinmei, with her forthright nature, recalled that when Yulanhua wed into Lin family village, they were all newlyweds, having been married for merely a year, and were acutely aware of her family's audacious demands for an exorbitant bride price. Lin Rui looked at Yulanhua. "And I shall ask you one last time. Are you certain you do not wish to abandon the Yu family?" It was evident that if she were truly asked whether she wished for a divorce, her answer would unequivocally be no. She desired to care for her family while also tending to her own needs. With such meager provisions, it was impossible to sustain both. The very thought was absurd. Thus, Lin Rui posed a pointed inquiry, given that this situation arose from the Yu family and they were reliant upon them for this outcome. Yulanhua met the gazes of those around her and gently nodded, a silent affirmation of her stance. "Very well." Lin Rui, seeing that he could not sway her, remarked with a sense of resignation, "It is difficult to counsel a fool. Some lessons can only be learned through painful experiences, with no chance for retreat. Humanity often learns profound lessons through relentless loss." Today, the Lin clan, consisting of 36 members, witnessed the divorce between Lin Changfa and Yulanhua. The Lin family would provide Yulanhua with 3 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of taro, after which both parties would sever all ties, pursue their own marriages, and have no further dealings. The Yu family would no longer be recognized as the Lin family's matriarch and would be removed from the Lin family genealogy. Lin Rui endeavored to convey this in simple and comprehensible terms, for he was not a scholar, and articulating lengthy passages of classical literature was beyond his capability. Given his level of education, even expressing this in vernacular was a challenge. Although Lin family village was formed by outsiders fleeing famine, the genealogy of the Lin ancestors had been meticulously preserved. Currently, that genealogy lay in the hands of Lin Rui, the clan leader, who had perused it extensively and found many illustrious figures from the Lin lineage. It was lamentable that they had dwindled to residing in this desolate corner, as the fortunes of their ancestors had been entirely exhausted over the decades, leaving behind a lineage of mediocrity, incapable of maintaining their legacy. As Yulanhua departed, burdened with provisions and frequently glancing back, she was escorted away by Yu Sailang and Yu Luling. Lin Zijuan, Lin Zikuan and Lin Zijing, her 3 sons, felt a deep unease. They could not fathom their mother's rationale. Stop looking. How pathetic. Did she not choose to leave us? Lin Changfa snapped. From now on, do not mention her again. Bambooing and Niuqin will manage the household provisions, lest we fall prey to treachery. Yu Sailang and Yu Lulang strode ahead, joyfully clutching the provisions. With these supplies, their frail bodies felt considerably lighter. Noticing Yu Lanhua's reluctant demeanor, Yu Sailang was prepared with a response. Sister, you are far too earnest. Why should you fear a divorce from your husband? You still have sons and grandsons. Can they truly bear to watch you, their mother, starve? Yu Lanhua stammered. What do you mean? How could I face them to ask for help? Did you not say that Lianger and Dower would treat their aunt with utmost respect?